Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Japan's Grim Reaper. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There was a rumor of death haunting cities. There was a rumor that plagued the nightmares of people worldwide. A rumor that could not be tracked, could not be predicted, and could not be stopped. There was a rumor that smelled of blood and carnage and bitter fear. There is a rumor that haunts Japan. A rumor of a figure, clad in black, who kills without mercy, without sympathy. Men and women, they've hunted without order, without reason, leaving behind only a certificate of death. They've cut down villains and heroes alike, civilians both good and bad, young and old. This is a rumor who figures in authority wished stayed as a whisper of gossip, of disbelief and hearsay. This is not that rumor. This is their reality. The Grim Reaper had come to Japan. When Aizawa Shoyuda was first assigned to the Grim Reaper's case, he didn't think much of it. At the time it was just a silly rumor the police and Hero Commission were trying to dispel. A serial killer who flew all around the world, seemingly killing at random, now decided they would reside in Japan? It made no sense. The only thing that immediately connected each victim was the tarot card of death left on the scene. Hence came their first name. Death. A little on the nose, but whatever. Though more research showed there could be possible reasons behind many of the supposed murders, researchers, heroes, villains, people in depth, people who collected depth, a random coffee shop owner, that still made no sense to Shoyuda. The fact that there was only one person doing this still seemed impossible. Then came the witnesses. Though each described him identically, none could actually see his face, just that he dressed in an all-black, versatile body armor, clad with dark goggles and a hood. A group who wore a uniform was still their best bet. That is until a rogue journalist, Tsutsumi Akito, started tracking the killer and their murders. They were the first person who actually caught a picture of the assassin, and through looking at all their research as well as some high-tech body scanners from the police force, Shoyuda and those on the case with him had come to the conclusion that this was, in fact, the same person. Akito was also the only person to catch a photo of the assassin head-on and remain alive. Their quirk allowed them to meld with shadows, which made a job that involved watching without being caught ideal. It was because of his quirk that he escaped that night, providing the photo that gave way to Death's new name. It showed the same dark figure, however, the only element not in black was the bottom half of a skull painted onto their mask. Thus, the Grim Reaper was born. That was just over 2 years ago. Since then, there have been a number of witnesses who have seen Reaper, but any who are seen by him are killed instantly, their remains left to rot without even a card to show for. The only reason they could connect those deaths to the Reaper was a body with a card nearby, or a blurred photo of the half-skull mask. So yes, when Shoyuda was first put on the case, he didn't think much of it. Now, 3 years later, it haunted him that the Reaper was still out there, killing without remorse. Though he used to have time to split his attention between school and the case, the past year dealing with his Hell class of 1A and all they've been going through had him neglecting the Reaper, thinking of him less and less. He still of course helped out. When murders were nearby, he joined the team, along with Bis' own research. This class, however, was his immediate responsibility. Although the threat of the League had not fully disappeared, All for One was buried deep within Tartarus, along with many of his other goons. The remaining League was thought to be separated for the moment, which Shoyuda wasn't sure if he should be jumping for joy over, or taking cover. Either way, his class were becoming second years, and he intended to see and teach them all the way to the end. He just hoped they managed to stay out of the Grim Reaper's line of fire. Then again, they are all problem children and trouble magnets. Shoyuda startled awake as his phone rang, blinking rapidly in the darkness. His husband groaned next to him, shoving him away and pressing his face further into their pillows. A quick glance at the clock had Shoyuda groaning himself. 3 in the morning. Who the hell was ringing him at 3 in the morning? He fumbled for his phone and glared at the name that popped up in front of him. Kaminari Denki. They hadn't even moved back into the dorms, but Shoyuda swore the moment that child stepped into his classroom he was getting detention. He took a deep breath before answering it, wondering why in God's name he decided to give his number to his class. Kaminari, I swear to Cam Dash, he started only to be cut off by frantic whispering. Sir? Sir? Oh my lord, sensei, thank Kami you answered. Sir, Kami, I think we found a body, Kaminari's voice whisper screamed in his ears, the noise of a couple other voices coming through in the background. This is why Shoyuda gave his students his number. Trouble. Magnets. Shoyuda bolted straight up in bed, startling Hisashi beside him. What do you mean you think you found a body? Where are you? I'm coming to get you, he demanded. All remnants of sleep was gone. Oh no, sorry. We definitely found a body, but sensei? There's something else. Fantastic, Shoyuda thought, because this could get worse. There's a card, sensei. Mina said it's the tarot card of death. And with that statement, Shoyuta felt ice in his lungs as his world froze. Sheet. Shoyuta was filled with an intense anxious energy as he and Hizashi made their way to the crime scene. As soon as Kaminari had uttered the words, tarot card, he felt his heart stop. It was one thing acting like a hard-ass around his students, it was an entirely other thing being one. In reality, he was just a big goddamn softie. They had gone through villain attack after villain attack, faced death far more than many pro heroes face in their whole career. The Grim Reaper was not something they needed to add to their resume. So yeah, his anxiety was at an all-time high as he moved to his students, practically leaping out of the car before Hizashi had it stopped, pushing through the small crowd that had gathered. He nearly ripped the police officer who tried stopping him at the barricade tape to shreds, Hizashi barely making it on time, with both their licenses so they would be let through. Anxiety bled into relief when he spotted his students in the flashing blue lights. That relief was gone as quickly as it came when Shoyuta noticed a head of purple among the group. He growled out. Me, Hitoshi replied sheepishly, avoiding eye contact with his parents at all costs. Hi Dad Pops. Shoyuta glared at Hitoshi, arms crossed intimidatingly across his chest. He was silent for a moment as he stared his students down, ignoring Hizashi at his elbow, who was soundlessly begging to fret like the mother hen he was. Hitoshi, Kaminari, Ashido, Shiro and Kirishima were looking around, avoiding eye contact. Even Bakugo had the sense to look guilty, though he seemed more tired than anything. After a number of tense seconds, however, Shoyuta relented his tough act, groaning loudly as he shoved his face into his hands. He could pretend to be angry all he wanted, but he was simply glad they were safe. Disappointed? Yes, but not surprised. He took a few deep breaths before looking up to watch his husband check the group for injuries, tooting at their decisions. The scene was almost laughable, especially watching Bakugo wiggle his way under Hizashi's arms to stand closer to Shoyuta. A little past your bedtime, isn't it? Shoyuta snarked, through his hands. Bakugo glared at him from his side. Could say the same about you Hobo-sensei, but we all know you don't have FNG normal sleep schedule anyways, he growled right back, though the yawn mid-sentence forced all heat away. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly as the young blonde rolled his eyes. Yeah, FING whatever. He yawned again. Would you prefer if I left them run wild on their own? Shuda's smile dropped. Didn't think so, Bakugo grumbled, tucking his chin into his hoodie. I'm not even gonna ask why you're all wandering the streets at 3 in the morning, Shoyuta said, addressing the group again. Frankly, you're not my responsibility, till Monday. Except you, he added, shoving a finger into Hitoshi's chest. We will be discussing this at home. He sighed heavily again, before locking eyes with each of his students in turn. That said, I am proud of you. They each stood a little straighter at that. Not because you were wandering the streets of Muzutafu at all hours of the morning, but because you called me in a crisis situation. I know for a fact that last year, each of you would have gone rogue trying to figure out what happened here, see if you could find the villain yourself. But tonight, you didn't dash. He was cut off by a familiar voice behind them. Eraserhead. Shoyuta glanced over his shoulder to see Detective Tsukachi watching them, a dark cloud over his head. He waved a nonchalant hand before turning back to his own group. We will continue this discussion later. Stay here for the moment. Let your parents know you will be sleeping over at Hitoshi's. No, I won't rat on you, this time. One step out of line in my classroom, however, and you're being thrown to the dogs. Hizashi. He gave a curt nod to his husband, silently asking him to keep an eye on the held children, before walking to the detective. He really did not want to have this conversation right now. All he wanted was to have his son and husband back safely in his home, as well as Hitoshi's friends. He was a pro hero, however. They all knew the job. He steeled himself for the no-doubt grim conversation awaiting him. He grumbled a greeting as they both stood looking at the body lying below them. No matter how many dead bodies he's seen, it never gets easier. He repressed a shiver, burying his face in his scarf, mentally noting another visit to Hound Dog for his students. Carolina Haynes, Tsukachi said from beside him, handing him her ID in a small bag. American. I believe you may be familiar with her place of work. Shoyuta was in fact very familiar with the orphanage she worked at, however, seeing it in front of him was still startling. The orphanage was where he and Hizashi had pulled Hitoshi from a few years back. They were still in the process of shutting it down, but the DM and assholes were really good at covering their buttes. Seems like a clean shot. Sniper. Though we'll know more after the body is examined. He handed Shoyuta another small clear bag. The dark-haired hero stared intently at the card in his hands, corner tinged red. Reasons? Your guess is as good as mine. Though her abuse case could be a factor, he exhaled deeply before continuing. We gotta figure this out, Aizawa. We can't let this keep happening. Shoyuta nodded along with him. He knew that. Obviously he knew that, but they had followed every demon lead, every demon scrap of evidence, every whisper of the Grim Reaper. And every time they came up short. Shoyuta didn't like so say things were impossible, because really, in their world, not much was. The Grim Reaper though? That was seeming more and more impossible by the day. He huffed out cold air watching it smoke in front of him, before glancing back at his group. They were joking with each other about something, poking at Bakugo, who looked ready to either fall asleep standing or explode. A smile was halfway to his face before it froze, his eyes widening. Maybe we won't have to, he said slowly, watching his student fondly before turning back to Tsukachi, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Maybe all we need is a new perspective. Shoyuta sat, nursing his third cup of black coffee at his kitchen table. There was little talk between him and the 6 teenagers as they ate their breakfast. Tsukachi's low voice flowed incomprehensively from their kitchen as he spoke on the phone. They had barely gotten 5 hours of sleep before the day started, the detective wanting to get this meeting over as soon as possible. "Daddy!" A bright voice called, giving Shoyuta a fraction of a moment to put his cup down and prepare for the weight attacking his chest. "Good morning, Eri," he grumbled fondly, refusing to look at his students' smug faces. She wriggled out of his arms going back towards Hizashi, both dressed for an outing. Daddy, look at my new coat. Papa and I bought it last week, isn't it great?" Eri giggled in delight, spinning in circles. Shoyuta shot a look at his husband who would not meet his eyes, knowing he shouldn't have bought Eri more clothes. Shoyuta loved spoiling her just as much, but damn, that girl could dress a village. "I just can't resist her show. Look at how cute she looks," his dumb blonde would answer every time. "It looks wonderful, Eri. I do hope you're not going to go shopping again today, with the sun out and all that," he said, a small warning to his husband. "Nope," Hizashi squeaked. "Just the park. Come, Eri, time to feed the ducks," he continued, pulling the excited girl out of the house. "Duckies," she squealed delighted before waving at them all. "Bye Daddy, bye Toshi's friends. Bye Mr. Buff." "Oh," she turned suddenly, running back to Shoyuta with her pinky finger out. "I'll see you later?" Shoyuta linked their fingers together. "I'll see you later," he answered, ruffling her hair as she sprinted out the door. "Shut up," he deadpanned when it closed, inviting a round of defiant noises. "I still can't believe Blasty is the only one who she addresses out of your friends, Toshi." "So not cool," Kaminari groaned, dramatically flopping in his chair. "I am her literal FANG hero, dipshit. Of course, she calls me by my name," Bakugo answered, flicking the sulking blonde on the head who slapped hand away indignantly. They continued to argue senselessly among themselves as Shoyuta began to clean up, waving Ishido and Kirishima away as they tried helping. By the time he was done, 2 more coffee cups in hand, Tsukachi was sat at the table watching his students in amusement and contemplation as they continued to poke fun at each other. He placed one of the mugs in front of the detective, getting comfortable in his own chair once again. "This is the new perspective that will bring down our killer?" Tsukachi mumbled, incredulously. Shoyuta snorted. "I know they don't look like much, but trust me when I say they were going to try help whether I assign them or not. This way, I can keep them on a shorter leash," he whispered back before clearing his throat. Instantly, 6 pairs of eyes were on him as they settled more civilly in their seats. "Are you done?" he asked bluntly. A round of, "Yes, sensei," were immediately heard and Shoyuta inwardly smirked proudly at his students. He gave a small nod to Tsukachi who cleared his own throat before addressing the group. "Last night, at 3:01 a.m., Kaminari Denki alerted your homeroom teacher and pro-hero Eraserhead of a dead body you and your friends had come across. One of our leading pathologists have a quirk that allows them to see the exact time a person's heart stops beating. She has informed us that the time of death was 2:27 a.m., which mean if you called Aizawa exactly when you found the body, you would have missed the murder by 30 minutes. That detail isn't really important. What we do want to know is if any of you noticed anything suspicious in the surrounding area." A round of head shakes and no's were given as an answer. Though neither man expected another answer, it was still pretty disappointing to hear. Tsukachi nodded slightly, taking note of the answer. "As I'm sure you know, the body you found last night was not an ordinary murder," the detective continued, pulling a number of files from his bag, handing them out. Shoyuta watched his student's eyes widen slightly at the large, red, classified, across the front of the folder. Yeah, Aizawa-sensei mentioned something about it last night, but he didn't really elaborate past something important that we would discuss later," Kirishima answered, hesitantly pulling the folder towards him. "Didn't realize it was classified, important," he mumbled, more to himself than anything else. Shoyuta watched as his students opened their folders, reactions ranging in levels of confusion. "The F is all this?" Bakugo so eloquently asked after a moment, Shoyuta barely retaining an eye roll. Usually, his volatile student was able to rein in his language and general disregard for authority in front of, new authority figures. To a certain extent at least. Tsukachi, however, lost that polite privilege at the second case he worked with them in their first year. Shoyuta can tell he secretly feels proud Bakugo treats him with the same respect, or lack of, as his teachers, particularly Shoyuta himself. He exhaled heavily, preparing himself for the onslaught of information he was about to give his students, the risks he was entering them into. He could tell they were also readying themselves, their full attention on him. In the folders you were given, there is information on a case we have been working on for 3 years. Though much information is kept classified to most pro-heroes and the police force, they are all in the know for attempting to apprehend the suspect. Your folders contain a slightly reduced case background and evidence of what myself and a few others leading the case have access to. Understand that the only reason we are providing you with the case is because I know you would try solving it yourselves. Don't argue, you would try solving it yourselves, with no backup, lackluster research and immature arrogance. He paused for effect, ignoring their grimaces and scoffs. As it is, we are hoping that a new eye to the team will help us with things we may have missed. You're young, you're smart, and most importantly, you've never laid eyes on this case or any like it before today. Which means you should not be swayed by previous evidence. Now, he shifted in his seat, leaning forward slightly. You do not by any means have to accept helping this case. Similar files will be given to the rest of your classmates, because where one of you go, the rest follow. You're like weeds. You are only getting your briefing beforehand because of what you witnessed last night. So, any objections? Silence was all that followed. He watched each of their reactions, trying to catch any sign of hesitancy, watching Hitoshi fractionally longer, but there was not. Nervousness? Yes, but also determination. Shoyuta let the small smile play on his lips for a moment, before plowing on with his explanation. Very well, he cleared his throat, moving back into his seat and taking a long drink of his coffee. That, he gestured to Bakugo's folder, where their assassin lay on the open pages, is the Grim Reaper. He heard a couple snorts at the name. And this, he continued, flicking a baggie with one of the cards in it, is their calling card. Whoa, that's the same one from last night. Tarot of Death. See? Told you guys it was important. Mina and Siro spoke at the same time, followed by Hitoshi. Little on the nose, huh? He deadpanned, staring intently at the photos. One was new, a full-body image of them on top of a roof in Tokyo, the other, the original half-skull. Yes, but they are not a laughing matter, we can assure you. Tsukachi replied, glaring at his own folders, causing the heroes in training to shift slightly in their seats. Exactly, Shoyuta agreed. Yes, the name sounds almost ridiculous, but that name strikes fear into both heroes and villains alike. Reaper is not someone to mess around with, and this card is not something to be ignored. With that, I want you all to take a look at what we have on Reaper and tell me what you see. Once each student had their eyes on their folders, Shoyuta took his own in his hands, glaring in annoyance at what was provided. Case report, the Grim Reaper. Name, unknown. Alias, the Grim Reaper. Age, unknown, note, apex. 20 EST due to time in operation. Tiv, unknown. Ethnicity, unknown. Physical descriptors, full black body armor, likely bullet and heat-proof. Black hood, likely to cover hair. Full face mask and blackout goggles, all black apart from half skull around nose and jaw. Weapons carried have varied from throwing knives, samurai swords, handguns, rifles, snipes, tasers, grenades, extendable bow staff, crossbow, bow and arrow, etc. All other physical attributes are unknown. Identifiers, calling card, tarot card of death. Quirk, denote. Title, Villi Assassin. Affiliation, unknown, working alone, probability, high. Unknown organization, probability, high. League of Villains, probability high. All speculation, no evidence. Crimes, ongoing. Time operating, Japan APRX 3 years. Other APRX 2 years. NB, though information and evidence is lacking on the Grim Reaper, officers, heroes and others are under no circumstance to act alone when they are involved. Ranked highest danger level. Do not engage. Shoyuta was brought out of his own stupor as a folder was slammed onto the table. Bakugo glared hard at both Shoyuta and Tsukachi, ignoring his friend's startled jumps and exclamations. The F is this sheet, he repeated his earlier statement, growling at the two men. Shoyuta sat still for a moment, calmly taking the raging boy in. What did you notice? He asked coolly. What did I notice? I noticed that you lot are clearly not as good at your FING jobs as you're made out to be. I noticed that this entire report is bullshit. I noticed that the Grim FING Reaper may as well be an old yokai because there is absolutely nothing FNG useful in this report. IFNG noticed that you know literally FNG nothing about this villain and dash. That's exactly it, Bakugo, Shoyuta interrupted, holding up his own report. We really don't know anything about the Reaper, only that they leave memorabilia and are very good at their job. That is why they are so dangerous. That is why they are so unpredictable, why we can't find them. It is the unknown that people fear most. The students continued to look at their folders with uncertainty and contemplation, small frowns on each of their faces. Bakugo was glaring so hard, it was almost as if he were trying to make the pages talk out of pure fear. Shoyuta took a large gulp of his coffee, sharing a glance with the man next to him. Neither had seen this group so quiet before, so absorbed in what they were reading, no matter how little the information provided was. Sir? Ashido spoke up after a moment. What's a villain assassin? Like, I think I get what it means, but why not just class them as a villain? I can answer that, Tsukachi said. Villain is really an umbrella term for a group of people. Murderers, petty robbers, even scientists and doctors can fall under the term. It's similar to the word hero. Technically you're all heroes, even though you're still in training. Then there's underground, rescue, sidekicks, who all fit under the word hero as well. So yes, we could have placed Reaper as a simple villain. However, his crimes do not stop at just killing heroes and civilians. They kill villains as well, professionally and with practice. Their full skill set is unknown, but it is vast. They are dangerous in ways many people cannot fathom. They are not just a villain. Ashido nodded slightly to herself, running her fingers over the photos once more. I hope you understand what's at stake here, he continued after a brief pause. Sure, but all we gotta do is track this dude down, capture him and save the day. We have pretty good experience with tricky villains, Kirishima chimed in, bringing back his usual cheery manner. Shoyuta liked Kirishima usually, but he didn't want his students to be optimistic here. He wanted them to be afraid. Shitty hair's right. I'm gonna blast this little murderer to pieces, Bakugo added, a dangerous smile on his lips. Shoyuta didn't want them to be afraid. He needed them to be terrified. Not a murderer, he said coldly, grabbing all their attention. The Grim Reaper is nothing like what you've faced before, and this kind of naive optimism is going to get you killed. They are not a simple murderer, he leaned forward slightly, clasping his hands tightly. The Grim Reaper is a highly skilled, trained assassin. Every victim they've gone after, they've struck down, every witness they see, they've killed on the spot. Every semi-decent lead we get, both the people and evidence disappear without a trace. The Grim Reaper is dangerous, unpredictable, smart, and versatile, and they never, ever miss. I did not give you this information so you can go chasing a trail that will end up with you killed. I gave you this information so you are prepared. If you do happen to come across Reaper, you stay hidden, you contact me, Tsukachi or another hero or police officer, but you do not, under any circumstance, engage with the suspect. Do I make myself clear? He finished, receiving a grumbling of mumbles that simply were not satisfactory. I said. Shoyuta stood up, glaring at each of his students, hands flat on the table in front of him. Do. Myself. Clear? He emphasized, earning a solid round of, yes sir. He held Bakugo's defiant gaze a moment longer, refusing to budge. After a moment, the volatile blonde sagged slightly in his seat, head hanging. Yeah, whatever, he ground out, which, for now, Shoyuta decided was good enough. Bakugo Katsuki woke on the morning of his first day of his second year in UA, sweating and breathing erratically, scorch marks burned into his clean sheets. Not the way he had envisioned beginning his year of hero training. 2 hours later, and his hands were still shaking as he attempted to put on his tie. After 5 futile minutes, he eventually decided he didn't need it, giving up and flinging across the room with a grunt. He took a few deep breaths, willing himself to calm down. The worst part was he couldn't even remember the nightmare that had fed with his day. Gradually, his eyes drifted towards the corner of his orderly room, landing on a splash of green. He took a final deep breath before making his way to the corner, lifting a small candle and lighting it with a flickering of sparks. His hands brushed the smooth picture, looking deep into the bright emerald eyes. He stood silent for a moment, until a loud crash and laughter flowing from the hallways broke him from his daze, forcing his gaze towards the door. Another moment passed as his racing heart subsided and he pulled himself to give the boy in picture one more look. He cleared his throat. Second year of UA. One step closer to becoming a hero. Let's undo this, Deku, he whispered before heading out, grabbing his bag along the way. He was almost out the door when he spun back, snatching the files that lay strewn across his desk and shoving them back into their folder. He almost dropped them again as shitty hair rammed into his side on his way towards the kitchen, the red head earning a growl. Whoa, easy tiger, he joked, jumping away from Katsuki's sparking hands. Just wanted to say good morning. Kirishima looked like he was about to continue, head tilted in contemplation, before dropping it and carrying on with the blonde in silence, lips thinned. Demon BSRD, able to read him too well. His FNG cheery but personality returned quickly enough once greeted by the others in the common area. Most of the class was down and dressed by the time they made it, Katsuki's own schedule running behind, though there was always one or two who sprinted into class at the last second. Ponytail had graciously made them all breakfast, which normally, Katsuki would have huffed about. She made eggs well enough, however, and he was too out of sorts to give a f dash, merely nodding at her in thanks with a small grunt as he sat in his usual pace. Though the second-year dorms were slightly larger than the first-year areas, the layout was pretty much the same, so it didn't take long during their move-in week for a system to take place. Katsuki allowed himself to relax amidst the annoying hum of his classmates chattering, gradually feeling more like himself. He wasn't sure if his friends chose not to engage with him simply because he's usually crankier in the morning anyways, or because they could sense something was up, but either way he was secretly grateful. Katsuki presumed it was the latter when as soon as he felt his own mood brightening, as much as it could anyways, they were on him like effing dogs. Bakugo! Sparky's voice sang from ahead of him as they made their way towards homeroom. He looked up to see the blonde idiot walking backwards next to Ibags, smiling broadly at him. How are you feeling about this year, Bly? Bet you're ready to kick some butt? He cheered, nearly tripping over himself before Shinso hauled him up by his bag straps. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the two blushing idiots who wouldn't just get their FING sheet together. Morons. Any answer he had was cut off as a short body barreled into his side, her arm slinging over his shoulder. Course he's ready to kick butt, we all are, round face chirped, squeezing him so tightly he almost choked. She was small and lean, but Dimon she was strong as F dash. We are in our second year of hero training, guys. I am literally so pumped. These villains don't stand a chance, she exclaimed with so much confidence, Katsuki couldn't stop his own dangerous smirk from playing on his face. Straight, floaty, he growled out, determination filling his bones, the two of them earning a few cheers and hollers from their classmates as they entered their homeroom. You guys are way too enthusiastic for the morning, Ibags grumbled out slinking into his chair behind Katsuki's. Katsuki took his own seat, rolling his eyes as their little group gathered around them. Why they had to gather at his seat he didn't FANG know, but whatever. He secretly liked that they came to him so he could be included, knowing full well his petty effing arrogance would keep him from sitting elsewhere. Ears scoffed as she made her way over, whacking Shinso across the back of his head with a familiar folder. Katsuki barked a laugh at the indignant noise that came out of Ibags, who flipped him off. You're only dead tired, 'cause you stayed up watching dark web conspiracies about Reaper, Jiru said, jumping onto the purple-haired boys' table. That got the rest of their class interested in the conversation. No guys, seriously. Reaper is messing with my head. They're a ghost. Invisalign piped up, inviting a round of his classmates' own conspiracies. The girl had a point. Honestly, the whole thing set Katsuki the F off. He usually enjoyed puzzles, but this was ridiculous. He felt like he was in some big, F-ed version of hide and seek, and Katsuki hated losing. What do you think, Ida? You have the most thoughts on serial killers among us. Jiru bantered, earning boisterous jeering and laughter around the room. That was one time. Honestly, you guys need to let this go, Glasses spluttered, chopping his arms. Katsuki was still caught on what Jiru had said. Not a murderer, he mumbled to himself, catching the attention of those closest to him. What was that, Blasty? Round Face asked, tilting her head. Katsuki shifted in his seat. Just something Finji Aizawa said the first night. About Reaper not being a simple murderer. Oh yeah, he was very adamant about that fact. Reaper is a highly skilled assassin or something, so we shouldn't treat them like an everyday villain, Kirishima joined in, shivering slightly. Honestly, the who thing kind of freaks me out. Like, we don't even know if they're a boy or a girl, or like, what age they are. Totally not manly. I think they're a boy, the and Grape Juice's lisped voice came from behind Shinso. Mina and Uraraka bristled at his opinion, turning on the boy instantly. Oh yeah. Pinky sang cruelly. What makes you so sure? The purple prick, ignoring the danger signs the two girls were setting off, simply scoffed, crossing his arms. Hello? No boobies, he said, initiating a round of arguments Katsuki was not in the mood for. Zero cut them all off with his opinion. I mean, dude's got a point. The girls wheeled their fiery gaze on the weird elbowed idiot, who put his hands up in defense. Like, in the least I'm looking at the dude's chest to have Melon's way possible. You have to admit their stature just looks more boyish. But they're so short. Or at least that's what it looks like. Oh, and nimble and flexible. It could just be the armor making them look like a boy, the invisible one tried to argue. That is true, but boys can also be nimble and flexible. Just look at Ajuru, or Kurwaro from Class B, or even Aizawa-sensei, Ponytail piped up. Besides, height doesn't determine section. I myself am quite tall for a girl, and then there's my Netta Dash. So, in reality, we're right back to the fact that you cannot guess their gender. Ergo, it remains in the unknown, she continued, ever the voice of reason. We shouldn't trouble ourselves on something professional detectives cannot figure out. Everyone seemed to sober up at that, all conspiracies and ideas going out the window. But, Kaminari spoke up after a moment. Aren't we meant to be helping? Isn't that why we're on the case? Though he knew Sparky meant well, Katsuki barely retained a growl of annoyance before their teacher was interrupting them. Both Kaminari and Yaoyorozu are correct in their observations. Aizawa spoke out clearly, startling everyone into their seats. Usually, they were on top of their game when it came to being seated before Aizawa entered the room, but clearly this case had them all f'd. The more Katsuki observed the room, the more he realized this. Not one desk was missing the case file they were given. Some had it buried beneath other books, some hidden on their laps, others completely bare and open, the only things on their desk. In any case, Katsuki quickly understood how obsessed his classmates were becoming, himself included. When he thought back to the week of the move-in, there wasn't a day that went by where he didn't hear talk of the case, see that bright red lettering glaring at him from a folder or two. While you have been technically placed on the case to help out, like I said in your briefing, that doesn't mean you go ruining your sleep schedules trying to figure out things we have already decided are unnecessary, Aizawa deadpanned, forcing a few targeted individuals to shift in their seats. That is for the detectives on the case and them only. They dedicate their entire lives to things like this. You gremlins are still students. Which means your prime responsibility and focus should be on your education and preparing yourselves for the hero world. He stood out of his sleeping bag, cracking his neck before taking a seat at the edge of his desk, bored expression still on his face, though they could all see the tension in his eyes. So, yes, you are on the case, but merely as another set of eyes. You are not detectives. You will not find something that we don't already know, and thinking that you will is not only a waste of time, but exceedingly arrogant. This is not me undermining your skills. This is simply me being both realistic and logical. If I hear even a whisper of your sleep schedules being disrupted due to your own research, you will be in detention before you can say, Reaper. Now, he began massaging the sides of his head as if this conversation were already giving him a headache. Fing drama queen. I will answer 3 questions and that is it. You have 1 minute to decide, starting now. A round of frantic whispering began, quickly coming up with 3 questions the majority were curious about. Katsuki had many questions of his own, though his mind wasn't quite there enough to gather them into words, opting to listen in this round. Time. Ida, first question. Go. Sensei demanded gruffly. Right, yes, Sensei. Our first query would have to be on who you think the Grim Reaper is working for? Do you believe they are a single operation, working with an unidentified villain organization, or perhaps with the League itself, per what our documents provided us with? Glasses asked, intensely and straightforward. Ida had grown on Katsuki over the year, the stain incident bringing them fractionally closer together, but there were many things about the guy that Katsuki just found grating. Really, he could not see what round face saw in him. Something tingled in the back of Katsuki's mind irritatingly, like an itch you can't scratch. Well, something I have noticed is that Reaper has never targeted a League member. Now, whether or not that is entirely coincidental, one cannot be sure. Personally, I have never believed in coincidences, he answered in his usual monotone voice. But sir, Uraraka spoke up, raising her hand. If the Reaper was truly working with the League, wouldn't they have used them by now? We face off against them plenty of times, yet the first time most of us heard tale of the assassin was a week ago. Surely, with their abilities, All for One or Shigaraki would have thought to throw him into the fight, especially if their aim was to kill All Might at the beginning, she finished. It was an opinion Katsuki had discussed with the brunette on multiple occasions. It was also an opinion he couldn't help but agree with. Hell, Katsuki was at their diamond base and didn't catch even a whisper of the assassin. Aizawa was silent a moment, taking the girl in, before he gave one of his rare, and frankly effing terrifying, smiles. I'm glad you think that way, Uraraka. Though I don't believe in coincidence, usually, Reaper being a part of the League of Villains, logically, doesn't make sense. I also don't believe that they would be working alone, but that is just my opinion. He cleared his throat, shifting on the table. I would say they are working with an unknown organization, which in itself is an unnerving idea. He mumbled out the last bit almost to himself, before shaking his head slightly. Anyways, next question. Zero, go. Oh, right, Tape Arms stumbled over his initial words at being addressed, before getting his thoughts straight. The fact their sensei still had this effect on him was almost laughable. Almost, because Katsuki knew the effect was mutual class round. So what quirk do you think he or they have? Agility and speed-based or teleportation are my top guesses, Aizawa answered, seeming almost annoyed by both the question and what he had to give on it. Last one, make it count. Bakugo. Go. Katsuki nearly jumped out of his seat when dark eyes turned on him. He hadn't really been paying attention to the questions his classmates wanted asked, though, with all of them having turned to watch him, they probably knew that too and were waiting to see what he wanted to know. He sat silent for a moment before a question struck him, one that had been bothering him for a while, simply from observations. What's your opinion on the Grim Reaper? He asked, his voice carrying clearly across the classroom. Though the question seemed broad, Katsuki knew Aizawa understood him. He wanted to know what the name did to their teacher, how the case had affected him. He wanted to know why their teacher, who knew how capable his class was, how much they had faced and overcome, why he didn't want them getting so involved. Aizawa kept eye contact with Katsuki, not answering for what seemed like a lifetime, before he looked away. Honestly, he started, pausing briefly. They completely terrify me. Katsuki's eyes widened at the admission, along with most of his classmates. The bell going off had them all breaking out of their stupor, as Aizawa swiftly went to leave the room, pausing at the door. Ida, call roll and then head to assembly. We get to attend assembly this year? Mina joked, trying to lighten the mood. Of course, Hobo-sensei responded, a glint in his eyes. Why wouldn't you? As he left the room, there was a breakout of chatter as Ida called out their names one by one. Eventually they all got up, messing around, the tension dispersing as they headed to assembly. Go, Bakugo. Katsuki's head whipped up at the sound of Glass's irritating voice calling out to him. Answer the roll, Bakugo. You can see me Glasses if off, Katsuki growled out, shouldering his bag as he went to leave, ignoring the idiot stuttering. Careful Bakugo, don't want to piss us off the murderer hunter, Jiru joked again, her laughter drifting down the hall as Ida chased her with a reprimanding hand. Katsuki didn't find it funny however, freezing suddenly at a realization. Stain, he whispered to himself. His hand still had not stopped shaking. It was dark in the room. He didn't like the dark. He didn't like not being able to see, to hear. He didn't like knowing that there could be something out there, something he couldn't see. Something that could see him, was ready for him. He wanted to go home. Where was home? Where was he? Home was green one, blood, blonde spikes, fireworks, crying, crying, green, screaming, blue, yellow, screaming, metal, red ice, where was he? He was home. This was home. Right? He did something. Something wrong. Something bad. Something to upset Papa. He couldn't remember what it was. That was good. That meant he was being good. He didn't like the dark. He didn't like the smell. Metal. Metal? Blood. Was he? He did something bad. What did he do? He couldn't remember. Bright light. It hurt and he wanted the dark back for a second. Only a second. Then the thought gone. Red eyes peered down at him. Now, are we going to behave? Katsuki was obsessed. He was obsessed in every way Aizawa had warned them not to be. He couldn't help it. He couldn't get Reaper out of his head. They had been there when Stain was attacking. He knows it. No, he had not seen them, not completely anyway, but he knows it was him. He couldn't stop the scene replaying in his head. Stain had cut him deeply across the cheek, so deep that he still had a scar. He was flicking out his disgusting FING lizard tongue, ready to paralyze Katsuki when a knife was thrown from nowhere, cutting the tip off the FING thing. At the time, Katsuki had presumed it was Todoroki, even though he FNG knew the boy looked just as surprised as was, and was standing behind Stain where he wouldn't have been able to throw anything. Katsuki knew all this at the time, but so much had happened after that, it disappeared into the back of his mind. Now, however? Now, it was the only thing he could think of. Because there was something else that night that again, at the time, he shoved to being not important, forgotten amongst the mess of the event. He had seen someone move on his left, fast in the shadows. So fast, he presumed it was Ida, but Glasses was still paralyzed at the time. So, then the only option was icy hot, but there was no ice that followed, and Katsuki FNG knows Todoroki was unable to go that fast without it. But he wasn't thinking. He was thinking now though, and he could see it, clear as FNG day. It had to be Reaper. He had no real proof, no evidence to back him, except for one of Reaper's victims being found in Hosu a day later, which was buried deep in his files. Maybe staring at their photo so long was messing with his head. There was a strange nagging feeling that had been living with him since the day he was given the case, the day the Grim Reaper was planted in his head. Finally he figured it out. The only issue with this belief was a single question that was blaring through his mind. Why did they save Katsuki? Shitty Hair was staring at Katsuki like a gaping FNG fish, stopping so suddenly on their journey, the group of girls behind them rammed straight into him. The usually chivalrous idiot didn't even say anything, just continued to stare at Katsuki as though he had FNG said in his dinner, leaving Katsuki to grunt an apology as the group scampered away. FING inconvenient little sheet. What, Shitty Hair? You just gonna stand there staring at me? Come on, you move, you're blocking the goddamn traffic, the blonde groused, kicking at the other's shopping bag before leaving him behind. Katsuki had walked a good 10 feet before he heard scampering behind him as the redhead caught up. Whoa wait, you think that the Reaper was there the night you fought Stain? Katsuki gave a curt nod. You think he what? He saved you? Another nod. And you've been thinking about this for almost a month, and you didn't think, hey, maybe I should let Aizawa-sensei, one of the head honchos of the case and basically the whole class's dad, know this very vital piece of information? Another nod, though with a slight grimace. Are you crazy? Shitty hair shrieked right in the blonde's ear, earning another kick to his shopping load. Katsuki knew he messed up. He knew he should have said something to someone, anyone sooner, but he just couldn't. In all honesty, he didn't really want to believe it, because really, why on FING Earth would the Reaper even think to save him? It made zero FING sense, and Katsuki knew that. He didn't want to sound like he was spouting shit or obsessive, but the longer he left it, the more obsessed he became. They were put on the case to be an extra set of eyes if something came up, and Katsuki knew that this classified as something important, but it's not like they could actually do anything about it. Stain was a whole year ago. Anything that the situation could have helped with was probably washed away after a month, considering how slippery this villain was. He really didn't want to go through the whole system of reporting it, only to be told that it was useless. He was just so FNG tired though. Aizawa had warned them not to become obsessed, and Katsuki was FNG smart. He knew how to manage his time well, how to prioritize school or training depending on what was needed, but this whole thing had messed with his system. It wasn't like his grades were slipping or he wasn't keeping up with his training, but he was getting sloppy, making stupid mistakes he thought he had wiped out in middle school. All because his usual early nights had been ripped away in favor of researching Reaper, of connecting invisible dots to make sense of, or try dispelling, the entire theory that this literal FNG villain decided to save his life. And maybe his research was an excuse not to sleep, so he could ward off the nightmares that seemed to be getting more and more frequent. Not that he'd ever FNG admit that aloud. Whatever the case, he knew he had to stop. He knew he had to tell someone. Shitty hair probably wasn't the best to inform, but while they were shopping, just the two of them, Katsuki couldn't help it when he just blurted it out. He was seriously regretting it now. Wow, okay. No, just, Katsuki raised his eyebrow at the internal and external FING conflict his friends seemed to be going through. Sorry bro, Shitty hair sighed heavily, shifting the bags in his hands. I just can't really wrap my head around the whole thing, like, you really think they saved you? Katsuki rolled his eyes at his friend, irritation rolling off him in waves. No, shitty hair. I FNG made the whole thing up, ruined my FING sleep schedule and became obsessed with a goddamned ghost because I felt like it could be a nice and fun little story, he snarked, aiming another kick at the boy. He was seriously missing the use of his hands and it was taking everything in him not to blast the DM groceries into oblivion, followed by the idiot next to him. Of course I think they did, moron. Okay. Kirishima exclaimed, jumping away from the volatile blonde's leg. I believe you man, I do. It's just, he continued, drifting off. Katsuki let out a frustrated sigh. I know it sounds insane, he breathed. Insane is one way to put it. I mean, highly dangerous assassin, that we have been warned by our teacher, who is terrified of them, might I add. We've been warned that they will kill on sight and without fail, just happened to save a random first-year hero student from being, culled by another highly dangerous serial killer. Yeah, I would say that sounded pretty insane, bro, he laughed, though Katsuki could see how worried the boy was. It still set him off. If you're gonna FNG make fun of it, I'm going to leave you behind, a hole, he growled, picking up his pace. No. Dude, bro, wait, I'm sorry, okay? I'm not making fun. I know this is serious, okay? It's just all a bit wild, he sighed. I know you're not making it up, you don't do that, and I know you wouldn't be so high-strung on something you didn't thinking was really important, okay? Sorry, he said smiling apologetically at Katsuki, who, after a moment of petty silence, relented. Whatever, he sighed. I get what you FING mean anyways. I know it sounds like some made-up FING fantasy, and honestly, most of my research and obsession was trying to prove it wrong because it doesn't make sense. But I just I just can't stop thinking about it. Like, I know Ida couldn't move, and I know Todoroki, he could practically feel the idiot's eyes widen at the use of their classmates' real names, was staring us, just as confused as I was, and I know I saw a shadow move that couldn't have been anyone that was already there. Which really could all point to a random civilian or FNG vigilante doing a nice FNG deed. But then there's the FING kicker that one of Reaper's victims was found 3 blocks away the next day. It's all just so frustrating, and I don't know what to do about it anymore, 'cause let me tell you I am effing exhausted. Kirishima let out another breathy laugh, nudging Katsuki with his shoulder. You look exhausted bro, he joked, earning an elbow at his ribs, though Katsuki cracked a smirk of his own. Look, we just gotta tell Aizawa, alright? You know we do, I know we do. And yeah, he's gonna be a little ticked off you hid it for so long, but wow. The redhead was abruptly cut off as someone barreled through the 2 boys from behind, sprinting away. Hey, a-hole, Katsuki started shouting after him, only to stop at the expression on the man's face. He looked horrified, running away like a bat out of hell. The weird part was he wasn't looking behind him. He was looking above him, to the surrounding rooftops as he ran. What the blonde mumbled before taking off after the man, ignoring Kirishima's protests from behind. He was slowed significantly by the amount of other people on the streets that evening, as well as the groceries he was hauling with him, but if this wasn't a serious villain attack, Aizawa would have his head if he lost the bags, as well the 19 animals he shared a class with. Katsuki lost sight of the man a few times, only to see him again much further away. He was fast whoever he was, but Katsuki was a hero in training, and that man was definitely scared of something chasing him. Katsuki picked up his pace, running closer to the road to get past the crowds. He gave a few glances to the roofs of the surrounding area, but could see nothing alarming. When he looked back to the man he was pursuing, he barely noticed him turn down a side street. Katsuki grunted in effort, pushing on towards it. When he did get there, he skidded to a halt. The man was nowhere to be seen. The blonde groaned in frustration before walking down the small street, which seemed almost deserted with people. Honestly, it was giving Katsuki the creeps. He could hear panting behind him, and quick peek over his shoulder showed Kirishima catching up. Before he could, however, a glance down one of the adjoining alleyways had him freezing for a whole new reason. Though it was dark, the outline of a body lying still in the middle of the path could easily be seen. Katsuki dropped his bags as he pushed his feet towards the body. Heavy in a breath, feeling bile rising in his mouth. Lying in front of him was the man he had chased, eyes staring blankly, with an arrow sticking out of his head and heart, the telltale tarot of death glaring up at Katsuki from next to the man's head. Kami dash, Kirishima's voice sounded from behind him before the redhead's lunch was coming up. It was taking all of Katsuki's willpower to keep his in. He was taking his phone out to call Aizawa when a sudden burst of flapping birds' wings had him looking up. There he could see a flock of pigeons taking off. A shadow in the midst of them had Katsuki dropping his phone to the ground in shock. "Reaper," he whispered before taking off after them. "Katsuki," came Kirishima's panicked shriek behind him, but Katsuki didn't care. He had eyes won the BSRD, he wasn't letting them go now. "You call Aizawa," he shouted back before landing on the roof. He took a quick moment to figure out his bearings before tailing the shadow jumping across the building tops. Reaper was FANG fast, but Katsuki could blast faster, though not as subtle. Before the BSRD could turn on him though, he aimed a precise blast at the assassin's feet, in attempt to knock them down. Though it didn't work, Reaper seemingly having a sixth sense and jumping before it struck them, it did slow them down slightly as they turned to face Katsuki. The blonde gave them no time to retaliate, throwing a blasted punch right at their face. The a-hole dodged easily, but Katsuki was trained for this, and was ready for a counterattack, kicking his foot out hard. He didn't aim well, but landed a solid hit on their stomach, smirking slightly at the grunt he heard. His leg was yanked backwards. He was on his back, rolling to get back to his feet. He got back up quick, ready to punch, but Reaper had taken off again. "The F-dash," Katsuki mumbled to himself before flying after the other. "Don't run away from me, you beaky. Is that all you got, Ui?" he shouted, firing up an AP shot of autocannon. He knew the laws with using his quirk, but he was too far gone in his spiral with the Grim Reaper to care. Before he could send off any blasts, however, Reaper spun on their heel, flinging something up at Katsuki. He put his hand out in attempt to block whatever was thrown, but the device wrapped snugly around his wrist. Before he got any time to dwell on it, he realized he was heading back down to the rooftops and aimed a blast to break his fall. There was no blast. His quirk wasn't working. Still in shock, his reaction was delayed, landing hard on his arm as he rolled to stand up. He winced at the loud popping of his shoulder, gripping it tight and swaying slight. Looking up, his eyes widened, barely jumping out of the way of the arrow that was flying at his face. He didn't manage to dodge the punch that followed. His eyes watered intensely at the impact on his nose, vision blurring. He moved his head back at the next kick. Tried preparing his own hit. It was no use. Reaper was insanely fast. Katsuki, blocking as many hits as he could, reached into the pocket of his cargo pants, praying he had put his knife back after they were washed. He smirked as his finger wrapped around the hilt, pulling it out and swinging wide. If there was one thing being instructed by a hero who can erase your quirk with a look had taught him, it was to always be prepared. He swung the knife again, but Reaper caught his arm, bending it backwards. Katsuki barely held back a scream at the snap of his wrist, his knife going flying. A rapid kick to the chest forced him back a couple feet. Though in pain and sweating profusely, Katsuki looked up, knife at the ready. He froze, staring down the point of an arrow. They both stood unmoving, panting heavily as they stared at each other. Katsuki's eyes were wide as he waited for the final blow. He's not a FING quitter, he doesn't give up, even during the toughest battles. But as he stood facing death, he felt the fight drain out of his body. Before he could fully process the situation, however, the Grim Reaper tilted their head, arrow dropping slightly. Then, everything went dark. When he came to again, a paramedic was speaking to him. Aizawa stared down at him, face etched with worry. Heroes, police and paramedics ran around him. The last thing he noticed was that his knife was nowhere to be seen, before everything went dark again. A number of long hours later, Katsuki was sat in Aizawa's car, an uncomfortable silence filling the space. Recovery Girl had healed his dislocated shoulder and broken wrist, so all he was left with was a minor concussion and a few bruises. Once cleared, he was marched straight to the police station where he had sat in an uncomfortable chair, ice pack to his pounding head, repeatedly answering their questions and retelling the events countless times. They had managed to cut off the quirk-canceling device, so he was able to burn off some of his sickeningly sweet sweat. He was seriously ready to pass out, but from the look on Aizawa's face, he knew that wouldn't be happening anytime soon. He groaned as they went over a speed bump, opening his mouth ready to get this conversation started. "Don't," Aizawa growled with finality. Katsuki promptly shut his mouth. They both kept silent for the remainder of the drive, and the walk to the 2A dorm building. Once in the building, his teacher pointed at the dining table, telling him to sit and then disappeared into the kitchen. Katsuki sighed heavily as he sat down, closing his eyes. He knew his teacher was annoyed, but he was seriously pissing the blonde off. He was FING tired. He was in a sheet ton of FNG pain, despite all the healing. He wanted his FING punishment given to him so that he could disappear and sleep for a week. His eyes opened as he heard Aizawa approach. "Look, I'm sorry, okay?" he said as a cup of tea was placed in front of him. "I know I shouldn't have effing done what I did, but I had my effing reasons, okay? You don't have to tell me something I already know. At least 50 other people have FING informed me on how dumb I was tonight. I get it, I know, but I'm also really effing tired, so can we just skip this FING bullshit? Just give me the effing house arrest or whatever so I can go to bed and forget this ever effing happened." Katsuki was getting more and more frustrated by the second, but as his teacher stared at him, expressionless, for way longer than FANG normal, he began to feel uneasy. Finally, Aizawa spoke, voice quiet. "House arrest? Is a large part of me that wants to expel you right now." Katsuki sat up straight, eyes wide. Their teacher threatened expulsion a lot, but he had never heard him sound so serious. "But I know that would only cause more problems, and quite frankly, you are one of the best students I have ever taught." Katsuki had to force his jaw to stay closed, almost dropping it in shock. This whole conversation was completely bizarre. Aizawa laughed mockingly. "And you want to forget? That's a real shame, because this is not something any of us will be forgetting for a long time. I mean really, what the F were you thinking?" he hissed, anger beginning to drip into his voice. Katsuki gulped. No, actually I don't want to hear what you were thinking, because clearly you weren't. You had one main rule when it came to Reaper. Do not, under any circumstance, engage, especially alone. I wouldn't have engaged with them alone. No one on this case or off would engage alone, because we have all been specifically warned against it, because the Grim Reaper does not let people live. I don't care how good you think you are I already know I wasn't supposed to FING engage. I can get it Katsuki jumped as his teacher slammed his hand onto the table, eyes flashing red. No, you don't understand, Katsuki. When I got that call from Kirishima, telling me in a panic what you had told him and then that you had taken off after the Reaper, after finding a dead body, I presumed the worst. When I got to that roof and all I could see was your body, unmoving on the concrete, he took a shaky breath. Kamikid, I thought you were dead. Katsuki esigidi in a harsh gasp. He hadn't thought about that. He hadn't thought about what it must have looked like, coming to find him after knowing he had fought a person who had never lost a fight and never missed a shot. The gravity of the situation hit him all at once. He had faced death plenty of times, but never like this. His vision went blurry, his breathing got heavier. How could he have been so FING reckless? He could have died. He should have died. Ijiro could have died. He felt sick. He felt hot and sick and like the room was closing in on him and he couldn't escape and all he could see was the point of that arrow and Katsuki. And there was a strong hand on his shoulder. Katsuki, you need to breathe. And there were dark eyes gazing at him with concern. That's it, kid, deep breaths. And he was breathing deeply. He was breathing deeply and then he was sobbing in the arms of his teacher. If he was any more coherent, he would have been mortified, but he didn't care because he had almost died. He shouldn't have been alive to even feel embarrassed. All he felt was guilt and a gripping fear and sorry. I'm sorry. I don't, sheet, I'm so sorry, he gasped out, gripping his teacher's scarf. I know, kid. You're okay. You're safe. Aizawa's arms were around him, holding him tightly as he cried, giving soft reassurances the whole time. It took a while but eventually he calmed down, slouching in his chair as Aizawa got up to get water. He drank it quietly, looking anywhere but at his teacher, who was crouched in front of him, watching him contemplatively. Eventually, Aizawa exhaled deeply before speaking again. Look, I don't know why Reaper spared you. I don't know why he saved you before either, if that really happened, and we will be discussing all of this at a later time. But I am very glad that he did. Katsuki grunted as his teacher let out his millionth sigh. Just, if this ever happens again, which I am really praying to whatever deity will grant me peace of mind that it doesn't. If it does, please, for the sake of my sanity, don't effing chase them. Actually, if you could avoid all villains for like a month so I can relax, that would be fantastic. Katsuki snorted. Yeah, because that was a possibility. His teacher groaned out something that sounded suspiciously like, problem child, but whatever. It was a FING fair observation. Aizawa stood up, ruffling Katsuki's hair, earning a low growl. Detention for a month. House arrest with chores for a week. One hair out of line and you're banned from the sports festival. Understood? Katsuki grumbled but nodded. He understood this was his best offer. He understood that he probably deserved a lot worse. But now, get a good night's rest. You're excused from classes tomorrow, but I expect you in detention after school ends, Aizawa said as he went to leave, taking the teacups with him to the kitchen. Katsuki got up himself and began to make his way to the elevators, before stopping. He cleared his throat. I really am sorry. His teacher stared at him for a long moment before shaking his head. Do me a favor, kid? Apologize to your friend, and don't get shitty with him if he doesn't let you out of his sight for the rest of forever. Katsuki grunted again, before heading into the elevator. He doesn't even remember getting to his room, all he knows is that he was out before his head hit the pillow. Reaper sat in the mirror room staring straight ahead, trying to avoid looking at himself. He hated this room. The floors, the walls, the ceiling, everything was mirrored. Reaper didn't like his reflection. Reaper didn't like himself, but Papa couldn't know that. Papa couldn't know, because Reaper wasn't allowed to feel. Papa sat across from him, his long black nails tapping harshly on the glass tabletop as he watched Reaper. Reaper didn't want to look at Papa either. Papa was smiling but his eyes were cold. Reaper never looked into Papa's eyes. Mission report, Reaper. His voice rang clear in the room, echoing through Reaper's bones. Mission successful. Nakatomi Kazuo has been eliminated, Reaper answered, voice monotone. He tensed at Papa's hum. Successful, you say? I wouldn't call it a success, he sang as a picture was flung onto the table in front of Reaper. He glanced down at it, before looking back up. He didn't want to look at the blonde. He didn't understand. No. I wouldn't say success at all. Because there is a witness. A witness that my Grim Reaper saw, that my Grim Reaper fought, and has yet remained alive. My Grim Reaper doesn't leave people alive. Reaper continued to stare ahead, not answering. He refused to look up as Papa stood and approached him, as Papa sat on the table in front of him. Can my Grim Reaper tell Papa why the blonde boy is still alive? He taunted. Reaper shook his head. He would not show fear. He couldn't. Papa sighed heavily, stroking his long nails against Reaper's cheek, before taking his jaw and turning his head. Look at me, bunny. So Reaper did. He looked into the red eyes of Papa, the red eyes that inked black, that were so dark and so cold and got lost. When he came to, Reaper was writhing on the floor in pain, Papa pulling him up by the hair. The hanging room, he said, and Reaper whimpered. One day. Reaper was hauled backwards by the shoulders and held on his feet as Papa stood in front of him. Red eyes peered down with pity and shame. Cold hands came to rest on either side of Reaper's face, Papa's thumbs stroking his cheeks as he kissed his forehead. You know this is for your own good, don't you, bunny? He whispered sweetly. Reaper whimpered again, as tears fell from his eyes. Anger flashed in Papa's eyes as he ripped his hands away. Bunny, you know how I feel about tears. He looked at whoever was holding Reaper up. The dark room, he spat before swiftly turning back to his chair. Reaper screamed, his throat raw. Himura Ankaku dragged the knife along the cheek of the blonde in the picture, twirling a card in his hand. Bakugo Katsuki, he purred. Keisi-chan. What am I going to do about you? The boy had been getting in the way from the beginning. There were plenty of setbacks with his toy, but none, not even the boy's mother, affected his bunny the way the blonde did. He placed the card on the table, tapping his nails slowly, humming slightly to himself. Slowly he turned the card upside down, before writing on it. I've found your next mission, Reaper. He stabbed the boy's picture. I'm just going to play a bit first. Though his sleep schedule wasn't the most constant thing in his life, Shoyuta always enjoyed proper mornings. Just him, his coffee, his cats, and the morning sun brightening up the sitting room. He enjoyed those minor minutes of peace before his day started. The day before the sports festival was not one of those mornings, however. He had woken with a start in a cold sweat, the USJ playing in his mind. These nightmares involving his students had been happening more and more recently, ever since putting them on the Reaper case. In all honesty, he was feeling guilty. Though, logically he knew it was only a matter of time before they discovered the assassin themselves, he still felt as though he had sped up the process. He knew it was ridiculous, but he couldn't get it out of his head. His son was staring at him from across the table as he drank his fourth coffee that morning. The kid was incredible at observations, his past giving him an advantage of learning to read people easily. For that reason, he was near the top of the class in stealth and underground assignments. It also meant he was way too good at picking up on Shuta's moods. Dimming Shoyuta continued to ignore the looks, focusing on his planning for the festival. His husband's humming got louder as he approached the table, a large stack of pancakes on a plate earning a delighted squeal from Eri, who had previously been busy drawing. Shoyuta smiled softly at the girl, sad she would be staying with the wild pussycats and Koda for the festival, considering everyone else was too busy to mind her. Though he trusted all his friends with the girl, there was always a prickling of anxiety when she would leave them. He shook his head slightly, thanking his husband for the food before going back to his class files. Looking down, he instantly frowned at Bakugo's photo. The boy had never been so well behaved in his classroom than he had those past few weeks, but Shoyuta was still unsure about the festival. There was a lot of debates on whether it should have been televised that year, though eventually all those who were not in favor lucked out. Which meant Bakugo would be on display to the world again. On display to Reaper. Shoyuta should have removed the boy instantly from the festival, but he supposed it was too late now. Just the thought of Reaper watching from somewhere in Japan, keeping an eye on the boy he let go, sent shivers down the hero's spine. That was another night that plagued his nightmares. Bakugo shouldn't have survived. It was unheard of and it made no sense. But he did, and Shoyuta can't for the life of him figure out why. Because, really, Bakugo didn't survive. He was let go. He was allowed to live because Reaper gave him that chance, for seemingly no reason. Though there's no real solid evidence, the assassin could also be the reason Bakugo was not one of Stain's victims, which was another completely incomprehensible situation. All Shoyuta wanted was to understand why. There were no answers shouting at him from his breakfast, and Shoyuta inwardly groaned, taking a large bite. He looked up at his son who was still staring at him, eyebrow raised. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes before rolling them. Toshi, do me a favor and keep an eye on Bakugo, will you? Today and tomorrow? He said after a moment, ignoring his husband's sympathetic gaze. His son narrowed his eyes in return. But you hardly think he's going to go rogue during the festival? The pause. He wouldn't, right? He asked suspiciously. Shoyuta is on his teeth, shaking his head slightly. No, it's not that. Shoyuta was pretty certain the kid was done chasing this particular villain. I don't know. I'm just concerned about him recently is all. He has been pretty quiet these last few weeks. His husband piped in, after a quick reassurance to Eri that Kitty was okay, that nickname will never get old to Shoyuta. How's he been outside the classroom, Tosh? Hitoshi shrugged, pushing his food around and frowning slightly. Definitely quieter. He's been pretty focused on the festival, to be honest. I think he's putting all his emotions and energy into his training, but I guess that's not that unusual. He took a large bite out of his pancake, thinking for a moment before speaking again. He has been he waved his hand slightly in the air, spacey. Spacey? Yeah, like distant. Like he goes away in on himself. We've all noticed it but haven't mentioned it. We know to wait for him if he wants to talk. Kirishima knows more though, and he keeps him grounded, I think. Much more that Bakugo would ever admit, but yeah. He took a final bite before pushing the plate away. I'll keep an eye on him. You guys know I'm staying at his tonight, yeah? The two heroes nodded, sharing a discreet look. They were both so proud of the progress Hitoshi had made. They both knew he was a good kid, but getting him to open up had been nearly impossible, especially to the other hero students. Seeing them interact these days, though Shoyuta would never admit he was happy with the group of problem children his kid had found, did in fact make him very happy. Then again, his whole class were problem children, so one group was as bad as the next. Who's staying there tonight? Anyone special? Hizashi asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Hitoshi groaned, slouching back into his chair. No one? What about that Ashido girl? You seem to get along great with her, and she's a real sweet lil listener. Both Shoyuta and Hitoshi made a face at that. It wasn't that Shoyuta didn't like the girl, she was just very energetic. I mean, she's nice and all, like we get along. Just not really my type, I guess, Hitoshi grumbled, shifting in his seat uncomfortably at Hizashi's pout. Don't tell me? Too energetic. A small shrug. Ugh, you live with me, Hizashi threw his hands in the air. How can someone be too energetic for you? You're enough, Shoyuta grumbled out, earning himself a smack in the arm. Eri was gazing around the table, a confused frown on her face before she set her wide eyes on Hitoshi. But Toshi, you told me you thought Pikachu was pretty, and he's super exciting too, she said after a moment. Shoyuta whipped his head towards Hitoshi's now burning face as he frantically waved his hands. Eri, he shrieked. Pikachu? Hisashi asked confused. I said, no loud blondes, Shoyuta growled out, glaring at his son, who began gathering his things in a rush, face still burning. Loud blondes? Hisashi mumbled, before his eyes widened, Shoyuta barely getting the chance to turn his quirk off. Kaminari? You like Kaminari? He yelled excitably. Hitoshi was tripping over himself to get out the door, running away from confrontation. Hitoshi, this isn't over, Shoyuta called out after his son. Sorry, can't hear you, gotta go, love you, he called back, before skidding to a halt. Turning he ran back to Eri, pinky extended. I'll see you later, he said quickly, planting a kiss on her forehead before racing away again, the door closing behind him. Shoyuta grumbled, sinking into his chair in annoyance. Hisashi still looked shocked, but also way too happy about the situation for Shuta's liking. Eri still looked confused. Who is Kaminari? She asked, tilting her head, forcing both men to turn and gawk at her slightly. Kaminari, Eri. The blonde boy with the black strike in his hair? Toshi's friend? Hisashi asked slowly. Eri, you do know Pikachu isn't his actual name, right? Shoyuta asked after a moment of silence. It's not, she questioned. Shoyuta barked a laugh and Hisashi began explaining Bakugo and nicknames. Maybe that morning wasn't so bad after all. The idiots were going to destroy his house. When they hadn't even been there an hour, Katsuki felt like blowing them all up. Now, with most of the day gone, he was prepared to blow them all up and then himself. Shitty Hair was the only one supposed to be staying because his moms were out of town, but somehow FING Pinky and Floaty caught wind of the idea and decided a big FING slumber party was in order. They didn't even ask him, just went straight to his FNG mother, who's such a FNCK up because she wants them all to go to her for her merch. Traders and beaches. So, yeah, Katsuki had to spend the entire day with nearly all his classmates, like he didn't see them enough in school. Apparently, it was so they could chill out and relax and have a break before the sports festival the next day. This was not Katsuki's FANG idea of relaxing. These people were going to turn his 17-year-old hair gray. Thankfully, most of the class left, wanting a good night's rest before their big day, so Katsuki was only left with a few to deal with. Of course, the ones who stayed, what they lacked in numbers they made up for in idiocy. Katsuki had them warned they would all also be getting a good night's rest, and if they weren't all asleep by 10, he would beat them into dreamland. Dunce's face had asked how he'd know, considering Katsuki himself was planning on going to bed at his usual 8:30, to which he responded with a vicious smirk, warning the electric motherfucker not to question his methods. The idiot didn't ask again. Speaking of the idiot, he was currently wrestling both Tape Arms and Shitty Hair for the last chocolate-flavored Poke. But Katsuki honestly couldn't give a F-dash. They were all morons whose brains worked in ways Katsuki would never understand. What he did understand is that they were rolling very close to his glass coffee table, and if they broke it his mother would skin them all. Watch it, morons, he yelled at a particularly close call, Tape Arms hitting off the table slightly. They all ignored him, forcing Katsuki to grit his teeth as they continued to argue over who the Poke belonged to. FNG weird but fuckers. Pinky and Floaty were laughing their butts off at the whole ordeal in the corner, trying to paint their nails. They were leaving soon, heading to Ponytails with the rest of the girls for the night, which Katsuki felt pretty bummed out by, not that he'd admit it. Though both were excitable as F-dash, they were still easier to deal with than his other moron friends. All the girls were. They could just FANG read him better or something. They gave him FANG peace. Well, read him better than everyone except Shitty Hair. Katsuki never thought he would connect to someone like he had in the past, but Shitty Hair was about there. He'd think, however, with all of his talents of reading Katsuki's emotions and FING mind, he'd be able to tell when the blonde was said the F off. That's it, he growled as his bookshelves rattled, marching over to the scuffle and grabbing the Pokebox himself. Ignoring the shouts of protests, he threw the last sweet into his mouth before tossing the box in the bin, glaring at the three other boys who were still tangled together. He flopped himself back onto the couch between eye bags and icy hot, as the purple-haired boy snickered. You don't even like Poke, my dude. So not cool. Pikachu whined from the ground, earning a pillow at his head and more laughter from the boy next to him. As entertaining as this all his, me and my girl gots to go, Mina giggled as the two gave fist bumps and hugs around. Both of them crowded Katsuki at once, so he couldn't escape, pouncing on him and squeezing him tight. He didn't even bother fight them, there was no point. Thanks so much for letting us come. Over, Blasty, Floaty said as the two began to head out. I'm leaving too, Icy Hot stated bluntly as he stood up. Zero whipped around, pouting. What? You leaving, Roki? He whined. Yes. That's what I said, the other replied, blinking in confusion. I'm going staying with Mom tonight. Zero nodded in understanding, going back to playing a video game they had whipped out of FING nowhere. He was still pouting and Katsuki rolled his eyes. Oh. Say hi to your mom for us, will ya Blasty, both your parents, actually. And thanks that we were allowed pop over, Pinky exclaimed as they waited for half and half, a pout of her own on her face. I was really sad I didn't get to see them this time round. She huffed before perking up again and waving at the rest. See you all tomorrow, I can't wait for us all to crush it. Plus ultra, they all yelled, like a bunch of FING weirdos. Not that Katsuki could say anything himself, considering he mumbled it as well, but no one needs to know that. Hey, where are your parents tonight? Thought they'd be getting us all hyped for the festival, Pikachu asked over his shoulder. They're staying with Auntie. Auntie? Tape Arms asked. I didn't know you had an aunt. Katsuki glared at him a moment, before turning his head away. I don't. With that final statement, the three on the floor continued their game, understanding he wasn't giving them any more information, yelling and pushing each other around. Katsuki glanced at the clock and sighed. 1 more hour and he was hitting the effing hay. He glared at the boy next to him when he snorted. Getting tired, sugar? The BSRD teased, earning a shove. Shut the F up, Katsuki grumbled back, crossing his arms and sinking further into the couch like it would swallow him. That just made the a-hole laugh more. Kami, sometimes Katsuki wished people were still afraid of him. He let off a couple of sparks. Okay. Eyebags relented, sticking his hands up in defense, still laughing. Dad wanted me to tell you that Hatsum wants to talk tomorrow before the festival, he said after he calmed himself. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. This about the cuff things? She finally got looking at them. The girl had been tinkering with them for FING ages, Aizawa mentioning something about their technology giving us a hint on the case. Eyebags brushed a hand through his hair. I guess. I don't see what other reason there'd be. Besides, I'm pretty sure she had her hands on them the second they were distributed to her, but you know how she gets. She probably doesn't even know what year it is anymore. Katsuki snorted. He knew how she got, right? The girl was crazy, but also bloody brilliant. Despite how hyperactive and, well, insane she was, Katsuki genuinely her. Except for her awareness when it came to person space, read, it doesn't FING exist. She was straight to the point, and even more blunt the frog legs, which Katsuki liked. There was no bullshit. She knew what she knew, she gave the facts, and she was FING awesome at what she did. He would trust no one, not even a professional with his costume and equipment, besides goggles. But, Kami, it was that girl's world, and they were all just dragged along for the ride. Katsuki glanced to his side, noticing Eyebags turn his attention back to the game quickly. The blonde rolled his eyes. Did your dad also tell you to keep a FING eye on me? He asked gruffly, already knowing the answer. Shinso sighed heavily, leaning deep into the couch. He's not doing it to demean you, you know? He asked after a moment. He's just worried. He cares about you a lot, about all of us, and you know that night? It really has him freaked, he whispered, and Katsuki wanted to scream. He knew that, Kami, he knew how scary that night was, for everyone involved. He understood why their teacher worried, but damn it. He didn't want to be babied. He didn't want to have to be watched like a hawk, like he could take off at any moment or just completely FING break. He understood why, of course, but it was pissing him off. Like, sheet, Bakugo. I know we've talked about all this already, but you didn't see him when he got that phone call, man. You didn't see him when he got back to the house after leaving you. He was FING mess. Honestly, it was kinda scary, seeing him like that. Shinso spoke quietly, like talking too loud would break some fragile peace they had been having the past few weeks. Katsuki breathed deeply, calming himself. I know, he said gruffly after a moment. I get it. I'm just effing sick of it, I guess. I want this whole FANG thing over. But I get it. Shinso stared at him a long moment in contemplation. Katsuki had no idea what the boy was thinking of, but he didn't care, continuing to stare at the screen in front of him and the whooping boys oblivious to their conversation. After a while, the purple-haired boy also turned back to the game. There's a part of me that thinks this whole thing will end pretty soon, he said after another few minutes of silence. Then there's another part of me that feels like this is just the beginning. It was official, Katsuki was never going to visit Goggles in the morning, ever again. He needed at least 3 cups of coffee and 2 full meals to keep up with the girl's energy. She was practically buzzing. Part of Katsuki always wondered if she was in fact part robot and just charged herself to full energy every night. He honestly didn't even know what she was talking about anymore, as she ranted off some high-tech vocabulary. Katsuki was smart, he knew that. He was one of the tops of the class for a reason, but 5 seconds with this girl would have him questioning the brain power he truly had. He stood next to his homeroom teacher as the girl continued to ramble, both gaping at her. He could hear Power Loader trying not to laugh at their expense, the a-hole. The blonde couldn't bring himself to really be mad, however. If this was what that man had to deal with every day, it was a wonder he hadn't lost his mind. Actually, listening to her ramble wasn't really annoying Katsuki at all, but that was probably because he was only half focused on her, the rest of him anticipating the start of the games. His teacher, on the other hand, looked about ready to strangle her. "Hatsum," he stated loudly, effectively cutting her off. "We are so very grateful for the amount of effort you put into this, but please, for the sake of my sanity, explain the cuffs and how they work, in plain Japanese." Katsuki had to stop himself from laughing at his exasperated teacher, while Goggles just blinked at him. Twice. 3 times. "Well, I don't know how they work," she said matter-of-factly. There was a pause, before both Katsuki and his teacher blanched. "Huh. Like I've been telling you, this technology is not something you just find in a textbook. It's extremely advanced and no matter how much I've looked at it, I can't fully figure it out. It's pretty amazing actually, right Teach?" she said, as they all turned to the metal head teacher. He sighed heavily, putting his own work down. "She's right, Eraser. The technology, it's practically unheard of. I mean we're good, but this is whole new level. My advice would be sending it off to I Island for research, but really, who knows how long that'll take." He picked up his papers to continue whatever it was he was doing. "Honestly, I'm not sure how much they're actually going to help you with the case." Aizawa let out a frustrated groan, rubbing his face with his hands, turning back to the pink-haired girl, who had begun tinkering with a different project. "Is there anything you can tell us about them, like a way to cut them off without speciality quirks, or a way to prevent them being used?" "Not really, no," she answered, messing with some wires. "Blasty, you said that Reaper threw them at you? And they just wrapped around your wrist." Katsuki, slightly distracted by what she was doing, took a second to register he was being spoken to. Yeah. Yeah, there's really no way around them. That's what makes them so impressive," she said, walking back over and picking the cuffs up. Not attached to his wrist, they simply looked at a metal string with 2 silver balls attached, hanging limply in Hatsum's hands. "My best guess is it's some kind of nanotech, either DNA or magnetically controlled. Probably both. Probably quirk-enhanced. Basically, it's useless until activated, but there's no button like on regular cuffs, or even an inner system, which is why DNA makes the most sense. I can't turn it on, so if I throw it like Reaper did dash, which she did, Katsuki barely managing to catch it. Still, it hangs uselessly in his hands. Nothing happens. So either they can only be used once, or they need to be specially activated. And before you ask, no, the DNA cannot be traced. If it is in the device, it's buried in a shield of nanotech. We can access it. The ball on either end then act as both a securing element and the part that removes the quirk. Again, I couldn't quite figure out their mechanisms. Really, they act like 2 magnets, they even stuck to my fridge. When you look at the makeup of quirks, it's basically all energy. Like how everything else in the world is made of energy, quirks have their own. A strong enough magnetic field can mess with any energy, so that's my first guess, but that theory goes out the window when you realize that those magnets are pretty weak, which brings it all back to the cuffs needing to be activated," she huffed, staring at the cuffs in frustration, before leaving to go back to her station. "I know I have a brilliant mind, I've been told my entire life. But I'm still only one brain, and I'm still learning. Like Teach said, this needs deeper research, but it'll take a while and because it's something neither of us have seen before, it probably won't help lead you anywhere." With that, it seemed the conversation was done. Aizawa grumbled incomprehensively, making his way out of the classroom in a huff, as Katsuki trailed behind him. He still had the cuffs, staring at them in contemplation. Both teacher and student stopped at the door as Hatsum spoke up again. "One thing I will say that those cuffs have shown me, whoever you're dealing with, they're really, really smart. Way smarter than I think you realize." And well, wasn't that a terrifying thought? Katsuki had FING dominated the festival. First place in the maze run, which he actually managed by accident when he blew himself through a wall after a robot startled him and saw the finishing line. That hurt like a beach, but he didn't care, he still won. His team also got first play in the relay race, where they had to go over different obstacles and find different items. He, Icy Hot, Shitty Hair and Tape Arms had teamed up, which never would have worked the previous year with Katsuki's stubbornness, but he had gotten over most of his issues and himself and Icy Hot actually made a pretty decent team. Now though, all ideas of teamwork were out the window. It was the final 1v1, a repeat of the previous year. Bakugo Katsuki vs Todoroki Shoto. He was FING buzzed. The energy in the arena was insane, everyone anticipating the match. Though usually competitors were kept separate, there was an issue with a heater breaking in the other waiting room, so him and Icy Hot were waiting together, both attempting to calm their nerves and their own anticipation. Hobo-sensei stood in the room with them, all might next to him as they watched the boys, making sure no fights broke out before their match. They were clearing the arena of the semifinal, where Todoroki and Yaoyorozu had hashed it out. Their match had been really FING close, Ponytail gaining insane confidence and power over the last year. They had been cleaning the arena for over a FING hour now though, and Katsuki was ready to blow up the DMN table. Finally, the announcement was called for them to enter the arena. As they were leaving to head in separate directions, Katsuki called out to the other boy. "Oi, icy hot. Give it your fall, you hear me?" he stated gruffly. The dual-toned boy stared impassively before a small smile appeared on his face. "You too. Blasty," he said before turning to head to his side of the stadium. Katsuki scoffed, mildly surprised. He always brought his FANG all. As he walked towards the playing field, the noise was insane. Stepping up onto the fighting platform, he could barely hear himself think, not to mind the R-rated hero announcing them. Then all went quiet as she lifted her whip. 3, 2, 1. Fight, she yelled, bringing it down with a snap. Both Todoroki's sides came to life in an instant, and Katsuki felt a feral grin spread across his face as they surged forward. Before either boy could land a hit, however, the entire arena went dark, clouded by black smoke. "What the?" Katsuki wheezed and choked as he inhaled the smoke. Was this Icy Hot's quirk? Had he developed a new skill? Katsuki grit his teeth in annoyance at how impressed he was. He went to light an explosion. See better, when a cold hand grabbed his wrist. "Don't. The smoke's insanely flammable. I nearly lit myself up a minute ago." Icy Hot's voice came from his left. Katsuki ripped his hand away, growling angrily. "What the hell, you B30? What kind of special move is this? Where have you been hiding it?" He still couldn't see, barely making out the a-hole's silhouette in the smoke. Before he could give an answer, the idiot started coughing uncontrollably, doubling over, knocking into Katsuki. "And why the hell use it if you can't control it, huh?" "It's... wheeze. It's not me." Wheeze cough. Katsuki squinted in confusion, ready to argue again. "Quiet for a minute, Bakugo. I thought it was you at first, but you were readying an explosion last I saw, not some sort of smoke bomb. Besides, listen around us." Katsuki did, straining to hear something, but all he got was muffled voices, far away and incomprehensible, as well as a weird buzzing. They stopped cheering. "I think something's wrong. I was closer to midnight than you, and last I heard, she just sounded confused." "Well, now I'm effing confused. What the F are we supposed dash?" He was cut off as the smoke suddenly lifted, the two boys squinting at the sudden light. Abruptly, the voices became a lot clearer, the buzzing drifting away. Katsuki looked around, spotting the windfucker standing next to Hobo-sensei and R-rated. He had seen some of Shiketsu earlier that day, so it made sense they called him down to help. What didn't make sense was the concerned expression on their faces as they looked at the two hero students, an uneasy murmuring filling the air from the spectators. Then Aizawa started moving fast towards them, worried gaze locked on the boys. No, he was looking at something behind them. Bakugo?" Todoroki questioned from next to him. Katsuki looked over to see him also looking behind them. Slight fear etched onto his usually impassive face as he stared at the ground. Katsuki turned around and felt his breath hitch. His knife was sticking out of the ground. His knife that he had lost the night he fought the Grim Reaper was shoved into the floor of their arena, trapping something underneath it. When Katsuki took a step closer, he felt as though he was going to throw up. He heard his teacher swear behind him as he started talking frantically into a mic, ordering a lockdown. Alarms blared from around them, but all Katsuki could do was stare at the knife. Stare at the knife that was stuck into a picture of himself, with a tarot card on top. A tarot card with writing upside down on it, the word, Kaken, glaring up at him. The name he thought he would never see, never hear again was written so clearly on the Grim Reaper's calling card, and only one thing crossed his mind as he was dragged away. Deku. Shoyuta was a mess. He was tired and hungry and frustrated and so ready to go to bed and completely forget about the day. He knew that wasn't an option though. It had taken them hours to get the civilians out of the school, all through one exit, checking credentials and tickets, searching for anything suspicious, but came up with none. After that, it took another couple hours to contact the heroes they needed who weren't already in the building or nearby, to contact the police force and detectives who were all working to take down the Grim Reaper. They were now nearly 2 hours into this meeting, trying to figure out a way to capture Reaper without putting his students at risk. They had made a list of more heroes to add to the case, deciding they needed to bring in as many reinforcements as possible. Fear had struck all of them deeply. Never before had Reaper given a warning. Never had he called out to one of his victims before their time. Everything they knew about the assassin had just gotten more complicated. Shoyuta glanced at the target of this new development. Bakugo sat, staring blankly as everything was discussed around him, Hitoshi and Todoroki on either side of him, the rest of his classmates against the wall behind. Shoyuta had insisted their presence, knowing he'd have to explain everything later anyways. Besides, he was pretty sure they would have broken the doors down if they weren't allowed in to support their classmate. Himself and Vlad barely got Class 2B back to their dorms in one piece. His class would have torn them limb from limb if he tried. Despite his rough exterior, Shoyuta knew Bakugo would appreciate it once he started taking in his surroundings again. He had barely said anything since coming out of the fog, only answering questions briefly when asked directly. Shoyuta so desperately wanted to know what was going on in the kid's head. I still don't get the name on the card. I mean, why write a childish nickname as a warning? Kind of loses its intensity, doesn't it? Midnight. Shoyuta noticed Bakugo startle slightly, glancing up, seemingly taking in the conversation for the first time. I don't know, Hizashi mumbled from next to Shoyuta. I mean, I feel like it's more of a taunt, like they're playing a game. Shoyuta watched as Bakugo's eyes flicked towards his husband. Instead they connected with Shuta's, and the blonde dropped his gaze back to the table, shrinking in on himself. Shoyuta narrowed his own eyes. He'd be dealing with whatever that was later. Yeah, Mirko snorted from one of the screens in the room. 'Cause Reapers always seemed like the playful type, she snarked. You're right, Mirko. Detective Tsukachi sighed from across the table. They never have been the playful type, not unless you count their cards as some sort of game. But they've also never given a warning before. He cleared his throat. I think Present Nick's right. They're trying to CK us out, lure us, make us panic. But this gives us insight as well. We know Reaper has never played games. They've killed, left the body and disappeared. They've always been straightforward in their actions. So, perhaps this proves they do not work alone. That there is another name behind the mask, one who sets the targets. If they were to simply work alone, they would have just, killed the boy. Everyone was looking at Bakugo now, who continued to glare at the table, refusing to look up. His classmates watched him in concern, some squirming in their seats at the idea of their friend being targeted by such a ruthless killer. Shoyuta groaned inwardly, knowing the paranoia that was already set in his class was about to grow tenfold. Yes, Endeavor's booming voice filled the space. They would have killed the boy. Didn't, which is something I've been wanting to know about for a while now. Shoyuta glared at the number one hero, knowing a number of others were staring alongside him. Was the big, fiery buffoon seriously trying to accuse his student of something? Before anyone could yell at the big a-hole, Tsukachi spoke again. Exactly. Which is another reason to believe they aren't a singular person. One let Bakugo go, the other is promising us that it won't happen again, he said, effectively shutting down any theories against his student. His voice was calm, rational as it usually is, but there was an underlying coldness there as he stared down the flame hero. He then looked around the room, acknowledging everyone. I think we've been sent a warning. All conversation was abruptly cut off as the meeting room door was slammed open. Bakugo Mitsuki set her fiery gaze around the room, only relaxing as it settled on her son. She marched in, glaring at anyone who told her she wasn't authorized, straight to her son, her husband and a green-haired woman following behind. She was cooing at her son, checking him for injuries as he grumbled, waving her hands away. Hitoshi and Todoroki both stood, allowing the two women to sit, as another chair was pulled up for Bakugo's father. Technically, both his parents were permitted in the room, Shoyuta and the detective having decided to let them in on the case. He didn't know who the green-haired woman was, but thought it best not to ask, for fear of his own murder. Bakugo Mitsuki was one terrifying woman when she wanted to be. There were a few minutes as the Bakugos were briefed where Shoyuta watched his student and the green-haired woman. She had a kind face and was completely doting over him, her soft voice only carrying to Katsuki's ears as she stroked his hair. Shoyuta expected explosions or annoyed grumbles at the very least, but there was nothing. Bakugo simply allowed this woman to care for him as his assassination was discussed around them. Shoyuta had never seen the boy look so gentle, but there was something else in his expression that the hero couldn't place, something sad. He was brought back to the conversation as Mrs. Bakugo's voice rang clear. So, stage a capture, she stated, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Everyone else on the room stared at the woman in shock. Everyone except her husband, her son, the other woman and his students. Ma'am, I don't think you understand how dangerous that would be for your son, the detective stuttered out, but stopped as she held up a hand. I have full trust in my son's abilities to take care of himself. He's survived the Reaper before dash. Yes, but we are almost certain it won't happen again. Reaper has never acted this way, their actions are unprecedented, more unpredictable than ever. We'd be sending your son to the sharks, someone, Shuta's not sure who, added in, though his attention was on the determination on the face of the woman next to him, and it wasn't the blonde. Are our heroes really so pathetic they cannot catch one killer? The green-haired woman spoke, quiet yet forceful. Bakugo's head whipped to her in shock, a choked, "Auntie," escaping his mouth. Hush, Katsu. Shoyuta nearly laughed at how quickly the boy shut his mouth. I'm just saying that, as a civilian who entrusts in our heroes to keep us safe, it is quite disappointing and alarming to see how their abilities are so lacking. Katsuki is a strong boy, he can handle himself. You lot have been given a perfect opportunity to capture the Mons, Reaper, along with permission from his family to use him a bait. Something I'm sure those who know Katsuki understand he would be willing to do anyways. So, what exactly are you waiting for? The room was deathly silent after the woman finished. Shock was evident on many faces, but Shoyuta was impressed. He looked at Tsukachi as the man cleared his throat. Well, young Bakugo? How do you feel? He asked, shifting in his seat nervously. Shoyuta watched in mild amusement and pride as his student grinned with determination. Let's catch the fucker. He waited in the kitchen, glass of water in his hand as he listened to the whispers of goodnights flowing through his house. He waited until he heard the telltale footsteps of his mother come down the hall, waited until he knew Inko was in bed. His mom walked past the kitchen door to turn the lights in the sitting room off, when he called out to her. Katsuki? Why are you still up? I thought you went to bed ages ago, she whispered, a hint of worry on her features. Katsuki didn't like that. He didn't want her, didn't need her to worry about him. I wanted some water, he said awkwardly, holding up his glass. She stared at him until he continued, knowing that wasn't the last of it. He sighed heavily, staring at his shoes. Did they tell you what name was on the card? Katsuki heard his mother's breath hitch. Katsuki, she breathed, and he cringed at the pity in her voice. Before she could continue, he barreled on. It's just, I don't believe in coincidence, you know, and he saved me. The Grim Reaper has saved me and let me go, only me. And now the card has that nickname that only he called me. I don't believe in coincidences. But, what if it's him dash? Kat's dash, his mother stepped towards him. What if it's been him the whole time and we didn't ifn't know? And what if he is hurt and scared dash? Baby dash, another step forward. Katsuki moved back. What if he needs us and we haven't saved him yet? But it could be him, it could be. And that's why he saved me and let me go in the name, Mom, the name. What if he's been there all along and he's calling for help in dash? Katsuki, she whispered harshly, gripping his arms as he dropped the glass. He hadn't noticed his vision blurring or his face getting wet. He hadn't noticed the heartbroken expression on his mom's face as she got closer to him. Katsuki, baby, Izuku is gone. He is gone and he's not coming home. Okay, baby? Katsuki, it's been over 10 years. Izuku isn't here anymore. You need to let him go, baby, please, you need to let Izuku go, she breathed. Katsuki let out the most pathetic whimper as he let his legs fold underneath him, curling himself into the chest of his mother as he cried for his friend he couldn't save. He cried and cried and cried as his mom combed through his hair, whispering reassurances, asking for him to let the boy he loved so deeply go, to accept that he was gone. Katsuki cried until he passed out, barely noticing his father carrying him to his room. He barely noticed anything at all as he fell into a sleep full of green, except for one thing. He knew he would not be letting Izuku go. Katsuki was known for a lot of things. He was hot-headed, brash, pretty introverted and observant. He was fantastic in the kitchen, the classroom and on the battlefield. He was known for a lot of things, both positive and negative. One thing Katsuki was 100% not known for was his patience. But because it existed in the most insignificant FING amount. Due to this, the 2 weeks following the sports festival were absolute hell. First of all, his mother, father and Inko were all moved to safe houses on school grounds. They were permitted to leave for work and such, but were escorted everywhere by heroes and members of the police force. This was all fine and FNG dandy for the first 2 days, but Katsuki takes after his mother and where his patience is lacking, hers is basically non-existent. It was minorly entertaining how quickly she could have pro-FNG heroes shaking in their boots. Only minorly, because if they weren't around, Katsuki was subjected to her temper and frustrations, which usually led to large shouting matches and tears. FING psycho. Not that he could blame her, the whole situation was frustrating. He felt a lot FING sorrier for Inko, who had to drop and leave everything in Tokyo, for the time being, simply because she wanted to make sure Katsuki was okay. It made him feel exceptionally guilty, though he didn't think she minded too much. Recovery Girl even let her help out in the med wing, which was pretty cool until Katsuki or his friends landed themselves in there. He loved Inko, he really did, as much as he tried denying any feelings. But Kami, he could only take so much affection and lecturing. His friends fell in love with her as well, but quickly discovered Mitsuki was not the scariest woman in Katsuki's life. Hobo-sensei had to leave the room to stop his laughter the first time she scolded all of them for being reckless in training, the dickhead. Katsuki laughed outright at him when she then scolded their teacher on his sleep schedule. He couldn't blame her for being so intense with her caring. He would admit to seeing her as kind of a second mother, but he knew to her, he was a second chance at having a son. At having someone to love. He knew now having 20 children to dote on was practically a dream of hers. For Katsuki, it was almost a nightmare. Every time he looked at her, all he could see was Izuku. Green eyes. Izuku. Green hair. Izuku. Tears. Izuku. And it hurt. It hurts so much because he knows it's impossible for the boy to still be alive, but Katsuki was praying to whatever FNG deity would listen, that his hunch might be right. He prayed and prayed and prayed and then had to force himself to stop. Because if he was right, and Reaper really was Izuku, who FNG knows the torture he's been put through. Katsuki didn't even want to think about it, his imagination does enough damage at night. On the minuscule chance that he was right, however, that Reaper was Izuku, then there was still a minuscule chance Katsuki could save him. And he'd be dead if he let that chance go. The only issue was he couldn't actually do anything. And that means anything. Everyone else was allowed to leave, head out on internships and training or whatever. Katsuki was barely allowed to take a FANG PSS alone. Even when sleeping, he had to have someone with him. They all were made buddy up, sleeping in groups of 2 to 4. His squad nearly convinced Aizawa to let them group together, but Katsuki had their heads. He allowed Kirishima, but that was it. At first, he didn't understand the sleeping in groups. It's not like they could watch out for each other if they were asleep. Aizawa explained to them that it was so the heroes could keep an eye on everyone, which annoyingly made sense. Obviously, they couldn't spare a hero and officer per student, because that would be FING excessive. Even at the rate it was going, Katsuki felt like everything was over the top. They were heroes in training for FS sake. How were they supposed to save others if they couldn't take care of themselves, if they couldn't stop one guy? How was Katsuki supposed to be number 1 if he couldn't even save one friend, even before they were taken? He also had this insane pressure of guilt, pressing down on his chest. No matter who he looked at, his classmates, his teachers, the heroes, the police, his family. Everyone was there because of him. They were there because Katsuki was reckless, because he couldn't let Reaper go and chased after him when he knew it was wrong, when he knew he wasn't FNG supposed to. Though it was all only for the time being, he knew it was his fault and it hurt. Inko gave up Tokyo. His parents their home and privacy. His classmates gave up proper internships. Most of the heroes they'd be working with were on Reaper's case. He couldn't even begin to guess how many gray hairs he'd given his teachers, Aizawa especially. Not only were all their lives completely messed up, Katsuki also managed to put a target on every single one of their backs. He felt like FING sheet. He also knew that everyone else knew he was feeling like sheet. They were overly FING cautious, either avoiding him at all costs for fear he'd blow up, or walking around him like they were on FING eggshells. The only ones treating him with some semblance of normalcy were his parents, Shitty Hair and Aizawa. Even then, his mother watched him like a hawk. Shitty Hair stared at him constantly and Aizawa. Actually, Aizawa was the most normal out of everyone. Eyebags was alright too, but Katsuki thought he was more concerned about his dad to really care much. The rest of his idiot friends, though he was grateful or whatever, were seriously grating on his nerves. He understood that they were trying to keep him occupied, keep his mind off everything, but he just wanted them to leave him alone. It was bad enough having some silent shadows following him everywhere. He didn't need movie nights and game nights or any other bonding bullshit. All he wanted was to be alone and to effing think. He wanted to research and prepare for anything to do with Reaper and Izuku's old case and just figure anything out. He wanted to FNG, be alone at night so he could watch stupid FNG home videos and hold a stupid FNG plushie and cry in goddamn FNG peace. He wanted this FING show to hit the road so they could put everything behind them, get everything back to normal. And after nearly 2 weeks, that was finally possible. In all honesty, he was impressed it only took 2 weeks, even if they felt like the longest 2 weeks of his life. In reality, it could have been way longer. Tracking down an assassin who leaves no clues, no connections and is completely unpredictable in their killings? Not an easy task. At least with them knowing Katsuki would be a target, they could set some sort of trap up. That's why Katsuki hadn't been able to go anywhere, and if he did, his security level on the journey was insane. Finally, Katsuki was going to be let out alone, or, sort of anyways, even if the plan was, well, this is dumb as F-. He grumbled for the umpteenth time as he was fitted with a bulletproof vest. Hobo-sensei groaned in the corner, probably secretly agreeing with him. The plan was dumb, but apparently it was the best they could come up with in the little time they had and with little information. All Might was watching him with an odd expression that looked a mix of concern and uncertainty, which was not effing comforting. Endeavor, on the other hand, the big fiery beach, was openly glaring at Katsuki and his lack of enthusiasm for the dumb plan. We've gone over this, Bakugo, he growled, large arms folded over his chest. With such an unpredictable character, this is the best course of action we have. Katsuki rolled his eyes, lifting his arms so mics could be securely fitted. Oh yeah? And what if he doesn't show? Katsuki ignored some of the odd looks he got. He knows most people don't refer to Reaper by any gender, because it's unknown. He doesn't care. Then we try again another day, my boy, All Might answered. Katsuki scoffed, shoving his top back on over the vest. If you really think this is going to work, why do I have to wear this FNG thing? He complained, knocking his fist of the hard material. It was uncomfortable and stiff and made it hard for Katsuki to breathe. All Might gave a wary smile. It's just a precaution, my boy. Won't do much good if Reaper aims for his head, Aizawa grumbled from the corner, earning a rare glare from All Might. Which is not going to happen, Aizawa, if we follow the plan, he said sharply. Katsuki's eye twitched. Tension was high between everyone. This was the best plan they could come up with, but it didn't mean everyone was happy with it. In fact, no one felt 100% content with the plan. There was tension between heroes, tension within the classroom. Shinso had told Katsuki about the argument he overheard his dad's having about the whole situation. Apparently, Yamada had loudly disagreed with the arrangement and Aizawa had said he was on his side but couldn't do anything about it. They didn't talk for 3 days. Aizawa stood in front of Katsuki, an unreadable expression on his face. Katsuki waited for him to say something, but nothing came. Instead, he gestured with his head for the blonde to follow him out of the room, leaving the other 2 heroes behind. They walked down the underground hall, its yellow lights flickering as they went. There was nothing about being underground that Katsuki enjoyed. He didn't even realize UA had this whole battle fortress beneath the school and it was honestly frightening. After a few minutes of walking silently, Aizawa spoke up. I want you to tell me the plan. Katsuki groaned loudly, but quickly shut up at the look he was given. He took a deep breath before spewing the plan he had been told over and over until it was burned into his brain. The mission begins the second we're above ground. We act as normally as possible as you walk Shinso and I to a car waiting by the gate. You remind us of our shopping list or something. We get in the car, we drive away. Our tire will go flat. I will walk away while Shinso waits with the car. I will walk to the designated area. Shinso will make his way towards you. Once in that area I will stop to tie my shoelace. Katsuki rolled his eyes. He hated repeating the steps like this, and trying to not swear, to be as serious and exact as possible was driving him insane. It was just so FING dumb. There will be heroes and police on the ground, in surrounding buildings and in the air observing, from all angles. When they spot or hear Reaper, everyone will be alerted. With the amount of support, Reaper should be spotted and apprehended easily, before he can get a shot in. I am a diversion. I am the bait, and I am not to engage in any way. Aizawa nodded once, but he couldn't hide his grimace. The plan sounded especially stupid when said out loud like that. I still don't understand why I'm not allowed a calm, he grumbled. Aizawa scowled, clenching his jaw slightly. Because we don't want you distracted, he ground out. Katsuki knew his teacher hated this plan as much as Katsuki, probably more. He rubbed his face harshly. We don't want you to blow your cover or ours. I know it's annoying and trust me, if I had my way, you would absolutely be on the comms. At least you could then be prepared if something went wrong. He glanced at Katsuki. Are you okay? Katsuki, slightly taken aback by the question, was ready for full defensive mode. Of course I am. His teacher stared at him. You don't have to give me the tough act, kid. Katsuki glowered, marching forward faster. I'm effing fine. The door where Shinso was waiting was fast approaching. Aizawa remained quiet for the final steps, probably giving Katsuki a moment to prepare. Probably preparing himself. Katsuki took a few deep breaths before walking through the entrance, eye bags leaning on the wall on the other side. They were the only 2 students permitted to be part of the mission, along with ears and arms. Katsuki, for obvious reasons, and eye bags because it would look more suspicious if Katsuki was let out alone, and, if things went well enough, Shinsu's quirk would come real FNG handy. The other 2 were only permitted for observation purposes. The purple-haired boy glanced up from his phone, a strained smile on his face. Yo, ready for some shopping? He asked, pushing himself off the wall and falling into step beside Katsuki. FING whatever. Let's get this sheet over with, he grumbled as they made their way to UA's main entrance, eyebags making small talk with Hobo-sensei, earning a couple grunts from Katsuki. As they made it to the car, Shinso getting in first, Katsuki felt a hand on his shoulder. Don't forget anything, Aizawa said. Be quick and behave. I want you both back by dinner. Understand? He asked, eyes boring into Katsuki's own. He heard an affirmative from Shinso inside the car and gave a quick nod of his own. Then he was in the car and driving away from their teacher, from their safety. Shinso blew out a shaky breath next to him, before shoving something into Katsuki's hand. I am so blaming you for this, by the way. Because there is no way that this isn't going to go wrong, he complained. Katsuki glanced down, smirking slightly at the extra comm in his hand and slotting it securely in his ear. Instantly, voices were filling his head, check-ins and other mandatory tests. Seriously, dude? Yamamo nearly had my head. He sighed heavily, sinking into the car seat, not saying anything else for fear of being heard. Just, don't sew anything stupid. Please. Katsuki gave a small nod. The car jerked suddenly, with the telltale sound of a tire popping. Katsuki took his own shaky breath. Let the bullshit begin. The constant chattering in his ear had Katsuki almost regretting taking the comms. He was 5 minutes into his walk to the designated spot, nearly there, and all he wanted to do was yell at everyone to shut the F up. At least it allowed him to walk somewhat normally, knowing Reaper had not been spotted yet. He stopped in his path, glancing around, pretending to look at his phone for directions. He didn't have to fake it too much, considering he had genuinely never been in the area before. It was an odd little courtyard section, where a bunch of buildings came to meet, surrounding Katsuki in a circle. Though he couldn't see them, he knew the buildings were full of reinforcements, the rooftops surrounding him as well. Reaper has still not been spotted. T-2 minutes till signal for ground zero to leave, sounded in his ear. He kept his face straight as he looked at his own timer that was given to him. His heart was pounding as he waited, but no matter how scared he genuinely felt, he was praying for Reaper to show. He went to move off again, tripping on his untied shoelace. Bending down, grumbling to himself and preparing to hear the signal, he heard the voice in his ear again. Out of time. Release the pigeons in 3, TW-. Wait. That was Mirko. 9th story. 2nd West Building. Katsuki refused to look. He held his ground, slowly standing up and walking in the direction he had been told. Is that? F-. Aizawa. Release the goddamn crows, get my kid out of there. Teams West 1 and 2 are closest. 9th story. 2nd West Building, move now. Katsuki's heart missed a beat as a murder of crows were released from one of the rooftops. Pigeons for home. Crows for Reaper. Crows meant Katsuki was to run and run fast, back the way he came. He was frozen. He willed his legs to move. The comms were going crazy around him. Shinsu's words echoed in his head. Don't do anything stupid. Sorry eyebags, he whispered, before whipping towards the mentioned building. He could hear multiple voices questioning why he knew where to look, if and how he had comms. He could hear them saying how they were closing in on the level, both from above and below, outside and inside, surrounding Reaper from all angles. He couldn't see anything properly, the setting sun shining straight into his eyes, but he looked to where he believed Reaper was. He looked and he screamed. Katsuki, no. Run. Izuku. A shot was fired. Izuku. Reaper felt his eyes go wide. He missed the shot. He never, ever missed a shot. Why did he miss the shot? Izuku. That name. He knew that name. Why did he know that name? How did he know that name? Green hair. Blonde hair. Green eyes. Red eyes. Red eyes. Red eyes and fireworks. Red eyes and caramel. Laughing. Izuku. Kaken, he whispered. He shook his head. He didn't know Izuku. He didn't know Kaken. Reaper was on a mission. Eliminate the blonde boy. He was not given a name. He was given a job and he was to complete it. Eliminate the blonde boy. Reaper raised his sniper again, but the boy had moved, disappeared. He inhaled sharply, searching for his target that he had missed. He growled, hearing the fast-approaching footsteps. He grabbed his sniper, stuck it snugly to his back and ran towards the door. They burst open. Heroes and soldiers stormed in. More doors slammed open, windows breaking. Shouts surrounded him as different capture weapons shot forward. Red wire. All missed and avoided. Scarf. The only thing to snatch his wrist. Reaper pulled hard, slicing it off with knife. He ran back to the window. Shots fired around him. There were shouts and screams, but he didn't listen. His arms came up and he jumped. Glass smashed around him. Pain was temporary. He turned, shooting out his grappler hook to pull himself back to window. His gloves helped him climb. He moved fast, didn't look behind him, scaling the building with practiced ease. He pulled himself onto the roof. More soldiers. Avoided the bullets, twisted a wrist, broke a leg, ran. Always running. Do not get caught. Explosions from behind. Reaper faltered. He must keep running. Scarf again around his ankle. He was dragged back a number of feet before his knife cut through. He could hear them calling to him. He would not answer. He would run. He would get away. He would not be caught. Another explosion, another stumble. Then 2 scarves, one on his wrist, the other his leg, yanking him off his feet. He dug his knife into roof, his other hand pulling hard on the wrapping. Hauling the knife out of the ground, he was dragged back again. He cut through the leg strap. The owner of the wrist strap got close. Eraser head. His eyes flashed red. Another explosion. Another shout. Izuku. Reaper flung his knife wildly at the blonde, who had passed the other scarf holder. Eraserhead still had his wrist. Another knife cut through the scarf. It was flung out again, but Reaper would not be caught. Straight. He caught the man on his cheek, then moved a strong kick to his chest. Eraserhead was flung backwards, but not without grabbing Reaper's hood. A startled shout was heard from behind them. Reaper raised his head to the blonde boy. Wide red eyes met green. Reaper felt his chest burn. Reaper could not be caught. He tossed his knife at Eraserhead, who rolled to dodge. Reaper pulled out a smoke bomb. Darkness surrounded them and he ran. Reaper ran and didn't look back. Reaper ran to a dangerous fate, an unknown feeling that he was running away from safety echoing in his bones. One word following him, the whole way. Kachin. Reaper's arms were sore. The cuffs on his wrists cut deep, red dripping down over already dried streaks. He wasn't sure how long he had been hanging. He felt as though his arms were being pulled off of his body. He was sure one shoulder had popped out, any inch of movement sending excruciating pain through his body. His mind was fuzzy. One of the whitecoats had injected something into him earlier, something that made his blood feel like it was on fire. It was wearing out, nearly gone now. All that was left was a mind-numbing buzz through his brain and bones. His toes were rubbed raw from the small brushings of the concrete bellow as he hung freely. He wanted to be sick, already had been. He wanted to cry but refused. He would not cry anymore. Reaper stood. Izuku. His name was Izuku. His name. What was his name? He screamed as another slash came down on his back. I asked you a question, Bunny. Papa's voice sounded from somewhere outside out the room. What is name? He blinked, liking his lips. Izuku, Ak. He choked on another scream as the whip came down again. There is no Izuku. Another whip. Another gasping shriek. What is your name? His world was spinning. He couldn't see. He couldn't think. He cried out as the whip came down again. Answer me. Who are you? Can't tell you, he gasped out, head lolling. He didn't know why they were asking who he was. He didn't know the answer. He could no longer see what was in front of him, the sides of his vision turning black, closing him in. He didn't want it to go dark. He didn't like the dark. Who is Izuku? He couldn't even scream as the whip came down again. Izuku. He knew that if he knew. No, he didn't. Who is Izuku? I don't know, he choked again, spitting out clumps of dark red blood. I don't know, he whimpered, letting his head hang. All he knew anymore was pain. His ears were ringing so much he missed the whipper leaving. He missed the door opening again and Papa's sharp footsteps approaching him. He flinched at the feeling of cold hands lifting his head, of long fingernails stroking his hair. He whimpered as lips brushed his forehead, as a thumb rubbed over his own, chapped and bloody. What is your name? Papa asked gently. He whined again, shaking his head. Open your eyes, sweetheart. He did, prying them through the blood and sweat. He stared at red. This was not the right red. This red was dark and cold, like old rotting blood. Not like the warm, safe red he remembers. Why does he remember red? Reaper, Papa whispered to him. You are the Grim Reaper. You are Papa's bunny, my pet, my toy. You belong to me. You are Reaper. Reaper choked the name out. Reaper was Reaper. Reaper belonged to Papa. Papa lifted something into Reaper's eyeline. Reaper forced his eyes to stay open and was met with red. The right red. The good red. Who is this, Reaper? Papa questioned. Reaper couldn't help himself. He knew this boy. He knew this blonde. He knew this red. Kakin, he gasped out. Then all he felt was agony. When it stopped, Reaper's head was thrown back as he choked on blood. The metal taste burned, his eyes watering. His body spasmed as he continued to hang. Abruptly, one arm was released from its chains, his already dislocated shoulders snapping further. He garbled a choked cry, eyes rolling back into his head. When he came to again, he instantly knew where he was. He whimpered in protest, attempting to raise himself on the cold, wet floor, but the pain was too much. He collapsed again, looking up at Papa's silhouette, illuminated by the only light shining into the dark room. He stepped forward, gripping Reaper by the hair. Kakin, he spat in disgust. Is nothing. You are mine, and without me you are nothing. He threw Reaper's head to the ground before leaving. The door slammed heavily behind him. Darkness enveloped Reaper. There was nothing but silence. He shivered as he moved to the corner of the room, dragging his aching body. He curled in on himself on the wet ground. Slowly he began to hum. He didn't know why he hummed. He didn't know what the tune was. But it eased the pain a little. So, Reaper hummed to himself, until he succumbed to his own darkness. A number of hours away from the weeping assassin, a detective sat, hunched over his table, unable to sleep. Files were spread across his kitchen table as he held his head in his hands. That day could have gone a lot worse. He understood that. There could have been deaths. Miraculously, no one had lost their lives to Reaper that night. The boy, Bakugo, was clearly struggling with something. Something that was clouding his vision. Something that had messed with their capture of Reaper hours before. He didn't blame the boy. He was a child after all. A child working to become a hero, an already insane pressure, now with a target on his back. He could understand the pressure would be getting to him. Naomasa just wished he didn't understand the reason. He lifted his head slightly, eyes landing on the young face on the pages in front of him. It was his first major case, fresh out of the academy. His first major case, and he failed. Many told him it was alright, it wasn't too important. It didn't matter. But it did matter. That boy in the photos mattered, quirkless or otherwise. Naomasa may be blessed with a lie detector's quirk, perfect for police work, but he also has a phenomenal memory. He didn't think he'd ever forget those green eyes. He wasn't close to Reaper when Aizawa pulled his hood and goggles off. He could just about make out the green curls blowing in the wind, but his eyes. They shone so brightly, or one of them did. The other was dull from where he could see. It all went dark before he could look to close. Aizawa mentioned a large scar running through it, the eye itself cloudy and unseeing. It wasn't until he got home that he started connecting the dots. There was always an itch, something in the back of his mind since the Bakugo boy was brought into the picture. Kaken. Stupid Deku calls me Kaken. It's so annoying. No one else though. So don't even try. Green. His hair is distinctly green, the same with his eyes, just like his mother. Midoriya Inko. He felt his heart contract once he realized who the woman doting on the explosive boy was. Whose mother she was. Izuku. Izuku. Naomasa stared at the photo of the young boy with bright eyes and a blinding smile, and prayed the case remain cold. He prayed that this killer they have been chasing for years was not this child. Prayed that for once his hunch was wrong. For the first time in his career, Naomasa looked at the victim on the page and prayed they were already dead. Midoriya Izuku. It had been 3 days since the attempt capture of the Grim Reaper. 3 days since the mission failed. 3 days since Katsuki messed up again. Don't do anything stupid. Those were Shinsu's exact words, and what did Katsuki do? Something so, exceptionally, Tfenji stupid. He couldn't even begin to say what had been going on in his mind. But that's all anyone had been asking him. Why did he take a calm when he knew he wasn't permitted? Why did he not follow the specific instructions to run? Why did he engage when not engaging was his #1 rule? He didn't know. Sure, he had a hunch and sure, he wanted to be in the know with the comms. In regard to everything else, there was no excuse for what he had done, no reasoning behind it. It was like his body moved on its own, thought on its own. Katsuki simply acted on instinct, acted on the urge that had been slowly growing since Reaper was introduced into his life. He just couldn't let it go. There was one main question, though, one main question that everyone continued to ask him. One main question he really did not want to talk about. Why did he shout Izuku? When the smoke cleared, Endeavor was the first to ask, grabbing onto Katsuki and demanding answers. The hero was physically restrained from the boy due to his presumption that Katsuki had been working with Reaper the entire time and was helping him, because that logic made so much sense when the assassin had painted a very clear target onto Katsuki's back. Fing moron. It didn't matter how many times anyone asked him, however, he couldn't answer. As soon as he had locked his eyes on green, it was like his whole being shut down. All he could think was that he was right, because there was no way in hell he would ever forget Midoriya Izuku's eyes, even if one was kind of F-ed looking. This information didn't fully register in Katsuki until he was sat down to talk with his teacher. Hours and hours of going over the mission, answering heroes' questions, police questions. Dealing with his friends both questioning him and coming to his defense. Dealing with Aizawa staring a hole into him. He answered bluntly and shortly, not fully taking in what was going on. When Aizawa finally got everyone to leave him be, that they could continue the discussion another day, he thought he was free. Fing foolish idea. The minute they got back to the dorm, Aizawa sent all of his classmates to their room, threatened expulsion to those who lingered, watching Katsuki with concern. When he sat the blonde down, Katsuki was completely ready for a repeat of their conversation weeks beforehand. He was ready for yelling and anger, part of him even prepared himself for expulsion. What he was not ready for, was his teacher to calmly sit him on the common room couch and ask him gently, "Why did you call Reaper, Izuku?" That was the question that finally broke through to Katsuki what had happened. Aizawa knew who Izuku was. Katsuki had enough breakdowns, especially around the date of the disappearance, for his parents to warn the school. So, Aizawa knew the basics. He knew of the boy who went missing, who had been presumed dead for years. He knew that Katsuki did not just shout randomly at the assassin, because Katsuki was not crazy, he was not a fool. He would have put thought into this, and he did, and so the answer to his question was obvious. Katsuki fully believed the Grim Reaper was his long-lost childhood friend. That answer was so obvious in fact, Aizawa didn't actually need it to be voiced. He just waited the few seconds it took for Katsuki to break down in his arms once again. Katsuki didn't even realize his body possessed such an ability to cry like he had those last number of weeks. But of course it did, because this was about Izuku, it had always been about Izuku, and Katsuki hated to think about what him being right meant for the lost boy. So, he cried and then he shut down. His friends became a bubble, along with a couple of the teachers, Aizawa especially. Questions were shot down, investigators were chased away. Katsuki couldn't even complain, part of him was grateful. What he could complain about, however, was the lack of space he was given, like he couldn't be trusted on his own. It's not like they were wrong. Who knows what his dumb, impulsive mind would have him doing if he was given a second of peace, but Cammy. If he thought the weeks before the mission was bad, this was FING torture. On the evening of the third day, he finally lost it. He had accidentally dozed off in the common room, green echoing in his mind as he was torn from his slumber to the sound of raised voices. He identified one instantly as Aizawa, and he must have been said, considering Katsuki could still hear him, even though the confrontation was coming from outside the 2A doors. He got up, making his was towards the sounds. Kirishima and a few others were gathered near the door listening, and when Shitty Hair noticed Katsuki, a false smile was quickly thrown onto the boy's face. "Bro, you're awake," he announced, loud and nervous, earning the attention of a few others. Katsuki merely grunted, making his way to the main doors. He raised an eyebrow as his friend stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Kirishima chucked nervously. I could use a little help with some algebra, bro. Would you mind helping?" he asked, still blocking Katsuki's way. "Shitty Hair," the blonde growled in warning, but before he could blow the idiot up, the doors were thrown open as Endeavor, followed by a fuming Eraserhead and Present Mike, as well as a couple police officers marched in. "We have already given statements. Bakugo is not answering any more questions for the time being. Now will you please remove yourselves for the premises?" Yamada ground out, tone colder than Katsuki had ever heard. Endeavor ignored him, locking his eyes on Katsuki. Before he could get any closer, a wall of ice was in his path. Shoto, the number 1 hero, growled at his son, who sat calmly eating a bowl of soba, ignoring him. Kirishima continued to try drag Katsuki away, but he was having none of it. It had finally caught up with him what his classmates and teachers had been doing, this wall of protection they had thrown in front of Katsuki. He didn't want their protection. He wasn't FING weak. He could handle the goddamn number 1 hero. He could handle whatever sheet the police wanted to question him on, whatever anyone wanted to question him on. He didn't want to be coddled like he was about to FING break. He wasn't FING weak. He couldn't be. Eraserhead, be reasonable, one of the policemen sighed in exasperation as the wall of ice was evaporated. Reasonable? The is me being reasonable. I will not have you come into our school and accuse my student of being a goddamn villain, he yelled, earning a number of protests and gasps from Katsuki's classmates, as well as another long sigh from the officer. "Now, you know that's not what we're saying," he started, but Katsuki was too far gone after hearing what one of his classmates decided to voice. "I mean, they kind of have a point," Minetta's greasy little voice sounded among the chaos. "I, for one, would love to know why he seems to be defending a villain." There was another round of uproar from his classmates, overlapping the arguments from the adults. Some were agreeing, maybe most were, Katsuki couldn't tell. All he was focused on was one word. Villain. They thought Izuku was a villain. Izuku, who would cry at every little thing, good or bad. Izuku, who wouldn't let Katsuki kill a spider, even though he was terrified of them, because it was mean, kaken. Izuku, who was weak and small and frail and still stood up for anyone, even if they were horrible to him. Izuku, who still cared so much for Katsuki, even when he was the world's number 1 a-hole. They were calling him a villain. Impossible. No, Katsuki whispered to himself, shaking his head. No, 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 no. He was breathing heavily, stumbling back away from the crowd. Cats? Bro. He heard Kirishima but couldn't pinpoint him. A hand came towards him and he shoved it away. He needed to get away. He needed to breathe. He had the adults' attention, his teachers coming towards him. People were talking, but Katsuki was done listening, was done with everyone. He just needed to get away. His eyes locked on the main door, still open, and Katsuki did the one thing he could think of. He ran. He could hear his name being shouted behind him, hear the sounds of a pursuit starting, but he didn't care. He needed space. He needed to get far away from everyone. He just wanted to be alone for 5 FNG minutes. He needed peace. He needed to FING breathe. So he ran. He ran until his legs were burning, until his lungs screamed for him to stop. He ran until his head cleared, until Izuku and villain stopped merging, stopped bouncing around his mind. He ran until he physically could go no further, collapsing on his hands and knees in front of a large gate. He heaved in large gulps of air as he slowly became aware of his surroundings. When he raised his head, he almost laughed at where his legs had brought him. Mizudafu District Cemetery. He took a final deep breath before pushing the gates open, allowing his legs to drag him where they needed. The grave itself wasn't much, a simple plaque with his name on it, accompanied by a photo of the young boy smiling. It was clear it hadn't been visited in a while, grime covering the image so much it was almost indistinguishable. Katsuki wiped off the dirt as much as he could, frowning at the boy in the picture. Villain. Impossible. There was something they were missing. Izuku didn't just run away to become some insane murderer. He was taken and someone was making him do this. Katsuki was certain of it. He had given up trying to believe Reaper wasn't Izuku. He knew he was right. Now, he just had to be strong enough to save him, to bring him home. He didn't know how long he stood staring at the grave. Long enough for the sun to set, for a cool breeze to set in, chilling Katsuki's bare arms. He shivered slightly, pulling out his phone. He was glad he did, otherwise he would not have noticed movement in its reflection from behind. Would not have sidestepped the knife flung at his head fast enough. As it was, it still brushed his cheek. Katsuki stared in shock at Reaper, who stood a little way off. Katsuki was all alone, he knew that. He knew that there was no backup coming, at least for a long while. No one would know where to look. The most he could do was speed dial his teacher and hope someone knew how to track a phone. The Grim Reaper in a cemetery, he sneered loudly. How fitting. Reaper said nothing as he continued to face Katsuki. His face was covered again, completely black. It was actually kind of daunting, not that Katsuki would ever admit that. It didn't matter. Katsuki knew who was underneath the mask. Before he could say anything else, however, Reaper lunged, pulling another knife out. Katsuki was ready, meeting him head-on. They exchanged blows, neither hitting their mark. Finally, Katsuki landed a solid kick to Reaper's stomach, pushing him back a few feet. It was then he noticed just how hard Reaper was panting, how he swayed slightly where he stood. When he took a step, he limped, something Katsuki certainly didn't cause. He was already injured. The hero in training was given no time to dwell on that fact. Reaper lunged again. His movements were wild and desperate, nothing like the trained assassin Katsuki had come to know. Katsuki had expected broken bones by now, to be beaten bloody. Instead, he was the one with the upper hand, catching the boy's knife-wielding hand and wrapping him around so he had him trapped by the neck. He didn't want to use his quirk, not on Izuku, not again. Come on Izuku. Come back to me, he grunted as he pushed himself backwards, away from Reaper again, barely missing a headbutt. He readied himself as the assassin lunged again. Instead of catching a fist, he caught the other's entire body as they collapsed. Izuku, he whispered tentatively, holding the other in his arms, but it was no use. The boy was completely out cold. Katsuki sunk down to the ground, holding the other to his chest. Distantly he registered the approach of sirens, voices yelling and getting closer. He paid them no mind, his full attention on the deadly killer, passed out in his arms. He breathed a sigh of relief at the pulse he felt, holding the body closer. He couldn't remove the mask, it seemed stuck to the boy, but he didn't care, rocking back and forth, closing his eyes and enjoying the last few seconds of peace. He would keep Izuku safe if it was the last thing he did. When Bakugo had run out of Heights Alliance earlier that day, Shoyuta was not expecting anything good to come out of it. He knew the kid was feeling boxed in, but he could also see that he wasn't fully taking in what was going on around him. It was only a matter of time before something made him snap and, though Shoyuta had still yet to be informed of what finally triggered it, he would bet his best coffee it all surrounded this Midoriya kid. He still remembers the first breakdown of Bakugo Katsuki he witnessed. It was after the blonde had failed to receive his provisional license the first time. Shoyuta had found him in a destroyed ground beta, shaking and crying, repeating that he was sorry, and he wasn't good enough. It took hours to fully calm the boy down, and after, he refused to look Shoyuta in the eye for a week. The second time was a couple months later. He found the boy outside in nothing but a tank top and pajama pants, staring blankly and gripping an old All Might plushie. Bakugo had simultaneously managed to give Shoyuta a heart attack and himself hyperthermia that night. He did finally get him to open up properly after that, and got the kid into general therapy, on top of his anger management. Kami knows they all needed it. The kid's connection to Midoriya had always been a concern. At first, Shoyuta was glad their connection seemed to bring out more than just pent-up rage from the boy. Once Reaper entered the picture, however, it well became an obsession. His mother had warned him, the night following the sports festival, that he believed Reaper was the same kid that went missing all those years ago. She had warned him that he wasn't going to let a chance of getting Midoriya back go, even if it was impossible. And damn it, it really seemed impossible. But the infatuation had begun and, well, the kid wouldn't be ground zero if he did anything half-butted. Still, getting a call from his kid, after being missing for over 2 hours, only to hear the dumbass yelling at Reaper? Gray FNG hairs. Shoyuta had officers tracking the call before the kid even mentioned the cemetery. Of course, when they had split up earlier that day in attempts to track him down, Shoyuta managed to head to the other side of the city, meaning he wasn't able to get to his kid before any of the other pros or officers had their hands on him. Tsukachi had informed him he was taking care of everything, which settled Shuta's nerves fractionally. That is, until the man messaged him to get to the station ASAP, providing the dark-haired hero with no helpful information, shooting his anxiety to the sky again. Let it be reinstated. FING. Hairs. When he did manage to get his butt to the station, he was met with absolute chaos. There were officers, detectives and pros running around like chickens without heads. There was also a very strong, very distinct smell of caramel in the air that had Shoyuta gritting his teeth as he followed the sound of yelling, moving his hero badge in the face of some poor receptionist as he walked through. He'd apologize about that when he wasn't on a rampage, purposefully ignoring the random scorch marks he could see. When he did shove his way into one of the larger viewing rooms, he was instantly ambushed by his husband as he took in the scene in front of him. Tsukachi was standing in front of Bakugo, hand on his chest as he talked endeavor, all might and edge shot down, along with some woman he had never seen before. Mirko was also standing by Bakugo's side, but she seemed to be more focused on whatever was behind him than anything else. There were a few officers in the room, who all honestly looked on the verge of fainting, considering their boss was currently talking down and giving out to top pro heroes. Shoyuta was pleasantly surprised to see Fat Gum standing by the door into the interrogation room, watching the scene with a concerned expression. He gave Shoyuta a brief nod before turning his attention back to the commotion. "Don't give the kid a hard time. He needs you on his side right now," his husband mumbled before standing by Gum. Shoyuta quickly decided that whatever was happening was not worth the headache their yelling was causing, and flashed his quirk, drawing everyone's attention to him. He would always inwardly smirk at how quickly his quirk can intimidate people, especially those who rely so heavily on their own. Fus. Can someone please explain why there are grown men and women having such heated conversation with my student without a parent or, in my case, guardian present? What on earth is going on in here? He asked, calm but cold. He gave Bakugo a look that had his student cooling down slightly but continued to hold his position in front of the glass. Surprisingly, it was Yagi who spoke for the others, which was fine. Shoyuta was not in the mood to deal with the fire hero after earlier. Aizawa, there's been a development with the case. And young Bakugo, well, he's being awfully, protective, he stumbled out, choosing his words carefully. It was clear he was not the main antagonist here. Protective. The woman spoke up. He's being downright hostile and uncooperative. It is completely unprofessional. I still do not understand why a child has been let in here in the first place. This has nothing to do with him. That child is the reason you have your killer in the first place, Ms. Hizono, Shuda's husband interrupted coldly. Shuda's eyes widened at the implication. Yeah, so SCK on that beach, his student yelled, causing Tsukachi to scold him gently as Mirko tried to refrain from laughing. How dare you? Hizono replied, scandalized, taking a step towards his student. I am one of the top detectives on Reaper's case, globally, and have been for a while. You have no right to speak to me that way. Yeah? Well, I've only been on this case a couple months. And who's the one who caught him? Bakugo growled. Shoyuta finally snapped out of his own head, flashing his quirk again before his student started an all-out brawl with this detective woman. I'm sorry to interrupt this lovely chat, but do you mean to tell me that we have Reaper? Shoyuta asked. They all stared blankly at him, as if just realizing he only joined the party recently. Slowly, those in front of the two-way mirror split apart, revealing the handcuffed criminal on the other side of the glass. Shoyuta almost laughed with relief. He had been hoping once he was called to the station that this was the case, or something along the line. He hadn't been expecting it though. He stepped forward to look closer through the glass. 3 years he had been chasing this guy. 3 years, and here they were, handcuffed to the cold metal table of the interrogation room. Head down. They looked smaller than Shoyuta thought, though he didn't dwell on that much. Their mask is still on? He questioned Tsukachi, who nodded grimly. The support corps student, Hatsum? She mentioned nanotech in the cuffs before. We think there may be a similar mechanism to this mask. Either that or it's quirk-based. Clearly they didn't want to risk another incident like last time, the detective informed him standing next to Shoyuta. All talking had ceased as the group stared in at the assassin. It felt surreal. Shoyuta had come to terms that they would never capture Reaper. He cleared his throat. Has anyone spoken to them yet? He asked. He heard a couple of scoffs from behind him. We've barely been allowed look at them, Hizono grumbled, glaring at his student, who flipped her the bird in retaliation. Shoyuta shot him a look. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment before Bakugo relented, flopping into one of the chairs. Shoyuta turned back to Tsukachi. We've asked the basics. Their name, if they could remove their mask. Who they work for. We've gotten no response. Endeavor scoffed again. That's because you're speaking to them like a child and not the cold-blooded killer they are, he ground out. Shoyuta noticed Tsukachi stiffened slightly, but paid no mind, waving his growling student back to his seat. Shall we? He gestured to the door. There was a small bit of protest from others in the room, but after a moment's discussion, Shoyuta and the detective were making their way inside. Reaper kept their head down as they entered, though whether they were following the two men with their eyes or not, it was hard to know. Tsukachi took the seat opposite Reaper, opening his notepad. Hello again, he said, gently, proving Endeavor's claim. Shoyuta kept his face impassive. This is Eraserhead. He's a pro hero. We're back to ask some questions again. I'll remind you that I have a lie-detecting quirk, so it would be in your best interest to tell the truth. Standard procedure, however, definitely softer than his usual tone. Is that all right? He asked, glancing at Shoyuta. No answer. The detective cleared his throat. But would you be able to remove your mask? No answer. Tsukachi shifted in his seat, then nodded at Shoyuta. The dark-haired hero flashed his quirk. The result surprised him. First of all, the mask wasn't quirk-based. Nothing happened, which wasn't really the surprising part. What took him back slightly was the reaction, or lack of, from the assassin. They didn't even flinch, just continued to look down at their hands. Most people at least flinch a small bit the first time their quirk is ripped from them. He released it. The Grim Reaper is what we call you. Can you tell us your real name? Tsukachi asked. Again, there was no reaction. It barely looked like they were breathing. Shoyuta saw the detective glance at him from the side again, before he took a deep breath. Midoriya Izuku. Shoyuta whipped his head toward the detective. He couldn't be serious. It was an insane coincidence, something that couldn't, shouldn't, be possible, but Reaper flinched. It was the slightest movement, but both Tsukachi and Shoyuta had been trained to spot them. He took a step forward. Midoriya Izuku, he said, and Reaper flinched again, tilting their head downward slightly. Like an animal cowering. What does that name mean to you? Is it yours? A low whine came from the assassin, again reminding Shoyuta of a frightened animal. He felt the detective tap his leg twice and they both went to leave the room. Instantly they were bombarded by Bakugo. You asked his full name? I never told you his full name. How did you know? Do you think it's him too? Tell me, he growled, desperation laced through his voice. Hizashi already had a hand on his arm and Shoyuta took the other side, pushing the boy back to his seat. These was not the first time we met, Bakugo, Tsukachi whispered gently. Most people in the room were looking either at the detective or in at Reaper in shock and contemplation. I was one of the junior detectives on your friend's case. It was my first major one. I interviewed you and your family. He sighed in defeat, sinking, dropping into a slight bow. It was the first case I also failed to solve, and I am terribly sorry for that. Bakugo looked like he was going into shock, staring at the detective. Honestly, Shoyuta was feeling pretty similar. Did this mean the detective also thought Reaper was Bakugo's long-lost friend? You can't be serious, his husband breathed from their side. You can't possibly believe. Midoriya Izuku is a child, no older than our students. The detective grimaced. I don't want to believe it, trust me, I really don't. But I don't think I'll ever forget those eyes. He was still speaking to everyone in the room, but his gaze was locked with Bakugo, who stared back wide-eyed. He opened his mouth and closed it again, swallowing hard, seemingly lost for words. Shoyuta rubbed his temples at the headache that was oncoming. He didn't even want to imagine the chaos that would follow if the person under that mask was indeed a child. He didn't want to imagine what they would have gone through to earn such a ruthless title. I want to try something, Tsukachi said after a moment, standing. You seem to get the most reaction out of Reaper. That connection you have with Midoriya, if this in fact them, could be what breaks us through their defenses. It would help us solve this whole thing. He walked over to the window, Endeavor moving to stand at the back wall. Bakugo followed with Shoyuta close behind as the detective gestured them over. I would like you to say his name. I don't want you going in just yet, you were his last target after all, but talk to him through this, see if we can get him to answer. At the very least, if we can get his mask off, we can prove who's underneath. Bakugo stepped up to the mic, hand hovering over the button. He liked his lips and took a shaky breath. I just talk through here? He asked. Tsukachi gave a gentle nod. And say what exactly? Fing hello. The detective gave a small smile. Whatever you want. Focus on his name and mask, yeah. Shoyuta squeezed his kid's shoulder, glancing at the others in the room. Mirko and Edge Shot must have left while they were with Reaper, along with one of the officers. Endeavor was brooding by the door, though he was watching intently. There was a similar expression on Heizono as she watched from the table. Both Fat Gum and Hizashi had similar looks of discomfort. Hizashi slouched over, not even looking up from the table. Shoyuta turned back as Bakugo took another calming breath, moving to press the mic. His shaking hands hesitated, before he gingerly turned it on, a low beep coming from inside the room. Midoriya Izuku. His voice echoed through the interrogation room, and Shoyuta was proud at how it didn't waver. He leaned forward at Reaper's whole body stiffening up. Midoriya Izuku, he said again. This time Reaper's reaction was much more obvious, as he curled his upper body toward the table, shaking his head. Hello, Bakugo said, then cringed at himself. My name is Bakugo Katsuki. I've been your target for a little while now. Nothing about his tone was natural. I think your name is Midoriya Izuku. I think we knew each other, a while back. He let his hand come off the microphone button. He rubbed his face, groaning. Shoyuta looked back to Reaper, who was shaking in his seat, though his head was tilted slightly as if showing he was listening. Look, I don't know what you know. I don't even know if you really are Midoriya Izuku, but you're kinda screwed here. So could you please just take off that mask? He finished in a rush, pushing harshly away from the window. Hizashi approached him carefully, whispering little reassurances. Shoyuta kept his eyes glued to Reaper. They seemed to stiffen up again, pushing back into their chair, heads still down. For a minute, there was nothing. Then, the mask seemed to shift, melting away like black ink into the collar of Reaper's suit. Shuta's eyes widened. Kami, he gasped out. Staring down at the table, with grimy green, curly hair, was undoubtedly the face of a child. His cheeks were sunken, skin pale though covered in freckles. Shoyuta knew he saw a harsh scar through the boy's right eye the night on the roof, but it was still startling to see so clearly. He understood what they meant by how unforgettable his eyes were. The one that wasn't clouded white was the most astonishing green he had ever seen, big and shining. That was about as positive as the image got, however. Along with the jarring scar through his eye, there was another large one slashed across his opposite cheek, as well as smaller ones scattered elsewhere across his face. Shoyuta didn't like that he recognized some of them, knew that both his son and husband wore similar ones. There was intense bruising along his neck, some scars there as well. The dark circles under the boy's eyes rivaled his own. His face and hair were grimy, greasy, like he hadn't showered in a long while. He looked, to be frank, terrible. Shuta's heart clenched uncomfortably at the sight, at what it meant. Then he felt it completely shatter at the gut-wrenching, strangled gasp that came from the blonde behind him. Zuku, he choked out, dropping to his knees, Hizashi following him. Hizono left the room in a flurry, phone to her ear, but Shoyuta was sure he saw tears in her eyes. Endeavor himself looked more distraught than angry after seeing the boy. Well, shit. Fat Gum, who never swore, whispered, and Shoyuta was inclined to agree. He turned back to look at Reaper. At Midoriya. The kid had a name. He was a person, a child, not some deadly, evil 30-something-year-old. Shoyuta would have way preferred the latter. He glanced at the detective, who had a hand over his mouth staring at the boy with an unreadable look. How long did you say this kid was missing for? Shoyuta murmured. Tsukachi glanced at him briefly before focusing back on the boy. His voice caught and cleared his throat. It would be 11 years in December. Over 10 years. If he was 17, like Bakugo, that would mean he was taken when he was just 7 years old. What kind of hell did this kid go through to become what he was? Shuta's back straightened as a thought suddenly hit him. Tsukachi, how long has the Grim Reaper been in operation? He asked slowly. The detective grimaced, swallowing hard. Well, as you know, we've been on his case for 3 years, which is his estimated time in Japan. Commissions worldwide believe he operated as sort of a global freelance for 2 years before that. Shoyuta stared in horror at the detective. You mean to tell me, Reaper started when that boy was only, 11? 12? A curt nod was all that was given as an answer. Kami. Shoyuta couldn't believe what he was hearing. The longer they looked at the boy, the more concerning everything became. It's not like they hadn't dealt with child villains in the past, it just made their job a lot harder. Toga was one of the most concerning, but she was long past saving. Shigaraki himself was only a few years older than his class. Though both were shunned by society which forced them down their paths, they still believed in what they were doing. This kid? Until he started speaking, told his story, there was no knowing what was going on in his mind. There was something though, something in the kid's eyes, the way he held himself. Though covered in scars, in the costume of the most deadly assassin in the world, nothing about this child screamed villain. Everyone was quiet in the room, apart from Bakugo and Hizashi. Eventually his tears stopped, and his breathing evened out. All Shoyuta could do was stare at Midoriya, who still had yet to look up, who had barely moved at all from his curled position at the table. He heard footsteps behind him. I want to go in to talk to him, Bakugo's voice croaked. Tsukachi hesitated. Shoyuta understood why. He was Reaper's last victim after all, and now with the assassin's true identity being his childhood friend adding more complications, Shoyuta wasn't inclined to let him in either. On the other hand, their relationship could seriously help breaking through to the kid. Please, Bakugo practically begged when the two men didn't answer right away. Tsukachi looked to Shoyuta, who gave a small nod as permission. The detective rubbed at his face. Okay, he said, nodding slowly. Okay, but I'm going in first, alright? And if there's even a sliver of anything looking like foul play, you're out. No arguments. Understood. Bakugo gave a small nod. Okay, good. Right. The detective gestured for Shoyuta to follow him, and they both made their way back into the room. Though Midoriya still didn't look up, his shoulders stiffened slightly at the sound of Tsukachi pulling the chair across from him, out. He gave a slight cough before speaking. Midoriya Izuku. The boy tensed even. The voice you heard a moment ago is that of Bakugo Katsuki. You knew each other when you were younger. He was also your final target. He will be coming into the room in a moment. Do you understand? The detective got no response, no reaction, but the young boy continuing to stare at the table, body rigid. Tsukachi sighed before looking to Shoyuta and nodding slightly, lifting himself from the seat. Shoyuta looked back to the mirror, giving his own nod. The door opened and Bakugo walked in slowly, eyes not leaving his childhood friend. Both hero and detective tensed immediately at the sudden reaction from the green-haired boy. His head shot up, eyes following Bakugo's movements. He made no attempt to attack or move himself, so the two men relaxed slightly, though they remained alert and ready. Bakugo was hesitant in his steps, making his way to sit across from Midoriya, the other boy's eyes on him constantly. They stared at each other in silence before Bakugo spoke. "Hi Izuku," he croaked, voice breaking harshly. Midoriya's eye twitched slightly, but he gave to other acknowledgement. Shoyuta felt his heart breaking for his student. The entire situation was completely complicated and messed up. None of them were sure how to approach. "I'm Katsuki. But you knew that because we told you. Could you dash?" The blonde let out a growl of frustration. Shoyuta stepped forward to place a, hopefully, comforting hand on his shoulder. Interestingly, Midoriya's eyes flicked down to it, before looking back to Bakugo's. The blonde took a couple steadying breaths before continuing. "Look, I don't know what's going on with you, or what happened the last number of years, but I know you. Or at least the you used to be. And Kami, we really need you to start answering some questions, Izuku, because whatever happened to you, the Izuku IFNG know isn't so psycho-killer, okay?" Shoyuta squeezed the kid's shoulder. He was beginning to sound desperate, panicky. "But they don't know that, okay? So they are gonna put you away in the deepest hole in Tartarus if we don't figure this out, and I won't lose you again. So please, Izuku, please help us to FING help you. I need you to wake up. I need you to come back to me." He paused as if thinking something over. "Back to your kaken." None of them were expecting all hell to break loose. Both men whipped their heads to the blonde as the childish nickname from the cards sprang from his lips. Their attention was immediately brought back to Midoriya, who went ramrod straight in his chair. His eyes were blown wide, teeth clenched as he gripped the table in front of him, knuckles white. His entire body was completely stiff before he collapsed in his seat, shaking severely. Bakugo stood up fast, his chair flying out behind him. "Izuku." He went to move towards the shaking boy, but Shuta's hero training finally kicked in, pushing through the shock. He shot his capture weapon out, practically throwing the blonde to the door. "Get him out of here, fat gum." The other hero was already waiting by the door, pulling the protesting blonde with him as officers rushed in with Hizashi. Shoyuta moved back to Tsukachi, who was crouched next the shaking boy. "Seizure?" he asked, though he didn't think it to be the case. The detective seemed to agree, shaking his head slightly, as he leaned the boy's weight on himself. "Not sure," he grunted. There were whines and groans coming Midoriya as his head lolled onto the man's shoulder. It was then Shoyuta noticed the blood coming from his nose and ears. The green-haired child gave a high-pitched whine, before his eyes rolled into the back of his head. "Sheet. I don't think this is a seizure, but better safe than sorry," he gasped out before turning to the other officers. "Give me the keys to his cuffs." The officers hesitated, staring at the assassin with uncertainty and a little fear. One of them looked as though he were going to protest when Midoriya shot forward, gasping for air, whimpering before he collapsed back onto the detective again. Shoyuta understood their fear, but a child was in pain and possibly having a seizure, and he was not going to stand back and watch it happen, no matter what he had done in his past. "Either help us or get out, but give us the DMN keys. A child is in pain and we do not need you hovering uselessly." Now, he snapped with force. The two officers hesitated only a second longer before coming over to help. Hizashi was already behind the boy, keeping his head from snapping back. They got the cuffs undone and gently lowered him to the ground, putting him into the recovery position. He was sweating and still shaking, but not as harshly. His pain sounds had diminished into the occasional whimper. Shoyuta sat back on his haunches, staring at the boy before looking back to the door. The number one hero stood, watching the scene intently. Behind him, Fat Gum was keeping Bakugo in place, who had his head hung low in defeat. The hero was speaking lowly to him, so low Shoyuta couldn't even hear a murmur, though he kept glancing worryingly at the scene. Shoyuta looked back to the young boy, who had stopped shaking and seemed to have passed out. Asleep like this, he looked so young, so vulnerable, the scars the only thing retracting his innocence. Shoyuta sighed heavily. This was going to get a whole lot more complicated. Reaper lay on his side in the cell. They had left him alone a number of hours ago. It was dark in the cell and Reaper couldn't sleep. He really didn't like the dark. Reaper. The Grim Reaper. Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. That was his name? It sounded familiar, especially from the blonde, but also strange, like he should have been calling him something else. Bakugo Katsuki also sounded strange and familiar, but Reaper Izuku knew what he was supposed to be called. Kaken. His neck tingled. He rolled the cold key in his palm. The guards had gotten too close earlier and Izuku managed to snatch it. Not to escape. He didn't want to escape. Part of him knew he needed to get back to where he belonged, back to Papa. There was another part though, that screamed at him not to run, that told him he was already where he belonged. He felt bad, disobedient, but he didn't want to go back to Papa. He wanted to stay here. He wanted to see Bakugo again. Kaken. The chip in Izuku's neck never felt so heavy. He usually forgot it was there, though he remembered when they put it in. They didn't give him anything to numb the pain. Papa said it was so he would remember his place, remember who owned him. Izuku didn't want the chip there anymore. He didn't want to belong to Papa, though he knew even without it, he would forever be Papa's property. He sat up on the cot slowly, looking at the key. It wasn't that sharp, so this was going to hurt a lot, but Izuku didn't care. Carefully he brought the key to the back of his neck, where he knew the chip lay under his skin. He only hesitated a moment before he was pushing the key down, shredding his skin open. He grit his teeth as the pain hit, pushing through it and ignoring the cold sensation flowing down his neck. He was getting desperate, pushing down harder in an attempt to get to the chip. He bit down hard on his lip to stop the pain sounds from coming out. He knew he was bleeding a lot, but he didn't care. He wanted the chip gone. His vision was getting splotchy as he finally felt it. He ripped it out hard, dropping to the floor with a shout of pain. The world swirled around him as he lay, cheek pressed against the cold ground. He just about registered the sound of shouting as the guards came. The last thing he remembered was being lifted, the tired eyes of the detective from earlier peering down at him in concern. Then, everything went dark. Beep, beep, beep. Sterile. Cold. Bright. Beep, beep, beep. Where was he? Beep, beep, beep. He slowly peeled his eyes open, squinting at the harsh white light above where he lay. Beep, beep, beep. He looked towards the incessant beeping noise. It was irritating. He slowly began to compute it was a heart monitor, that there was an 4 in his arm. The medical room. Why was he back there? He went to move his arms, but they were strapped down. He looked down at the soft cuffs on his hands. They never used soft cuffs before, only metal. It took him a few minutes to fully understand the situation. He was back in the medical room. He didn't want to be back there. Why was he there? Had he done something wrong? He couldn't remember. He didn't want to be there. Beep, 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 beep. He wanted out. His breathing picked up as he struggled out of the cuffs. He had to move fast. The whitecoats would hear the heart monitor. They'd know something was wrong. He tugged one hand from the cuffs, ignoring the pain, though it didn't hurt as much as he expected. He ripped the other one off as well, along with the other wires attached to him and the 4. Blood squirted from the wound, but he didn't care as he stood fast, looking for anything he could use as a weapon. There must have still been drags in his system. The world spun as he tumbled back, knocking a tray with him to the ground. His head cracked against the wall behind him, and he groaned, trying to get his bearings back. He pushed himself slowly to his feet, wobbling as he went. Oh my! He whipped his head towards the voice. A whitecoat stood by the door, fear etched on her features. Oh dear, are you all right, lovey? She asked as she went and pressed something by the bed. He didn't understand why she was speaking like that, why she sounded nice. It was probably a trap, but he would not fall for it. He continued pushing himself up, grabbing a pen that he had knocked over. He leaned against the wall, making his way slowly towards the door, watching as she fretted around the fallen table. She was young, not much older than him, he'd guess. Much younger than most of the whitecoats. It didn't matter. She was still bad. She would still hurt him. She continued asking if he was all right, muttering slightly to herself. He didn't understand what game she was playing, but he wouldn't lose. Before he could act in any way, the door flung open as more worried whitecoats entered, followed by others he didn't recognize. Everyone froze momentarily, staring at each other, before he sprung forward, grabbing the girl and holding the pen to her neck. He wished he had his knives. A pen was a dumb weapon. The whitecoat in his arms still screamed. The others were protesting, keeping their distance. They seemed to be trying to calm him down, but he couldn't pick up on what they were saying. His ears were ringing, and the room continued to spin. Engetsukachi and Era Dash. He started to pick up on their words, though they didn't really make sense. Down, you're okay, Dash? One of the whitecoats took a step towards him, their hand out in a calming manner. He saw his other hand though, and the syringe it held. He growled, pressing the pen further into the girl's neck. She whimpered as it drew blood. Tsukachi now. Tsukachi. He knew that name. Why did he know that name? Was he a whitecoat? He didn't think so. Maybe he was one of the guards. Why couldn't he remember? The door burst open, and his hand was being ripped away from the whitecoat's neck by scarf? What? He was pulled forward slightly, away from the girl, the movement knocking him to his hands and knees as another dizzy spell hit him. He kicked his leg out at the white coat with the syringe, knocking it to the ground. He scrambled for it but the scarf pulled him back again. Then there was a weight on his back as his arm was twisted behind him. He snarled and struggled under the pressure of whoever was on top of him. His eyes locked on a familiar face. Why did he know him? Ku, can you hear me to calm down, Roku? Izuku? Izuku. He knew that name. Who was Izuku? Was he? Izuku? Can you hear me? I'm Detective Tsukachi, remember? He did remember. He knew this man. He didn't work for Papa, so why was he here? Lying down, the world slowed and the voices around him became clearer. You're in Mizudafu General Hospital. We want to help you, but you need to calm down, alright? You're safe. Hospital? Safe? Was he not with Papa? He tried to free himself from under the person on top of him again, but it was no use. Izuku. Your name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm Detective Tsukachi, we met yesterday. Pro-hero Eraserhead is pinning you down. You were arrested. You hurt yourself and we brought you to the hospital. Your name is Midoriya Izuku. You know us. You know Bakugo Katsuki as well. Do you remember? He inhaled sharply at the torrent of memories that rushed his mind. Blonde boy. Target. Bakugo Katsuki. Angry Papa. Graveyard. Bakugo Katsuki. HNDCFFS. Tsukachi. Eraserhead. Questions. Bakugo Katsuki. Kaken. He gasped, slumping against the ground as he tried to calm his erratic breathing. He could tell the detective and hero were still talking to him, or maybe just around him, but he ignored them. An unknown amount of time passed as Izuku lay on the floor. During that time the detective left, leaving Izuku alone with Eraserhead. Are you going to attack me if I let you up? He asked after a while. Izuku shook his head honestly. Are you going to run? Though he was still feeling jumpy, still feeling that overwhelming urge to get away, a part of him knew he shouldn't. The detective said he was safe, and the detective knew Bakugo Katsuki, and Izuku somehow knew he could trust Bakugo Katsuki, so that must mean the detective was trustworthy. Which meant Eraserhead was trustworthy. So, he shook his head again. He wouldn't run. There was a moment of hesitation before the hero's weight was removed from his back. Slowly, Izuku got to his feet, stumbling slightly. The hero moved forward and Izuku flinched. They stared at each other wide-eyed for a moment, before their attention was brought back to the door opening. Izuku reeled backwards as Tsukachi walked in with one of the whitecoats, landing on the ground again, his back pressed to the bed. The three other men froze staring at him. Carefully, the whitecoat stepped forward, but Izuku didn't want him close. He whimpered slightly as he tried to push himself backwards more, but it was no use. He was tired. His muscles, bones, joints, head, everything hurt. He didn't want to be here. He wanted to go home. He wanted his mom. Where was home? Who was his mom? Why couldn't he remember her? Green flashed briefly through his mind, followed by a hum of a lullaby. He whimpered again, curling in on himself watching the whitecoat. Why was he here? Izuku thought he was safe, they said he was safe. The three men were frozen again, studying him. The detective coughed slightly. Izuku, can you tell us what's wrong? We can't help you if you don't tell us, he asked in a tone that was so gentle, Izuku wasn't sure he could trust it. He wasn't allowed to complain. Papa didn't like it when he was upset. It made him angry. Izuku didn't want to make the nice detective angry. He stayed silent. The detective made a strange face and Izuku felt his heart sink. Maybe he made him angry after all. We won't get angry, Eraserhead spoke up, and Izuku flicked his eyes to him, before bringing them back to watch the whitecoat. If that's why you're not answering, it won't make us angry if you tell us what's wrong. It will make us feel better actually. Feel better? That was good. They wanted him to tell them what was wrong so they could feel good. He could do that. Look, Eraserhead sighed, but Izuku spoke fast over him. Whitecoats, he croaked. It hurt his throat to speak, like it was all scratched up. He cringed slightly at the silence that followed. The three men looked surprised, blinking curiously at him. They didn't look angry, though. Whitecoats, Eraserhead mumbled. He glanced at the whitecoat then gestured to him with his hand. You mean the nurses? And doctors? Izuku wasn't sure exactly what he meant, though words sounded familiar. The man was gesturing to the whitecoat, however, so Izuku nodded slowly. Okay, the man said nodding. You're afraid of them? Izuku scrunched his face up. His eyes flicked around to each man fast before he gave a short nod himself. Alright, that's okay, the detective continued, sighing gently. He didn't sound mad, but Izuku couldn't really tell. Alright, they're still going to have to look over you, okay? But they're not going to hurt you, he rushed out at Izuku's panicked expression. Okay? We'll make sure of it. And I know you don't have a lot of reasons to trust us, but I swear we won't let anything happen to you. The detective confused Izuku. He was meant to be the enemy. He was a higher guard, Izuku could tell, So why was he being kind? Why was Izuku so sure he could trust him? He hesitated. He wanted to trust them, and that also confused him. We can bring in Bakugo as well, if it will help, Eraserhead added cautiously. Izuku zeroed his gaze on the man. He also confused the green-haired boy. He didn't seem as nice as the detective, but he still wasn't mean, wasn't scary. No, that was a lie. Izuku was terrified of them both. Just not in the way he was terrified of Papa. It was all very confusing. Still, after a moment, he gave the man a small nod. Eraserhead swiftly left the room after that, and Tsukachi helped Izuku back to his bed. He still felt exceptionally dizzy and a little ill. He watched the white coat wearily as he moved around, sticking different wires to him as well as putting his four back in. He was a nice white coat. He didn't actually say much, just explain some things as they happened. The detective stood right by the bed as it happened, keeping a watchful eye on them both. It was only while he was being poked and prodded, while his hand was wrapped because he apparently broke his thumb when getting out of the cuffs, did Izuku notice the bandages wrapping his arms. Actually, there were bandages all over his body. He picked at the one on his arm absent-mindedly. "You had a lot of injuries when we brought you here," the detective said lowly as the white coat, doctor, left the room. Then he mumbled quietly as if speaking to himself. "Really, you should have been brought to a hospital immediately and not a goddamn interrogation room." He sounded angry, frustrated. Izuku couldn't help but think it was somehow his fault and curled in on himself slightly. "That's not your fault," Tsukachi continued, as if reading Izuku's mind. "Him and Eraserhead seem to be good at that. It's ours. We should have done something before you made yourself almost bleed out. Definitely after that seizure." Izuku cringed slight, hand fluttering up to his neck. "Do you remember what happened?" Izuku nodded slowly. There was another bandage on his neck. The detective stared contemplatively for a moment. "Could you explain it to me?" Izuku dropped his hands, staring blankly. "They have the thing you took out of your neck in research now. It would help us a lot if you let us know what it was." Izuku didn't answer. He knew he wasn't allowed to. The detective kept talking after a minute of silence. "Is that what hurt you? Or was it something else?" Izuku continued to stare at the man. "Was it something to do with Bakugo?" Izuku looked away. The truth is he wasn't sure. He knew what the chip was. It tracked him, made sure he was going where he was supposed to and only where he was supposed to. If he didn't, shock waves would be sent throughout his nerve receptors. Sometimes they were only small, a reminder that they were. Other times, they were so intense Izuku felt like he was dying. He didn't know if there was a trigger. If there was one, he could only guess that it was Kaken. It made sense. Papa didn't like the blonde boy, not at all. In any case, Izuku wanted it gone and now it was. He felt guilty. He was breaking a rule and if Papa found out he would be in big trouble. The detective sighed, patting his leg gently, before pulling his hand away fast when Izuku flinched. He swallowed awkwardly. "Well then," he coughed. "When Eraser gets back, I'm going to see if we can fix you up some grub. You're probably feeling hungry," he said. Izuku stared blankly at him. He had been feeling weird, but he thought that was just the drags and he didn't know what grub or hungry was. He was tired of being confused. Both of their heads turned at the sound of the door opening. Izuku felt strangely lighter at the sight of the blonde, which was odd. He was really tired of being confused. Shoyuta was confused. Oh, scratch that. Shoyuta was exceptionally bewildered, and it was getting increasingly frustrating. Reaper was nothing like he imagined. All those years chasing a ghost, this was the last outcome he'd ever expect. He had always pictured someone cruel, heartless. A ruthless individual with a chip on their shoulder and hate for the world and its people. He expected some 20 to 30 SDST who spat and swore, who would glare with cold eyes and snarl. He expected them to be uncaring, unapologetic for their actions. To either smile proudly with no explanation other than they can, or to scream from the rooftops some crazy ideals about justice or fairness. That's what made sense. That was what fit the deadly assassin role. He had expected Reaper to be like that. Had hoped for it. Midoriya Izuku was not like that. Shoyuta hated it. Shoyuta hated that he was a child. He had been a child throughout his years as Reaper, taken away from his family, his life, his happiness. He hated how he could tell there was something wrong with Midoriya. Not in the psychotic, obsessive serial killer kind of way, but that something wrong with him being Reaper. He hated how much it didn't make sense. There was nothing frightening about Midoriya. Over the 3 years, Shoyuta had become increasingly terrified of the name, the Grim Reaper. Everyone who knew about him was terrified. But Midoriya seemed more afraid of them than they were ever of Reaper. He was like a caged animal. Coiled tight, ready to pounce and fight or flight at any given moment. Shoyuta was afraid to breathe wrong lest he upset the kid. He couldn't even comprehend the intense heartbreak he felt at watching the boy cower before them, hated what watching Midoriya flinch and curl in on himself made him feel. He didn't want to think about why he was so afraid to wake up in a hospital room, why he was so afraid of white coats. Why this deadly killer was so frightened in general. He didn't want to think about what that meant for a child and the life they had lived. His eyes were too wide, too cautious. They were constantly watching, not only those in the room with him, but exit points and cameras. Shoyuta knew the look in his eyes, had seen it many times before, but not in villains. In victims. The look that they were expecting pain, that they were expecting to have to try escape. Shoyuta hated seeing that look. He hated how every time he looked at those wide green and gray eyes, they reminded him of another pair of wide, red ones. Reminded him of a little girl who had forgotten to smile. They had saved Eri when she was only 6. Now at 7 she smiled more and more every day. They lost Midoriya Izuku when he was only 7. Shoyuta couldn't begin to wonder how the kid would have turned out if they saved him then. 10 years was a long time to be missing, and Shoyuta hated that they couldn't take that time back. There was almost nothing about this situation that Shoyuta didn't hate. Almost. He wanted to hate Reaper. He wanted to despise him, to get answers and throw him away as deep as Tartarus would take him, to not feel guilty or care about Reaper's life. He couldn't hate Midoriya Izuku. He couldn't hate this child, because no matter what fear, caution and distrust lay within the kid's eyes, there was something else that stood out so strikingly. Something else that reminded him so intensely of the daughter he loved at home. Midoriya Izuku was begging to be saved, even if he didn't realize, and Shoyuta would be dead if they failed him again. Himself and Bakugo were approaching the hospital room again. He could tell the kid was nervous, jittering around. He felt for the blonde. Losing your childhood friend, turned bully victim, but they've had that discussion before. To be told your whole life that they weren't coming back, to have attended their funeral, only 10 years later to discover them as a deadly assassin who doesn't remember who they are and wants to kill them. Yeah, Shoyuta felt sorry for the kid, but if he blew up at another random passerby for speaking above a whisper or knocking into him by accident, he was going to have the kid's head. Even now, walking through the halls of the quiet hospital, Bakugo looked ready for battle, movements stilted, eyes narrowed and assessing. Shoyuta sighed and stopped walking, rolling his eyes at how long it took his student to notice. A few paces ahead he stopped and swiveled around, glowering at his teacher. He opened his mouth, ready to complain, but Shoyuta beat him to it. "Bakugo," he said in a warning tone. His student's mouth snapped closed and he glared at the ground. Shoyuta let out another sigh, dropping his shoulders. He tilted his head down so the kid would look at him. "Kid, it's okay to be scared dash." "I'm not if he's scared," Bakugo snapped, but Shoyuta was having none of it. "Bakugo." The blonde looked away indignantly. "You can lie to me all you want, as long as you're not lying to yourself. It's all right to be scared. I'd be more worried if you weren't, honestly," he said in an unusual gentle tone. "That doesn't mean you can snap at everything that breathes. Take your own breaths and calm yourself down. You going in so worked up is going to help no one in this situation." He moved around slightly so Bakugo was facing him again, though the kid still refused to raise his eyes. "Look, that kid is already freaked out as it is. You're the only bit of familiarity he's got right now, even if he doesn't fully understand. He doesn't need you looking like you're ready to kill him dash. What happened to you?" "Being FNG terrified of him," he grumbled. Shoyuta essayed his teeth slightly. "It's an unusual situation," he finally landed on, turning to walk again, Bakugo hot on his heels. "Midoriya doesn't terrify me like Reaper did, but he still scares me. He's nothing like we expected, and that uncertainty is what really makes us all nervous." "Like how Reaper's unpredictability worried you?" Bakugo asked as they stopped outside room H. "In a way, yes, though we at least knew that Reaper was a killer. Midoriya, well, we just can't figure him out." They both stared silently at the door for a minute. "You think I'll be able to help?" Bakugo questioned quietly, looking up at Shoyuta, who kept his eyes glued on the door. "I don't know if I'm honest." "We hope so," he said. When Bakugo spoke again, it was so quiet, Shoyuta almost didn't hear him. "I don't want to mess things up further. I don't want to hurt him again." Shoyuta looked down at his student who stared at the floor. He lifted his hand, squeezing the boy's shoulder gently. "You won't. You've come a long way, Bakugo. I know I don't say things like this often, but I'm proud of you." Bakugo snorted. "FNG sap. Yeah. No one will believe you." Both were startled out of their conversation when Shuta's phone rang. The dark-haired man glowered at the name. "Rat Overlord. You going to be okay alone?" he asked, though he knew the answer. Bakugo scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Who do you FA taking me for?" he grumbled, hand on the door. Shoyuta barely retained his own eye roll as he watched his student walk into the room, Tsukachi's voice drifting out. He glared at his phone as it started ringing loudly again, answering it. This had better be good. Red and Green stared at each other from opposite sides. They had been left alone, the detective leaving for food or some sheet and Hobo-sensei for a talk with the rat principal. Katsuki had never been so amused reading the name their teacher had saved the principal as in his contacts. All amusement had swiftly left as he entered the room, but not for reasons he had expected. He expected to feel afraid or even FNG sad. He just felt FNG confused, as well as a little awkward and apprehensive. Izuku was like a DM puppy, staring at him, sitting cross-legged at the top of his hospital bed. Katsuki had mirrored his position at the end of the bed. He didn't know why, considering there were perfectly decent seats next to the cot. It didn't matter, he felt much more FING comfortable, and Izuku didn't seem to mind. What he wasn't comfortable with was the fact they had been staring at each other in silence for 5 FING minutes. He kept cracking his knuckles, his knee bouncing awkwardly in nerves. Why was everything Izuku did the most unpredictable shit in the world? Katsuki wasn't prepared for this bullshit. Izuku, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease. His back was straight as he sat, studying Katsuki's face and body. It made the blonde severely uncomfortable, though he didn't think the other boy noticed. Izuku tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. "Goddamn puppy dog. Bakugo Katsuki," he said suddenly, voice scratchy. Katsuki nearly jumped out of his skin in shock at the boy's voice. He cleared his throat. Yeah." The younger boy merely blinked at him. "Bakugo Katsuki," he said again, forcing Katsuki to raise an eyebrow in confusion and agitation. "That's your name." It wasn't a question, though Katsuki nodded anyways. Izuku tilted his head the other way. "I didn't call you that," the green-haired boy mused, startling Katsuki. His eyes went wide, nervous for what was to come. "I called you Catch Dash." Katsuki whipped out his hand to cover the other's mouth as quick as he could, a garbled noise coming from him. The action startled them both. As fast as Katsuki moved, Izuku was faster, grabbing the blonde's wrist and snapping it backwards. Katsuki hissed in pain, pulling it back to himself as the younger boy let go just as fast as he grabbed on. Guilt filled Katsuki's bones when he looked up to see the confused and upset expression on Izuku's face. The young hero spoke quickly to explain himself, as Izuku went to talk. "Sorry. That wasn't you, I didn't that." He blew out a frustrated breath. Izuku continued to stare at him. "I didn't mean to scare you, I have a FING theory. About when you had that seizure. I think the name Casey, that name. I think it triggered the response. So that's why I..." Katsuki lifted his throbbing wrist to his own mouth. Izuku blinked at him. He looked down to the hand Katsuki had put over his mouth and stared at it for far longer than was necessary. Then he looked back to Katsuki and blinked again. Twice. "They didn't tell you why I was brought here?" he questioned, though it seemed he already knew the answer. Katsuki shook his head slightly. It was true, they hadn't told him anything, just that Izuku was injured and needed to be treated correctly, whatever the F that meant. Before he could understand what was happening, Izuku had reached forward and grabbed Katsuki's hand, the same one he had previously used to cover the boy's mouth. Katsuki barely contained the very undignified yelp that threatened to leave his body as he was pulled forward. The close proximity was startling, but Izuku didn't seem to notice Katsuki's discomfort, nor his red cheeks as the other boy placed Katsuki's hand on the back of his neck. Katsuki's internal turmoil, though still present, eased a bit as curiosity took its place. Bandages covered the back of Izuku's neck, much like the rest of his body. It was an odd place for them, sure, but Katsuki had had his fair share of bandages in obscure places. He still wasn't sure what he was supposed to be understanding here as Izuku loosened his hold, but not yet releasing him. "There was a chip in my neck," Izuku said bluntly. Katsuki's eyes shot from their joined hands to the other boy's face in shock. Izuku continued to watch their hands. "It activated shockwaves through my nervous system for different reasons." The name was an activation word. It was at its most intense. Though a little guilty, Katsuki couldn't help but feel a sense of relief at the amount his old friend was talking, though the topic had that wiped away pretty quickly. Izuku looked up to lock eyes with him again. "I cut it out." Katsuki felt his entire body freeze at the nonchalance of the statement. He stared at the boy across from him, who didn't look fazed at all, in shock. Katsuki couldn't comprehend why the boy would be so calm about ripping something out of his own neck, something that was put in there to hurt him, to keep him held down. After a few minutes of silence with Katsuki simply trying to get his brain-to-mouth function to work, he was startled out of his head by a soft pressure on his wrist. Izuku, still staring at their hands, was massaging the sore area gently. It was strange. The boy was a complete conundrum. It was like he was the Izuku Katsuki used to know, skittish, caring, gentle. He just had a number of rougher edges as well. Nothing and everything made sense about the boy with dirty green curls, all at the same time. "Why?" Katsuki asked when he finally found his voice. Izuku's eyes flicked to his hands freezing in their actions. "I'm sorry. I hurt your hand. I thought I should try make it better." "I'm sorry," he answered, monotone and quiet. He began to pull his hands away, but Katsuki held fast. "No." He loosened his hold and lowered his voice at Izuku's flinch. "No, I didn't mean about the hand thing, you, can keep doing that if you want," he stumbled out. Izuku continued to look down, but after a moment resumed his work. Katsuki knew he probably should have let the other boy do what he wanted instead of pulling their hands back together. In truth, Katsuki just didn't want to let go yet. There was a part of him that was afraid if he let go, Izuku might disappear from him again. A stupid and irrational fear, of course, but it was there, no matter how minute. Katsuki cleared his throat. "I meant, why did you cut out the chip? I mean, I probably would have too if I had a chip in me dash." "You don't." Katsuki was startled by the sudden and intense interruption. "Huh? You don't have a chip?" Izuku asked, confusion lacing his voice. It took all of Katsuki's effort to not gape in horror at the boy. A year ago, he probably would have instantly snapped that, of course he didn't have one, that wasn't FING normal. Katsuki had grown, however, and he, though still brash, thought a lot more before he spoke his mind. Because, to Izuku, having a chip probably was normal and wasn't that FING heartbreaking thought. "No," he said slowly after a pause. "Most people don't have chips implanted in them." He tried to speak as gently as he could, watching for Izuku's reaction. His expression flicked quickly through a number of phases, so quick it was almost unnoticeable. Confusion, dejection, blank. He seemed to settle on blank a lot. Katsuki didn't like that. Izuku used to be so expressive. Blank didn't suit him. Izuku turned Katsuki's hand over and began to trace the lines of calluses and scars presented on the palm. Katsuki had to repress the shivers that threatened his body as tingles flowed from the sensitive area. "I didn't want it anymore," Izuku whispered. Katsuki furrowed his brows. He didn't understand why Izuku cut it out himself, why he didn't ask the officers, why he didn't tell them it was there. Sure, he was technically their prisoner, but it's not like they were torturing him. If anything, it was pretty obvious they were all trying to FING help him. But why cut it yourself? Why hurt yourself? "We would have helped if you asked." Izuku didn't answer him, just continued to stare at their hands. "Izuku." Still no answer. Though the tracing on his scars was still gentle, the grip Izuku had on his hand was getting more and more painful. Properly looking at the boy, Katsuki noticed how tightly he was strung, shaking in his seat, eyes squeezed closed. Katsuki cursed himself for his lack of tact, at not noticing the clearly uncomfortable boy sooner. Before he could try console him, Izuku spoke, voice so quiet, Katsuki missed what he said. "What?" "Fireworks," Izuku whispered, voice shaking. "Bakugo Katsuki." Bakugo Katsuki, with the good red eyes, made fireworks. Though Katsuki guessed the boy was talking about his quirk, he wasn't really sure what was happening. When he hummed in agreement, however, it seemed to calm him slightly. So he was quiet. He sat quietly watching as Izuku continued to trace his hand, his grip slowly loosening. He sat quietly as Izuku repeated those words, almost to himself, giving the occasional hum of agreement. Katsuki wasn't sure how long passed until Izuku quieted down himself, until his hands became limp in Katsuki's own. He knew Aizawa and the detective were most likely the murmurs he could hear from outside the room. He was glad they hadn't walked in. Izuku's eyes had begun to droop, back slouched on the bed. Katsuki gently pushed the younger boy's shoulder, so he was lying down. He frowned in annoyance, not at Izuku but the situation, when the green-haired boy flinched at his touch. Katsuki didn't want Izuku to flinch at him. He wanted to make Izuku feel safe, be safe. He peered down at the boy, who seemed to have slipped instantly into sleep. He remembered himself how drowsy he often felt after painkillers and was slightly surprised the boy lasted as long as he did awake. He carefully moved a small curl behind the boy's ear, grimacing at how badly it needed to be washed. He stared at the scars on his face, particularly the long one across his eye. Just looking at them made him want to effing cry, and he hated it. His fingers ghosted over the jagged lines, his mind running all sorts of horrible imaginations of how it must have happened. Though he wanted to stay longer, wanted to watch Izuku through the night, he knew he wouldn't be allowed. He was given the last number of days off school, but was still due to start the next day. Logically, he also knew that Izuku was staying in the hero floor of the hospital, one he had stayed in himself a number of times. He knew how intense security was. Logically, he knew Izuku was safe. That didn't mean he didn't want to do the job himself. As Katsuki turned to go, he felt a small tug on his pant leg. Though Izuku wasn't looking up at him, Katsuki could tell his eyes were slightly open. "Can I say it?" "Bakugo Katsuki's name, can I say it?" he whispered. Katsuki was nervous. He didn't want a repeat of what happened in the interrogation room. He didn't want to see Izuku in pain because of him. He also wanted to make the boy happy, so after a moment of deliberation he nodded slightly to himself. "Okay," he whispered. Izuku let go of his leg, eyes falling closed again. He said nothing and Katsuki, presuming he had fallen asleep again, moved away to the door. Just as his hand reached the handle, his breath hitched at the small voice from the bed behind him. Kaken. No questions were asked why he left the room crying. When Katsuki found the two men in the cafeteria after a while, they simply handed him some tea and began a light discussion about school as they waited for Katsuki's mother to collect him. Back in the hospital room, the green-haired boy lay, curled up on himself. He stared out the window at the city lights. He had never had a view from a window like this. He was trying to fight sleep, fight the drags in his system. Not because he didn't feel safe, though that was a contributing factor. He didn't want to stop looing at the nice view. He didn't want to fall asleep and wake up to it all being a dream. Kaken. He whispered to himself as a lullaby came to his lips, humming it alone. Back in the hospital room, the city lights keeping him from being in the dark, the green-haired boy lay humming a gentle tune. He closed his eyes as sleep overtook him. He finally let himself cry. The sound of the mirror smashing echoed through the large chamber, the control device falling to the ground in pieces, surrounded by glittering glass. The guards on duty flinched at their boss' shout, his panting filling the empty space. Himura Ankaku was furious. The anger flowed through his veins, overwhelming his senses. His Reaper was gone. His bunny, his toy decided he could just leave, decided he could rip out his chip that was implanted as a specific reminder of who he belonged to. Dame Brat had disobeyed him too many times and now had gone running to the heroes, his precious little Kaken. Ankaku would not stand for it. Never had someone gone against him, behaved so boldly with him before. No one dared to. He had a reputation for a reason, and he would be dead if some pathetic little schoolboy ruined it for him. The Grim Reaper was a masterpiece. He was the perfect weapon. His emotions could be challenging, but Ankaku would be lying if he said he didn't get some satisfaction watching as he was stripped of his humanity, over and over again. Midoriya Izuku was dead. He was dead since the moment Ankaku got his hands on him. The little green-haired boy who so desperately wanted to be a hero, who tried saving Ankaku himself, well, he just couldn't resist such a perfect prize. A child who had been shot down by society, who could be molded into a perfect weapon. Who would really miss a quirkless brat, anyways? So, Ankaku took him. He raised him all by himself, raised him to carry his own father's legacy, raised him to be perfect. And the beach had the nerve to abandon him. His own papa. Abandon him after everything Ankaku did for him, after he saved him from his pathetic life, where he would no doubt be chewed up and spat out by the animals around him. Ankaku gave him a chance of salvation and he effing threw it in his face. Ankaku was raised surrounded by the ideas of building the perfect assassin. The perfect soldier to create the perfect world. He grew up watching his parents and friends mold young children into the creations they wanted, so that they would remove the parasites, the evils, the impure from their world. Though he wasn't his father's son by blood, Ankaku was ready to show him how perfect he could truly be. His parents allowed the children to think too much for themselves, to figure out the world on their own. They took them in too old, when they had already understood their own quirks and own bodies. Ankaku would not make that mistake. After the accident that killed his family, he swore never to let their work be forgotten. He would find the perfect subject, one pure and good and ready to save the world from its evils. Midoriya Izuku was that perfect child. Innocent. Pure. Naive. Ankaku sighed as he stared into his broken reflection. He needed to be calm. He needed to think rationally. His bunny was doing so well. This was a setback, but it could be fixed. He was always able to fix it, to remind the boy where he belonged. Though this time he believed he would be needing a little extra resources. A cruel smile slipped its way onto his lips. Haru, he called out to one of the guards, who immediately stood to attention. Get Shigaraki on the phone. Let us see if we can come to some sort of arrangement. He would get his bunny back. No matter what he had to do, or who he had to go through to do so. Shoyuta was tired. There was really no other way he could describe the last few days other than tiring. His body was tired, his head was tired, his emotions were effingly exhausted. All he wanted to do was curl up in his sleeping bag with his family and their cats and sleep for a goddamn year. Alas, that was not going to happen. Midoriya had been in the hospital for 3 days and was being released into Shoyuta and Hisashi's care that evening. There had been plenty of long and exhausting meetings and phone calls made those last few days to work out Midoriya's situation. When the rat had called him after Midoriya woke up in the hospital, Shoyuta knew he had to prepare himself for either very good news or the worst news ever. In this case, it was neither. Nedzu had a sympathy towards the boy that Shoyuta couldn't fully wrap his head around. Caged animals will always find solidarity in each other, was all he had to say. In any case, Nedzu had proposed an idea, to both him and the commission. Shoyuta will never understand how the rat knows things and works so fast, one that would benefit both Midoriya and Hero Society, or so he said. He proposed that Midoriya reside with Shoyuta himself for the time being, before being transferred to the student dormitories. Midoriya would be brought back into society through the hero course, and use what he had learned to their own advantages. Shoyuta understood why Nedzu suggested this plan of action. He knew if they left Midoriya to the commission, to those who had been on his case long before Shoyuta even heard word of the boy, he would be turned into a soldier. He would be used for the commission's dirty works, pushed through systems worse than Hawk's, and when he wasn't needed, he would be shoved into the pit of a dark cell or lab room. At least with Nedzu's plan he had a chance to live again. Shoyuta understood this. That didn't mean he had to like it. First, there was the issue of his family. Though Reaper had never killed a child before, they had killed plenty of teenagers and young adults. Not only would he be putting his family at risk, but also his students. He felt an intense guilt whenever those thoughts came to him, but Midoriya was still an unknown. For all they did know, this was all an act, and Shoyuta hated that he thought like that, but his excuse was that it was the hero in him. In reality, he was just terrified of what he didn't know. In reality, it wasn't the hero, but the human in him. Though he had his concerns, he still obliged, knowing this was the best course of action for both Midoriya and for figuring out Reaper's bigger picture. They needed to gain Midoriya's trust just as much as they needed to trust the boy himself. So, after hours and hours of deliberation, the commission had been persuaded to allow Nedzu take in the boy under the school's wing, provided he followed a number of rules. With the commission's rules, Yue's rules and Shuta's own rules, going through all of them was going to be a huge headache. Explaining the situation to his family and then students was the next issue Shoyuta had to deal with over those few days. Hizashi was wary, of course, but like the loving, wonderful, perfect human he is, it didn't take much convincing, even if he hadn't seen the boy since the interrogation room. There were a number of issues they both had to discuss in more detail, but overall, he seemed more at ease with Midoriya being their temporary ward than Shoyuta did. Hitoshi was more difficult to convince. He was furious Shoyuta even allowed Nedzu to consider Midoriya living with them. Of course, Hitoshi only knew him as Reaper, had yet to formally be introduced to Midoriya Izuku himself. Like always, however, that anger was hiding the young boy's true feelings. He was terrified. Terrified of losing the one true family he ever had, the only true friends he had. When Shoyuta left their house a number of hours earlier, he still hadn't come around. It was going to be tough getting Hitoshi on board, to feel about Midoriya at least a little bit how Shoyuta did, to try and understand. He knew it was hard, though, knew those fears weren't going to disappear overnight. Next were his students. Obviously, they knew something big was going on. Though they sometimes act like idiots, they weren't stupid. They connected the dots. They knew the reason Shoyuta and Bakugo seemed to keep disappearing from school was because of the Reaper case. Shoyuta couldn't tell them everything, so all they understand is that a new student would be joining them. Again, they aren't stupid. Shoyuta knows that they know it's Reaper. Shoyuta knows that they are going to be just as paranoid, just as wary as his son, especially considering all they had faced in the last year. They had questions, of course. Lots and lots of questions, for both him and Bakugo and really anyone they could get their hands on. Shoyuta had ordered them to not leave the school until he was back, had ordered them to not bother himself, his husband or Bakugo and Hitoshi with questions. Had ordered the two boys not to answer any. He rarely gave instructions and orders so intensely, but this was a situation they needed to be patient in, whether they liked it or not. When he told Bakugo about the plan, he was instantly on board. He didn't care what he had to do, he would help Midoriya. Shoyuta had to sit him down and have a very long and hard conversation about how Midoriya wasn't who he remembered him to be, at least not fully. He knew Bakugo didn't fully take in what he was saying, blinded by having his friend back, but again, Shoyuta knew his student was no fool. Shoyuta knew that if he thought prison was Midoriya's best option he would agree, even if it was after a screaming defense. Part of Shoyuta was glad Midoriya had at least one person fully in his corner. He just hoped that wouldn't come back to bite him in the butt later on. Bakugo's conversation then led him to the longest and hardest. All parents were to be informed. Not of Reaper's status or much of his case due to confidentiality and their own safety. It was still essential that Yue inform them of a potentially dangerous ward that would be rehabilitated through the school. Though they were wary, they had come to trust the school and their own children as they began to understand this was their lives now. This was what being a hero meant. There would always be an element of danger that came with the job. So, once all the parents were informed, Shoyuta was forced to move on to the harder part of the job. Informing the Bakugos that the assassin that was out to kill their son was actually his presumed dead childhood friend and would now be living with him, went surprisingly a lot better than Shoyuta expected. Though in hindsight, the Bakugos had always had a trust in Shoyuta and their son to do what was right and keep everyone safe. Informing Midoriya Inko that her son was still alive and now was one of the world's most feared assassins? Much harder. Shoyuta was fortunate he didn't have to deal with that too much as of yet. Sitting in the hospital room, waiting on her arrival, however, Shoyuta had never felt so nervous. Even Tsukachi couldn't comprehend how Mrs. Midoriya was feeling, so Shoyuta had no idea what to expect. He was essentially taking her son away from her again. He really hoped she hadn't requested to see the boy so that she could try bringing him home, because for her own safety and Izuku's safety, they wouldn't be able to permit it. The boy in question seemed oblivious to Shuta's concerns as he sat on the windowsill, staring out at the city. The sun was beginning to set, painting the room in pretty oranges and pinks. Midoriya was a lot smaller than Shoyuta had initially realized and now looked like he was drowning in the tracksuit he bought him. He was shorter than Reaper seemed, Reaper's boots having slight platforms on them for hiding weapons. He was skinnier without all the armor as well, but still strong-looking. Even so, it looked as though the kid hadn't gotten a good meal in him in a long while. Hizashi was going to love the shopping element of this caretaking. Shoyuta furrowed his brows slightly, preparing to ask just when Midoriya had a full meal last, when the hospital door slammed open. Shoyuta glared at Bakugo, who was glaring at his phone muttering something about shitty extras not minding their DMN business. Shoyuta turned to watch Midoriya as the green-haired boy observed Bakugo, eyeing his movements carefully. Though still wary, it was clear Midoriya had a connection to Bakugo, odd as it was, his actions more open and less skittish when the boy was around. Shoyuta watched as Bakugo made his way straight for the other boy, not even acknowledging his teacher's presence. Midoriya unfurled himself, letting his legs hang off the sill as Bakugo got to him, raising a hand slowly. The way Midoriya's eyes followed the blonde's hand had Shoyuta noticing for the 1000th time the similarities Midoriya had with a cat. It was odd to say the least. Bakugo took a strand of Midoriya's curls and rubbed them between his fingers. Better, he grumbled. Still needs to be FING cut. That Shoyuta could agree with. The boy's hair was definitely better clean and unmatted, but Dimon it was a bush. Shoyuta and his husband enjoyed their long hair, but Midoriya's was just unruly. Still, Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at his student's antics when he turned to greet him. FNG what? He growled. Nothing, Shoyuta answered innocently, hiding a smirk in his scarf. He knew Bakugo tended to mother hen his friends, but he was another level with Midoriya. The boy hopped off the windowsill and Bakugo scoffed at his appearance, shooting Shoyuta an unamused look. Midoriya really did look ridiculous. The dark pants were rolled up multiple times and still one trailed under his heel. He hadn't put on his shoes, but Shoyuta had decided not to question it until they had to leave the hospital. He also hadn't rolled up his sleeves, so they hung at a ridiculous length over his hands, one side of the jumper falling off his shoulder, showing his bandages. Shoyuta shrugged helplessly. There is a reason I don't do the shopping. Clearly, the blonde scoffed, though was slightly distracted as he was manhandled to turn in a circle. Shoyuta had to resist a sigh as he watched Midoriya turn his student around, pulling at his arms and clothes. That was something they would have to teach the boy. Personal boundaries seemed to be a huge issue when it came to Midoriya's own, unpredicted touches and fast or loud movements causing him to flinch or retaliate violently in some way. As soon as it came to someone else's space, however, Bakugo in particular, all restraint was thrown out the window. Kami, what is Izuku? Bakugo asked as he was spun in his fifth circle. Midoriya didn't answer him straight away, simply stepping back slightly and circling, before stopping with his back to the door. The same, he said after a minute. Huh. Midoriya tilted his head and blinked slowly, like a goddamn cat. Shoyuta could swear it was the kid's quirk. Clothes. They're the same as yesterday's. Bakugo glanced at Shoyuta, who schooled his expression to hide his amusement. Yeah? It's my uniform for school. Midoriya hummed slightly, before turning his curious gaze on Shoyuta. Shoyuta spoke before the kid felt the need to investigate. Hero costume. Kind of a uniform. I don't wear it all the time, but I have a lot of dark clothes, he explained. Izuku just continued to stare at him. When he looked as though he was going to say something, the door opened again. All three heads turned towards the newcomers, Tsukachi stepping in first, followed by the green-haired woman that he had seen with the Bakugos plenty of times. The similarities between the mother and son were uncanny, apart from the damages Izuku had faced. The stretch of silence was almost unbearable as the two Midoriyas stared at each other. Slowly, however, the elder's eyes began to water as she shook her head, hand lifting to her mouth. No, she whispered, surprising the room. No. That is no. Bakugo took a slight step forward, standing just behind the younger Midoriya, face etched with concern and confusion. Both him and Tsukachi spoke at the same time. Mrs. Midoriya? Auntie? You all right? Mrs. Midoriya was still mumbling slightly to herself, tears flowing, stumbling over her words. Auntie? It's Izuku, it's your son dash, Bakugo tried again, only to be interrupted harshly by Mrs. Midoriya. No, Katsuki. I know how you missed my Izuku, but that, she said, voice shaking as she pointed an accusing finger at Izuku. That is not my son. If Shoyuta thought he was shocked before, those words will forever be burned into his memory. Auntie. I'm sorry. I need to go. I'm sorry, she said as she stumbled out the door. Bakugo went to follow, but Shoyuta put a hand on his chest as Tsukachi went for the door. No. You stay with Midoriya. We will be right back, he said sternly, pushing him back to the young boy. Midoriya's face was blank, and Shoyuta couldn't get any read on him, which wasn't unusual but still concerning. Both he and the detective ran after Mrs. Midoriya. She was nearly at reception when they called out for her to stop. Look, I know I must seem like a terrible person to you, but I can't look at that boy in there and pretend he is the same boy I lost 10 years ago, she said before they could ask her anything. Ma'am, we know this must be a difficult situation for you, but Tsukachi started. No, she snapped over him before taking a deep breath. I apologize for my bluntness, Detective Eraserhead, but you couldn't possibly know how difficult this situation is to me. She took a number of calming breaths. When she looked at the two men again, her eyes, though still full of tears, were fierce. Do you know the name of Reaper's first victim? She asked them. They shook their heads. Shoyuta had never thought to look into it, though now he wished he had. His name was Midoriya Hisashi. Both men exhaled in harsh breaths. He was overseas in America working at the time. The year before we had accepted our Izuku wasn't coming home. She breathed in shakily. I've mourned them both. I am at peace with them being gone. I came today to see if seeing him would change that, but it doesn't. That's not my son. The boy in there, he's a murderer, a monster, one who killed his own father and so many more. And I know there are much more factors at play here, but I can't her voice caught as she brought her hand to her mouth. I can't pretend they are the same. I'm sorry, I need to go, she stumbled, voice cracking as the tears started again. She took a few steps before turning back to them. Take care of him. Then she was gone, leaving the two dumbstruck men to stare in her wake. There wasn't a lot they could do in this situation. Midoriya Inko, though she wouldn't be staying with Izuku, still wouldn't be able to return to Tokyo due to their connection. They knew she would be upset with the situation, how could one not be? They weren't, however, expecting her to completely abandon the idea of the boy in the hospital room being her son. Did you know about Midoriya Hisashi? Shoyuta asked after a minute of tense silence. The detective swallowed harshly. Shaking his head. Shoyuta hummed slightly. We should head back to the boys. Again, the detective merely nodded. When they got back to the room, the two boys' heads shot up at their presence. Bakugo stood up from the bed, leaving Midoriya sitting on the edge of it. Shoyuta could practically see the anger rolling off the blonde in waves. Did she effing leave? What the F did she say? He growled out. The two older men glanced at each other before looking over at Midoriya. Shoyuta looked back to his student, who he could sense was about to blow up, especially after seemingly being ignored. We'll talk about it later, he said, giving Bakugo a stern look when it looked as though he was going to protest. Shoyuta did not want to explain to Midoriya right that moment that his mother didn't want him anymore, that she only saw him as a murderer. He especially didn't want to breach the topic of Midoriya killing his father. Tsukachi cleared his throat, stepping towards the boy who still sat on the bed. His face was still blank, but there was a lingering sadness in his green eyes, one he couldn't hide. Izuku? Are you all right? The detective asked gently. Midoriya blinked at him, confusion flickering for a moment across his face. Pardon? Are you all right? The detective repeated. I know this situation must be upsetting for you. We want to know if you'd like a moment to yourself, or something, before we leave. Oh. Midoriya blinked thoughtfully again. No, I am fine. But, that woman? She was my mother. It came out as a question. Yes. She was, Tsukachi answered carefully. Did you not remember her? Izuku turned his head away, looking thoughtful. Bits and pieces. Green, I remembered green. And, he shook his head, schooling his expression again. I didn't mean to upset her. I'm sorry. Everyone in the room was taken aback by his apology. It wasn't the first time he had apologized for believing he had made one of them upset or angry, even when he hadn't. He seemed to believe everything was his fault. Apologizing made his default setting. It was quite alarming and definitely something Shoyuta would have to work on with him. This wasn't you, Shoyuta said gruffly. His eyes found the clock on the wall, sighing heavily at the time. We can discuss it more at a later date. Right now, let's get you released. The two older men led the boys down the corridors towards the reception. The sudden increase in security was exceptionally obvious, their eyes trained on the group, particularly the green-haired boy. A quick glance back showed Shoyuta he wasn't the only one who noticed. Though Bakugo was scowling at everyone they passed, he wasn't what caught Shuta's attention. Midoriya was clearly tense, walking stiffly, eyes trained on the floor, though Shoyuta could tell they were aware of everything around him. His hands were clenched so tightly into fists, the knuckles were white. Shoyuta inwardly sighed, leading the boys to the waiting area. As they sat down, Shoyuta slowly and carefully tapped the boy's fists. Careful, he grumbled. The boy slowly relaxed his hold, revealing red crescent shapes in his palm. Bakugo hissed sharply, pulling out wipes and a bandage from Kami knows where and taking the other boy's hands in his. Shoyuta had to force himself not to laugh at his aggressively caring student. Mother hen. He made his way back to the reception where Tsukachi was finishing up on some of the papers. Once there, the detective pushed one of the papers toward him. Shoyuta scowled at the bold writing screaming up at him. Parent or guardian signature. Not wanting to think about it much, he signed quickly, handing the paper back to Tsukachi, who handed it back to the receptionist. He pointedly ignored the other man's small smirk, focusing on the woman in front of them. Especially when she scoffed at the paperwork. Midoriya Izuku. I'm surprised they even allow his kind to be treated here, she snarked. Shuta's brows furrowed. Yes, having a villain treated in the hospital was unusual, but not unheard of, especially in the hero wing due to its security. Plus, Midoriya was a child, they were hardly going to deny him. She barked out a sarcastic laugh. On top of him being a villain, I mean, they should have just thrown him into the depths of Tartarus. One less villain and one less, well them. Now Shoyuta was significantly confused. She was clearly annoyed he was a classified villain, and for another reason, but he couldn't begin to imagine what the other reason would be. I'm sorry, his kind? He voiced his confusion. Villains have been treated here before, as well as assassins. When he glanced at the detective, he was surprised to find him more angry than confused. He cut off whatever the woman was about to say next, her smile dropping instantly at his cold tone. I suggest you think very carefully about what comes out of your mouth next, lest I have you fired for quirkism, the man growled, surprising both the receptionist and Shoyuta. He didn't think he had ever heard his friends sound so angry. The woman stumbled out an apology, explaining that they were free to go and a few housekeeping points. As the two men made their way back to the boys, Shoyuta questioned what the detective meant about her being quirkist. Tsukachi stopped in his tracks staring at Shoyuta, a small "oh" forming on his mouth. Sheet, I never told you about his quirk, did I? He asked. Shuta's eyes widened slightly, realizing that no, he in fact still did not know anything bar his own guesses about Midoriya's quirk. Grimacing slightly, the detective told him sheepishly. Right, sorry about that, must have slipped my mind these last few days. He steeled himself slightly, glancing at the boy behind him. Midoriya is quirkless. Shoyuta couldn't have hidden his surprise even if he tried. Then he groaned loudly, rubbing his face. Of course, he had no problem with the boy being quirkless, though it would make his integration into society a lot harder. He looked over to the boy in question who was watching as Bakugo told him something, eyes still flickering around the room, even though he was focused on the boy next to him. Shuta's eyes landed on his still bare feet and the man groaned again in understanding. Goddamn problem child. They arrived back to the Aizawa residence just after 8. Shoyuta graciously thanked Tsukachi for the lift home as the two boys got out of the car. He had offered for him to come in as another familiar face for Midoriya along with Bakugo, but the detective denied, informing him he still had a lot of paperwork to go through. The part of the job no one enjoyed. If you need anything, just call, Tsukachi said, before Shoyuta closed the door and he was driving away. He made his way towards the boys, watching as Bakugo tried to encourage Midoriya forward, the latter standing unmoving at the bottom of the stairs. Again, Shoyuta noticed how stiff he stood, how his eyes moved everywhere, sharp and calculating. He clenched and unclenched his fists as if remembering not to at the last moment. He shifted unsteady on his still bare feet, the ankle monitors large and uncomfortable looking. Shoyuta approached them, steps loud purposely, walking ahead of them to the door. When he turned around, Midoriya was still watching the unfamiliar building warily, while Bakugo flicked between his teacher and friend. This is my home, Midoriya. You're okay. It's safe. Come on now, he said, trying to allow his voice not to betray his own nerves. It must have worked, for after a moment, Midoriya followed him up the steps, Bakugo right on his heels. Once inside, he gave Midoriya a spare pair of his own slippers, so they sat slightly larger on him. Midoriya watched them with interest as they removed their own shoes. A clattering from further inside the house had Midoriya reeling back towards the door, eyes wide. Shoyuta put his hands up to placate him, one hovering over his scarf slightly. That's just my family, okay? They're not going to hurt you, all right? Midoriya's frantic gaze shifted to Bakugo, who gestured for Shoyuta to go first. So, he did, followed by Bakugo and then Midoriya carefully behind the two of them. Something else Shoyuta noticed was how quiet Midoriya could be, gracefully gliding over their floors despite his tense form and heavy anklet. Shoyuta could instantly tell his family were still nervous and stressed about the boy staying with them. Hitoshi was glaring at the table, arms crossed, leg tapping. From the looks of it, he had decided he wouldn't be helping in the kitchen that night, unusual for the kid. His husband was skirting around the place, serving up a selection of rice, noodles, curry, stir-fry and who knows what else, clearly not knowing what foods Midoriya would like and going overboard. He was muttering to himself, hands fluttering, hair disheveled. Eri just looked confused as her eyes darted between Hisashi and Hitoshi. She was biting her nails, a nervous habit she had picked up when she felt she shouldn't ask questions, one both Shoyuta and Hisashi had been trying to stop. The fact Hisashi hadn't noticed her doing it was a clear sign of his own distress, as they usually tried encouraging all her questions. His daughter was also the first to notice their presence, eyes widening when she turned around. "Daddy," she screeched, barreling over to him. He bent down, ready to catch her when she froze, eyes widening even further as she noticed the newcomer. Shoyuta glanced behind him to see Midoriya hiding slightly behind Bakugo's larger frame, as if shielding himself. He was watching Eri intently, eyes always coming back to her even as they scanned the room. When both Hitoshi and Hisashi came to stand behind Eri, Midoriya's eyes zeroed on the two men, stepping back slightly. The tension in the room was almost unbearable. Hisashi at least tried smiling at Midoriya, who probably wouldn't notice it was fake. Shoyuta could tell it was strained, though he suspected it was more to do with Hitoshi than Midoriya, considering his eyes kept flicking to their son. For good reason too. Hitoshi was openly glaring at the boy, something Shoyuta would have to have a word about with him later. He could almost hear Bakugo's snarling behind him, his protective nature showing in full force. Though he was clearly unhappy, Shoyuta could tell Midoriya was not what Hitoshi had been expecting. Shoyuta cleared his throat to draw the house's attention to him, giving Hitoshi a stern look. He didn't want his son to feel ostracized, but he needed him to understand the gravity of the situation and there would be consequences to his hostility. "This is Midoriya Izuku," Shoyuta said, turning slightly and gesturing at the boy. He halted momentarily at the boy's bowed head as he kept his eyes to the floor. "Midoriya," he said in attempt to get the boy's attention. Though he looked to Shoyuta, his head stayed down as though he were expecting a strike. "Midoriya, this is my family. Hisashi, Hitoshi and Eri dash. Shinso," Hitoshi ground out. "You can call me Shinso." Both parents were shocked at the hostility in their boy's voice. Bakugo physically growled from behind Shoyuta, who had to put a hand behind him to stop him from stepping forward as Hisashi reprimanded Hitoshi quietly. Eri, completely oblivious, or simply choosing to ignore the tension surrounding her, stepped forward with a hand outstretched. Though she was small and innocent, the movement was fast. Shoyuta's heart jumped out of his throat at the almighty flinch he saw Midoriya give from the corner of his eye, going to grab his daughter from out of reach. It was only when he turned towards her, he noticed Midoriya's flinch was away from the girl in a defensive manner, rather than going to attack her. Eri's eyes filled with sadness for a moment before she moved slowly again, an air of determination surrounding her. Shoyuta held a hand up to stop Hitoshi from going for her. She smiled brightly at him. "Hi. You can call me Eri. Can I call you Zuku?" she asked sweetly. Midoriya glanced to Shoyuta and then Bakugo, a panicked look in his eyes. Bakugo gave a gruff nod to the boy before he looked back at Eri and nodded slightly himself. She beamed at him, reaching her hand out slightly, amusingly, just like Shoyuta had taught her to do with cats. Midoriya continued to just stare at her hand, unsure what to do with it. Bakugo sighed loudly before taking it himself and lifting her other hand up. "Come on Izuku, she won't hurt you. And I'm hungry as foo, really hungry, so take her hand and we can get this show moving," he grumbled. Midoriya stared at their joined hands for a moment before reaching a scarred one out himself, wrapped in Bakugo's earlier work. Shoyuta couldn't help but notice it shaking. Midoriya allowed himself to be dragged to the table, and though it seemed his eyes watched Eri, it was clear they were tracking the new men in the room. Instantly, both husband and son's eyes narrowed on certain scars on the boy's face, eyes widening fractionally. Shoyuta moved over to his husband, placing a small kiss on his cheek. "I'm going back to the dorms tonight," Hitoshi grumbled, which wasn't all that surprising. "Okay." Hitoshi gave a stiff nod before turning to join the other three. "Toshi, please. Please let it go for tonight. Please don't make this harder than it has to be." Shoyuta watched the tension seep out of Hitoshi's shoulders, another slight nod given as he moved away. Shoyuta shoved his face into his husband's shoulder, grumbling incoherently. Hisashi laughed lightly at his antics, kissing his forehead in return. "We knew it wouldn't be easy," he whispered gently. "You can say that again," Shoyuta groaned as they moved to sit down. Eri was cheerily explaining all the dishes to Midoriya, as Hitoshi watched him and Bakugo eyed Hitoshi. Midoriya was jumping between watching Eri's animated movements to the array of food in front of them. It took a few minutes after they had begun eating that they noticed something was wrong. Midoriya hadn't had a bite. He hadn't even picked up his chopsticks or put something on his plate. "Midoriya," Hisashi spoke gently. "Is everything all right?" Midoriya looked up to his husband, his usually blank face etched in confusion. He opened his mouth before closing it again, brows furrowing. He blinked a few times, looking back at the table. "I don't understand," he whispered finally. The table glanced at each other in confusion before Hisashi spoke again. "What don't you understand, Midoriya? Is there something wrong with the food?" Something you don't like? You don't have to eat it if you don't like anything, and we can get you something else, he explained patiently. Midoriya shook his head slightly. No, I don't understand what this is. The words I've never seen any of this. His voice was quiet and stilted, fear laced in it. His eyes flicked stressfully to each person at the table who was watching him with their own trepidation, apart from Eri who was happily eating away. Following a tense silence, Midoriya went ramrod straight, eyes gluing themselves to the table. I'm sorry. Shoyuta snapped himself out of his stupor. There's nothing to apologize for, Midoriya, he attempted to assure the boy, whose hands were being peeled apart by Bakugo, as he grumbled something under his breath. What did you eat? He acted the movement out, before all this. And if they felt shocked before, nothing would prepare them for the next words out of Midoriya's mouth. I didn't. Hisashi's breath hitched while the other three simply stared at the boy in shock. Even Eri had stopped eating, watching in confusion. Okay, Shoyuta said slowly. And what about at the hospital? Midoriya thought for a moment before answering. Water. I know water. I think the wit eco dash, he stopped himself. The doctor said soup as well. It was like water, but darker and, salty? He paused, looking at each of them as if debating if he would say what was on his mind. Before, I was given a lot of injections. I don't really know, I was never told dash. He very suddenly stopped talking, eyes wide before closing in on himself again, face blank. Izuku. Bakugo tried encouraging, but the boy had completely shut down, shoulders tight shaking slightly. I can't, he choked out after a minute. I'm not allowed, I can't. He clenched down hard on his jaw, teeth grinding. Hey, little listener, you're okay, you don't have to tell us anything, alright? You're okay, but you need to calm down a little. Yeah. Hisashi said as gently as possible. A glance to Hitoshi showed him staring at Midoriya in shock and confusion. Shoyuta understood that. Nothing about Midoriya, after all, is to be expected. Slowly, Bakugo moved his hand forward in order to attempt to calm him down. Shoyuta expected a flinch or some sort of reaction. Instead, as Bakugo placed his open hand on Midoriya's lap, the green-haired boy simply took it in his own hands and began tracing at the boy's scars and calluses as he spoke lowly to himself, so low, Shoyuta wasn't sure he'd be able to hear him even if he was right next to him. After a few minutes of tense silence, the young boy spoke again. I'm sorry. Hisashi dropped his head slightly in attempt to catch the boy's eye, smiling gently. You don't have to be sorry, Midoriya. We can start you on the soup and some light vegetables, okay? I'm sure you'll come to enjoy eating, he laughed gently. Eri then cleared her throat very loudly. They all turned toward her as she presented bright pink Hello Kitty chopsticks to Midoriya, clearly having got up at some point and returned to the table unnoticed. He gingerly took the training chopsticks out of her hands staring at them, his other hand still holding Bakugo's wrist. These are what used when I was learning how to use chopsticks properly. I can use big ones now, though, so you can have them and I can help teach you, she announced with a determined smile. Shoyuta couldn't stop his own smile making his way onto his face, hiding it in his hand. Hisashi openly giggled, ruffling her hair. Midoriya just stared at the pink chopsticks in what Shoyuta could only describe as wonder. For me? He asked in that same broken awe he asked when Shoyuta presented him with the ugly, oversized tracksuit he still wore. Eri nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, he whispered softly, gripping them in his hand. And so began the introduction of food to Midoriya, a bizarre idea in itself. Even more bizarre when you see a battered, bruised and bandaged assassin holding a pair of hot pink Hello Kitty chopsticks as he struggles to hold the chopped vegetables, eyes widening at the different flavors as he is reminded to eat slow and chew, so he did not choke. Very bizarre indeed. Though the tension lifted and the mood improved slightly, there was still a somber ambience surrounding the table. Shoyuta would definitely have to talk more with Hitoshi on his opinion, particularly after watching him stop eating and simply stare at the table, lost in thought. Bakugo as well, who had also stopped eating as he stared at Midoriya, not minding the boy's solid grip on his wrist. He sat with his husband later that night, discussing just how utterly bizarre the situation and Midoriya were. He had to be told how to chew show. He's what, 17? Shoyuta shook his hand in a so-so manner. He really needed to figure out the kid's age. 17. And he's never eaten food. He ate before he was taken, Hisashi. Remember what Bakugo said? His favorite food was katsudon, because it started like katsuki, Hisashi finished with a smile. Yeah, I know. He sighed heavily, frown slipping back onto his face. It's still hard to imagine what he's been through. Like, you saw how much he closed up. It looked like he physically couldn't talk about it, like it was hurting him. Yeah, I noticed. The kid, he's a lot more complicated than what we were hoping for. This isn't going to be a simple go to a few therapy sessions and he'll be good to go. There's going to be a lot of baggage. Sheet, Zashi, his own mother refused to call him her son. His first documented kill was his own father. Kemi, I don't know how to go about this. This little listener has muzzle scars show. I know Hitoshi saw them too and ugh. It is so frustrating because all day I was telling Toshi to just give him a chance, that there was nothing else we could do in the situation, so we might as well make it easier on each other, and I just feel like the biggest hypocrite because I'm scared too, you know? Midoriya, whether we like it or not, is still Reaper. Everything about this terrifies me, yet I take one look at that kid's face, one look at him calming himself down from a panic attack because he thought we would be mad at him for not understanding how to eat, for something that was clearly completely out of his control. I look at him and feel so guilty, they say together. I know what you mean, Shoyuta continued. I can't help but somehow feel like this is our fault, you know, which is completely illogical. I hadn't even heard of the Midoriya Izuku case until Bakugo, so there's no way we could have saved him, but he inhaled deeply. I don't know, Zashi, maybe this is our way of getting a second chance at saving the kid. Hizashi hummed in contemplation slightly, sipping his tea. There was a comfortable silence between them, both lost in their own minds about Midoriya Izuku. Oboro would have liked him, Hizashi whispered after a moment. Did you notice how he kind of acts like a cat? Shoyuta snorted, nodding his head. Oboro would just want to take him home, a little stray, and smother him with love. Shoyuta smiled gently. He would have. Again, silence filled the room as the clock ticked closer to midnight. Though exhausted, Shoyuta enjoyed the peacefulness of sitting with his husband. A heavy weight landed on his lap as Pumpkin jumped onto him. They had kept the cats away during dinner, adding one less stress to the mess. Shoyuta nearly laughed at the image of introducing Midoriya to the cats. He could already picture their heads tilting, eyes blinking at each other. It would be a good way of indicating trust. Animals always did have a sixth sense when it came to those things. We didn't tell him the rules, Hisashi said after a few minutes. We can do it at breakfast. I don't dash. Shoyuta was cut off as a soft voice called out to them. Daddy, Papa. Eri stumbled over, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Yes, baby listener? Hisashi pulled her into his arms. Everything okay? You should be fast asleep by now. She yawned again. But I got woken up. I think Zuku is upset, she mumbled out. Both men looked at each other before racing down the hall, Pumpkin hissing in protest at being let down, while Eri remained in Hisashi's arms. Shoyuta paused with his hand on Hitoshi's room, listening. Soft whimpering could be heard from inside and Shoyuta steeled himself before pushing it open slightly. He could hear Eri protesting her bed behind him but zoned them out, instantly focusing on the boy in front of him. Midoriya sat, curled in a ball in the very corner of the dark room. He was rocking back and forth gently, humming an odd tune to himself while soft whimpers flowed from him. His finger gripped deep into his hair as he pulled tightly on his curls. It was a startlingly heartbreaking sight. Not wanting to scare the kid into further panic, Shoyuta flicked on the hall light, first illuminating the room just enough. With slow and deliberately louder steps, he moved towards the shaking boy. Midoriya, he said gently. Midoriya, can you hear me? He got no answer, just a continued whimpering and humming as the boy stared vacantly. Very slowly, Shoyuta moved a hand out to the boy. Midoriya, I'm going to touch your leg, okay? I need you to come back to me, all right? Just as his fingers brushed the kid's knee, he gave a violent flinch. No! Midoriya screeched, reeling so fast away from Shoyuta, he smacked his head hard against the was behind him. Eri gave a small scream at the action from behind, but Shoyuta refused to keep his eyes off Midoriya. No, stop please. I'll be good. Stop it please, Papa, don't. I'm sorry, I'll be good, I'm sorry. Midoriya kept repeating the phrases in a jumbled manner, eyes clearly not seeing Shoyuta. There was something in particular Shoyuta locked on. Papa. He stored that snippet of information in the back of his mind for late, needing to focus on the boy in front of him who was now completely spiraling. Midoriya. You're safe. I'm not going to hurt you, okay? Your name is Midoriya Izuku. My name is Aizawa. Shoyuta, erase her head. You know me. I won't hurt you. Izuku. You're safe. You know me. I'm Aizawa. Shoyuta. You know Bakugo Katsuki. Kaken. You're not with Papa. You are safe, Izuku. Shoyuta continued to repeat a mantra of reassurances over the crying boy. Slowly, very slowly, he began to focus more on Shoyuta, repeating his words. Shoyuta left his hand out flat on the boy's leg like Bakugo had done earlier, continuing to reassure. Hesitantly, the boy took his hand in his own, as he began tracing Shuta's own scars and calluses. After what felt like hours, the boy had completely slumped against the wall, eyes still staring blankly. Shoyuta had moved slightly next to him, almost barricading him against the wall as Midoriya continued to trace his hand. Then, very quietly, a small apology escaped the boy's lips. You don't have to apologize for being upset. Okay? I'm not mad at you. No one is going to be mad at you, Shoyuta took a deep breath, leaning heavily against the wall himself, watching Midoriya for a minute before speaking again. Can I ask what happened? Midoriya instantly stiffened, the grip on his hand almost painful. You don't have to tell me, Shoyuta quickly reassured. But if you do tell me, we might be able to prevent it. It took a minute of silence, one that stretched so long, Shoyuta thought Midoriya wasn't going to answer at all. The dark, he whispered. I don't like the dark. Shoyuta was no fool. He knew there was a lot more to that statement than Midoriya. Just being afraid of the dark. He also knew that moment was not when he needed to get into that conversation. Before he could say anything to Midoriya, there was a high eep sounded from the door, followed by a number of pitter-patters as Eri ran out of the room and then back. Eri's coming over, Shoyuta murmured, hoping to give the boy a little warning. He tensed fractionally as she paused next to him but relaxed after a second. Eri fumbled with plugging in whatever she had retrieved. When she got it, she gave a victorious squeal, turning the nightlight on. Instantly the room lit up with tiny dots of lights. Shoyuta watched as Midoriya stared around the room in awe at the false stars. I have lots of nightlights, Eri exclaimed proudly. I can sometimes get scared of the dark too. This one's my favorite because it looks like the stars and I love the stars, so you can borrow it to make you feel better. Midoriya looked at Eri like she was the most perfect thing in the world. Shoyuta couldn't help the pride that swelled in his chest. Thank you. Eri, he choked before putting a hand over his mouth. Do you want a hug? Hugs always make me feel better when I'm sad, Hisashi asked, kneeling in front of the boy beside Eri. Midoriya stared at each of them, eyes shiny. I don't know what, he trailed off, his voice catching before looking at his knees. I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to cry. Of course, you're allowed cry, Midoriya, Shoyuta said soft but still stern. You can cry here. We'd have to touch you in the hug. Is that okay, Midoriya? Izuku, he whispered. Can you call me Izuku? Please. Okay, Izuku, he amended. It still stands, you are allowed to cry here. Would you like the hug? You can say no. But hugs are really great, and they will make you feel loads better and protect you from mean people who said you can't cry, Eri informed him with passion. Hesitantly, Izuku nodded gently. Eri hugged him first, wrapping her small arms around his neck. He stiffened instantly and Shoyuta was ready to pull Eri backwards, but then he lowered his forehead onto her shoulder. Hisashi joined behind Eri as they all leaned their weight onto Shoyuta, who grunted, but said nothing, resting the hand not held by Izuku in his curls. You're safe to cry, Izuku. Slowly and ever so quietly, Izuku's shoulder began to shake as he cried silent tears. Hitoshi was not good with change. He was comfortable enough in his own mind to admit that to himself. For most of his life, change did not bring good news. A change in job and location brought strain on his parents' happy relationship when he was 3. The change of gaining his villainous quirk caused strain between his classmates, teachers, extended family, his parents' friends, that list could go on. A change in schedule for a hospital appointment for getting himself into trouble again got his parents into a car crash that made them lose their lives. Yes, therapy had taught him that it wasn't actually his fault, and he was only just 6 at the time so he couldn't have actually done anything, but it still haunted him. Then, changes from orphanage to foster care to orphanage again, in a horrifying cycle of never having a real family or friends, brought his fair share of pain, abuse, and neglect. His change to his last orphanage was the worst, as well as bringing him into his middle school years. It was that orphanage that introduced muzzles to Hitoshi and just how cruel the world could be to mind and voice quirks. Ever since he met Eraserhead, his final and most influential reason to becoming a hero, one fateful night that involved a stray cat, a homeless man and Hitoshi just trying to do the right thing, most change has been good. He got his family, Eri being added was also a good change. He got into the hero course, kicking, screaming and just barely scraping the mark, but he got there. With his place came his provisional license and a sheet ton of friends he wasn't expecting, as well as a bunch of villain attacks that did not bode well for his anxiety. All in all, ignoring the villain attacks the best he could, the last number years had probably been the most stable and best of his life. So, it was safe to say Hitoshi was not happy about this new development in his life. Not one bit. Was he hiding most of his true emotions behind anger? Did he give a F that it was a sheet coping mechanism as stated by his therapist and literally everyone else in his life? Also yes, but his lack of ability to process his emotions correctly was second only Bakugo Katsuki. That wasn't to say he wasn't angry, because he was. Though he didn't know it was Reaper at the time, he was always aware his dad had some big case going on, one he was often stressed about. One that Hitoshi could see scared him. Though he was never allowed any details, he was often told to run at the sight of a tarot card. An odd warning, but he listened. When he and the rest of his classmates were finally let in on the secrets of Reaper, they couldn't help but feel afraid. Especially with their strong, stoic, badass teacher, and dad, being so clearly frightened by them. Becoming friends with Bakugo had been a huge surprise and interesting development in his life. He was a powerhouse with both his quirk and personality, not someone Hitoshi was usually fond of. As they grew closer, he learned they shared a lot more similarities than differences. In all honesty, Hitoshi considered Bakugo one of his closer friends, so of course he felt a sort of protective fear overriding him when Reaper began targeting the volatile blonde. There was something off with Bakugo. Ever since Reaper had entered the picture, something was wrong with him. Hitoshi was one of the first to notice, probably alongside Kirishima, but soon everyone could see. After seeing him the night the mission to capture Reaper went wrong, hearing him shout for his childhood friend's name, he had mentioned him once when Siro and Ishido had gotten them all drunk. Kirishima made sure they never brought it up again. It was clear why he was acting so odd. To think he believed the deadly assassin that had pros shaking in their boots was his childhood friend? Unfathomable, yet it had the boy tied up in knots. And apparently he was also correct. The reveal of Reaper's identity did not change how Hitoshi felt about him, like it apparently changed his parents' and Bakugo's opinions. Well, maybe not Bakugo's, but they hadn't had that conversation yet. This was not a change he was comfortable with. This was not a change he wanted nor he was willing to let slide. Because who cares if Reaper was actually a kid their age? Who cares that he was just a child, taken from his family and hidden from the world? He was still a murderer. He was a murderer who had killed Kami knows how many, one who had specifically targeted his classmate, his friend. It wasn't like they hadn't faced child villains before. They had to just look to Toga as a prime example. She was their age too, they believed, but no one was doubting her ranking as a villain. Nobody was bringing her home, bringing her to school. They all had accepted she was past saving. So, what made Midoriya Izuku so different, so special? How could his parents just accept the rat's offer to let a killer sleep in their house, sleep in the place Eri was? How could they let him near Hitoshi's classmates, near Bakugo, no matter the weird connection he had with the kid? Why was he not being thrown in the darkest pit of Tartarus and answering to the commission? The worst part wasn't even how accepting his parents and Bakugo were being. Hitoshi had eyes, he could see his dads were nearly just as uneasy as he was, yet they just agreed. The others in school didn't really know what was happening, but they guessed it was to do with Reaper. Of course, they were right, and Hitoshi knew some had already suspected he would be joining them in school for some reason or another, but they didn't actually know anything, so it's not like Hitoshi could gauge how they were feeling. No, the worst part was on the night that him and his friends had found that body, he had never felt so relieved someone had died. And that feeling ate at his consciousness, because if he was having thoughts where he was grateful for a murder, then was he really any better? Yet, even as the case progressed and Hitoshi's fear of Reaper, fear for his family, friends, Bakugo worsened, there would always be that fleeting thought that Reaper had gotten rid of the worst person in Hitoshi's life. And Hitoshi was happy about it. That was the worst part, because it made Hitoshi feel like the villain he always swore he wasn't. That's what he told himself anyways. The worst part was definitely the fear of losing his family and those he loved. So, yeah, it was safe to say Hitoshi was not happy with this change. He was terrified of what it could bring to his life, who it could hurt. He was terrified of Reaper and what he had done. He'd seen what he had done, spent many nights researching the dark web for it. He was terrified he would lose the love and happiness he had gained, terrified of how Reaper made him feel. And that made him angry. Angry at Bakugo. Angry at the commission and the rat. Angry at his parents. Especially angry at Reaper for making him feel like this, for tearing apart the control Hitoshi finally had on his life. He hated him. Until he met him. When Reaper had first walked in that door, Hitoshi was prepared to hate him. His opinion was set, and he would not be swayed, especially not enough to let the kid call him by his name. He was a lot smaller than Hitoshi had been expecting, hiding behind Bakugo's larger frame. Hitoshi couldn't have given less of a f that the blonde was being so protective, even though he knew it was bound to cause more issues later. He nearly felt his heart stop watching Eri reach out to him, every fiber in his body wanting to grab her and haul her to a safe distance, but Shoyuta stopped him. If he wasn't so set on being angry in that moment, the scene of Eri trying to lure the deadly assassin to take her hand was almost amusing. There was a certain mannerism behind the boy that reminded Hitoshi briefly of a cat, but he refused to let that thought simmer. He was doing well keeping his opinion on the boy the same. Sure, he was smaller and definitely jumpier than Hitoshi was expecting, and he looked frankly ridiculous in the clothes his dad had bought. Seriously, why did they let Shoyuta do the shopping? It didn't matter how he looked, however, Hitoshi was set. The boy didn't need someone else in his corner, he shouldn't have had any of them. Then he stepped, or was rather pulled forward, into the light. It had taken everything in Hitoshi not to gasp. First were the large scars and bruising across his face and neck, the one through his eye looking particularly gnarly up close. There was a seemingly endless array of bandages, peeking out from different sections under the baggy clothes. His size was even more noticeable walking past the rest of them, none of the men in the room known for being small, even if Hitoshi and Hizashi were on the lankier side. He also had freckles, which was just odd to see. Those weren't what really caught his attention. No, what really caught his attention were the certain little scars scattered across his nose, mouth and jaw. Scars he was all too familiar with. Scars he knew his pops was also familiar with. Midoriya had been muzzled. Kami, Hitoshi hated change. He didn't know why that affected him so much, but very suddenly he was looking at the kid in a different light and he was not happy about it. Then Midoriya dropped the bomb that he didn't remember what food was, that he couldn't remember how to eat. Hitoshi didn't feel hungry after that. He didn't know what to feel as he watched the green-haired boy break down, watched him being taught how to eat with hot pink Hello Kitty chopsticks. He didn't know how to feel as he and Bakugo sat in silence on the way back to the dorms. He didn't know how to feel when they departed without saying a word. And as he sat, pushing around some soggy cereal the next morning after giving up on sleep, while Bakugo glared at him from the kitchen, he still didn't know how to feel. Yes, he was still scared, and yes, that meant he was still angry, but he was also confused. Midoriya had confused him, which had him feeling slightly guilty, which he definitely didn't want to deal with. Kami, he was so effing tired. He nearly jumped out of his skin as two hands landed heavily on his shoulders, jolting him back to the present. Good morning. Oh, Kami. Denki's perky voice sounded from behind him as he made his way to sit across from the older boy. He was watching Hitoshi with a concerned expression. You look like sheet. Hitoshi rolled his eyes at the cackling from Shiro and Kirishima as they also joined the boy at the table. He seriously could never understand how they all had so much energy constantly, especially so early on a Saturday. Seriously dude, did you sleep at all? Denki continues after a minute of joking around, watching him with concern. Hitoshi ducked his head so they wouldn't see his blush at the blonde's attention, picking up his bowl and making his way to the kitchen. Why did he have to catch feelings? They were literally the bane of his existence. Fine, he mumbled. Yesterday was just a bit busy. He grunted the end as Bakugo shoulder-checked him, walking past to sit next to Kirishima. Hitoshi allowed himself the time to empty and clean his bowl out to collect his thoughts and simmering anger. He knew he'd have to deal with Bakugo at some point, he just hoped it wouldn't be so soon. Then again, that would simply be delaying the inevitable, so there was really no point in trying to avoid him. It would only make things worse. He refused to let the older boy control him, however, so he marched straight back out and plunked himself down next to Shiro. He could see the other three watching them apprehensively, even as they tried making casual conversation. It wasn't like he could hide the tension between them. Bakugo was very openly glaring at Hitoshi. After a couple of minutes, he couldn't take it anymore. What? He snapped at the blonde, who snarled in response. He had interrupted the others' conversation, who now seemed to be holding their breaths as the two boys stared at each other. He didn't care. He was sick of the glaring. I know you can use your voice when you want to, so what gives? Either spit it out or stop FNG glaring. You're one to FNG talk about glaring, Bakugo growled, to which Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Oh please, is this seriously because I don't like your little boy toy dash, he started. He knew it was mean and uncalled for, but Hitoshi was angry and tired, and so wasn't fully thinking. Bakugo's chair flung out behind him as he stood, hands slamming scorch marks into the table. Don't if call him that, he snarled. Hitoshi also stood up, his built-up anger finally releasing itself. The three other boys made noises of protest as they tried to ease the argument. They weren't alone anymore, the common area steadily filling with their classmates, but neither boy cared. It's what he is, right? I don't get why you defend him so much, Bakugo. He's a villain. He was literally aiming to kill you, yet you still effing protect him. Hitoshi flinches back as Bakugo leaps at him, only stopped by Kirishima's hardened arms. Don't you effing dare. He is not a goddamn villain, he ground out, struggling against the other boy. Get off me, shitty hair. He shoved him off, making his way towards the elevators before stopping briefly to glare at Hitoshi again. Don't FNG talk about shit you don't understand, Shinso. Hitoshi blinked in shock, the tone in Bakugo's voice. It wasn't angry and cold like he expected, but instead almost sad. All Hitoshi could do was stare at Bakugo's retreating back as his anger drained out of him. An overwhelming sense of guilt came over him as his own words registered. Hitoshi didn't mean to be so harsh. Yes, he still doesn't like Midoriya or the situation, but he also knew he was Bakugo's childhood friend once. He didn't mean to sound so cruel. There was a tense silence throughout the common room as everyone took in the argument. Kirishima cleared his throat, glancing awkwardly at Hitoshi. I'm gonna go check on him. Yedash, he stumbled out before jogging after the blonde. Hitoshi released a heavy breath, sinking back into his seat. A low whistle from his side had him glancing up at Ishido, who had slotted herself beside him. That was intense, she laughed out, an awkward tint to her bubbly voice. You want to tell us what that's all about? Hitoshi grumbled, crossing his arms and looking away. He clenched his jaw slightly when Shiro spoke up. I mean, I think we all kinda know what it was about, right? The whole Reaper thing. We all have our theories, but, what you said about the boy toy dash. That was dumb and irrelevant. Ignore it, Hitoshi snapped, suddenly defensive for Bakugo, a complete turn of events. Besides, you guys aren't supposed to ask questions. Well, you can't expect us not to ask questions when you argue right in front of us. Mineta called out from the couches behind Hitoshi. Plus, it's not like you were wrong. If we are talking about Reaper, then he is a villain and Bakugo does have a weird obsession with him. That caused an uproar of conversation, some agreeing, some defending Bakugo, some, read, Ashido, just telling the grape him to shut the F up. Hitoshi cringed as the debate swirled around him. It was his fault after all. He really needed to have a proper conversation with Bakugo about all this. Glancing up, Denki caught his eye, mouthing an, "Are you okay?" Hitoshi felt his heart flutter slightly, giving the other boy a half shrug, half nod. He could tell the blonde wanted to say something else, but an unexpected arrival had them all shutting up. "Sensei!" Ida alerted them all. Hitoshi flicked his head towards the main door and sure enough there stood his dad, eyeing them all carefully. It was hard to tell how much of the conversation he had heard, though Hitoshi was sure he wouldn't mention anything. It was also hard not to notice how tired the man looked, and Hitoshi only hoped it wasn't from anything concerning his family. The class was surprised to see their teacher, and rightfully so. He hadn't meant to be coming back to school until the following week, and he'd been pretty MIA over the last number of days, coming into class for only brief talks with either Hitoshi or Bakugo. Hitoshi was mainly concerned that if he was with them, then Reaper was left alone with Hizashi and Eri. He knew his fears weren't exactly fair, especially if Shoyuta trusted Midoriya enough to leave him, but he couldn't help it. Their teacher moved over to the couches, gesturing for them all to take a seat. He continued observing them for a moment after they had all sat down before speaking. Bakugo and Kirishima? There was a brief minute of silence where they all looked at each other before Yaoyorozu spoke up, clearing her throat. "Upstairs, sir. There was, she glanced quickly at Hitoshi. "A minor incident this morning." His dad looked at him contemplatively, Hitoshi sinking further into the couch next to Denki. This was also a conversation he knew would be coming. Not that he wanted it. Shoyuta grunted before continuing. "Right, leave any questions till the end. I'm sure you're all wondering what's been going on with the Reaper case and why I've been gone. I still expect you not to pry too much, especially with Shinso and Bakugo. They will give you the information that they want to give and are permitted." He cleared his throat, shifting slightly. "It is true we caught Reaper quiet. We caught Reaper, but there have been a lot of complications with the case. That is all you need to know about that. The case, in your eyes, is now finished, you are no longer a part of it." There was a loud murmuring of disagreement but was quickly silenced by a flash of erasure. "I will be returning to class Monday." Hitoshi raised his eyebrows in surprise at this development. He wasn't due to be back fully for another week, when he would be bringing Reaper with him. "With me I will be bringing a new student. They will in fact be moving in tomorrow." Another surprising development that none of them were expecting. Sure, he had mentioned a new student and though Hitoshi knew, a lot were guessing it was Reaper, but they, like Shoyuta, weren't meant to be coming for another week, much less the next day. Hitoshi was really not prepared for Reaper to join their ranks already. "They won't be staying in the same dorm area as you," he continued. "Rather, one built between the teachers' dorms and yours. If at any point you feel uncomfortable with the new student, you are to come to me or another one of the teachers and we will do our best to help. Now dash. Is the new student Reaper?" Everyone looked to Siro who had so boldly interrupted. Even he cringed in on himself, as if he hadn't meant to speak out of turn. Before anything could be said, Ojiro also spoke up. "I would also like to know. We have our suspicions but..." He trailed off looking around. Some voiced their agreements, while others just looked uncomfortable. "Most of us presume it is, Sensei," Hagakure said. "Like, it's kinda weird to think, but it also makes sense with the timing and all. Though it messes with how old we thought they were," she murmured at the end, like she was debating it with herself. "Also, kinda curious what connection Bakugo has with all this." Her final statement caused more of an uproar, many coming to Bakugo's defense, others adding their own questions. Hitoshi watched his dad as he watched the rest of them. To his credit, he didn't look angry, just exhausted. He heaved a large sigh before speaking over them, voice carrying over the mass group. "I'm certain I told you no questions till the end," he drawled, rubbing his face as the class quietened down. "I suppose you do need this information. Yes, Reaper is the new student. Yes, he is the same age as you. Yes, this was a shocking development that we must deal with. And finally, no, I will not be answering any questions in regard to Bakugo. If there is something he wishes to share with you, he will. The only thing I will tell you is they knew each other before Midoriya became Reaper Dash." "Midoriya?" Todoroki questioned into the stunned silence. "That's his name." "Yes, if you had let me continue, I would have told you that. His name is Midoriya Izuku. Now, He crossed his arms, giving them all a cold glare. There are rules. You will not question Midoriya about his time as Reaper. You will respect him as any fellow classmate. If you do not feel comfortable with him, like I said, you come to me or another teacher, but you do not go causing issues on purpose. If you don't like him, avoid him. He is a ward on UA. He has been placed here by both Netsu and the Commission. He also has his own rules he is required to follow, which I will email to each of you along with your rules. If you see him break them, you come to me or another teacher, similarly if you see your classmates breaking them. He gave another large sigh, shoulders slumping slightly. Reaper's situation is far more complicated than was originally thought. Don't push at him. He's not what you're expecting. I'm not saying you let go of all your fears, just be mindful. He paused, letting the class sit with the information they were given. You're dismissed. Any questions, email me, he said with finality. Hitoshi got up with the rest of his class, making his way towards the elevators. He wanted to talk to Bakugo, really talk, but he didn't think he was in the right mindset to do it without yelling in that moment. He sighed heavily, turning into a groan as his dad slipped into the elevator with him. Heading to your room? He asked. Hitoshi gave an affirmative grunt, knowing what was coming. The two stood silently in the elevator and stayed that way as they walked to Hitoshi's room. The silence was just about becoming unbearable as Hitoshi debated what to say when his dad spoke up. I'm sorry. Hitoshi whipped his head back to face him, eyes wide in surprise. That was definitely not how he expected the conversation to go. Hitoshi himself wanted to apologize, he just wasn't sure how to go about it. We shouldn't have thrown Midoriya on you like that. I should have told you more about him, even the little that I knew, and for that I'm sorry. I'm also sorry there wasn't anything else I could do for Midoriya's situation, anywhere else we could put him, logically. But I need you to understand that. This isn't just a me thing, okay? This is a commission thing. A global commission thing. A UA thing. I don't have the luxury to refuse dash. That's not true. Hitoshi cringed at the bluntness in his own voice. That wasn't what he had meant to say, but he couldn't help. I just mean if you really didn't want to do it, you wouldn't have. You're right, Shoyuta mumbled, surprising Hitoshi yet again. He watched as his dad slumped into his desk chair. If I straight up refused, they would have listened. They weren't going to force me into this. I chose to let Midoriya into our lives. But Toshi, I don't know what the outcome would have been for him if I didn't. Yes, he's a classified villain and assassin, and yes, he's done terrible things, but there's something about him, kid. Trust me, this scares me as much as it does you, but I think this way we have a chance of saving him. They migrated back to silence as his dad became lost in thought. Hitoshi was doing his best to wrap his head around what he was being told. He knew there was more behind Reaper's story, he just hadn't realized how worked up it was making Shoyuta. He still couldn't get rid of that nagging fear, however, as much as it bothered him. He was 7. His dad suddenly spoke up again. Or around that anyways. He was a 7-year-old quirkless kid who went missing. A 7-year-old quirkless kid whose biggest dream was to become a hero. Hitoshi let himself drop onto his bed as he took in the new information. He was Bakugo's closest friend. I shouldn't be telling you that, but I feel like you might have already known. He let out a shaky breath. There's so much to the kid's story that we still don't know, so much we need to help uncover. That's why he's here. Or at least that's why I have him here. We didn't save him before, you know, kiddo? The heroes, we failed him. I just feel like this could be our second chance. This could be his second chance. He sighed again, leaning back in his chair. That doesn't mean I'm not still apprehensive. We have all these different rules put in place for a reason. Just, you can talk to me, okay? About whatever you're feeling, just try not to take it out on Midoriya. Please. You don't even have to pretend to like him or talk to him or anything, just try not making harder than it is. On him and yourself. Hitoshi stared at his dad, taking in all he had to say. It wasn't like he hadn't already realized there must have been something more going on with Midoriya. He stayed up all night in a crisis over it. He was still in a crisis over it. Somehow, like always, listening to his dad had calmed him down, had opened his eyes to how unfair he was being. He felt more guilty over Bakugo than Midoriya, but who knows what being outright hostile could do to the kid. He let out a defeated sigh, dropping his head. His resentment towards Reaper wasn't going to disappear overnight. He was a naturally distrusting person. He knew something would have to change, however. Okay, he mumbled. He wasn't going to switch up his attitude completely, but he also wasn't going to be outright hostile. It wasn't fair on any of them. Hitoshi loved his dad and his friendship with Bakugo was important to him. He didn't want to cause unnecessary strain in an already difficult situation. I'll try, do better. Shoyuta grunted, the chair under him creaking as he stood. He ruffled Hitoshi's hair messily, smirking at his protests. You're doing good, kiddo. Now, I have to go discuss some things with Bakugo. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? And if you feel like helping to move some stuff with us, just shoot a text. There's not much but, you know, Brushing back Hitoshi's hair a final time in departure, he turned and left the room. In a split-second decision, Hitoshi called out again to him. Can I come with you now? I need to apologize to him. Bakugo. There was a moment where his father just watched him, and even after years of living together, Hitoshi could still never decipher what was happening in his head when he looked at him with that blank stare. But after a tense moment he nodded before walking out the door, Hitoshi scampering after. Katsuki glared the purple-haired asshat down as he stood, fidgeting in his room. Aizawa was a looming presence behind his son, shitty hair hovering awkwardly by Katsuki's side, as if expecting him to lash out again. He wanted nothing more than to punch the sorry fucker in the face for what he said about Izuku earlier, but he restrained himself. No matter how set he was, he couldn't say he didn't understand. Of course Shinso was wary. Izuku was previously a mass murderer and was now residing in his home. He understood the fear. Sheet, Reaper scared the F out of Katsuki before he was blinded by Izuku being back in his life. Except he wasn't blind. Izuku, though he was his Izuku, was still shrouded with mysteries and unpredictability. But he was still Izuku, and Katsuki would be dead if he didn't defend him, protect him till the end. Even so, he valued his friendship with Ibags. Not that he'd ever admit it. Besides, the closer they got, the more they realized they were alike. Unfortunately. Which meant Katsuki understood the mind BSRD was just as emotionally constipated as he was. Whatever, he finally huffed at the boy's apology, rolling his eyes. The tension in the room quickly dissipated as the threat of another fight vanished. Just don't FING say that shit again. Got it, Ibags? The cocky BSRD simply gave him a two-finger salute, smirking slightly as his easy attitude flowed right back into him. All their attention turned to Aizawa as he cleared his throat. Alright then, now that you have whatever that was sorted, Bakugo, I wanted to discuss some things with you about Midoriya. He hesitated, looking between the other two boys. Both their eyes widened. Oh, sorry. We'll go. Shitty hair stumbled out, followed by some mumbled agreements from Shinso. Katsuki rolled his eyes. The idiots can stay, he grunted. With that, the three of them got situated on Katsuki's bed. Aizawa slouched on Katsuki's desk chair. It was honestly no surprise the man complained about being in pain constantly with the way he sat. And he lectured them on their well-beings. FING hypocrite. I told the rest of your class this earlier, but we have moved the day Midoriya is moving into tomorrow. Katsuki's eyebrows raised at that. I know it seems surprising, and I promise nothing went wrong for this development to occur. We just believe it would be pointless getting Midoriya used to a location, only to move him out of it and have him get used to a whole new one. This way I can keep an eye on him and come back teaching the rest of you hellions sooner, considering you're still my prime concern. Now, he cleared his throat, shifting slightly in his seat before locking eyes with Katsuki. Your classmates are not going to take Midoriya being here lightly. Some will be wary, others may be downright hostile. You, Bakugo, are really going to have an open mind when integrating Midoriya into everything. Which means no fighting or lashing out at comments or actions, okay? If something happens, you come to me and I will deal with it. We still don't know much of Izuku's past, but despite him being Reaper, I can't imagine he's particularly fond of violence. Katsuki grumbled at that. He'd be as patient as he FING could, but he wasn't making any DMN promises. I have also given both Midoriya and your classmates a number of rules. I emailed them to you as well. Some are for you to follow, some are for Midoriya. For everyone's sake, please try being a good example with them, okay? The man sighed again, leaning back into his chair. We're going to move Midoriya in tomorrow morning, around 10. It may be smoother, Bakugo, if you make your way over to us first. I know you get up early anyways, so I'll have a car waiting outside for you at 9. Katsuki scoffed at the lack of choice he had but didn't protest. He preferred it this way anyways. Hitoshi, I know I said you could help, but it would be best if you decided you wanted to wait here at the dorms. Similarly with you, Kirishima. The redhead gave an enthusiastic nod, smiling. I'd be happy to help, he exclaimed. Though, Katsuki could still see tension in his shoulders. He knew Kirishima was only being so positive for his sake, but he also knew how nervous Midoriya made the boy. He had witnessed two of Reaper's handiworks after all, and nearly watched him kill Katsuki. He understood the boy's apprehension, but he was glad he remained on his side. Grateful even. Aizawa gave a swift nod, standing up. Okay then. Any more questions, message me. I'll be on campus till around 3 as well if you want to come find me. With that, he began to leave, followed by the other two boys who gave Katsuki a brief nod in departure. He felt as though he was wound tight, nerves filling his body for the following day, his thoughts spiraling. He wanted to see Izuku now, but decided he'd collect himself and wait until the morning. Just as his teacher was reaching the door, a question struck him. Oi, sensei, he called, halting the three of them. What about the food thing? Did you figure anything else out? He watched Shinso scowl slightly in memory, Aizawa's shoulders also tensing. No. I have a meeting with the doctors who were taking care of him at the hospital later. Whatever answer they give me, I'll let you know tomorrow. He paused, eyes drifting over Katsuki briefly, before he turned to leave again. Make sure you get some sleep tonight. All of you. I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be hectic. With that, Katsuki was left alone with his thoughts, shitty hairs questioning the last sound drifting out of his room. He was too tense. His brain was running too fast. He needed to lose some energy, needed to dispel his frustrations, and he knew just the right remedy. Getting up, he stormed out of the room, snatching Kirishima by his collar and dragging him away mid-sentence, ignoring his protests. We're going to Fenji train, eyebags, he called behind him, glancing back. You're welcome to join. A mischievous grin to match his own was his only answer. Reaper's Midoriya Izuku's rules. Hero Commission. Reaper is to wear the ankle monitor at all times. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Reaper is not permitted to leave UA campus at any time. If he has to, he must be accompanied by a pro-hero and officers. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Weekly reports made by teachers and principal are to be given to Hero Commission representative. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Reaper must have a physical check in weekly monthly with Hero Commission. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Edit made by Aizawa Shuda. Commission approved. Reaper is not to possess weaponry of any kind. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Reaper is not to possess any harmful materials, e.g. razor, rope, chemicals. If item is seen as harmful, it must be confiscated and taken note of. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Reaper is not permitted to possess any technology. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Room checks must be taken weekly. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Breaking of rules by either Reaper or UA staff will result in severe consequences. Ye and Principal Nedzu. Midoriya must attend weekly therapist sessions with Hound Dog. Midoriya must attend regular meetings with Principal Nedzu either alone or with another teacher present. Room checks will be taken regularly. Midoriya must attend hero course classes with Class 2A, physical participation to be decided. Midoriya must attend physical checkups with Recovery Girl. Midoriya is not permitted to leave campus unsupervised. Midoriya is not permitted any weaponry or technology. Midoriya is to be escorted at all times. Midoriya is not to provoke or injure any student or staff member in any way. Aizawa Shuda. If he has any issues, he's to come to Aizawa. They will have regular progress conversations. He must be within the vicinity of a teacher at all times except when sleeping. Student rules. They are not to interrogate, question, aggravate, intend to trigger Midoriya. They are not to provoke, attack, hurt Midoriya in any way. If they feel uncomfortable at any time, they are to go to Aizawa or another teacher. If Midoriya or another student is seen breaking rules, it is to be reported immediately to Aizawa or another teacher. Edited and approved by Aizawa Shoyuda. Approved by Hero Commission. Approved by UA and Principal Nedzu. Chapter text. When Shuda's alarm went off early that Sunday morning, he wanted to do nothing more than scream. Not only was it a Sunday, which were usually complete lazy days for the Aizawa Yamada residences, he couldn't even spend 5 extra minutes curled up with his husband, Hizashi's side of the bed already cold. He groaned loudly into his pillow before hauling himself up, throwing on a dressing gown as he went. Why were houses always so cold in the mornings? They were in summer. It shouldn't be cold. He continued grumbling to himself as he went to the kitchen. He praised every god who had led Hizashi into his life when he found the coffee pot full and steaming. He tossed back his first cup, appreciating the burning in his throat and bones. After pouring himself another, he turned to head to the living room, but abruptly stopped as he registered how quiet everything was. From years of working with children, Shoyuda had come to learn that silence was never a good sign. He cursed himself for not putting his scarf on. Slowly he approached the living area, only to freeze again at the sight of his husband and daughter watching something from over the couch, giggling to each other. Shoyuda continued with caution and was about to ask what they were doing when he saw what had them so intrigued. Izuku was sitting with his legs crisscrossed on the living room floor, his attention focused solely on the beast in front of him. Pumpkin, in all her orange glory, sat staring right back. When one of their heads tilted, so did the other. It was pretty adorable. Shoyuda snorted to himself at the thought of calling the Grim Reaper adorable, and what him from a year ago would have thought. He's been sat there for 5 minutes, his husband whispered, kissing him on the temple. I don't know where the other two are. They sent Pumpkin out to investigate. Shoyuda snorted again at that, bidding his daughter a good morning as she squeezed him, before running to the kitchen as a timer went off. Obo maybe. The only thing Cat would be doing is hiding to plot all our demises. I thought Cat was your baby, his husband laughed airily. Shoyuda smiled slightly. He is. That doesn't make him any less evil. Hizashi laughed all the way to the kitchen saying something about breakfast being almost ready. Shoyuda watched Izuku from afar for another minute before he walked over in his line of sight, sitting on the sofa. Even then, the boy's attention remained on the cat. Very slowly, Izuku reached a hand out to pet her. She lifted her paw as well, batting at his hand and hissing slightly. Shoyuda barely contained his laughter when Izuku hissed right back. Apparently, Pumpkin didn't know what to do with this information either, dropping her paw and letting the boy pet her head gently. She purred as he scratched behind her ears. Shoyuda couldn't help the fond look he gave Izuku as his eyes brightened slightly. After a minute, she got bored, shaking her fur out and prancing away. Shoyuda did laugh slightly at the disappointed look on Izuku's face as he watched her leave. Izuku's eyes flicked to Shoyuda in surprise, only just noticing him. Before the boy could curl back into his shell, Shoyuda spoke gently, hand out, encouraging him up. Don't worry, she'll come back. Now come on. Breakfast. Izuku didn't take his hand, which he wasn't surprised or offended by. Swiftly, he turned and walked back to the dining table, Izuku following hesitantly behind him. Shoyuda frowned when he noticed Izuku limping slightly. They'd have to make a stop to Chiyo to make sure everything in his recovery was going okay. When they had all sat, Hizashi placed a bowl of rice and eggs in front of Izuku, smiling gently at him. Shoyuda had visited the doctors the day before and they had told him there shouldn't be a problem with Izuku eating, that all his vitals seemed okay and, though he was a little underweight, there was no other signs of malnourishment. They weren't sure why that was exactly, though they suspected it was to do with a quirk and whatever injections Izuku had mentioned. Still, they wanted to ease him into eating as a precaution, his body still not being used to it. It had only been a couple of days since Izuku moved in with them, yet Shoyuda still could not get used to the sight of the boy eating with the hot pink chopsticks. Every time, when he initially picked them up, he struggled a bit, though they could see he was improving. It was sweet to see how hard he tried, though any joy in the moment was always wiped away at the memory of why he couldn't use them. Or rather, how they don't exactly know why. Izuku had just managed to get a hang of the chopsticks again when a new presence arrived at the table. Shoyuda and Hizashi stared in shock at Cat, the most people-hating animal on the planet, as he curled up in Izuku's lap, purring. It took Shoyuda months to get the animal to even take food from him, and now he was still the only one he barely tolerated. Apparently, he had a new favorite. That's Cat, Shoyuda informed him before continuing with his breakfast. Izuku stared at Cat as everyone went back to eating. It wasn't until a few minutes later when Hizashi spoke, Shoyuda noticed the kid still hadn't moved. Izuku? He asked gently. The boy still jumped. You okay? You can just shove him off if he's upsetting you, he said, smiling softly. Izuku's eyes flicked between Hizashi and the cat a couple of times before he picked his chopsticks back up, one hand settled on top of Cat's head. It was a few moments later, when everyone was finishing eating, that he spoke. I like him. He's like me, he whispered, chopsticks down, scratching at the animal's head. Hizashi and Shoyuda glanced at each other in confusion before it dawned on Shoyuda what he meant. When they found Cat, he had a large laceration across his face. His right eye to be precise. To his husband, whose own widened in understanding. Shoyuda barely retained a sigh as he saw his husband tearing up, a small smile playing on his face as he began cleaning. Izuku was so entranced by the cat he didn't notice the movement around him. It was only when the door opened and Eri let out a squeal he flinched slightly. Bakugo shuffled through their house, Eri flinging herself at him in a big hug. Izuku also got up, Cat, amusingly, still clutched in his arms. He watched them as Eri giggled at something Bakugo said, then proceeded to tell him all about the last couple of days. If someone had told Shoyuda when he first met the blonde that he would be good with children, he would have straight up laughed in their face. Turned out he was a pretty DMN good babysitter. Shoyuda observed as Izuku went from visibly perking up at the sight of Bakugo, to watching him hold Eri in his arms, brows furrows where he stood a little away from them. When Bakugo looked up and noticed the boy watching him, he raised a brow, eyes flicking to Shoyuda briefly, who just shrugged. You alright, Izuku? He asked. Izuku continued to watch them before speaking, voice small. Sad. Bakugo's eyebrows furrowed, confusion evident on both his face and Eri's. Shoyuda was feeling quite lost himself. You're sad, Zuku? Eri asked sweetly. The boy shook his head. Kaken. You're hugging. Well, that statement cleared nothing up. Shoyuda turned as he heard his husband's light laughter coming to his side. Hugs are for any time, Izuku. Not just when you're sad. Shuda's eyes widened at his husband's words in understanding. I guess we didn't explain that very well. Come on, Eri, time to get ready. Eri scurried past them all, pouting a bit at the prospect of getting ready for her day. She had wanted to help them move Izuku in, but they decided the day would be stressful enough without adding a child into the mix, and they didn't want her there in case anything went wrong. Shoyuda turned to continue clean up when Izuku spoke again. So, hugging is for any time? Shoyuda hummed. As long as the other person's okay with it, then yeah kid, hugs can be for any time, he said turning into the kitchen. He wasn't even in there a full minute when a yell and loud thumping noise had him racing back to the living room, hand raising to his scarf that wasn't there, Hisashi joining him. They froze at the sight in front of them before Hisashi promptly burst into loud guffaws. Shut up! Bakugo growled from his unfortunate position. Izuku had clearly decided to imitate Eri's jump hug and so was sprawled on top of Bakugo, the blonde now sitting on the floor. Hisashi continued to cackle as he returned to Eri, Shoyuta cracking his own smile at the sight, rolling his eyes, while Izuku continued to squeeze the life out of Bakugo. I have a feeling this is going to be another personal space issue, Bakugo wheezed, forcing Shuta's smile off his face. He groaned, turning back to finish cleaning. Goddamn problem children. Shortly after the hugging incident, Shoyuta was sitting in his living room with the two teenagers, waiting on Eri and Hisashi, hero costume thrown on after Bakugo decided to tease him about his dressing gown. He's the boy's teacher. He had gone too soft and now his children had no DMN respect. Izuku was still sitting extremely close to Bakugo, but the boy didn't seem to mind, so Shoyuta didn't mention it. He just knew it would be something to watch out for with other people. Cat was back in Izuku's lap, Obio and Pumpkin also making an appearance, moving between the three of them. Finally, Eri came skipping out, followed by his husband. She went to him first, pinky out. I'll see you later, she whispered. I'll see you later, he answered, wrapping their pinkies together. She smiled brightly before turning her attention to Izuku, determination in her eyes. Zuku, she called, moving to stand in front of him. Instantly, she had his whole attention. This is very, very important. We do this with the people that are the most important, okay? He gave a little nod in response. Eri smiled, holding up her pinky. Now you, she instructed. Slowly he lifted his hand, glancing at Bakugo for reassurance. The blonde rolled his eyes, moving Izuku's hand the way he knew Eri wanted it, pinky up, whispering something that had Izuku nodding. Eri beamed at him. Great. Now we wrap them together, like this, perfect. Okay, and then one of us asks, I'll see you later? And the other person answers the same thing. So, you go first, she said, smiling eagerly at him. Shoyuta and Hisashi watched in amusement as she squeezed his pinky with hers, his face watching her with the utmost confusion. Bakugo was clearly trying to stop himself from laughing as he leaned towards the other boy, whispering something again. I'll see you later? Izuku eventually questioned quietly. Eri squealed with joy, giggling madly. I'll see you later, she exclaimed, before taking her pinky back and doing the same with Bakugo. Before she left to go with Hisashi, she turned back to Izuku, a serious expression on her face. That's a pinky promise. It is the most important of promises, so you can never, ever break it, okay? It means that we will always come back to each other, even if something happens. It means we are always with each other, and we do it with the people we think are special to show we won't ever leave them, even if we are far away. She smiled a final time before leaving. Shoyuta got up announcing that they also had to leave, before freezing. Izuku was staring at his pinky, expression blank. Bakugo was also watching him, both unsure of the reaction they were seeing. Then, Izuku did something that surprised them both. It was slow and small, so small if they weren't looking, they probably wouldn't have noticed it. Izuku smiled. Katsuki knew moving Izuku into UA was going to be a FING ordeal. He was nervous as shit, running through everything that could possibly go wrong the whole night before and morning. First, there was Izuku's whole trust issues thing, then his classmates, the teachers, the other students in the school. His FING mom who would occasionally still be helping out in the infirmary. Katsuki was FING stressed. He had never been so grateful to see the bright red hair of Kirishima in his time knowing him, would probably never be so happy to see him again. He knew how nervous Kirishima was about the whole thing, about Izuku. He had been by Katsuki's side the most during the whole ordeal. He was also the only one of Katsuki's friends who knew the whole story about the Izuku from his childhood, or most of it at least. He just hoped Izuku wasn't terrified of him, and Shitty Hair was good at hiding his nerves. They trudged up to the dorm's main entrance, Katsuki leading with Izuku hot on his tail and Aizawa behind them both. Shinso was also there waiting for them, though Katsuki knew he wouldn't stay long and was only there as moral support. Izuku didn't have much, none of them having the time to go shopping for him and all his room sheet being done by the school. What he did have was in a backpack, which he gripped tight to his chest as they walked, tension pooling out of him in waves. The closer they got to the door, the closer Izuku got to Katsuki, till he had one hand leaving his bag and gripping the bottom of Katsuki's top instead. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the action but stopped any smile from gracing his face when he saw Shitty Hair eyeing them, giving Katsuki a look. Instead, his lip curled as he glared at the boy, who merely smiled at him. Shitty Hair, eye bags, he grumbled, stopping just before them. Shinso nodded in greeting, and even though Kirishima was smiling widely, there was an obvious tension in the air. Katsuki turned slightly to the boy behind him, who had his attention focused solely on the other two boys. Katsuki could tell he was watching Kirishima, the newcomer, more closely, though his eyes occasionally moved to Shinso. Katsuki sighed as the grip on his shirt tightened. Izuku, you already met Shinso, but this is Kirishima. The redhead beamed at the use of his actual name in the introduction, while Katsuki rolled his eyes. Shitty hair, this is Midoriya Izuku. Kirishima went to put his hand out, but stopped at the last moment, his smile fading slightly at the step back Izuku took, still gripping Katsuki. The kind-hearted idiot took it in stride, however, stepping back away from Izuku's space, smile plastered strongly again. Hey Midoriya, it's nice to finally meet you. Izuku gave no reaction besides continuing to stare at the redhead, eyes flicking to Katsuki. Katsuki huffed in amusement at the boy's silent questioning, leaning forward to whisper in his ear. Kirishima's safe. He's good people, he said, quiet enough for only Izuku to hear. The younger boy nodded slightly before turning his attention back to Kirishima. Hello, he breathed, stepping out a little from Katsuki, grip still strong on his shirt. Though clearly confused, eyes dancing between all parties, shitty hair still smiled brightly. Hello, he answered good-naturedly. Katsuki rolled his eyes at his idiot friend, turning to Aizawa as he cleared his throat behind him. Now that, whatever that was is out of the way, let's get a move on. I'd rather not spend the day standing outside, he grumbled pushing past them into the building, ruffling Ibag's hair as he went, much to his annoyance. Shinso awkwardly coughed as the attention moved to him, shuffling on his feet. Well I'm here if you need me, just, shout or whatever, he mumbled, giving them a small nod. Welcome to you Midoriya. With that final statement he turned on his heel and fled into the building, probably in search of Dun's face. Katsuki let his eyes roll again, knowing it definitely was going to be one of those days where everyone was just FING awkward and weird and set him off. He sighed heavily before pulling Izuku along past Kirishima and after their teacher. Fainty hobo sensei's right, let's get this diamond day over with, he grumbled. He had taken a few steps, Izuku trailing close behind him, when he noticed Kirishima still hadn't moved. Shitty hair. You coming or not, idiot? He snapped, the other boy jumping to attention. Yeah. Sorry bro, he laughed awkwardly, jogging after them. Katsuki refrained from rolling his eyes again, grumbling under his breath as he pulled Izuku to follow him, the redhead coming up next to him. They walked towards Izuku's dorm, through the thankfully empty common area, in silence until the boy decided to voice his opinion. I like his hair, he whispered, looking at the red spikes. Both boys froze suddenly, Izuku bumping into them. They both turned to Izuku, and Katsuki raised his eyebrows in question. Izuku hadn't registered how they were both looking at him, simply watching them back, looking around occasionally at their surroundings. After a moment of bewildered silence, he spoke again. The red is a good red. Katsuki blinked a couple times at the boy in front of him. When he looked at Kirishima, he also looked like he was barely processing what Izuku had said. Then a slight blush dusted his cheeks as he smiled, scratching the back of his neck. Ah geez, that's so manly man, he laughed. Katsuki huffed, dragging Izuku away from the idiot, mutterings of, he likes my hair, following in their footsteps. Izuku remained oblivious to the reaction he had caused, simply following obediently behind the blonde. When they finally got to the room, Aizawa was waiting inside, arms crossed as he leaned on Izuku's desk. He raised an eyebrow at the expressions on the boys' faces, one grumpy and one ecstatic. Katsuki grumbled, pushing Izuku to put his bag on the bed and opening the wardrobe. He likes my hair, Kirishima explained ecstatically, rocking back and forth on his heels. Aizawa blinked at him incredulously, before shaking his head and turning to Katsuki. I've asked your classmates to gather in the sitting room in 20 minutes. That should be enough time to get Izuku settled. More than enough time, Katsuki couldn't help but think as Izuku was putting the few things he had in the wardrobe. We are still unsure about how they will all react, but they know the rules. Just be patient and keep an eye on Izuku in case he needs an escape. Your classmates are overbearing at the best of times, Aizawa finished explaining. Are you not staying, sensei? Kirishima asked, watching Izuku with interest as the boy handled each piece of clothing with the utmost care. I just want you to be prepared. That is assuming you've become comfortable with Izuku, Kirishima. Aizawa trailed off as Izuku held up his new red shoes to Kirishima's face, so close the other boy had to lean back. Good red, he mumbled, going back to unpacking. Katsuki barked a laugh at the blush that rose fast on Shitty Hair's cheeks as he nodded to Aizawa. Yeah, he's not what I was expecting I guess, the redhead stuttered. Aizawa sighed heavily, slouching. Yeah, well the kid's full of surprises, trust me. You won't get used to the feeling, he grumbled. They watched him put his final piece of clothing away, before taking a couple other things out of the bag and moving to his bathroom. Kirishima broke the silence. Was that a Hello Kitty toothbrush? Katsuki cackled at his teacher's groan. To say the tension in the common room was thick was an understatement. A chainsaw would barely be able to cut through it, not to mind a knife. Aizawa stood in front of a TV, introducing Izuku to the class and reminding them of the rules. Katsuki stood a little to his side with Izuku behind him slightly, gripped back on his shirt as he watched Katsuki's classmates intently. One would think Izuku wasn't paying attention with the blank look on his face, but Katsuki knew. Katsuki could feel the slight tremors in his hand. He knew he was listening intently, carefully watching for any potential threats. Part of Katsuki felt that maybe introducing Izuku to this many new people wasn't the best idea, but they were there already, they might as well get it over with. Kirishima stood on Izuku's other side, also slightly in front of him. He wasn't glaring like Katsuki, but he was clearly there as support, which Katsuki would begrudgingly thank him for later. Stupid shitty friends making him feel all soft. He continued glaring at his classmates as Aizawa spoke, not fully paying attention to him. He wasn't the only one not paying attention however, though their attention was not on Katsuki either. Their watchful gazes kept drifting to Izuku, eyes flicking away if they felt they stared for too long, or after catching Katsuki's own eye. Some openly glared, Katsuki's lips curling each time. Some looked between the three boys, as if trying to understand what was going on in their minds. Others were looking with curiosity, but also fear, and Katsuki hated it. He hated that his classmates could be afraid of Izuku. Izuku wasn't scary. Reaper might have been, but not Izuku. Couldn't they see he was more afraid of them than they were of him? Actually, probably not, considering Izuku's ability to keep his face neutral. Another thing Katsuki hated. He remembered how expressive the boy used to be. He hated this blankness. No matter how each of them looked at Izuku, there was one thing each of their gazes held. Confusion. Aizawa was right with what he had said in Izuku's room. The boy was full of surprises and Katsuki felt a strange sense of satisfaction that he was FNG with the minds of his classmates. In that moment, he also knew that even he hadn't fully rediscovered Izuku yet, that he wasn't even close, which promptly wiped away any pleasure. Blinking rapidly, he forced himself to focus back on the conversation. Given Izuku a folder with your names and the names of your quirks. Aizawa had given him the folder in Izuku's room, which he had focused intently on for the short minutes they had while they waited for the class to gather. He still had it gripped in the hand that wasn't holding Katsuki. One thing about Izuku that had apparently stayed the same was his interest in quirks, his love for Katsuki's clearly remaining strong. Katsuki was kind of excited to see how he reacted to the others, even if he was nervous the younger boy would like someone else's more. His class was FENG impressive, even if Katsuki would never say it out loud. Any details you want to give him are up to you. Don't feel obliged to introduce yourselves tonight. Now, he sighed heavily, rubbing at his temple. That concludes this little meeting. I am going to make some coffee. When he turned to leave, he hesitated slightly, eyes on Izuku. Katsuki glared at the mistrust in his teacher's actions, catching Aizawa's gaze. The man simply gave him a tired look before trudging away. The rest of his classmates also got up and Katsuki turned to both reassure and warn Izuku about the onslaught of emotional damage that are his friends, who he could already preparing to pounce. He stopped when he saw Izuku's energy had shifted, eyes alert, body jumping with nerves. He followed the boy's line of sight to find Aizawa's back disappearing around the corner into their kitchen. Escort. Katsuki turned his attention back to Izuku, whose grip on his shirt was opening and closing as he looked like he was about to charge after their teacher. He hummed in question at the boy's antics, grabbing his hands so they moved over his scars instead. Izuku's eyes jumped to their hands, then to Katsuki's, then back to his teacher. Rules. Katsuki, finally understanding, huffed a gentle laugh at the boy, squeezing his hand slightly to pull his attention back to Katsuki. I'm allowed be an escort as well, dumbass. Besides, he hasn't left the building. He's not even 10 feet away, not really, okay? You're not breaking any rules. Izuku stared at him for a moment with a look that said he almost wanted to protest. Katsuki nearly wished he had protested, argued a little like they did when they were younger. But, no, Izuku merely nodded once, face once again settling on passive. Katsuki refrained from sighing. Right, now prepare yourself. My idiot friends are, they can be a FNG lot, okay? So, if at any point you want to go, you feel overwhelmed or upset or angry or anything, just tap on my hand 3 times, okay? Katsuki demonstrated with his own finger, tapping the hand Izuku held. When Izuku copied him, he gave the boy a small smile. Just like that, alright? Katsuki glanced behind him to see his, bleh, squad, floaty and icy hot with them, sitting around the couches in different states of anticipation and nervousness. Kirishima had moved the table and pushed one of the smaller couches over so they would be sat in a circle. Another thing Katsuki was going to have to thank the boy for, as well as keeping the rest of his friends at bay, instead of bombarding Izuku like he knew they wanted to, Pinky in particular. It wasn't out of cruelty, it wasn't like they wanted to attack Izuku, Katsuki knew that. They just were intense sometimes, Minette especially. Katsuki was glad Kirishima seemed to understand that also. He pulled Izuku over to the group, pausing by the couch to decide where to put him. That decision was quickly made for him as the boy placed himself next to Kirishima, pulling Katsuki gently down with him. Kirishima seemed surprised by this as well, looking wide-eyed above Izuku's head at Katsuki, who shrugged. Apparently, Izuku likes shitty hair. Katsuki wasn't about to start FNG complaining about it. He needed people on his side. The seat was not fit for 3 growing teens, even if Izuku was smaller than the other 2. It did not help that Kirishima was one of the biggest guys in their class, in height and muscle. Katsuki had to maneuver himself slightly behind Izuku to be comfortable, the other boy's hands still moving along his scars. Catching Pinky's eye after finally getting comfortable, he glared at the gleam in them, the and evil smile that played on her face. He didn't like it. She shrugged lightly, whispering something to Floaty. The other girl was definitely more on the nervous side, watching Izuku warily. Hearing whatever Mina had to say, her eyes darted to their hands, a small smile playing on her lips. Katsuki rolled his eyes. FNG gossip hungry beaches. There was a moment of tense silence as Katsuki eyed his friends, trying to gauge their mood. Shiro and Kaminari looked nervous as hell, both shifting in their seats. Kaminari kept glancing at Shinso, who was definitely only there as moral support. For who, Katsuki was unsure. His face remained impassive as he watched them all, looking only mildly uncomfortable, which wasn't unusual for him. Mina was buzzing with energy, eyes roaming over every inch of Izuku. Curiosity would absolutely be this girl's downfall. Uraraka was nervous, just not as much as Shiro and Kaminari, but she was never one to stray from a fight and her curiosity often got the better of her as well. Katsuki wasn't quite sure how Todoroki was feeling, or why he was even there to begin with if he was honest. The boy looked bored, but he hadn't taken his eyes off Izuku once, so Katsuki knew he was more interested than he was letting on. The blonde sighed heavily. Might as well get this FANG over with. Right? As Hobo-sensei mentioned, this is Midoriya Izuku. ANG, introduce yourselves however you like, just one at a time. Go. He knew he sounded demanding. He didn't care. Pinky jumped at her chance. Okay. Hi, Midoriya. I'm Ashido Mina, but you can just call me Mina. It's nice to meet you. I have so many questions, but don't worry. I won't bombard you with them all. Katsuki rolled his eyes at her eagerness, his hand behind Izuku brushing his shoulders slightly in reassurance as he felt him tense, forcing a smile down as the boy relaxed at his touch. Kirishima cleared his throat, Pinky's attention darting over to him. She must have seen something in his face, eyes moving back to Izuku, a small "oh" escaping her. Sorry, Midoriya, she continued, voice quieter. Sometimes I get a little too excited. Anyways, so Mina's my name and my quirk dash. Acid. Everyone, including Katsuki, was taken back by Izuku's answer. Even Izuku's eyes widened slightly as he curled in on himself, squeezing Katsuki's hand and the folder tight. There was no tapping however, so Katsuki let Izuku take this, giving him a little nod when the boy glanced at him, unsure. Eraserhead gave me a folder, he continued, voice small, opening the folder to show each of their classmates' photos, their name and quirk next to them. I remember. He took a large breath before listing each of their names and quirks, eyes darting to them in turn. Shinso Hitoshi, he said last, then hesitated. He cleared his throat before choking out the boy's quirk. Brainwashing. Katsuki watched the purple-haired boy's jaw tick, eyes boring into Izuku, who had dropped his gaze. Before anything could be said, Kaminari whistled lowly. Damn dude, you didn't even glance down once. You remember the whole class? He asked. His nerves were still obvious, though Katsuki could see his interest in Izuku growing. When Izuku nodded, he essayed his teeth, a small smile gracing his lips. Before he could say anything else, Shinso spoke. You don't like it, do you? He asked. Katsuki tensed with Izuku. My quirk. It scares you. The last part wasn't phrased as a question but a fact. Izuku nodded slightly, not meeting anyone's eyes. Shinso stared at him for another minute before he pushed himself out of his seat and silently walked towards the elevators. Kaminari followed him quickly, not before giving Izuku a small smile and telling him he'd talk later. Shiro also excused himself, stuttering out some excuse. Katsuki noticed Aizawa hovering by the kitchen entrance, frowning as he watched Shinso leave. This was going to SCK. They all knew how Shinso struggled with his quirk, and this wasn't going to help him like Izuku anymore. I'm sorry. Katsuki whipped his attention back to Izuku, as the meek words flowed from his lips. He was staring at their hands intently, having abandoned his hold on the folder, both hands now pulling at Katsuki's finger, tracing over his scars. I didn't mean to upset him, he whispered, and Katsuki was startled by the waver in the boy's voice, though his eyes remained dry. Aizawa spoke before Katsuki could, which was good because Katsuki was bound to F it up more. It's not your fault, Izuku, he sighed, moving over to him. A couple of his friends blinked at the use of his given name. Katsuki rolled his eyes. They were living together. It made sense, plus it wasn't like Izuku was FANG Midoriya anymore. Hitoshi can be sensitive about his quirks sometimes. Don't worry too much about it. Izuku looked up at Aizawa, like he didn't believe him. An awkward silence stretched across the group before Pinky squealed a little, startling them all. I know the perfect thing we can do. Let's give Midoriya a tour. Well, it wasn't like they were doing anything else. The tour didn't go as badly as it could have. They didn't meet anyone directly, thank Kami, only getting a few lingering looks from a couple different people, staff and students. Katsuki was just grateful they didn't run into Inko, or that copy and paste fucker from 2B. Izuku was surprisingly not as nervous as Katsuki expected, a buzzed excitement surrounding him as they went. They were going to show Izuku their quirks, but Hobo-sensei informed them they'd be doing a sort of quirk assessment in class the next day anyways, so there was no point. They did run into the principal, which had been the strangest and most entertaining moment ever. Izuku had freaked out, basically climbing on, not Katsuki, but Kirishima to get away from him. They had to explain that he wasn't just a talking cat and that he was who ran the school, and much, much more. After a bit of coaxing, Izuku had introduced himself and seemed to warm to the rat by the time they made it back to the dorms. Nedza didn't seem to mind the encounter at all, seeming weirdly fond of Izuku. Katsuki was a bit miffed about the whole climbing on Kirishima for safety thing. Like, why a fingy shitty hair? Was Katsuki not good enough for his protection? The only answer he got after questioning the boy was a simple word. Bigger. Shitty hair laughed so hard he couldn't breathe while Katsuki glowered, kicking at his friend. Aizawa had their roles reversing in a matter of seconds. Good luck, Kirishima. There goes your personal space. Pinky had found the whole ordeal entirely amusing. In fact, most of the group had watched Izuku for the rest of the tour, not in wariness or nerves, but curiosity and a little fondness. It's not every day you see a deadly assassin climbing on a large body because they're afraid of a talking rat. It's also not every day you see a deadly assassin covered in scars struggling to eat stir-fry and rice with Hello Kitty chopsticks. That was another part of Izuku that had the girls squealing, even encouraging Invisalign over as they ate. Pinky was positively delighted by the news shitty hair brought of Izuku also having a Hello Kitty toothbrush. Izuku didn't notice a thing, his full concentration on the food. Katsuki was so FING glad there wasn't any lasting damage to him not eating. One less thing to stress about. Dinner other than that was a little nerve-wracking. They didn't notice too much at first, too absorbed in how hungry they were after spending the day walking around campus. What Katsuki noticed first was how FNG quiet the common area was. People either chose to eat in their rooms, or they were waiting for Izuku to leave and didn't show up at all. It set Katsuki the F off, especially with the looks they were getting. It wasn't like he could really blame them though. He just wished it didn't have to be as hard as it was. Eyebags and Sparky turned up for maybe 5 seconds, before they turned tail and left again. That set Katsuki off. That had Katsuki wanting to charge after them and slap them until they saw sense. He knew it was dramatic, but he didn't care. None of it was fair. A yawn from Izuku had him distracted as he forced the younger boy up, pulling him to his room, Aizawa in tow. After he had mother-hennied the F out of Izuku, the effing hobo snickering at him as he went, he roughly shoved a notebook into the boy's hand. Bring to class tomorrow, was all he said. Carefully, he held his hand out, reaching for the boy's head. He seemed uncomfortable but didn't flinch away, so Katsuki ruffled his hair slightly, grunting out a small goodnight. He seriously needed to cut Izuku's hair. With that, Aizawa and him left the boy standing in the middle of the room, notebook gripped to his chest. Katsuki stared at the door, listening as locks clicked in place. For some reason, he had a horrible uneasy feeling in his stomach. Izuku was alone. The door closed between him and Kaken. Kaken left him alone. It wasn't dark, not completely. He still had Aries light. He liked Aries. She was like Kaken with the good red eyes. He liked Hizashi and Eraserhead too. He liked Kirishima. He still liked Kaken best. But now he was alone. He didn't like that. Kaken had left. Eraserhead had left. He heard a mechanical whir, breath hitching. He stumbled forward, trying the door handle, but it was locked. He was trapped. They left him and trapped him inside. Izuku didn't want to be alone. Kaken, he called out, pulling at the door. He needed to stop. He knew this was going to happen. It was in his rules. He heard Eraserhead talking about it. He heard him mention something about a commission and his room being approved. He knew Kaken would never leave him again, not really. Then all the lights went out. Izuku whined in the dark, pounding on the door. He pulled at the handle, fingernails scratching roughly at its surface. He couldn't hear anything. He didn't know where he was. When his knees hit the ground, he crawled to Aries' light. Good Aries. She gave him a light. Where was the light? He whimpered when it wouldn't turn on. It wasn't working. Why wasn't it working? What wasn't working? Izuku didn't like the dark. He squeezed himself into the corner of the room, rocking. He didn't like the dark room. Why was he in the dark room? His nails dug into his scalp, scratching up and down his arms. Did he do something wrong? Did he upset Papa? He doesn't remember. He wasn't with Papa anymore. He was okay. He was safe. He was trapped. Alone. It was dark. Izuku really didn't like the dark. His chest hurt. He couldn't breathe. He could smell metal, taste it. He wanted out. He didn't want to be there anymore. He didn't want to be alone. He didn't want to be in the dark. It was sudden and harsh. Then red in his vision. Izuku lashed out. He didn't want to see the red. He was good. He'd been good. Karma. The red was good. He felt the ground leave him, surrounded by sweet and heat. He whined, pulling closer to the warmth. He was being moved. It was brighter. He didn't know where he was going, but it was okay. He was safe. It was warm. It smelled sweet. Kaken's safe. Katsuki knew something was wrong. People talk about a hero's instinct for a reason. It's one of the things that divides the ordinary from the extraordinary. When they feel like something is wrong, they listen to their instinct and do something about it. Katsuki always believed he had a pretty good instinct, and nothing about hearing those locks click into place felt right. Nothing about leaving Izuku in the room alone felt right. Nothing about walking away felt right. He made sure to say as much to Aizawa as they entered the common area. The man paused, taking him in briefly, an unreadable look on his face. Weirdly enough, I was thinking the same thing, he finally said. He glanced back the way they came, mouth open to say something again when he was cut off. Someone's crying. Everyone in the common room's attention was instantly on the two listening quirk students who had spoken at once. Jiraiya's eyes went wide as they locked on Katsuki's, glancing at Shoji, who looked just as shocked. It doesn't sound good, sensei, she whispered, standing up and looking down the hall they had just come up. Katsuki and Aizawa looked at each other again. Then, the boy sprinted back down the hall. He ignored the footsteps behind him, the calling of his name and the bodies he shoved out of his way. He only had one thing in his mind. Izuku. Getting to the door, he instantly tried the handle. Of course, it was locked, but that didn't stop him from yanking at it, calling into his friend. The door was solid. He couldn't hear anything coming from the inside, but he hoped Izuku could hear him. "Bakugo, move," came his teacher's stern voice from behind him. Katsuki was yanked away from the door by hardened arms as his teacher went to unlock it. Kirishima stood next to him, giving soft reassurances, Todoroki on his other side. Katsuki ignored them, his full concentration on his teacher attempting to unlock the door. His teacher who had keys for the door. His teacher whose keys were not working. "What dash?" Aizawa mumbled, staring at the door in shock. He tried again and again, but nothing. Katsuki had enough. He moved forward, ready to explode the door, when a cold hand grabbed his arm. He whipped around to Todoroki, growl at the ready. "If he's upset, I don't think an explosion will help," he said, his monotone voice edging with concern. Katsuki wasn't sure what Todoroki's opinion on Izuku was. At first, he thought he was staying around just to PSS off his dad, but no. Something in those cool mismatched eyes showed Katsuki that Todoroki cared for the boy. For whatever reason, he'd figure out late. He needed Izuku out of that room. "Spark plug," he gasped out eventually. Todoroki's eyes narrowed in confusion. Spark plug," Katsuki said again, turning away to Kirishima, who was also watching him with concern. He noticed a few his other classmates down the hall, gazes on the scene with mixed emotions. "Get Kaminari." Kirishima's eyes widened briefly before he was sprinting down the hall. When Katsuki turned back to his teacher, he was startled by the hostile glare he was giving the door. "Goddamned commission," he growled. Now, their teacher was never known for his care of child-appropriate language, but he rarely outright swore, not unless he was at home. Or really angry. He took a large breath, before turning to Katsuki, eyes flickering red briefly, hair floating slightly. Yeah, he was really angry. "Good call on getting Kaminari," he said through gritted teeth. "I'll stay here in case I'm needed, but I have a call to make. I trust you can handle this alone for now." Katsuki glared at him indignantly. "Very well. Don't blow anything up." With that, Aizawa moved down the hall slightly, typing fast. Katsuki turned his attention back to the door. He leaned his forehead on it, trying to be patient as Kirishima retrieved Kaminari. "Bakugo." Katsuki lifted his head to see Jiraiya and Shoji's worried faces. He grunted. "What the hell is this, Bakugo? The noises he's making? Shiman. It sounds like he's in pain." Katsuki closed his eyes, grimacing. "Who the hell is Reaper?" It took a minute for Katsuki to answer, and when he did, his voice was quiet. "There's a lot of shit you don't know. No one knows the full story. Not me, not Aizawa, not the commission assholes. I honestly think Izuku isn't even fully aware of what's happened to him over the years." He took a shaky breath. He was taken when he was 6. Kidnapped. He's not even 17 yet. He's not just some villainous assassin, okay? He looked up at the sound of pounding footsteps down the hall. Spread the FNG word. You needed me? Kaminari panted aggressively. Open the FING door. He paused. Please. Kaminari's nodded enthusiastically, moving in front of Katsuki. Katsuki stood back, nodding once at Shinso and Kirishima, who were also out of breath. What the hell were these idiots doing in training if a little running had them dying like this? What happened? Shinso asked. Katsuki eyed him cautiously. He wasn't sure how to approach Shinso and Izuku. He didn't necessarily want them to be best of friends, but he still wanted them to get along. He wasn't sure that would ever happen. Shoji spoke before he could. Reap, Midoriya, sounded upset. Aizawa couldn't get the door open. He thinks the commission did it on purpose. Katsuki growled. He knew damn well this was some setup by the commission. By the look on his teacher's face down the hall, Aizawa knew it too. Kaken. Katsuki's attention moved quick to Shoji. That's what he calls you, right? He was calling to you. The tall boy hesitated, eyes cast downward. There really is a lot we don't know about him, huh? About you both. Katsuki nodded once, sharply. Can't say a lot of opinions are going to change overnight. I think you know that, arms. Katsuki growled, foot tapping fast as he turned his attention back to Kaminari, who jumped back a little from the door with a hiss, shaking a shocked finger. Before anything else could be said, he shot another bit of electricity at the door, the whirring sound of locks opening, music to Katsuki's ears. He practically shoved Kaminari out of the way, freezing momentarily at the lights off. He heard Aizawa swear after coming up behind him, before moving away slightly again, hissing furiously into his phone. Izuku had a nightlight for a reason. They weren't sure what caused his intense fear of the dark, yet, but it was enough to bring him back to thinking he was wherever the F he came from. Aizawa told Katsuki about the panic attack he had the first night at theirs, told him about the papa he apologized to. Katsuki pushed his anger away as he moved quick into the room, a whimper cutting of all lines of thought. Catching sight of Izuku, his breath hitched. The boy was curled in on himself, sat down in the corner of the room. A hand gripped tightly at his hair, arm wrapped protectively around his own head. The other hand scratched harshly up and down his legs and arm as he rocked aggressively. His breathing was fast and sharp, choking on what air he took in. He whined, high and long, like an injured animal. Katsuki, in his panic, ran to him fast, lighting his hand up to see better. Before his hand could even brush the other boy, he had lashed out, kicking precise and hard to Katsuki's chest, flinging him onto his back. Bakugo! He waved their worry away, moving towards the boy who had curled tighter in on himself again, slower this time. Kirishima, the light. Turn on the effing light, he hissed, eyes not leaving the cowering figure in front of him. He heard a series of rapid clicks, but no light came on. It's not working, man, came the boy's worried tone. Katsuki swore lowly, before waving at them to stay where they were. He didn't need Izuku to be overwhelmed. He could hear their voices but shut them out. Izuku needed him. Izuku! Another whine escaped the boy, followed by incoherent mutterings. Zuku, it's me Kaken. It's okay, you're okay? He continued to whisper to the boy, voice breaking slightly as he finally heard what he was saying. I'm sorry. I'll be good. I'm sorry. Over and over and over again. Slowly, Katsuki put his hand out, letting speckles of light dance from them, softer this time. Shoo, Izuku, it's okay. You're safe. It's Kaken. I'm here, okay? Kaken's here, you're safe. He let his hand move in front of the boy's eyes, watched as they blinked rapidly, glazed and unseeing. Look Zuku, look at the fireworks. Shoo, it's okay. Look at the fireworks, that's it. Slowly, Izuku's eyes focused more on Katsuki's hand, his mumbling drifting off. Tentatively, he reached his own hand out, fingers shaking as he felt the prickling heat from Katsuki's palms. Hey, Izuku. You're okay, see? Kaken's here, boy. Can I touch you, Zuku? You're okay, that's it, just breathe. Izuku just barely gave a nod, but Katsuki took it as permission as he slowly pulled the boy's nails away from his arms, leaving his other hand up and crackling. He needed to move Izuku, needed him away from the room. He stopped his lights display, moving to hold Izuku more, but the boy whimpered as darkness fell on them again. He swore inwardly, lighting his palm up again. He reached out, brushing the boy's curls back. He didn't flinch at his touch, though Katsuki was unsure if he was truly there anymore, the boy simply staring blankly at Katsuki's hand, shaking. Todoroki, he called quietly, waving at the boy to come down. Need some fire. Just a little, just enough to effing see. The quiet boy didn't question Katsuki at all, instantly lighting a ball of fire in his left hand. Izuku's gaze switched to the brighter light, blinking rapidly. His hand fell into Katsuki's now spark-free one, fingers opening and closing lightly. Slowly, Katsuki maneuvered around the boy, pulling him into his chest and allowing their hands to remain together. It was a little difficult to lift him that way, but Katsuki was no weakling. Izuku whimpered again, pulling himself closer to Katsuki, nose buried in his neck as he breathed shakily. Todoroki kept the fire lighting till they left the room, even though Izuku had stopped watching. Katsuki caught the boy's worried gaze, nodding at him. "Thanks, icy hot," he grunted. Todoroki lifted his eyes from Izuku to Katsuki, giving his own nod of acknowledgement. Pushing out of the room, Katsuki only barely gave time to let Aizawa know he was going to his own room. His teacher said something about following him later, but he was still concentrating on his phone call with whoever. Katsuki gave no time for any objections, pushing through the eager gaze of his classmates, his full attention on Izuku. "Kaken's safe." It was whispered, a barely there murmur, but Katsuki heard it all the same. He squeezed the boy tighter to his chest, murmuring softly to him. Izuku was seriously messing with his image. After a bit of struggle to get into the room, Katsuki had Izuku lying on his bed, desk light on so it wasn't too bright. It was enough to illuminate the red streaks on Izuku's arms and legs, however. When he moved to get a cloth to clean them a bit, a strong grip held him still. Izuku still looked like he wasn't fully seeing anything, but he also wasn't letting go of Katsuki's hand, fingers trailing lightly over his scars. Katsuki brushed his curls off his face, hands scratching into them. Before he could say anything, there was a slight knock at his door. "Bakubro? You all right?" Shitty Hair whispered, opening the door gently. Izuku didn't seem to notice the intrusion, focusing solely on Katsuki. The blonde gave a small nod. "You need anything?" Katsuki snorted slightly. "Actually, Shitty Hair, warm water and a cloth would be good. And something to drink." "Oh." Pinky's light voice came from behind Kirishima as she moved slowly into the room. She handed Katsuki 2 cold bottles of water. "We thought he'd probably need some." Katsuki grunted, taking them from her. Carefully, he coaxed Izuku to sit up against him, murmuring into his hair as the boy whimpered. He gave Izuku the water, encouraging him to drink it slowly. Katsuki felt him tense slightly against his chest as his brain started processing the other bodies in the room, before relaxing again. As quietly as he could, Shitty Hair came out of Katsuki's bathroom, holding a small basin of warm water and a cloth. After leaving them down, he and Pinky stared at them for a minute. Katsuki rolled his eyes as he began dabbing at Izuku's cuts with the cloth. They'd probably have to trim his nails along with his hair, but that was a job for another day. "You can tell the extras were okay. We'll see them at breakfast tomorrow," he grunted at his hovering friends. Both turned to leave, whispering soft goodnights. Just before they crossed the threshold, he called out quietly again. "Thank you." The door closed and Katsuki kept his eye on Izuku, whose own were fluttering, struggling to stay awake. He held the boy close to his chest, continuing to care for his wounds. They fell asleep like that, holding each other tight, Katsuki with only one thought in his mind. He was going to keep Izuku safe and happy, no matter what. Shoyuda was livid. There had only been a handful of times where Shoyuda had felt this angry, and most of those were only a cover-up of fear or sadness. Not this though. This was pure and utter rage. He sat in Nedza's office, seething, his glare set on Heizono and her commission partner that he didn't care to learn the name of. They had blocked Shoyuda from entering Izuku's room. He was given a DMN key for a reason. Not only that, but they had also turned off all the power, even though they had been explicitly told that he needed light in his room. He didn't even care how early the meeting was. He was happy to drag those ignorant BSTRDS out of bed. They had rules set for a reason. If they all followed the rules, things should go okay. Shoyuda wasn't even aware of the Izuku needs to be locked into his room rule until the doors had closed in front of him. Yes, he was given a key, but he had a master key for all the dorms in case of emergencies, so he hadn't thought much of it. It wasn't like the key FING worked anyways. Nedzu sat next to him, also angry. Apparently, they had gone over the locking with him, which he was already wary about but agreed to, nonetheless. Everything else? Not a word. Nedzu takes pride in knowing what's happening in his school, so the fact that the commission got this past him had him gripping his teacup to the point of cracking. It didn't help that he had already grown such a soft spot for Izuku. "We already told you. Reaper wasn't to have any technology in his room dash," Heizono tried again, but Shoyuda cut her off swiftly. "A nightlight hardly counts as dangerous technology that could cause anyone harm." She stopped talking, closing her mouth in contemplation. Shoyuda had a sense that a lot of this wasn't her idea either. Didn't mean he had to like her, or play nice. Izono's partner rolled his eyes. Shoyuda opted to call him BSRD in his head. Oh please. An assassin doesn't need a DMN nightlight dash. Izuku is a child. A traumatized child, Shoyuda snarled, slamming his hands on the table as he stood. "Izuku?" BSTRD questioned, scoffing. "Getting a little attached are you, Eraserhead? Teach, all these children are making you soft." Shoyuta growled. These children are what will be putting money in your pockets in the next few years. These children will be the reason you and your family sleep peacefully. But right now, they are exactly that. Children. And I'll be demed if I don't let them live like the kids they are. He turned to leave before fixing the screen with one last glare, snarling. Get Izuku's DMN room fixed. He didn't bother wait for a response. He knew Nedzu would be more than capable to continue on his own. He had a class to teach, after all. Getting Izuku up the next morning was a challenge. He wasn't exactly present as Katsuki maneuvered him to get ready, practically dressing the boy and pulling apart his dumb, soft curls that Katsuki seriously needed to get cut. By the time they were leaving the room, he seemed fractionally more aware, even if it was only to latch onto Katsuki as he dragged him from the safety of his bedroom. Despite the amount of time it took for him to get Izuku to leave, they were still the first downstairs, which Katsuki was grateful for. Especially since the boy had decided to be extra clingy that day, a part of him always holding Katsuki, even while he cooked. He wasn't talking much, which was fine and not altogether unusual, but he also kept zoning out, a glaze over his eyes. Every now and then Katsuki found himself pulling at Izuku, or asking him something with slight force to get his mind back on track. It was vastly different from the observant eyes they had come to know. His attention didn't even stray to the early risers as they flowed into the room, focusing solely on the food he ate, or at least, the food Katsuki continued to encourage him to eat. Most who came down didn't say anything, for eyes and ponytail giving polite good mornings. They had stopped the glaring though, which was positive, giving confused and curious glances every now and then instead. Katsuki just prayed all his class would be like that. Present Mike had popped in briefly, only to inform Katsuki that Aizawa was in a meeting and so would meet them in class. He also said he was technically supposed to stay around as supervisor, but thought it wasn't necessary. Katsuki was glad his teachers had faith in both him and Izuku. He was also glad his loud teacher had come to them, his appearance seeming to alert Izuku a little more. Katsuki had to hide his own smile with his food when he saw the tiny one playing on Izuku's lips as the cockatoo ruffled his hair, the boy leaning into his touch. Surprisingly, Kirishima was one of the early risers that morning, shuffling into the kitchen with sluggish limbs and tired eyes. Katsuki watched as he emerged again with breakfast, then hesitated at where to sit. Rolling his eyes, the blonde gestured to the seat on the other side of Izuku. Kirishima gave him a tired smile, plunking next to the smaller boy as quietly as possible. The noise still startled Izuku a little, which meant he was more aware, so Katsuki didn't let it bother him, especially after watching the boy's tension melt slightly at seeing who was sitting down. Katsuki chose not to comment of the redhead's unusually early rise, instead merely giving him a grateful nod as they engaged in small conversation. Slowly, more of their classmates filtered down to the common area. Again, most chose to give the trio a wide berth, some giving a small good morning in greeting. At one point Icy Hot decided to make himself comfortable sitting across from them. He didn't say much, answering Shitty Hair's questions occasionally, but Izuku did stare at him for a while. Eventually, Katsuki had to encourage the boys' hold over to Kirishima. It took a bit of coaxing, and a little demonstration of Shitty Hair's quirk which had Izuku's eyes widening fractionally, focus alert. With quiet words, Katsuki promised he'd be back quickly. He felt Izuku's gaze even when he was out of sight. Coming back downstairs, refreshed and with Izuku's bathroom things and his notebook in tow, Katsuki was pleasantly surprised to find everything still intact. Icy Hot and Shitty Hair were still the only ones right next to Izuku, but part of Katsuki felt warm at the sight of Pinky and Floaty just behind them, the rest of his squad, still gross, including eye bags on the other side of the girls' table. The closer he got the more he noticed Izuku's tight grip on Kirishima's hand and how he shook slightly in his seat. Though there weren't many more near him, the rest of his classmates had steadily made their way down while he was gone, the amount of people not helping Izuku's nerves. Kirishima was talking lowly to Izuku, laughing lightly as the hand not gripping his own began wandering, pulling at his pea uniform and hair. Katsuki snorted at the boy's antics, which alerted Izuku to his presence. He barely had a second's notice before the boy was flinging himself at Katsuki, a startled yelp flying from him as he barely managed to stay on his feet. The movement and noise startled many of their classmates, but Katsuki ignored their chatter, and some laughter from his idiot friends, focusing on Izuku. "Told you I'd be quick, idiot," he whispered. He seriously needed to get his reputation back on track, but Izuku was making it so FING difficult. Izuku released his hold on Katsuki, pulling at his top back over to Shitty Hair. Then he pulled at Shitty Hair's top and his own. Katsuki raised an eyebrow in question. "The same." Katsuki barked a laugh, pulling Izuku with him to finish getting the boy ready so they could go to class, leaving a baffled Kirishima and the rest of the extras behind. "Yeah, Izuku. We're FING matching." The first thing Shoyuta did when he walked into the training grounds was seek out a head of green. He didn't have to go far, Bakugo and Izuku standing close to the main door, a little away from their classmates. Shoyuta was glad to see the boy alert, even if it was to watch the space and people in it warily. From what Hizashi and Bakugo had said, that was an improvement from that morning, and miles better than the night before. He did notice that Izuku was in a touchy mood, fingers clenching and unclenching by his side, standing next to Shoyuta while Bakugo had to train. Not wanting to force any contact, Shoyuta let an end of his scarf hang next to his side as encouragement. It was finally grabbed, Izuku playing with the end of it when Yagi came in, his small form doing nothing to ease the tension in Izuku at the newcomer. He hid in his scarf to hide his smile, glaring at Bakugo when he gave him knowing eyes. When some giggling started, he waved his hand at his irritating students, telling them to begin their sparring. When the fighting began, he felt Izuku physically flinch by his side, stepping further away from training mats. His breath hitched, hands gripping Shuta's scarf harshly. Wide eyes flew wildly around the room, then froze on a certain pair. Bakugo and Kirishima, oblivious to the fear they were creating, continued to savagely pounce at each other, both grinning dangerously. Izuku, Shoyuta whispered cautiously. He got no response, the boy continuing to stare. Carefully, he placed himself in front of the boy's eyeline, back to his class. Izuku, he said again with a little more force. The boy blinked rapidly, focusing finally on Shoyuta in front of him. He let out a breath, trying to look past Shoyuta, but the teacher moved in front of him again. Hey kid, it's just training, he explained, forcing his voice to be gentle. Remember we talked about it? We talked about heroes and how Bakugo is becoming one? Izuku, remember? He asked, attempting to encourage the attention solely on him. Izuku looked at the ground, then nodded quickly. Shoyuta hummed, reaching out his hands slowly to ruffle the kid's hair, but stopping just before, dropping it to his side again. See, it's not real, okay? They might get a little hurt sometimes, but we have people to take care of them. You don't have to worry, alright? He could see the hesitance, the thoughts running wild in Izuku's head before he gave a small nod. Shoyuta smirked. Good. Now take out that notebook. I believe Bakugo gave you it for a reason. Bakugo had in fact got Izuku his notebook for a reason, though he hadn't told Shoyuta why. As they moved around the room, however, watching how his students sparred, how they utilized their quirks, Shoyuta began to understand. Izuku was brilliant. They had worried at first that the boy wouldn't be up to scratch in his education, which was true for the most part. Shoyuta had gone over a number of things with him while they were in the hospital, Bakugo doing most of the work at the time. It still shocked him how much Izuku had come to trust them, even a little, over a number of days. It really made Shoyuta wonder about his life before, constantly had him tossing and turning over it. Even so, his natural intelligence was astounding. The way he picked up on things and situations in his surroundings. Then there were his thoughts on quirks. It had confused Shoyuta at first, especially when introducing Izuku to the staff, how the boy had so much to say on them. He especially focused on, not allowing her too close. He understood her abilities, like he did Hitoshi's. He understood what she could do and how it could harm him. Clearly, wherever he was before, whoever this papa was, hadn't shut him out entirely from the world. When he had instantly said Namuri's hero name when she walked in, whispered as if a warning to himself, Shoyuta understood. This was how he was trained, to assess his surroundings, his targets. To know what he can use and what can be used against him. It didn't make his ability to analyze quirks any less impressive. Even from the quick glance at Izuku's notes, Shoyuta knew he'd be asking to borrow them later. His fervent interest was fascinating to witness. Impressive, isn't it? An out-of-breath voice sounded from beside him. Glancing at the panting Bakugo and Kirishima, Shoyuta hummed in agreement. How'd you know? Shoyuta asked, before elaborating at Bakugo's confused expression. That he'd be able to look at quirks like this, that he enjoyed it so much? Bakugo stared at him in bewilderment, Shuta's question not registering properly immediately. After a short moment, however, his eyes widened in understanding, and he barked a laugh. Oh, Izuku was analyzing quirks long before he was taken. Pretty sure his first notebook is full of crayons and gibberish. An unusually soft smile crossed his lips. Though, Shoyuta supposed, not so unusual when it came to Izuku. A cheer from all might in his large form as he spoke to Kaminari and Ojiro, brought Shoyuta out of his thoughts as they all glanced at him. He'd dwell on Izuku's mind later. He still had a class to teach. Well, that's interesting. Shoyuta turned to Bakugo again at his voice, but he was still watching Izuku. Glancing over, he saw that Izuku had frozen at what he was writing, gripping his pen hard as he stared at the large man. At first, Shoyuta thought he was scared, but upon further examination as he approached Izuku, he realized his eyes were wide with something else. Something akin to wonder. Something close to how he sometimes looked at Bakugo, but not quite there. Interesting is right. By the end of the training class, Izuku was buzzing. Their teachers had taken the students for the first half of the day and lunch was approaching, but it didn't seem to dull his excitement. Though he wasn't obvious about it, Katsuki could tell. He could also tell the younger boy had questions. Many questions that were ready on the tip of his tongue, but that he wouldn't ask. When he went over to Izuku, he tapped his notebook and quietly told him to write them down. It barely took him a second to comply. Watching the boy work, Katsuki, sweaty and still panting, deliberated his next move. Then he smirked to himself. Izuku. The boy looked up as Katsuki opened his arms. Hug. Izuku stared at him for a long moment before scrunching his nose slightly and shaking his head, going back to his writing. Katsuki gaped at him, flipping off his friends as they cackled behind them. Izuku glanced at Katsuki's friends, then up at him again. Sweaty. Gross, he stated simply. Katsuki growled, yanking the boy's face into his chest as he messed with his curls. He barked a laugh at Izuku's protesting whine, making a mess of him further, ignoring the curious eyes on them. A door behind them slamming open drew the class's attention away from the two boys. Katsuki saw the flurry of white hair and blur of pink as Eri raced into the room, followed by a frazzled-looking Mike. She ignored the greetings she got, much to his classmates' dismay. They all competed so hard to be her favorite. None won against Katsuki. Except maybe Shinso. Maybe. Her eyes darted around the room until she landed on her target. Eri incoming, he whispered in warning. Izuku perked up, wiggling out from Katsuki's embrace. Eri smiled widely and came bounding over to them, an exited giggle flowing freely. Katsuki readied himself for impact, but it never came. Zuku, she squealed, jumping into the unsuspecting boy's arms, whose eyes widened comically as he flailed to catch her. Katsuki stared at them, open-mouthed as Eri began rambling wildly about how her school day was cut short because some kid lost control of their quirk and flooded the place, but it was okay because she got to come and see Zuku. Looks like Kitty's no longer the favorite, Sparky sang, laughing with his friends. Shut up, Pikachu. Katsuki yelled back. As he turned to give his dumb friends a piece of his mind, his steps faltered. His classmates' eyes had been on them all day, on Izuku all day, but this was different. This wasn't out of nerves or fear or anger. This wasn't even curiosity. It wasn't a secret that Eri was like a little sister to each of them. They loved her so much, would do anything to keep her safe. And here she was, their angel, bundled in the arms of a deadly assassin, a villain, looking at him like he hung the moon and the stars. Seeing him look at her in the exact same way. The look they were giving Izuku in that moment was one of wonder. It was one that Katsuki knew would have them in their beds that night, tossing and turning. It was one he still thought of hours later as he cleaned the kitchen, waiting for Izuku to return with Aizawa from a meeting with Netsu and the other teachers. He wanted to go too, but Aizawa refused, saying it was private and that it was a good chance for Izuku to learn to go places without him, places he'd probably want Katsuki's comfort the most. He hated it, but he knew the hobo was right. Bakugo. He turned at Ear's voice, only to halt his movements. Almost the whole class stood behind him, crowded just outside the kitchen despite the small. He could see his little group hovering past them, Yururika and Todoroki there as well, along with Ida, which Katsuki was a little surprised by. He grunted, waving at her to continue. It was Ponytail who spoke next. We're sorry, she whispered, and that shocked him. We know we don't know Midoriya, or his story, and we know we've been harsh judges. For that we are truly sorry. Katsuki put down his washing, turning to give them his full attention. But, she continued, you cannot blame us for being afraid. Midoriya he's an enigma, and we can't crack him. The unknown itself makes us nervous, but then there's his history as Reaper and all of our past experiences with villains. She cut herself off, breathing deeply before continuing. We just want you to know that we'll try. We'll try, but this is not going to be something that will disappear overnight. We knew him as a killer first. We were told to fear him. That's going to take time to change to get rid of that fear. He targeted you. It was like déjà vu and it scared us all. But we will try. She smiled at him. Plus ultra, right? Katsuki stared at her for a long moment. Then he sighed heavily. I'm not FING mad at you extras or whatever you think. Izuku is, him and me is something you will probably never understand. And I don't FING expect you to. I get it, the fear? I get it. Yaoyorozu's smile was soft. We care about you a lot, you know. Katsuki bristled at her affectionate tone, grumbling. Yeah, I care about you FA idiots too or whatever, he muttered, waving them away. A few laughs were heard as they dispersed. Thanks, he whispered as an afterthought. Ah, Blasty's getting all soft on us, someone jeered, an uproar of laughter and explosions following it. Oh, fuckwads. There was something bristling in Izuku's chest, something he couldn't quite understand. He felt it most when he was with Kaken, again with Eri. Yamada and Eraser Aizawa gave him the feeling too. It wasn't as strong, but it was there. The same with Kirishima and some other of Kaken's friends. He felt it a lot that day at different moments. Especially with Kaken, always with Kaken. And then with Eri. But then there were the quirks. Watching all the different quirks, all the sparring, this buzzing rang through him. Izuku didn't understand it. That didn't mean he didn't like it. It scared him a little. It was unfamiliar, and that was often daunting, often didn't end well. It was unfamiliar, but not unknown. He felt it a little when he saw the green woman. His mother. He didn't remember her, but she wasn't unknown. There was something there. Then he felt it with the large man. All Might. He wasn't sure about him, but then he changed shapes. And then there was that feeling. Not like with Kaken and Eri, or Yamada and Aizawa or the friends. But there was something. Some tingling. As he fell asleep in a warm embrace, starlight twinkling around the dark room, caramel shrouding his senses, he felt that buzzing. A song came to him then. Different from his lullaby. Izuku hummed himself to sleep. Midoriya was an interesting person. Shoji Mizo never allowed himself to judge a book by its cover. He knew how that felt. It was something he had to go through his entire life. Still, Midoriya wasn't just a book cover. They had been told about his content as well. Or so they thought. Really, all they had been told was a brief summary. Mizo trusted Bakugo. Though he was brash and explosive, especially in their first year, he had come to really care about his classmates, no matter what he said. He was strong and smart, and Mizo would trust him in any battle. To see such a closed-off person so involved in caring with Midoriya, it was odd. So, Mizo tried not to judge, especially after that first night, hearing how broken Midoriya sounded. The boy still made him nervous, but he wasn't some evil killer they had been warned so heavily about. That didn't make him any less interesting. Midoriya really liked quirks. Mizo constantly saw how keenly he watched their training, heard how often he asked Bakugo questions, fascinating questions that Mizo would never think about. He also wasn't afraid of Mizo. Sure, he was a little scared of all of them, but his fear towards Mizo wasn't to do with his quirk. The first time he heard Midoriya ask Bakugo a question, with such wonder in his voice, he nearly cried. Still, the boy wouldn't ask him directly, no matter how much Bakugo encouraged him, but Mizo didn't mind. Watching Midoriya ask Todoroki to switch from fire to ice was becoming increasingly entertaining. It was only him, Todoroki and Shiro on the common area. Aizawa was by the couches, correcting a quiz they had done weeks ago, but he hadn't had the time to look over. Every now and then, Mizo would see him glance up and watch Midoriya. He wouldn't mention to anyone the small smile he saw the man hiding at the boy's antics. Bakugo was also around, putting some things away in the kitchen in preparation for dinner that night. The class was seriously glad the boy was back in his kitchen. After a while, Mizo noticed Midoriya had stopped watching Todoroki's quirk and was instead just staring at him. Todoroki hadn't yet picked up on the fact, still switching between hot and cold, but Shiro noticed, glancing at Mizo across the room with a bewildered expression. Bakugo was just walking back to the room when Midoriya suddenly reached out his hands, holding Todoroki's face. Izuku! Came the shouts of both Aizawa and Bakugo. Shiro's own yell of surprise integrated between, as his hand flailed, useless and unsure. Mizo found it interesting how Aizawa and Yamada-sensei called Izuku by his first name, but it wasn't his place to comment. Izuku flinched so harshly he nearly fell backwards off his chair. It was only for Todoroki grabbing at his hands that he managed to stay upright. Izuku, we talked about this, Aizawa said slowly, coming to stand next to the group. You can't jump into everyone's space like you do Bakugo, remember? Not everyone dash. It's okay, Todoroki interrupted, surprising them all. He brought Midoriya hands back to his face, leaving Midoriya back to his manhandling. I don't mind it. Apparently, taking it as an invitation to continue, Midoriya did just that, while the rest of them stood dumbfounded. He brushed his fingers over the boy's scar, hesitating there before brushing up to his hair, mumbling something about good reds. It was a bizarre sight. One Mizo had never expected the stoic boy back in there first. You're to allow. Then again, Todoroki was unexpectedly soft on the inside. Bakugo snorted, plopping himself into the chair next to Midoriya, giving the boy his own hair ruffles. Almost subconsciously, Midoriya leaned his head into Bakugo's touch. Mizo didn't fail to notice how whenever he, or Aizawa and Yamada-sensei approached Midoriya in some way, it was always from the front, somewhere in his eyeline, and always slow. He'd have to remember that for future. Course you don't FNG mind, icy hot. You were just waiting to be FANG chosen? Bakugo grunted out. Todoroki gave no verbal response, but his small smile was enough to tell. Seemingly understanding there was no threat to take care of, Aizawa slumped himself back onto their couches. Midoriya moved from Todoroki's hair, back to his scar, brushing over it gently. Hurts? He asked, frowning. Todoroki's smile didn't fall. Not anymore. Midoriya hummed softly, brushing his fingers over it once more before returning to his notebook. Mizo decided to bid them all a goodbye for the evening, his mind filled with new and interesting thoughts on Midoriya. As he gave a small glance at the boy's notebook, he couldn't stop the smile that hid under his mask at seeing his own detailed drawing looking back at him. Ojiro Mashireo really didn't know what to make of Midoriya. When Aizawa had told them about Reaper, Mashireo had been terrified. The unknown always scared him. Then, himself, Tokoyami, Shoji and Shinso, all of them night owls in their own rights, had spent hours scouring the dark web for information. Mashireo's not quite sure how he fit himself into that little group, but he enjoyed the peace he had with them. Tokoyami had actually heard of Reaper before, mentioning how he was a popular topic on dark web conspiracy forums. Todoroki and Tokoyami were often seen huddled around a screen and whispering as excitedly as the two stoic teenagers could. Needless to say, Mashireo's opinion on Reaper had been thoroughly formed. He was sure his dislike and fear would remain when he met Midoriya, the face behind the mask. He talked to many of his classmates about how they didn't like the idea of a mask killer staying with them. He was prepared to meet a cruel, evil person. Someone who didn't care about what they had done, about anyone else. Someone he could happily avoid. Someone he could hate. And then Midoriya walked in, gripping onto Bakugo, hiding behind him, Kirishima and Aizawa. He was small and jumpy and quiet. The only thing scary about him was his appearance, and that was only because it made Mashireo wonder how he got such horrible scars and bruises. Reaper, after all, was supposed to be uncatchable, unbeatable. Still, Mashireo couldn't say he accepted the boy, couldn't say he wasn't still wary of him. He was, after all, still a trained killer. Midoriya's fascination in quirks did make him curious. It was the closest the boy seemed to his actual age since they had met him. And then Eri came in, and Mashireo's opinion was turned on its head. The boy still made him nervous, yes, but he decided he'd take a page from Shoji's book and not judge Midoriya so harshly. He couldn't help the lingering fear, but he was trying. A small giggle brought Mashireo out of his head. He glanced around at their small study group. Tokoyami still had his head down, completely concentrated on a particularly difficult maths problem. Azui was sat next to him, trying to hold in her laughter. Curious, he followed her eyeline, eyes widening in amusement. Bakugo and Midoriya were sat at one of the other tables, Kirishima and Yamada-sensei with them. The latter two were both trying and failing to control their laughter. Bakugo, on the other hand, was looking increasingly irritated. He kept pulling at Midoriya's hand, forcing him to eat some curry he had made for them all. Midoriya was completely ignoring him, his sole focus on dark shadow as he moved around the boy's head. His eyes were wide, staring at the sentient in amazement. He turned away momentarily, dropping the hot pink chopsticks, and reaching for his notebook instead. Bakugo ripped the notebook away from his reach, forcing an annoyed grunt out of Midoriya. Mashireo felt himself smile as he watched the interaction. Kemi, bird brain. Tokoyami startled out of his work, turning to look back to Bakugo. Get your demon sentient away. Izuku won't bloody eat with him floating around distracting us. The boy in question was paying no attention to Bakugo, continuing to follow dark shadow with his head, mirroring the sentient's movements. Tokoyami took a moment to answer, clearly shocked by the display. My apologies. Dark shadow. Leave Midoriya to eat, you can go to him later. Ah. Dark shadow ummed, but retreated nonetheless. When he returned to hover over Tokoyami's shoulder, he whispered excitedly to the group. I made a new friend. Bakugo had finally shoved more food into Midoriya's mouth, holding his notebook hostage until the boy had finished every dim bite. Yamada-sensei and Kirishima continued to laugh, no longer hiding their amusement. Interesting, isn't it, Karo? Azui croaked from next to him, going back to her work. Mashireo couldn't help but agree. Interesting indeed. The girls in Class 2A had grown accustomed to Mineta and his less-than-pleasant tendencies. There had been plenty of fights, plenty of smackdowns just to get the boy to listen. Aizawa had tried helping as best he could, but during the war, the commission said they needed as many heroes as they could, and even though Mineta was a total pervert, they believed he could make a useful and decent hero. Besides, expelling a hero student at the time so many other things were going wrong would have looked bad on everyone. So, they managed. They chose to ignore him mostly, and Aizawa let them retaliate however they deemed fit. And after a while, he actually seemed to improve, to get his hormonal, perverted brain out of the gutter. There were still plenty of mishaps, but nothing they couldn't handle. Occasionally, however, the short a-hole would start feeling a little too comfortable. They had regular scheduled girls' nights. Sometimes they'd let a couple of the boys join them, but that night was one just for them. These nights were when the juiciest of gossip really came out, and that night their focus was pretty much on one thing. Midoriya Izuku. There was a number of opinions, plenty of them were still quite wary with him. There was, however, one thing they agreed on. He was surprisingly adorable. I mean, do you see how he gets with Kaken? Ugh, I just want to squeeze him. Sometimes it's easy to forget he was a trained killer, Mina whispered excitedly, flopping onto a couch as they waited for their cookies to finish. Bakugo was with Midoriya in the kitchen, tidying away what he had used for dinner, while the younger boy doodled in his notebook. Hagakure said. I know we're all trying to accept him, but he still is a trained killer. This started up their conspiracies about the boy again, all debating different opinions. None of them noticed Mineta entering, nor see him drooling over them in their p.js. A loud ding went off, announcing their cookies being done. Hagakure and Mina jumped up in excitement, skipping over to the kitchen. Everything that followed happened so fast. Jiru was the first to notice Mineta's presence, shouting out. Mineta had moved behind Hagakure, hands reaching out with ill intent, murmuring some gross comment about a small taste. Then, something flew across the room. It slammed into the wall with a thud. Mineta screeched, holding where the knife had grazed at his knuckles. The knife that had flew across the room. The knife that was now embedded into the wall. The wall which Mineta was suddenly being held against by a very angry Midoriya. None of them had even seen him move. He was streak of green, arm pressed hard against a whimpering Mineta's chest. Izuku! Bakugo yelled, running in after him. Aizawa, who had stepped outside momentarily, came rushing in as well. Izuku, no, he shouted. The boy in question growled lowly, pressing harder against Mineta's chest. Aizawa stepped cautiously towards Midoriya, hands out placatingly. Izuku, he said slowly. It's okay, Izuku, come on. Put him down, it's okay dash. It's okay. How is this okay? He's trying to kill Miak. Mineta tried shouting, only to be cut off by another hard shove into the wall. Shut up. A few of them snapped together. Bakugo stepped up next to Aizawa, ready to call out again. 1 minute, Blasty, Mina said. Let me try something. Both Aizawa and Bakugo looked ready to protest but relented, giving her a chance. She walked slowly toward Izuku coming from his side, so he'd be able to see her better. Hey Midoriya, she said gently, putting a hand out to him. His attention flicked to her only briefly before it was back on the purple pervert. Hey Midoriya, it's okay. What? I know what he did was wrong, and thank you for stepping in. But it's okay now and we'd really like for you to put him down, alright? She was standing next to him, hands still out for him to take. Midoriya was breathing heavily, but his grip had loosened. Midoriya, look, Yaoyorozu spoke up from the group. Look, we're all okay. He glanced back at them. They tried to smile gently him. Despite the scare, they were grateful he had stepped in. Slowly, he released his hold on Mineta, who dropped to the ground and scrambled away, spluttering curses. Midoriya stared at the spot he vacated before turning to Mina, who smiled widely at him. Cautiously he lifted his hand to hers. When they touched, she pulled him into a big hug, squeezing tightly. Aizawa and Bakugo came up next to them. I'm sorry, Midoriya mumbled, head pressed into Mina's shoulder. She was rubbing his hair gently, whispering softly to him. Aizawa sighed heavily. Come on Izuku. You too Mineta, don't think you've gotten away with anything, he said, turning stern as he faced the purple hero in training. Midoriya didn't move from Mina's embrace. Izuku. Rules, he whispered. I'm sorry. Aizawa repressed another sigh, pulling the boy along with him. We'll work it out alright? They watched Aizawa leave with the 3 boys, Mineta miming as he was practically dragged along. Whoa. What happened here? Kaminari's voice came from by the wall, staring at the knife embedded within. And what's burning? Mina and Hagakure gasped loudly, running into the kitchen. Yaoyorozu pulled the knife from the wall, smiling slightly to herself. Nothing much, Jiru commented, waving her hand dismissively. Us girls just got ourselves a new protector. Kaminari stared in confusion as the girls moved to the kitchen, excitedly exclaiming that only a few cookies were burnt. He shrugged, deciding it wasn't worth much investigation, and turned back to the elevators, forgetting why he had come down in the first place. Later that night, the girls were paid a visit by Aizawa and a very sheepish Mineta who apologized profusely to them. They made sure to tell the a-hole they wouldn't mind covering for Midoriya if he was to ever protect them again. Aizawa pretended not to hear. He also let the girls know that Midoriya was very sorry about his actions earlier and was afraid he had upset or scared them. That would simply not do. Later that night a photo was sent to the Class 2A girls. It showed Midoriya, gripping a green teddy bear as he stared at a huge thank you card, oblivious to anything else. They might have gained a new protector that night, but so did he. Hanta was avoiding Bakugo's glare like his life depended on it. It probably did. He rubbed the back of his neck, laughing awkwardly. Sato stood behind him, also tense, removing Midoriya's hand from his chocolate cake batter every few moments. Mina was the one who beckoned Midoriya over in the first place, but of course, she had disappeared the moment Bakugo had shown face. Why, Bakugo gritted, on this godforsaken earth, would you introduce any chocolate to him? I am never going to get him to eat a normal meal again. Hanta and Sato just looked awkwardly at each other, then to Midoriya whose mouth was covered in the gooey goodness. Bakugo groaned loudly, rubbing at his face. Bakugo, what dash? Yamada started before halting abruptly as he entered the kitchen. Then he burst out laughing at the sight of Midoriya covered in chocolate. Bakugo groaned again. Izuku, come on. Midoriya hesitated, looking back at the chocolate mix. You can have some later when it's actually cooked, Sato whispered, chuckling. Midoriya bounded over to Bakugo, who shot one last glare at the two boys, before shooing Midoriya away and mumbling something about showers. As soon as they were out of sight, Mina came skipping back in. There was a moment of silence, and then students and teacher all burst into fits of laughter. Midoriya really freaked Yuga out. One of Reaper's victims had been found near his old middle school. It was a shopkeeper that Yuga had known well, though he was never found of the man. He always gave him the creeps. Still, he had known about Reaper long before the assassin was introduced to the class. He was always one of Yuga's biggest fears, something that stopped him from going out too late at night. And now he was living with them. Yuga really did try not to be afraid of Midoriya. He tried to distance both names from each other, but fear isn't something so easily overcome. He couldn't help but want to avoid the boy. He was still a hero though, and seeing someone in pain never sat well. It simply wasn't sparkly. He had watched Midoriya closely since he had arrived, even if it had been from a distance. He came from the hospital, they knew that much, so when he saw the boy limping, he didn't think too much of it. The longer he stayed with them, however, the worse it seemed to get. When Yuga saw him standing everywhere only on one foot, the other one hovering just barely off the ground so it wouldn't be noticed, he knew he had to say something. Aizawa-sensei? He asked tentatively. Most of the class were already in their seats, only waiting on a couple of stragglers. Yes, Aoyama? He grumbled, not even glancing up from his work. I'm concerned about Midoriya? At this, his teacher looked up, his full attention on his student. Yuga cleared his throat, trying to get his thoughts in order. It's just, since he's come here, I've noticed him limping? And though it was just an injury from wherever he was before, but I think it's gotten worse, sir, and I've noticed how he tries not to put any weight at all on it. I just thought I should let you know. He trailed off slightly as his teacher continued to stare at him. Then the man looked away, eyes focusing on something behind them. Izuku, he called out. Come here for a minute? Yuga decided he should leave a little privacy for the conversation, moving back to his seat. Both Midoriya and Bakugo came over, Bakugo watching Yuga carefully. As Yuga suspected, Midoriya was limping, but doing an excellent job at hiding it. He tried tuning out the conversation but noticed little things like Aizawa asking if his leg was okay, or trying to get him to put his full weight down. Eventually, the whole class's attention was brought to the front of the room by Bakugo's yelling. Izuku. Midoriya flinched back, staring at the ground, murmuring a quiet apology. A few hisses went around the room, Yuga himself quite shocked at the sight of the boy's leg. They all knew he had a monitor on him, the commission had to keep track of him somehow. Whoever had put it on him, however, needed to be fired. It was digging so harshly into his skin, the outsides were rubbed raw, dried blood sticking to his leg. Yuga was glad he mentioned Midoriya's limping now. He probably never would have told anyone. How no one had noticed yet was beyond him, but he supposed sometimes when you're not expecting something, it's harder to see. Midoriya struck him as the type to be very good at hiding things. Anyways, the three swiftly left the class, Aizawa ordering Ida to take roll. 5 minutes later, Midnight was coming to supervise, telling them they had a study PRD. Yuga found concentrating on anything difficult, his thoughts swamped with images of a green-haired boy. He was still lost in his head later that evening when Bakugo called out to him. Oi, Sparkles. Yuga stopped by the elevator, hand hovering over the button. Yes, Bakugo? He asked cautiously. He wasn't exactly sure how this conversation would go. Bakugo stared at him for a moment before sighing and running a hand through his hair. Look, I just wanted to say, thanks. About earlier. I don't know how I didn't notice it, and that really sees me off. And I know Izuku being here is hard for a lot of people, so, yeah, thanks. Aoyama. Yuga's eyes widened comically. You're welcome. It really wasn't a problem, but, I wasn't aware you knew my name. Bakugo scoffed before walking away. I know everyone's FNG names, he called back. Doesn't mean I'm gonna use them. Yuga smiled, stepping into the elevator. If anything, he was glad the two boys had each other. Genius. Genius. Hatsum cackled madly. We are going to make so many amazing babies together when I get inside your little head. She was completely in Midoriya's face, who had to be dragged away by Bakugo, the boy grumbling incoherently to himself, scowling at the pink-haired student. Hatsum always had an energy most were not prepared for, but Toru found her delightful, even if she couldn't understand half of what she said. Now, all she could do was agree with her. Midoriya really was a genius. He had been staring at her all day, in the dorms, the classrooms, and especially during training, which was weird and impressive considering she was completely invisible. Aizawa groaned, next to them. Maybe, or maybe the rest of us are just morons. Then he completely surprised Toru, turning and bowing to her. On behalf of UA, I sincerely apologize for not coming up with something like this sooner. A DNA-based suit to turn invisible. Makes so much sense. Toru waved her hand in front of her, ensuring it wasn't his fault. She had never thought of it either. Perhaps the idea itself is a simple one, but Midoriya's nanotech is what really makes this impressive. Din, I am so glad I got my hands on you. Hatsum began cackling wildly, prattling off hundreds of theories and new babies. Poor Midoriya just stared at her, seemingly in shock. Toru couldn't help but giggle to herself. A warm feeling filled her chest as she watched the boy. She had never felt more seen. Momo was simply enjoying some tea and the company of Ida, Uraraka and Kyoka. This year had already been so hectic, she was glad the four of them had some moment of peace. She only wished to encourage more of her classmates to enjoy the delicacy of a good tea. They had a small conversation going, but for the most part it was quiet. Then Midoriya and Bakugo were suddenly in front of them, Bakugo looking just as confused as Momo felt. Midoriya stared at her for a minute, not saying a word. She glanced at the others, all wearing matching confused expressions. Is everything okay, Midoriya? She asked gently. He said nothing, continuing to watch her closely. Then he turned Bakugo around, revealing a backpack. Bakugo protested loudly at being manhandled, but they had all noticed how he didn't mind it with Midoriya, how often it happened. Midoriya pulled out a number of books and placed them in a pile in front of Momo. With that, his mission seemed complete, turning and dragging Bakugo away with him. What? Uraraka questioned, staring at the pile of books. Momo had a quick scan of the titles, eyebrows raising in surprise. The books all contained detailed descriptions of different types of weapons and capture items. Inside one, there was a small note. You are very, very cool, but you need more, Izuku. She couldn't help the smile that spread wide on her face, brushing her fingers over the note. I think Midoriya wants me to study. Denki was really happy with how close him and Hitoshi had gotten. They weren't dating yet, but they did keep dancing around each other. Neither of them seemed to mind, and through it all, they genuinely had become really good friends. Which is why Denki hated seeing Hitoshi so pent up and frustrated. The boy looked more exhausted than usual, and that's saying something. Denki knew this whole Midoriya thing was really weighing on him especially. The boy was being fostered by his parents, interacting constantly with his little sister, and had previously targeted one of his best friends. Everyone was still shocked at how close Hitoshi and Bakugo had gotten, considering when they first met, all they did was fight. Denki was just glad they could get along now. So, Denki was doing his best to be there for the boy, trying to distract him with different activities. He even went as far as actually participating in study and homework just to get Hitoshi's mind off everything. Having Midoriya staying with them had been odd, but Denki didn't pay too much attention to him, if he was being honest. The whole assassin thing freaked him out a lot, especially since he still had horrible dreams about the body they found, but he was finding it pretty easy to separate Midoriya from Reaper. Being with Hitoshi a lot those past weeks also meant he didn't see Midoriya that much. He couldn't be sure which boy was avoiding who, but it was probably a bit off both. Which was why he was shocked to see Midoriya appear in front of them while he was going over some English with Hitoshi, a subject he was proud to say he had a talent for. Bakugo flopped himself into the chair next to them, all three of them now looking up at Midoriya. He stared at Hitoshi, not saying anything before his eyes flicked over to Bakugo. The blonde raised an eyebrow, then, sighing, he stood and whispered something in the younger boy's ear, giving his hand a small squeeze. Sitting back down, he nodded at Midoriya, smiling in a soft way Denki had never seen before. Midoriya croaked before stopping to clear his throat. I'm sorry, I am bad at, talking. But I feel like I need to, yeah. So, sorry. He paused, looking at Bakugo, who waved his hand for Midoriya to continue. Hitoshi looked completely gobsmacked. I'm not afraid of you. You quirk, be brainwashing, I actually think is really cool and interesting, but I don't have a lot of good memories. I knew someone who had a quirk like yours. He disappeared. I don't know, but it's not you, and I know you're good, because you're a hero, like Kaken and Kaken's good. So, sorry. And thank you. For not hating me too much and letting me stay with your family. He looked to Bakugo again, who was still smiling softly. Then he stood up and began to pull the boy away. Good job, he murmured. Both Denki and Hitoshi sat in shock. They were pretty sure no one in their class, bar Bakugo maybe, had heard Midoriya talk so much. He really rambled once he got going. Hitoshi shook his head, standing as well. Midoriya, he called. The two other boys stopped, turning back to him. Hitoshi held out a pinky finger. Denki's eyes widened at the gesture. Midoriya didn't have much of a reaction, though he never really did. There was definitely an expression on his face Denki hadn't seen yet, however, as he cautiously returned, wrapping his pinky around Hitoshi's. I'll see you later? I'll see you later, Midoriya mumbled, before scurrying back to Bakugo's side. Denki was sure he saw a small smile on his face. The thought had him smiling himself as he and Hitoshi silently went back to work. Later they would talk, but Denki knew his moments. He was glad things were starting to look up for them all. It had been 2 weeks since they got Izuku into the dorms, and Katsuki was finally getting to cut the boy's hair. Almost his whole class had gotten used to Izuku being there. There were still some instances where he startled them, but for the most part, everyone was chill. They were all relaxing for the Friday afternoon in the common area, sprawled out, each doing different activities. Izuku was busy scribbling in his notebook to notice much else. A few were watching on with amusement, some with curiosity. Hobo-sensei was sleeping on the couch next to them, but Katsuki knew it was all a farce and their teacher knew exactly what was happening at all times. Pinky was next to Katsuki, Floaty on his other side, both prattling on and on about different hair products and washing techniques for different types of hair. Katsuki didn't care. Izuku's hair was always nice, if a bit wild. He just needed it to be FING cut. Ooh. Pinky suddenly squealed. Oh my gosh, blasty move. We have to give him an undercut. Katsuki didn't even have a second to register what she was saying before he was being floated away, released on the couch next to their teacher. He sat in shock as a couple more of the girls surrounded Izuku, messing with his hair. Izuku only glanced up once, and seeing that Katsuki was still in his vision and safe, he returned his full attention to his notebook. Don't sulk. You'll get him back soon, Aizawa grumbled, opening one eye. I'm not sulking, Katsuki grumbled right back, sinking further into the couch. He let himself relax as he watched the girls doting at Izuku, giggling as they played with his hair. He didn't care what they did to him, as long as they FING cut it. Aizawa's phone ringing startled him slightly. Zashi? He asked tiredly before bolting upright in his seat. What? He hissed. Katsuki sat to full attention, along with most of his classmates who were in earshot. A glance at Izuku showed he was confused but alert and coiled tight. Is she okay? Eri, is she okay? That had everyone's attention. Aizawa stood and moved to the door. It was thrown open before he reached it, All Might and Midnight running in. Show. Channel 5, Midnight yelled. Ojiro, who had been closest to the television at the time, scrambled to turn the channel on. It's at that small hero museum downtown. They're not letting anyone through, not even heroes. Say they have enough on the scene already, which is just bullshit, oh my. For a while it was just the broadcasters describing the scene. The teachers were frantically discussing behind them, something about Yamada being there already, but police not letting him through. Midnight and All Might were also fervently trying not to let Aizawa run out. It'll be no use. They won't let you through show dash. I don't care what they will or won't let me do. That is my DMN daughter. Let them try and stop me, he growled, trying to shove past them again. All Might put a strong hand on Aizawa's shoulder. Nedzu is already contacting people, but we won't be any help, especially if you're in this panicked state. Oh, Kami, Hagakure gasped as the channel began showing footage. The small museum was for local heroes and UA alumni. It was a nice place, they had all gone before. They knew Eri was going on tour there today, because she had been talking non-stop about it. On the roof of the building was a cluster of small bodies, 2 teachers trying to keep them calm. It was what was on the roof with them that sent ice into Katsuki's heart. A gnome. It was huge, moving toward the kids while heroes desperately tried fending it off. Katsuki felt his palms grow hot as he watched the scene. He saw Eri's hair shining like a beacon. He needed to get to her. Then the building on the screen shook. The room around him was in chaos as they watched another Nomo land on the side of the museum and begin to climb. People were shouting, arguing about leaving. Aizawa was sounding ready to murder the X-1 hero. Bakugo couldn't take his eyes off the screen. It zoomed in on the kids' faces, on how scared they looked. He felt frozen. Until he didn't. Whipping around, he marched toward the door, ready to shove his teachers and classmates out of the way. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around him. He wasn't letting any of the students go. He continued to yell at All Might, Midnight joining in. Katsuki felt his own rage boiling over. He needed to get to Eri. All Might was doing his best to calm everyone, agreeing with them, but it wasn't in his control. They could see the police barrier blocking more heroes, which made zero FING sense. In his panic, Katsuki forced his attention to Izuku to make sure he was okay in the chaos. When his eyes landed on the couch, his breath caught. All those who weren't standing and arguing with their teachers had gathered around the couches, sitting and standing in shock. All but Izuku. Aizawa, he gasped, voice laced with desperation. Aizawa instantly focused his attention on Katsuki, shocked at his change in tone. Izuku was all he could manage. Aizawa turned quickly, his own eyes widening. Izuku was gone. Dad? Shinsu's voice sounded from next to the television. Is that? There on the screen was an unmistakable streak of green. He sprinted past the children. Sprinted straight toward the towering monster. The monster who had just flung a hero off the side of the building. Katsuki watched in horror as Izuku ran straight at the Nomu, with nothing but a pipe in his hands. Katsuki cursed as Aizawa made a sharp turn, gripping the car seat and his phone for dear life. He, Kirishima, Aizawa, All Might, and Midnight had sprinted out of the dorms as soon as they saw Izuku on that screen. They had been eager to get to Eri, only hesitating because of logistics. But Izuku made it through, which meant they could as well. Now there were 2 lives they cared about on the line. Katsuki's heart was pounding loudly in his ears. He wanted to use his quirk to get there. It would have been faster. So did Aizawa. But to get them all there quickly, the car was most optimal. It made Katsuki want to scream, even if he was happy Kirishima was with him. He always knew how to keep Katsuki level-headed in a fight. They stared at his phone screen, watching Izuku throw everything he had at the Nomu. They all remember facing those things. They were not an easy feat. The strangest thing was Izuku appeared to be winning. Easily as well. The footage wasn't clear, but they could see well enough. Izuku wasn't holding anything back. His strikes were vicious and precise, hitting the monster where it clearly hurt. If Katsuki didn't know any better, he'd guess Izuku knew exactly how to take the monster down. Then again, he really didn't know any better. Oh, Aizawa growled, throwing the car into park before jumping out. Katsuki reluctantly left his phone down, running after his teacher. He almost stumbled at the size of the crowd around the museum, the number of heroes being blocked by police. It was completely baffling. Aizawa. All their attention was brought to Tsukachi as he pushed his way back through the crowd. Yamada's up front. They followed the detective, shoving their way past the horde of people. Aizawa, there's something wrong, something bigger than just the Nomu. None of my men will listen to me, nor the chief of police. It's like they can't even hear us. When they managed to get to the front of the crowd, Katsuki understood exactly what the detective meant. The police force stared blankly, eyes glazed as they blocked heroes and civilians from getting through. Katsuki knew what they were all thinking. It was just like Shinsu's brainwashing. One hero tried flying above them, only to be opened fired at, barely making it back to the ground safely. Kami, save us, All Might whispered from behind them. Katsuki couldn't help but agree with the craziness of the situation. Police shooting at heroes. It was bizarre. It was only when he glanced at Kirishima after the boy let out a shocked squeak, he realized everyone was looking up. His breath hitched. Izuku was being held to the roof's ground by his neck, head dangling over the side of the building. The monster screamed in his face. Izuku screamed right back at it. Katsuki instinctively stepped forward, hands to his side ready to fly, only to be grabbed by Kirishima. They'll shoot you down, Kat, he tried, desperation leaking into his voice, but Katsuki shoved him away. He needed to get to Izuku. Another blood-curdling scream and they watched the monster fly off the side of the building, falling out of sight. Katsuki gasped in relief, ready to take off again. Katsuki, no dash. There's another one, please. I need to get to him. I can get over them. He turned to Aizawa who was watching them intently. I can get over them. If you get everyone back, Midnight can. Put the police to sleep. I can make it. I'll get them both. Aizawa stared at him a long moment before nodding sharply and bellowing orders, the rest of their teachers and the detective joining in. Katsuki took a deep breath before shooting into the sky, bracing himself for any incoming fire, but nothing came. The police didn't even flinch as he shot above them. Another hero went to fly after him, only to be followed by the sound of ricocheting gunshots. Katsuki didn't have time to dwell on that as he landed in front of the group of cowering children. Kitty! Eri cried, reaching out to him. He swept her into a big hug as he surveyed the group. None seemed injured, just scared shitless. Zuku, she whimpered in his arms. He put her down carefully and gave what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Glancing behind him, he saw Izuku barely standing upright as he slowly made his way to them. He stumbled, landing hard on his hands and knees. Katsuki moved toward him. The younger boy glanced up, their eyes meeting. He looked terrible, covered in blood and bruises. Still, Katsuki felt some relief seeing the boy still breathing. Izuku's eyes widened suddenly, screaming his name. Katsuki had no time to turn. No time to defend. He was hit from the side. He flew, whacking into a wall. Everything hurt. His head spun. Distantly he registered the sound of screaming. He opened his eyes blearily, his breath catching. Izuku was glowing in rage. He hollered as he hit the Nomu, over and over. He maneuvered his way to the monster's shoulder, wrapping his legs around its necks. He lifted his pole above the Nomu's head. He was deadly. He was terrifying. He was breathtaking. The last thing Katsuki remembered before drifting away was Izuku's fatal scream as he plunged the pole deep into the monster's brain. That's all Izuku could see. That's all he could hear. He needed to save her. Protect. That's all Izuku could feel. Then relief. Fireworks filled his line of vision. Caramel filled the air. Izuku felt like he could breathe again. That's all Izuku could see. Kaken's red eyes. So good. Then his kaken was taken away. He was hurt. His Eri was scared. Rage was all that was left. Shoyuta startled awake at the groan next to him. The long day had turned into an excruciatingly longer night. When they first took Izuku in, Bakugo's parents had been permitted to return to their busy work lives, plus some added protection. When Shoyuta called them about the recent incident, he was told they were abroad again. Shoyuta said he would ask Bakugo if he wanted his parents to return, seeing as his condition wasn't life-threatening, though he was sure he already knew the answer. The Bakugos would forever confuse him. Still, the boy needed someone, and Shoyuta wasn't keen on leaving the hospital just yet. Yes, he wanted to be home with Eri and his husband. He wasn't happy with her leaving his sight so soon, but he knew she was safe. He had 2 other kids to worry about as well. Izuku was still heavily drugged. The nurses informed him there was a better chance of Bakugo waking up much sooner than the other boy. Shuta's heart hurt whenever he thought of why Izuku was drugged, the feral look on his face. Bakugo blinked his eyes open before hissing and groaning again, turning away from the light. Shoyuta swiftly got up to turn the blinding white down, picking up some water as he went. Bakugo peered blearily at him, grunting in thanks as he took the water. A moment of peace passed before Bakugo was shooting up in his bed. He didn't get very far. Kami of dash, he spat through gritted teeth, heaving deep breaths and throwing his head between his knees. Shoyuta took away the cup so it wouldn't spill more. Easy, kiddo. Got yourself an almighty concussion, he murmured, placing a steady hand on the blonde's back. After a moment, he moved Bakugo carefully back to lean on his bed, sitting him against the pillows. His student gripped madly at his sleeve. Zuku, he slurred out. Izuku. Is he safe? He's here at the hospital. It's okay. Shoyuta tried keeping his voice low and reassuring. He wasn't sure if he should tell Bakugo about the exact state Izuku was in, though it was only a matter of time before he found out. Eri. Shoyuta gave a small smile. At home. Also safe. He reached over the bed to press the call button, alerting the nurses Bakugo was awake. He watched his student take long deep breaths, eyes closed, and was sure after a minute he had fallen asleep. When the nurse came in, they opened again, seemingly more awake than before. It was the calmest Shoyuta had seen him in a hospital, barely putting up a fuss as the nurse puttered around him, asking him routine questions. Bakugo spoke again once the nurse had left. I want to see him. Shoyuta sighed. He's sleeping still dash. I don't care, I just want to, I need to see him, he wait. Bakugo began to look frantic, trying to get up. Why is he still sleeping? How badly was he hurt? I need to see him, I dash. Katsuki. Shoyuta put a firm hand on Bakugo's chest, keeping him still. He's fine. Yes, he was a little beat up, but so were you. You need to calm down or you won't be going anywhere. Bakugo took a few more deep breaths, squeezing his eyes closed and nodded. Shoyuta gave him a minute before speaking again. When we finally got up to you, Izuku was not in the best mindset. We just managed to get to the roof when he killed the Nomu. Shoyuta sighed and rubbed his face harshly, willing the image to leave him. It was quite frankly terrifying to see what Izuku could do, to be reminded of who he was. It was like he wasn't present anymore. He wouldn't let anyone near you and nearly attacked the preschool teacher when she stopped Eri from going to him. Midnight had to put him under. That was going to be difficult for Izuku to recover from. Nemuri already made him so nervous. He paused, unsure about how to deliver the next bit of information. Though with the look on Bakugo's face, Shoyuta suspected he already guessed what was coming. The HPSC aren't happy. Bakugo visibly tensed. They had covered up the mishap with Mineta, considering the circumstances, though it had taken a long conversation with Nizu and Izuku that Shoyuta wasn't allowed to be part of. What Izuku did at the museum? That was broadcasted nationally. They were already being questioned intensely by both public and other heroes. Shoyuta had been dutifully avoiding his phone, only answering Hizashi. Protect him, Bakugo stated firmly. We have to. It wasn't his fault, he was helping Dash. I know. We know that, and we are going to do our absolute best to help him, but the picture Izuku painted of himself? Bakugo, it wasn't a good one. You didn't see him. He was almost feral, ruthless, just like he was as Reaper. Bakugo glared at him. He is not just Reaper. He saved Eri, all those kids. He saved me. They stared each other down for a moment, before Shuta's shoulders slumped. There was nothing he feared more currently than what the commission would do to Izuku if they got their hands on him. This wasn't Shoyuta protecting a kid simply because he saved his daughter and his student. Izuku wasn't just his responsibility as a hero anymore. This was Shoyuta wanting to protect a kid he cared about. Izuku was one of their own now. One of his kids. Their conversation was cut off as a nurse came in. He's awake. It took all of Shuta's willpower not to sprint out of the room, but he knew he couldn't just leave Bakugo. Still, he tapped his foot impatiently while he waited for the nurses to get the boy into his wheelchair, much to Bakugo's dismay. The blonde looked just as angry and impatient as Shoyuta. "Oh, for F's sake," he grumbled, glaring at his teacher. "Just effing go to him already, we'll be right behind you." Shoyuta needed no more encouragement, swiftly leaving the room. He had to remind himself that he was in a hospital and running wasn't permitted. When he reached Izuku's door, he took a deep breath, preparing himself for the worst. The last time Izuku woke up in hospital didn't go too well after all. He wasn't expecting to see Izuku sitting calmly on the edge of his bed, legs dangling. He watched a nurse move around, sorting through some files, though his attention was immediately on Shoyuta when he noticed him. Izuku lowered his eyes and Shoyuta hated the solemn expression on his face. He moved quickly towards him. "I'm Sordash." Shoyuta cut him off quickly, pulling his head to his chest. He was usually more cautious about sudden movements with Izuku, but he needed the hug. He needed to feel the boy in front of him, to be certain he was okay. He pressed his face into the boy's green curls, breathing deeply. Izuku didn't react, sitting frozen on his bed. "Thank you," Shoyuta whispered. Hesitant hands wrapped around his back before gripping his jumper tightly. There was so much behind that simple thank you, so much more Shoyuta wanted and needed to say. For now, though, thank you would have to do. Izuku lifted his head at the sound of the door opening. Shoyuta moved out of the way, turning to see Katsuki being wheeled in. He wondered why the boy gave in so easily, but looking at him it was clear how exhausted he was. Occasionally, Shoyuta forgot just how young he was, how young all his students were. The boy sitting in front of him now was so clearly drained, both emotionally and physically. He was definitely only fighting to stay awake for Izuku. For the first time since Shoyuta knew them, Izuku hesitated in approaching Bakugo. Usually, as soon as the boy had sights on the blonde, he was completely wrapped in his personal space. Now, his hands moved from gripping Shoyuta to gripping the edge of his bed as he stared at Bakugo, eyes moving all over him. Bakugo was giving Izuku a similar scan. He sighed, seeming satisfied, and raised an arm out. Instantly, Izuku moved toward him. Bakugo grunted as Izuku's full weight was thrown on him, curling himself into a ball on the older boy's lap. Shoyuta couldn't hear what Bakugo was whispering to Izuku, but he didn't need to. He was happy to watch the tension drift out of both boys so effortlessly in each other's company. His jaw clenched at the thought of dealing with the commission. Izuku didn't deserve their wrath. He was good, everything he did was for good. They hunted Reaper for so long, wanted him behind bars, and now that they had him, they wanted nothing more than to lock him up and throw away the key, not allowing themselves to look past his mask. But Izuku wasn't Reaper. Reaper was whoever was behind Izuku's kidnapping. Reaper was Papa. Yes, Izuku was utterly terrifying in his fight, and yes, it did remind Shoyuta of where he'd come from, of the things he'd done. That didn't mean he cared for Izuku any less. If anything, his urge to protect him became much greater. He'd give anything to rip whoever Papa was to shreds, destroy him like he destroyed Izuku. No, Izuku wasn't Reaper. The commission would have to fight Shoyuta to his bitter end if they wanted him. Izuku startled awake. His hand felt warm and his back hurt. He blinked blearily in the dark room. Moving his head to the side, he hummed in contentment at the sight of the sleeping blonde, reminding himself where he was. They had gone back to Kaken's room. His panic when he had woken earlier in the unfamiliar hospital room was only brief as he reminded himself he wasn't with Papa anymore. Still, hospitals made him severely uncomfortable, his tension only easing slightly when the nurses said they would get Aizawa. Then he became nervous for a whole other reason. He had messed up. He had broken so many rules. He just hoped that Eri was okay, that Kaken was okay. He was so scared Kaken and Aizawa wouldn't want to see him, that they wouldn't be happy with him anymore. He was terrified they would leave him. When Aizawa thanked him, he felt like he was falling apart. He had been bad. He didn't understand why he deserved their kindness. Kaken had got hurt because of him, because he wasn't good enough. Seeing him in the wheelchair had Izuku stiff in his seat, not wanting to touch, to hurt him more. He let himself go, let Reaper creep back in. They couldn't want him anymore, they shouldn't. But then Aizawa hugged him tight and Kaken opened his arms and Izuku didn't hesitate to latch onto either of them. He knew he was in trouble, he had broken so many rules. But Aizawa and Kaken said they would keep him safe. He didn't like to believe such promising words, but his new family, people made him want to trust everything they said, made him feel so secure. It was terrifying. He stared at Kaken's sleeping face, raising a hand to skim over a scar on his cheek. He hadn't wanted to leave once they got back to the room, sitting with Kaken while the older boy rambled, the two of them eventually drifting to sleep. He was so scared when the Noma had hit him. He was sure Kaken was gone. A pencil dropping drew Izuku's attention to the other side of the room. Movement must have woken him. Big green eyes peered back at him, though the look they held was different from the first time Izuku saw them. "I'm sorry," Midoriya Inko whispered. "I didn't mean to wake you." Izuku gave her a small nod, watching as she shuffled around quietly, checking different things on Kaken's files. At one point, she came around the bed to Izuku, wipes and bandages in hand. "Would you like me to fix that?" she asked softly, gesturing to Izuku's head. He lifted his hand to a fresh wound, feeling the wetness under his fingertips. He gave her another small nod. Midoriya Inko worked in silence, eyes trained on Izuku's injury. Izuku couldn't keep his eyes off her. He knew her. He was sure of it. Obviously, he had been informed she was his mother, but there was an odd tingling when he looked at her, when her soft hand touched him. It was something more than just being told she was his mother. Every now and then, images would flash through Izuku's mind, memories of times he could remember. Midoriya Inko was often a subject to these unknown memories. It upset Izuku a lot. He didn't know what it felt like to be loved by a mother, but he was sure she would have been wonderful. Midoriya Inko started but paused again, squeezing her mouth closed. "When we met at the hospital, I said some things that were wrong of me." She took a deep breath, moving away from Izuku and sitting on the edge of Kaken's bed. "When I lost my son, it broke me. And then, when my husband was taken from me as well, I finally accepted my family being gone. It was difficult, but I had to accept it." She turned her attention to Kaken, smiling softly at him. "The Bakugus became my family. Katsuki was always like another son to me. And so, when I discovered that the Grim Reaper was targeting him, the same I was furious. I wanted nothing more than for him to be taken down." Izuku cringed, dropping his gaze to his knees, his hands subconsciously rubbing along Kaken's scars, pulling at his jumper Aizawa brought for him. "And then they brought you in and they told me you were my son, the son I had mourned, the son I had accepted to be gone. I wouldn't let myself allow it. I wouldn't let myself allow my baby to be the same monster that Reaper was." Izuku couldn't bring himself to look at her. He knew how people saw him. He knew he was bad, knew what he did was stuff from nightmares. He hated it, hated the thing he had become. He flinched as a gentle hand covered his own, pulling it carefully away from his skin he was piercing. He finally looked back to Midoriya Inko as she held his hand between her own, caressing his scars gently. "You're not the son I remembered, but you are also no monster. You share his gentle traits, his protective urges. The monster is whoever did this to you, Izu." She looked into his eyes, tears falling down her face. "I hope you can forgive me someday. I saw how you ran to save that little girl, how you protected Katsuki. Watching you fight, I saw my little boy again." She took a deep shuddering breath. "I'm just sorry I couldn't save you." Izuku stared at her, his own eyes growing wet. There was that familiar warmth in his chest, a buzzing he couldn't quite place. They sat in silence for a moment, until Midoriya Inko patted his hand gently and went to stand. Just as she was leaving, a feeling came back to him. Midoriya Inko froze at the sound of him humming. "I think," Izuku said slowly, "you were one of the main reasons for me to stay alive." He was sorry he couldn't remember her like he wanted to, couldn't remember what it was like to be loved by her. He turned his attention back to Kaken, unable to look at the crying woman anymore. "If you think about it that way, you did save me." Midoriya Inko gasped quietly. The room was silent until the door opened, soft light filtering in. Her figure paused in the doorway as she turned back to Izuku. "I'll do better, try harder. I promise," she whispered. Then Izuku was left alone with a sleeping Kaken again, a singular tear running down his face as he smiled. Himura Ankaku smiled at the sight on the news. He ignored the tantrum of Shigaraki behind his back, rolling his eyes as something else was thrown into a wall, smashing behind him. Nothing could ruin his good mood. "Demon brat, killing 2 of my Nomo. 2. How dare he? When I get my hands on him, I swear." Ankaku laughed at the petulant man-child. "Easy, Shigaraki. Reaper will be dutifully punished when his time comes. I might even let you play a bit." He laughed again, returning his full attention to the news, rewinding to see his bunny's vicious green eyes. He was beautiful. It was time his Reaper came home, and this was the perfect way to form a plan. Shigaraki was useful for some things he supposed. Ankaku never did like the Nomo. He had trained Izuku specifically how to take them down. He had even let the doctor borrow Izuku to find weaknesses in the creatures, when he was feeling particularly generous. All for a price, of course. Then Shigaraki grew more and more unbearable, and their views grew further apart. After that, he'd sometimes let Reaper out to hunt rogue Nomu just for sport. It was thoroughly entertaining. They did however have their uses in causing havoc, a perfect trap to lure his bunny out. Bringing his dear friend Num back into the game had Ankaku practically reeling. Num was great when training, not only Izuku, but many of his guards who were less obedient. All he needed to do was have his victims listen to his voice for 60 seconds, and they would bend to his will for an hour. Add a bit of illegal trigger and it was 30 seconds for 4 hours. Absolutely phenomenal. He was glad to see his bunny hadn't forgotten his training. Izuku still belonged to Ankaku after all. Allowing Katsuki through the barrier was for Ankaku's own entertainment. Oh, and how enjoyed seeing the boy smashed against the side of the building, so much so, it overshadowed his annoyance at Izuku protecting him. Personally, he'd prefer to kill Katsuki with his own hand, but if he ended as collateral damage, well, Ankaku wouldn't have complained too much. Ankaku's attention moved to the young girl with the white hair. He remembered her, had met her before with Chisaki. He was quite happy when that man disappeared. What a nuisance. The girl though, she was special. He was glad to see her in safe hands. He knew of Aizawa Shoyuta, Eraserhead. He knew his missions, knew his husband, knew his son. He respected the man. But he had Izuku, and Izuku belonged to Ankaku. How curious it was that Izuku had connected with the broken child. Ankaku always knew that his kaken was a weakness, a loose end to get rid of. Taking him, hurting him, with that volatile quirk and the strength the boy possessed? It would be exceptionally difficult. But Ankaku smiled wider. Have your fun, bunny. Playtime is nearly over. Katsuki groaned, cracking his back as he shuffled his way back to his room, shitty black coffee in hand. Technically his nurse said he wasn't allowed it, but he felt it was FING deserved. He hated hospitals and he hated hospital food. The least he could get was some DMN coffee, even if it was weak and burnt and just crappy. He'd left Izuku in the room. He was only going to be gone 5 minutes. Izuku could survive that long alone. Plus, it was easier to sneak around when it was only one of them, and Izuku's looks weren't exactly subtle. Besides, nothing could possibly go wrong within 5 minutes. Katsuki froze when he pushed his room's door open. The tension in the room was disgustingly thick. Izuku stood near the windows, hands clenched by his side. Across from him with their backs to Katsuki stood the number 2 and number 5 heroes. Izuku hardly glanced at Katsuki, his sole focus on the two newcomers. Hawks cleared his throat, shifting on his feet as Katsuki let the door close with a soft thud behind him. Kitty! Mirko called, too loud in the small room. Katsuki grumbled, keeping his eyes on Izuku's seemingly tenser form as he was dragged into a crushing hug. Izuku's sole attention had moved to Mirko, ignoring Hawks completely. Told you not to call me that, carrots? Katsuki growled, darting away from her as she went to hit him across the head. Hey! Think concussion, woman. Oh, don't be dramatic, and I told you not to call me that. Hawks chuckled at their antics, laughing harder as Katsuki avoided another smack and threw up his middle fingers. Any of Katsuki's humor vanished at the cold look in Izuku's eye. He tugged on the boy's wrist as he moved to the bed, bringing Izuku's attention to him. Good people, he whispered, maneuvering the younger boy to sit next to his bed again. It's okay, they're okay, I'm FNG okay. Okay. Izuku flicked his eyes between the two heroes and Katsuki a couple times before giving him a curt nod. He settled in his seat, back still taut, but Katsuki would take what he could get. He sighed as he sank into the bed, turning to glare at the intruders. Well, is there a reason for you disturbing my rest? He grumbled, letting Izuku pull at his fingers. He pointedly ignored the heroes' eyes on their hands, glaring at them for good measure when they took too long to answer him. What? You too good for me now? I can't care about my little intern? Mirko scoffed. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at her. It wasn't that he didn't believe her, he just didn't believe it was the only reason. Sure. That doesn't explain Big Bird over there. Hawks startled at being addressed, finally moving his attention from Izuku. He laughed lightly, rubbing the back of his neck. Hiya. I guess I was just a bit curious, he said, shrugging. Katsuki knew Izuku was paying attention to the conversation. Izuku didn't talk a lot, and when he did it was often stilted and hesitant. Unlike what many people thought, however, it wasn't because Izuku was stupid, or that he hadn't had a proper education. Well, technically he hadn't, and his knowledge on school subjects wasn't near up to scratch. His general intelligence? Mind FNG blowing. Even as a kid Izuku was always near top of the class. The only reason he never beat Katsuki was because he was constantly studying other shit that wasn't solely school-based, plus, Katsuki's ego would never let him win. Katsuki wasn't sure what kind of education whoever took Izuku would have given him, if they gave him anything at all. Even he worried when Izuku was first reintroduced into his life. Izuku didn't speak like he used to, and boy, did he used to. But he could read and write just fine, his ability to analyze quirks seemed to get even better, and then there was his knowledge on support gear, weaponry, and fighting in general. After a while, Katsuki began to understand his lack of speaking was a defensive mechanism, a strategy to remain with the upper hand, even as a little prisoner. That didn't make him stupid. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He watched, observed, listened. He took everything in, even the things most people wouldn't see, wouldn't understand. Izuku was brilliant, which meant Izuku knew exactly who Hawks was. He knew what Hawks meant by him being curious, probably more than Katsuki understood. He felt a small pang in his heart at the thought of what Izuku would have acted like if he was never taken away. His eyes would have lit up, his smile startlingly bright, and he would have pounced on the hero with a million questions. Izuku didn't do that now. especially not with Hawks. Izuku knew Mirko. He had technically met her when he was arrested, plus Katsuki talked about her a lot. Mirko was a hero. To Izuku, Hawks was not. Katsuki was doing homework, rubbing his face in frustration. Izuku sat next to him. Surprisingly, Izuku wasn't doing his own work, nor was he attempting Katsuki's homework as he so often did. Instead, his sole focus was on the television. Katsuki glanced over. "It's Hawks." Izuku looked back to him. "The number 2 hero. He's actually pretty cool, but if you ever meet him don't tell him I said that. Man's got the biggest fang ego." Katsuki turned back to finish his work. After another minute, he looked to Izuku again, whose attention was back to the screen. On it, Hawks was smiling wide after a victory, laughing and waving to fans as he flew above them. Katsuki couldn't help but want to smile with him, even if the fing chicken could be annoying as hell. Izuku did not look like smiling. Izuku looked as though he were about to cry. "Sad," he whispered before turning back to his own work. "Sad." Katsuki repeated. Izuku simply nodded. Silence fell over them as the younger one wrote. Katsuki couldn't stop thinking about what he said. He didn't understand what Izuku meant, couldn't fathom what was sad about the images on the screen. Just when Katsuki was thinking Izuku was done with the conversation, he spoke again, handing Katsuki a page. Katsuki's breath hitched. He knew Izuku could draw, it was always one of his talents. The image he presented Katsuki with was incredible. Hawks was so realistic, his smile shining just like real life. The talent wasn't what surprised Katsuki though, it was what else was in the drawing. Though smiling, his eyes leaked dark tears, a large shadow looming over his head. The faceless shadow's hands held the edges of Hawk's wings. "Hero" was written across the top of the page, though it had been crossed out. And in red, "Weapon" was writing at the bottom. A bird with clipped wings will always be trapped, even if they're released from their cage. The hospital door closing had Katsuki jumping from his mind. Detective Tsukachi stood holding a brown bag. He smiled through his obvious confusion as he looked at the people in the room. "I brought muffins," he said, lifting the bag. He strolled closer to Katsuki's bed, dropping the bag on his lap. "I'm glad I picked up extra. Wasn't expecting you two here." Katsuki slouched in his bed, a wave of exhaustion brushing over him. He rifled through the bag as the adult spoke, pulling out one that smelt of skis and apples for himself and a chocolate chip for Izuku. He still cursed Tape Arms, Pinky and Candy Crush for introducing Izuku to chocolate. When Izuku didn't immediately take the muffin, Katsuki turned to where he was with a frown. Instead, he was met with empty air. Glancing toward the adults, he realized Izuku had moved closer to them. He was still watching Hawks, though not with as much trepidation. In fact, the boy just seemed curious about the hero's wings, watching their movements as he talked. Katsuki was about to warn the hero about Izuku and how he forgets people's personal boundaries, when he realized Hawks was moving his wings on purpose. He kept extending and retracting them, allowing them to follow the movements of his arms. When he glanced to Izuku, he was smirking, not allowing the boy to get a hold of the feathers. Izuku huffed in annoyance, turning back towards Katsuki. Hawks chuckled at his pout, abandoning the conversation with the other adults. He released a couple feathers to swirl around Izuku, ruffling through his hair. The room laughed at his indignant squawk, Katsuki joining. Hawks allowed Izuku hold onto one of the feathers, inspecting it thoroughly. Tsukachi stepped forward, his smile sad. Katsuki was instantly alert. "Izuku, I'm going to have to ask you to come with me." Katsuki was not impressed in the slightest that he wasn't allowed go with Izuku. He knew they had their reasons. He was still pretty banged up and Izuku was going to be the only person who wasn't an adult allowed in the meeting, but it still set him off. The detective said that he would defend Izuku, no matter the cost. Katsuki knew Aizawa would be there too, as well as a lot of other people who would be surprisingly defensive of Izuku. He knew Izuku was in good hands. He had to admit to himself he was just terrified of losing him again. "We'll be there too, you know. We just wanted to check up on how you were doing," Mirko told him a couple minutes after Izuku reluctantly left. "Plus, I for one wanted to see the greenie for myself," Hawks admitted. He was still smiling, but it was sad, more honest than what the rest of the world sees. "The commission, they're going to want me to agree with them. Izuku, he's a very powerful resource. They don't want to just lock him up, especially after watching him take down those Nomu. They want to use him." Smoke rose from Katsuki's bed where his hands gripped his sheets. It wasn't like he didn't know that. Anyone could see how impressive Izuku was, especially after the Nomu attack. "I don't want that," Hawks continued. "I didn't want it before I met him, and I certainly don't want it now." He puts a strong hand on Katsuki's shoulder. "We're on your side, Kit," Mirko said, waiting by the door. "Besides, Izuku's special. He's got a way of getting under your skin." Katsuki couldn't help but smile as the two heroes bid their goodbye. "That he does indeed. What Shoyuda would do to be anywhere but that room." He rubbed his temples, willing his headache to subside. Listening to the commission's nonsense was difficult enough on a good day. Listening to them get nowhere after 2 hours with a steadily increasing headache while he could be at home with his daughter, a goddamn nightmare. Hisashi squeezed his knee, nodding to the boy next to him. Izuku had kept his head down throughout his time in the meeting, stiff in his chair, back ramrod straight. Glancing down, Shoyuta noticed red seeping through his fingertips as Izuku clenched his hands tight. They had already been in the meet an hour and a half when Tsukachi brought Izuku in. The cold reception he received was, in Shuta's books, disgraceful and pathetic. All they see is Reaper's mask, blinded by mistakes of the past. They can't see Izuku as a boy. They can't see how he quivers, how he can't hold eye contact, how he was unable to be just a 16-year-old boy. Shoyuta supposes he would never get that chance to be just a child. Reaching over, Shoyuta tapped at Izuku's wrists, allowing his scarf to fall into the boy's lap to pull at. Izuku jolted, frowning at his cut hands. Leaning over, Shoyuta mumbled that it was okay, that he just needed to be careful. Another thing the commission disagreed with was apparently treating a hurt child like the child they were. Hisashi stiffened next to him as one of the suits scoffed, hand clenching painfully on his leg. Glancing up, Shoyuta noticed the conversation had died down. Must people's focus on Izuku and his interaction? I mean, he should at least be in HNDCFFS. Shoyuta wasn't sure who had said it, but his attention was no longer wavering. Before he could come to the boy's defense, Hawks spoke up instead. Ah, come on Maki. So the kid broke a couple rules. That hardly warrants cuffs, he laughed airily. It surprised Shoyuta. Hawks very rarely stood up against anything the commission said. Maki bristled in his seat, glaring at Hawks. Before he could counter the young hero's comment, however, a low voice demanded the attention of the room. All of Hawks' carefree demeanor vanished. By law, Hawks, dangerous personnel and criminals are required to wear HNDCFFS. The Grim Reaper is, as far as I'm aware, both of those things. Everyone stood to welcome the commissioner. He waved a hand in dismissal, sitting himself at the top of the table next to Endeavor, briefly acknowledging everyone in the room and on the screens that lined the walls. Heizono sat stiff on the other side of him, her old authoritarian attitude nowhere to be found. Occasionally she would glance at Izuku, a frown on her lips, brows furrowed in contemplation. Shoyuta took Hisashi's hand under the table for his own comfort. He placed his other hand on Izuku's shoulder in what he hoped was reassuring. Shoyuta stopped himself from smiling as the young boy leaned into his touch. The commissioner cleared his throat. As is, there was someone in that class who is very important to me. Someone who Midoriya Izuku saved. He smiled, genuinely at Izuku. So, I will permit the lack of HNDCFFS. His smile dropped. Unfortunately, there are other pressing issues we must discuss today. Midoriya Izuku. You and your carers were given a set of rules. You left the campus of UA, not only without permission, but without any supervision, breaking one of the main rules provided by the commission. Your actions were violent and aggressive and broadcasted for all of Japan to see. I have half a mind to arrest you right now. Shuta's grip on Izuku's shoulder tightened, just as his husband's hand tightened on his own. With all due respect, Commissioner, Izuku is the only reason our daughter is alive, as well as all those other little listeners. Who's to say what could have happened if he wasn't there? Though his voice was calm, Shoyuta could tell how furious he was. It was true that most heroes and those in the commission knew about their relationship in Eri, but they tried not to bring attention to it too often. That slip was enough to know Hisashi's emotions were all over the place. With the way this meeting was going, Shoyuta wasn't far behind him. Who's to say he wasn't the reason it happened in the first place? Maki from earlier spoke up, scoffing. Multiple voices spoke up to that. Oh, come on Maki. Hawks. Shove it, old man. I concur. I also agree. Reaper should have been locked up the moment we had hands on him. There's no need to make rash accusations. Endeavor. I beg your pardon? Shoyuta. Whispered low and deadly, silencing the room as his hair rose. Maki scoffed again. I mean honestly, Eraser. We haven't had a Nomu attack in months. Now we have Reaper in our clutches and there's two attacking not only something the commissioner cares for, but something you, the caretaker of Reaper, also care about. It's a lot of coincidences. Shoyuta felt himself stand, hands pressing firmly against the table. Maki stood too, purple eyes glaring right back at him, a small smug smile playing on his lips. That's an awful serious accusation, Shoyuta spat. I'm just stating facts, Eraser. Facts we can all see. Just because children make you soft, doesn't mean Reaper isn't Dash. Izuku is an innocent child. He saved Eri, along with every other child there. He only broke the rules to do good. Maki snapped his fingers. That's another thing. Just how did Reaper know how to take down those Noma Dash? Izuku, Hisashi said, standing as well. He is no longer Reaper. Izuku, Maki said slowly. How close you have gotten. Another addition to your ragtag family, I suppose. We are not here to discuss personal matters such as our family, Shoyuta hissed. No. Maki clapped his hands loudly. We are here to discuss your little criminal dash. That is enough, Max. Heizono shouted, voice above the rising chaos. No, Heizono. Maki or Max continued. No, it most certainly is not enough. You were taken off Reaper's case the moment you made comments about the poor boy being so young. And wasn't that news to Shoyuta? Like many, you have forgotten what Reaper did, what he is capable of doing. This, Max waved his hand towards a screen replaying the Nomo fight. This should be reminder enough of the danger Reaper poses. He is not just a boy. He is a weapon. Not to mention the brainwashing of the entire police force. Who knows what kind of other forces are working behind the boy? Who knows what lies he's fabricated to slip freely into our world? There isn't a single quirk in the registry with that kind of power dash. Numb. Izuku's voice was so quiet but still, the room went silent. Though everyone had now turned to him, Izuku's attention stayed focused on his lap. Max appeared to go to speak again, but the commissioner raised a hand to keep everyone quiet. Gesturing to Shoyuta, he got the hint and sat back down, lowering his head to Izuku. Izuku, he said quietly. Do you know what happened to the police? Izuku gave a small nod, eyes flicking to Shuta's through his hair. Can you explain it to us? There was a moment where Shoyuta thought Izuku was going to ignore him. Then, slow and careful, he began to speak. I don't know his real name. I only know Num. He worked at a place I was before. Izuku paused, liking at his lips. Hizashi put his hand, palm up on Izuku's lap, leaning across Shoyuta to smile encouragingly at him. Tracing at Hizashi's hands, Izuku took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before continuing. Shoyuta could tell he was avoiding things, knew others would pick up on it too, but that was something that would be discussed later. His quirk is brainwashing. He talks to someone for 60 seconds, lets his voice soak into them, and they'll do anything he says for an hour. I didn't think it was him. Your police were blank for a long time. But then I dash. He made a choked, frustrated noise, clenching his jaw. Shoyuta noticed Izuku lift his hands away from Hizashi's to clench and unclench them a couple of times. I remembered when it happened before, that his quirk, lasted longer than usual. There's no breaking it once he has you. You know what's happening around you, but you can't do anything to stop it. The harder you push, the more he has dash. We've searched brainwashing quirk users. None match this description, and those who came close to have already been cleared as suspects. How are we supposed to believe the words of villain, child or not? A detective on the screen's accused. Before anyone could come to Izuku's defense, he spoke for himself. Num's supposed to be dead. You won't find him in living records. As he spoke, computers were whirring around them as they searched their systems. A number of faces filled their screens. Shoyuta felt Izuku go stiff next to him, his breath hitching. When he glanced at Izuku, the boy's eyes were wide, jaw clenched tight. Heizono cleared her throat. Izuku, would you be able to identify Num? She asked, voice far gentler than Shoyuta would ever have expected. Izuku said nothing as he stared at the screen. He began to shake slightly, his hands winding in Shuta's scarf. Commotion started up in the room again, but Shoyuta ignored it, focusing on Izuku. He waved his hands slowly in front of the boy's face, bringing Izuku's attention to him instead of the screens. Izuku? Are you okay? Izuku's breathing had picked up. His panic was rising. Kid, it's okay. You're safe here, alright? We won't let anything happen to you, Shoyuta tried to reassure. Izuku just shook his head fast. I know. I can't. I'm not allowed. Not allowed, he gasped out. Izuku. You're safe here, remember? Papa isn't here and we're not going to let anything happen to you. I won't let anything happen, okay? I promise. Izuku stared at him for a long time. Slowly his breathing evened out, his grip on Shuta's scarf becoming looser. Comments flew around them about the situation being ridiculous and Izuku manipulation, but Shoyuta ignored them all, letting Izuku's surprisingly large group of heroes and detectives come to his defense. Then very slowly, Izuku pointed to his own screen. Shoyuta raised his head, eyes locking with the commissioners. The man on the screen should have been their first suspect, dead or alive. He was known for mass brainwashing and torture, among other crimes in the underworld. Once or twice, he had been bought out by the commission themselves, until he disappeared several years ago. If Shoyuta didn't work underground, he wouldn't know this. Perks of the job, he supposed. The commissioner clearly knew just as much and more than he did. A huge thing the man who went by Num was known for, was his works in dangerous gangs and villain organizations. To aid in cooperation. These meeting is adjourned. We're taking a break. Shoyuta knew there was more to Izuku's story. He knew there was at least a papa behind Reaper's mask. He had just hoped it wouldn't be too dark of a story. It was naive to think, a foolish hope that Izuku hadn't lived such a horrid life. Shoyuda had seen Izuku's scars though. He knew he shouldn't have hoped like that. Now Num was one more puzzle piece to finding the full story, and Shoyuda didn't like the picture it was painting. The Reaper case continued to grow more and more complicated. Hitoshi was confused why his dads had called him and Eri to the station. He knew they were meant to be there earlier that day, but that had been hours beforehand. He couldn't imagine there being a reason that the meeting would go on so long. Excuse me? Hitoshi said to a busy-looking receptionist. She ignored him, continuing to rifle through pages and her computer. He cleared his throat, squeezing Eri's hand gently. Excuse me? The reception woman continued to ignore him, picking up the phone instead. Hitoshi rolled his eyes before knocking on the desk. Look lady. I was called down here by my Eraserhead and present mic. Still no reaction, she barely glanced at him. It could be to do with the Reaper case? At this, the woman turned to him, still speaking to whoever was on the other end of the line. She looked him up and down, gaze pausing on Eri. She tooted slightly before scribbling room 4 on a post-it note. She waved her hand in dismissal. Gee, thanks, Hitoshi muttered, pulling Eri away. They didn't get very far before Eri's death grip on his hand pulled him to a stop, a squeal escaping her. Zuku! She started pulling Hitoshi toward a waiting area down the hall where he could see Izuku sitting, staring straight ahead. It wasn't until they got closer that Hitoshi noticed something was wrong. Izuku wasn't responding to Eri at all. Eri grew on Izuku very quickly, the boy almost always noticing and going to her immediately, no matter what else he was doing. He pulled her to a halt, shushing her protests. Approaching slowly, Hitoshi noticed Izuku didn't appear to hear anything, not even the muffled shouts coming from inside the room he sat outside of. He kept Eri standing back as a precaution, moving around Izuku's front slowly. Izuku! Hitoshi whispered, crouching in front of him. He hissed at the sight of Izuku's bloody hands. Izuku jolted when Hitoshi touched them to pull them apart. His wide eyes focused on Hitoshi as breathed shakily. You okay? Izuku blinked slowly. He swallowed hard before nodding his head. Hitoshi was at a loss of what to do. He wasn't good at the comforting thing. Sure, he helped Eri a lot, but she was different. Words were never his strong suit, and he hadn't interacted with Izuku without Bakugo being nearby. He wasn't sure how the boy really felt about his presence. Luckily, he had a guardian angel with him. Eri appeared by his side holding some warm wet tissues. He hadn't noticed her run off to get them but was grateful. Carefully, he began wiping the flaking blood on Izuku's palms. You know, I've been meaning to thank you. Hitoshi paused in his cleaning, his words surprising even himself. You saved Eri. You saved my sister. None of us could ever thank you enough for that. But, I also wanted to thank you for something else. He chewed at his lip, focusing on his ministrants. It's just, you know, I'm sure you don't want to be thanked for, things you did as Reaper. Izuku's hands clenched slightly around his own. But one of the last people you, Hitoshi glanced at Eri, who he knew was listening, but was focused on detangling Izuku's hair, took down. She wasn't a good person and she hurt me quite a bit. Hitoshi stopped, heaving his own shaky breath. Slowly a pinky intertwined with his own, pulling his attention up to Izuku. Izuku's eyes were brimming with tears. He lifted his other hand cautiously, brushing his fingers along Hitoshi's muzzle scars, then to his own. I'm sorry. Izuku choked. You're good. You didn't deserve. You didn't either, Hitoshi affirmed. He pulled on Izuku's pinky to grab his full attention. Hey, you didn't either, okay? He wasn't sure Izuku believed him, but the boy nodded anyways. Suddenly feeling extremely uncomfortable and out of his depth, Hitoshi stood and cleared his throat. Right, good. I'm supposed to bring Eri in there, so if you stay here and I'll be out in a minute? And then, I guess I'll take you home? Or wherever. Izuku just nodded again so Hitoshi took Eri, ignoring her small complaints toward the room. He took a deep breath, wincing at the yelling. He reassured Izuku they would be quick, before knocking on the door. Nothing happened. He knocked again and there was still no answer. Grumbling under his breath, he threw caution into the wind and pushed the door open. Instantly they were bombarded by noise. He moved Eri slightly behind him. No one in the room noticed them, though Hitoshi wasn't surprised. He could barely hear himself think with the commotion, though the topic of their discussion was clear. He's safe at UA. He's a monster. A weapon. Without him, those children would all be terribly hurt or worse. Nothing good will come from him being free. The commission could take care of him. He's fine at UA. Reaper. 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 Life. Somehow, Hitoshi's voice carried over the chaos, the room's attention on him immediately. He gulped. He hadn't thought that through. He was just so angry at their words, defensive over the boy in the hallway. He wasn't exactly sure what he was supposed to do now that he just yelled at an entire room of heroes and officers, and oh god, was that the commissioner. I was told to bring Eri here, he settled on, thanking the gods his voice didn't shake. The commissioner was the first to react, smiling at Hitoshi and Eri. Of course. Come here. Hitoshi glanced at Shoyuta, who gave him a small nod. He pulled Eri toward the commissioner, standing behind her with his hands on her shoulders. The commissioner smiled down at her. Hello Eri. How are you doing today? Hi Mr. C, she chirped, and wasn't that bizarre? I'm doing okay. How's Yuto? Hitoshi couldn't help but gape at the conversation. A quick glance at his dad's showed him they were just as surprised. The commissioner just chuckled. My nephew is quite well. Just got a bit of a scare yesterday. I heard you beat him in maths. Eri huffed, rolling her eyes. Yeah, but he's still winning in English. He's very good at it. It's annoying. Again, the commissioner laughed, a couple of others joining in with him. Okay, so Eri was in the commissioner's nephew's class. Interesting development, though Hitoshi shouldn't be surprised. He was aware that some of Eri's classmates were considered high priority. Alrighty, the commissioner continued. Unfortunately, we are not here to discuss school today. Eri, I would like you to look at this boy. A picture of Izuku showed up on a couple screens. Do you know who this is? Eri smiled widely. That's Zuku. He's my new brother. Hitoshi noticed Shoyuta seemingly choke on air at that comment, Hisashi smiling widely. Hitoshi himself had to stop himself from smiling, not feeling as bothered by that suggestion than he had expected. The commissioner raised an eyebrow, glancing at the men. Brother? Okay then Eri, can you tell us what Izuku is like? Is he bad? Bad? She shrieked. No. Izuku's the bestest. He's smart and nice and lets me play with his hair. He's a little bit afraid of the dark, but that's okay. Not everyone can be super brave all the time. I let him borrow my nightlight anyways. That's very nice of you, Eri. So, do you think Izuku is a villain? The room went very quiet as Eri soaked in the question. Hitoshi bristled at the question, at the idea that this was still a suggestion. Then her face settled in the most intimidating glare a 7-year-old could muster. I don't know if you know where I was before now, Mr. C, but I've met villains. Izuku is not one. He saved me and he saved Yuto. If anything, Zuku is a hero. Hitoshi couldn't help the pride that swelled in his chest at how strong Eri sounded. Her voice never wavered as she glared the room of adults down. Everyone was silent for a moment before the commissioner spoke again. He was smiling still, though it had lost its authenticity. Thank you, Eri. He cleared his throat, nodding to his dads. Shoyuta walked them out of the room, whispering to Eri how good she did, and how proud he was of her. As the door closed behind them, the conversation started up again, much more sedated than before. Eri skipped over to Izuku, making sure to call his name before she reached him. So? What's the verdict? He asked Shoyuta. His dad sighed, rubbing his face. We still don't know. Honestly, until you came in it wasn't looking good for Izuku. They watched Eri settle behind Izuku, playing with his hair again. Hitoshi felt something warm grow in his chest at the small smile playing on Izuku's lips as Eri babbled. Shoyuta chuckled softly. Eri may have given us hope though, like always. Plus, Izuku did save the commissioner's nephew. That was a positive if not surprising development. He groaned, stretching his back. Look, we'll be here another hour at least I'd say. Get home. The car should still be outside. Bring Izuku with you. He held out his pinky. Hitoshi grabbed it automatically. I'll see you later. I'll see you later. His dad ruffled his hair, ignoring Hitoshi's protests and pulling him forward to kiss his head. Hitoshi watched fondly as he said goodbye to Eri and Izuku. Something tugged inside him at the frown on Izuku's face. His dad whispered something to him, pulling Izuku's forehead to his chest. Hitoshi didn't know what was going to happen with Izuku, but he saved Eri. If that didn't make him family, he didn't know what did. He just knew that Izuku was one of them and they didn't leave each other behind. Walking out of the police station, Hitoshi was pulled to a stop by Izuku's fingers on his wrist. Shinso, can you bring me back to the hospital? To Kaken? Please. Hitoshi gave Izuku a smile. No problem, I'll let Dad know, Kay. He turned to walk again before pausing once more. Oh, call me Hitoshi. Mama had told Izuku not to stray too far while she paid for groceries, but he couldn't help it. He loved the city at nighttime, it had such pretty lights. Not as pretty as Kaken's lights though. They were the prettiest, even though Kaken had started to be a little mean to Izuku. That's what Kaken called him now. He didn't mind it too much, even though he knew it was mean and Mama was very angry when Izuku told her. He didn't mind it because Kaken gave it to him. Maybe Kaken would call him Izuku next time he saw him. They were going to watch the new All Might movie the next day, so maybe he would be nicer then. Izuku couldn't wait to see him. Movement in an alley caught Izuku's eye. A man was slumped against a wall. Izuku knew he wasn't supposed to talk to strangers, but the man looked hurt. If All Might was here, he would check on the hurt man. All Might was the bravest hero, just like Kaken, so Izuku had to be brave and good too. Izuku could be a hero. Hello, mister? Are you okay? The man didn't look at Izuku. He smelled funny, like Mama and Auntie Mitsuki when they have their lady nights. Izuku wanted to help the man, but he wasn't sure how. He knew his talking annoyed some people, but Mama liked when Izuku told her stories, so he decided he would talk to the man until adult help came. So, he told the man all about his day, about All Might and his new movie, about the quirks in his class, especially Kaken's because Kaken was the best, so he talked loads about him. I think Kaken is just like Auntie, and she can be a little mean too, but I don't think he really means it, because she never means it either, she's just, what does Mama say? Oh yeah, fightsy. So Kaken's fightsy too. Plus, it's only cause I don't have a quirk, but I know when my quirk comes in me and Kaken are going to be the bestest heroes together. And I know my quirk is just a little bit late, even though the doctor said I have extra bones in my feet, I know I'll get my quirk and, oh mister. You're laughing. Are you feeling better? The man was giggling a lot now and Izuku didn't know what he said that was funny, but his mama sometimes says he's funny too. He started laughing with the man. So sweet, the man said. So sweet and innocent and naive. So perfect. The man looked at Izuku finally. He had red eyes like Kaken, but darker. Kaken's eyes were much nicer. Then his eyes started to go all black and suddenly Izuku felt really sleepy. He fell down, his eyes drooping closed. Mama wasn't going to be happy. Hopefully Izuku wouldn't miss the movie with Kaken. So perfect. Little bunny. Izuku really wanted to go home. He missed his mom. He missed Kaken. He didn't like the man. The man told Izuku to call him Papa, but he wouldn't do that. He had a daddy already, he didn't need a papa. He missed his daddy. He didn't like the man's house. He didn't like his guards and he definitely didn't like his doctors. The man was angry at him. Izuku told the man he wanted to go home. He told the man he was hungry and tired, and he wanted to go home. He didn't want to train anymore. The man said they would fix the hunger. Izuku was lying in the white room. The doctors were all around him. There was a lot of wires and tubes on him. He wanted to go home. He wanted his mama. He couldn't stop crying even though he knew the man didn't like him crying. One of the doctors told him to be brave. They put a needle in his arm. It hurt but he had to be brave. Like All Might. Like Kaken. The hunger went away. Izuku didn't know why, but he wasn't hungry anymore. The man was still angry at him. Izuku closed his eyes so he wouldn't see the man's quirk. The man picked him up and dragged him to a different room. He threw him on the floor. Izuku's shoulder hurt so much. He started crying again. The man grabbed his face. You will learn not to say no. The man squeezed his face harder. You will learn to be a good bunny. The man smoothed his hair back from his eyes. It had got really long. The man kissed Izuku's head softly. A hard slap followed, leaving his cheek stinging. Papa really hates tears, bunny. Izuku was left all alone in the dark. Izuku learned to hate the dark. Papa doesn't like when Izuku talks about Kaken. Papa takes Izuku to the hanging room when he talks about Kaken. Izuku doesn't like the hanging room, but it's better than the dark room. The hanging room hurts a lot though, and Izuku gets left with lots of scars. Sometimes the white coats will heal them. Sometimes they'll make them worse. That's usually in the white room. Izuku wakes up in the white room a lot. He doesn't like it there. But sometimes it's better than the other rooms. Only sometimes. The hanging room leaves the most scars. Besides the white room. The wet room is scary and unpredictable. The water sometimes fills up so fast, Izuku doesn't have time to think. Sometimes it fills up slowly. Izuku prefers when it goes quick. He doesn't like waiting to drown. Someday he's scared Papa's going to get really sick of him and he won't let the water out. Izuku must be good for Papa. Izuku still hates the dark room the most. So Izuku must be good for Papa. Izuku must be brave, like Kaken. Izuku misses Kaken. Izuku doesn't like Num. He makes him do a lot of things. Izuku thinks he might dislike Num more than Papa. Papa cut Izuku's hair the other day. It's much better now. Izuku thought he recognized the man tied up in front of him. The man was trying to tell him something, but Izuku couldn't hear past the tape. It didn't matter. Izuku just had to listen to Papa. The gun was cold and heavy. Izuku shot guns before. He knew all about them. He'd never shot a person. The man was shaking and crying. When they took his tape off, he said Izuku's name. Izuku didn't know why, but it didn't matter. Papa said if he was good, he might get to see Kaken. Izuku missed Kaken loads, so he'd be good for Papa. Izuku fired the gun. Izuku was a good bunny. Izuku never got to see Kaken. The blood splattered across his freckles. Freckles that matched the dead man's. Kaken. 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 Izuku. 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 Reaper. 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 The Grim Reaper. Shigaraki's quirk hurt a lot. Reaper didn't like him. He was too unpredictable. Reaper fought the Nomu a lot. He didn't like them either. They reminded Reaper of himself. Reaper didn't think Papa liked Shigaraki too much either. They didn't visit anymore. That's fine. Reaper didn't have to fight any more Nomu. When Reaper started going on missions, Papa had the white coats put his chip in. Papa said everyone needed a chip, so they could keep track of each other, so they could make sure everyone was behaving. Papa showed Reaper what would happen if he misbehaved. Reaper didn't wake up for a whole day. The chip hurt a lot to put in. Papa said it was so Reaper remembered where he belonged. Reaper knew he belonged to Papa. Green hair, blonde hair, lullabies, fireworks. Papa was angry at Num. Num was bloody all over. Reaper didn't think he was breathing. Papa had found Num giving Reaper instructions. Instructions to make Num feel nice. Reaper didn't like being alone with Num, but Num always found him. Num was gone now. Papa was brushing Reaper's curls. Papa said Num wouldn't be coming back to Reaper, wouldn't go near him ever again. Papa promised. Reaper had made a mistake. He had left someone alive. Papa was really angry. Reaper had failed. He screamed. His bindings were too tight. He couldn't get out. He couldn't get away from the guards. The blade flashed in front of his eye. Papa's voice came from everywhere. You know this is your own fault, Bunny. Izuku screamed. He wanted his mom. He wanted his dad. He wanted Kaken. But hadn't they come yet? Reaper was smart. The whitecoats all said he was smart. Even Papa said he was smart. They gave him lots of books. Reaper liked to study. Sometimes, Papa would bring special whitecoats in. They let Reaper build things. Izuku liked when they let him build things. Izuku liked when they let him ask questions, especially about their quirks. Papa didn't like Izuku asking questions. Reaper didn't ask questions. Papa liked when he built things. Reaper liked his new suit best. On Reaper's last mission he read it was July. Reaper couldn't remember why July felt different. Reaper didn't think it mattered. Reaper's mission was successful. Papa liked to drink sometimes. When he was upset. Reaper knew this. Izuku knew this. Izuku knew he was distracted when he drank. So Izuku tried to run. The first time Papa caught him was the worst. Do you not remember, Bunny? I can make you feel anything I want, without even laying a hand on you. Fit. Can't breathe. Can't breathe. Can't breathe. Fit. Maybe I should take a page out of Num's book? That always seemed to shut you up. Fit. Pleasure. Warm, horrible, terrifying pleasure. Then everything had gone dark. When he woke up, they were still in the mirror room. Papa cradled him in his lap, crying into his hair. He stroked his fringe back, kissing his forehead gently. I'm so sorry, Bunny. I would never do that. I'm so sorry. My Bunny. He let Papa hold him. Let Papa be gentle. Papa told him if anyone ever did that to him, anything like that, he had to hurt them really bad. Papa said he'd keep him safe. Papa never did that again. Papa just stuck to pain. He hated the mirror room. It was too much of Papa, too much of himself. Who was he? Reaper. Izuku. Reaper. Izuku. Reaper. Izuku. The Grim Reaper. Reaper had upset Papa. He couldn't remember why. He thought it was because of Kaken. Reaper didn't know Kaken. Papa didn't like when Reaper knew Kaken. Reaper sang his lullaby in the dark room. Reaper really hated the dark. Izuku had to be brave. For Mama and Daddy. For Kaken. Izuku had to be brave just like All Might. All Might would be there soon with Kaken, and Izuku had to be brave until they got there. Izuku had to be strong. Like Mama. Like Kaken. Like All Might. Like all the heroes. They'd come get him soon, so Izuku had to be strong. Izuku couldn't cry. Mom never liked seeing Izuku upset. Kaken called him a crybaby, but Izuku knew he didn't like it either. When Izuku cried, he made other people sad too. The heroes would be there soon. Izuku shouldn't cry. Green hair. Lullabies. Good red. Fireworks. Reaper didn't know what it meant, but he knew it was good. He knew it was better than Papa. Maybe someday the green and good red and bright yellow and the fireworks would come get him. Reaper just had to wait a little longer for something. The Grim Reaper belonged to Papa. Reaper was Papa's bunny. He had to be good for Papa. Papa was Reaper's everything. Izuku wouldn't let Kaken go. He wouldn't let the songs go. He had to hold on to Kaken's hand, otherwise he would disappear. Izuku didn't want to disappear. Izuku missed the fireworks. Maybe Izuku didn't deserve to be saved. He was the Grim Reaper after all. Maybe that's why no one ever came, not even All Might. Izuku had been acting weird since he got back from the police station. The doctors had wanted to keep Katsuki in for observation, in case of further complications. That was 3 days ago. He was FNG ecstatic when they said he could leave that evening, noticing how Izuku had relaxed too. He put Izuku's fidgetiness and quietness up to him being uncomfortable. Lying in bed after a nap before dinner, he was tired, off. He was beginning to think that it wasn't just the hospital. Izuku sat on his desk chair, holding an old All Might plushie. Izuku's old All Might plushie. Katsuki couldn't count the amount of nights he'd spent crying with that thing, praying Izuku was okay. Now, the same boy sat staring at his old toy. Staring for 5 minutes. Completely oblivious to anything else. Katsuki sighed, pushing himself to sit at the edge of the bed. Izuku continued to stare at the old toy. Izuku. Still no reply, not even a blink. Katsuki's brows furrowed. He got up and kneeled in front of the younger boy, reaching out slowly to put his hand on top of the plushie. You good, Izuku? Izuku blinked back to the present. He stared into Katsuki's eyes, silent and still for an unnerving amount of time, but Katsuki waited for him. That's not what you call me. Katsuki's eyes widened, before squinting in confusion. What are you talking about, Zuku? You didn't call me that either. Izuku shook his head. Or you did, but there was something else. I had another name. What, Midoriya? I don't think I ever called you that. Katsuki trailed off as it suddenly hit him what Izuku was talking about. He didn't want Izuku to remember that. Call him selfish, but he hated that time in his life, hated how that's the person Izuku was left remembering when he was taken. Izuku squinted at him when Katsuki didn't continue, leaning into his eyeline when Katsuki looked away. You know, don't you? You know what I'm talking about. Izuku was getting agitated, as Katsuki continued to glare at the floor. I need you to tell me Kaken. I know there's a name dash. There's not another name, Izuku, Katsuki tried, but Izuku stood suddenly, forcing Katsuki to fall back on the floor. No! Izuku yelled down at him. Don't lie to me. Please don't lie to me, not you. I know, there's something else, I can feel it. It's right here but I can't, I don't know I dash. He was breathing heavily, voice catching. Katsuki stood, moving back into Izuku's space to try calm him down. Izuku gripped his hair, pulling harshly at its strands. Hey, Izuku, calm down. You need to breathe, Katsuki tried, reaching for the other boy's arms. Izuku pulled out of his reach. No. I need to know, stop it. I need to dash. Why do you need to? Katsuki interrupted, reaching for him again. Why won't you tell me? Izuku snapped back. Katsuki was startled by the tears brimming in his eyes. Because there's nothing to tell. Lie. Yes there is, Izuku yelled, stepping up to him. Stop. Shove. Lying. Shove. Katsuki gripped his wrists. Tell me why you need to know. Tell me why you keep lying? Why are you lying to me, Kaken? Katsuki snapped. Because I'm selfish, he yelled. You want to know why I won't tell you? I won't tell you because I don't want you to know. Because I'm selfish. Because I was a mean, stuck-up effing brat and I don't want you to know. I don't want you to remember that because I don't want to lose you. He dropped his head, pressing it to Izuku's chest. He slowed his breathing, blinking in frustration at his own tears. Not again, he whispered. I don't want you to leave me. There was a long pause where no one moved, their breathing the only sounds in the room. Then, tentative hands rose to brush through his hair. Katsuki couldn't tell which one of them was shaking more. Kaken, I won't leave you, Izuku whispered. Katsuki squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head. Ever again. I could never want to leave Kaken. You don't know that. Katsuki tried to pull away, but Izuku held strong. I do, he said, catching Katsuki's eyes. I do. I get you're scared but I need to know, so please. Please, Kaken. Katsuki stared into his eyes, so earnest, so trusting. So full of goodness that for a moment Katsuki forgot about their complicated past, forgot Izuku ever left him in the first place. He was seeking by the younger boy's beauty, and like always before he knew he could give everything to Izuku. He took a deep breath. Deku. Izuku's head reared back, eyes wide and glazed. The grip he had on Katsuki's wrists tightened before loosening completely. Izuku. Izuku slumped forward, head resting on Katsuki's chest. His breathing was labored but slow. Katsuki fretted, gripping Izuku under his arms to keep him upright. The younger boy shook in his grasp, unresponsive to Katsuki's questions. Katsuki gripped Izuku harder when his shoulders began shaking more aggressively, lowering them both to the ground. Izuku, he whispered, brushing the boy's hair out of his eyes. Katsuki's own eyes widened when Izuku lifted his head. Katsuki was sure he was panicking. He was scared he had hurt Izuku again, like he had all that time ago in the police station when he said, Kaken. That wasn't the case. Izuku was laughing. I remember. He laughed harder, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's shoulders. Casey, Kaken. I remember. Slowly that laughter tampered off, until Izuku's shoulders shook with heaving sobs. Broken ramblings drifted between choked breaths. Unsure of what else to do, Katsuki simply held Izuku, leaning back against his bed and pulling the younger boy tightly against him. Katsuki tensed as Izuku's words began to form meaning. I shouldn't be here. Why am I here? I'm bad. I shouldn't be here. I'm terrible. Why am I here? Katsuki tried consoling him, but Izuku continued to struggle. No. You don't understand. You can't understand what I've done. So many bad things. So bad dash. I know what you've done, Izuku. We all do dash. No, you can't. I killed him, Kaken, I killed him. I killed him, he's gone, I killed him dash. Izuku, please, we know. I promise we won't leave you, I won't leave you. It's not your fault dash. No. I killed him, Kaken. My dad, I killed him. I knew him, I knew I did, and I still killed him. My dad, oh Kami, Dad, Daddy, I killed him. Katsuki was in shock. He knew Uncle had died a couple years after Izuku had gone missing, but he could never had imagined something like this. Still, no matter what Izuku said, no matter how shocking, Katsuki knew it wasn't his fault. It couldn't have been. He'd take care of Izuku. He'd make sure Izuku knew Katsuki cared, that Katsuki wouldn't leave him. No matter what happened when he was Reaper. After a while, when Izuku had tired himself out, Katsuki spoke again. What exactly do you remember? He asked softly. Or, I guess, what had you forgotten? Izuku took a heavy shaking breath, continuing to lean his body weight against Katsuki. His silence stretched so long, Katsuki began to think he wasn't going to answer at all. It's not exactly like I forgot everything. It is, but I also remembered everything as well. No, that doesn't make sense either. Izuku shifted so he was sitting on the ground, leaving his legs bent over Katsuki's own. He leaned his head on Katsuki's shoulder, taking another deep breath. Katsuki was only growing more confused but let Izuku have his moment, sitting silently while the other boy gathered his thoughts. It's not like everything came back all at once, you know? I don't know what I forgot, so I can't know how much I remember. I know it's confusing. Honestly, not much has changed in my memory, things just kind of make more sense. I don't know why Deku was a trigger word. Especially for remembering something like my dash. His breath hitched. Katsuki lifted his hand to rub behind Izuku's neck. My dad. I've always remembered that moment, but never made the connection. Izuku smiled, barking a laugh. Katsuki almost jumped at how sudden it was. You know that was how I first read my name? Izuku giggled. He spent so long teaching me to read and said it right, even when I didn't know what it meant. He always made sure I knew I was worth something. His eyes filled with fresh tears, slowly falling down his face. I remember when I told him you started calling me Deku. He was furious. Said if anyone called me that, especially you, I was to punch him right in the nose. Mum hated that. Katsuki shifted uncomfortably, guilt flooding through his body. Izuku noticed, gripping his hand, tracing the scars. I never really minded it, you know. As a kid, it was upsetting and I wanted you to call me Zuku again, but it was okay, 'cause Kaken gave me the name. It was Kaken's name. Izuku beamed at Katsuki, despite his tears. Katsuki's cheeks heated up, his own eyes welling. He couldn't believe Izuku could be so good. Why he could be so good and go through things so horrid. It wasn't fair. I'm so effing sorry, Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened at Katsuki's choked voice. He tried to reassure that it was okay, but Katsuki plowed ahead. I'm so effing sorry I turned my back on you. I'm sorry I was so horrible, that I couldn't cheat. That I wouldn't help you when others hurt you. I was egotistical as hell, just the biggest FNG brat. Kami, ISCK at this, but sheet, you need to understand how wrong I was, Izuku. You were more of a hero than I ever could be. You still are. Katsuki hated how much he let his emotions overwhelm him in that moment. He wiped furiously at his tear, only stopping when gentle hands replaced his own, brushing over his cheeks. Katsuki chanced looking Izuku in the eye, nearly losing it again at how sincere Izuku looked. His eyes shone with such adoration, such determination. Katsuki felt like he was being transported back in time. He felt like he was looking at his 7-year-old Izuku. Strong, brave, loving Izuku. Katsuki cleared his throat, sick of dealing with his own emotions that day. So, the rest of your memories? Izuku drifted away momentarily, eyes unfocused. Like I said, it's complicated. Before there were images and feelings, none that really worked together, and it was so frustrating. Now those feelings make sense. Or at least more sense. Like why I felt safe whenever I thought of All Might and my mum. They always brought warmth to my chest. Happiness. He glanced up at Katsuki. Same for you. But with you there was always more. I always felt like I was missing something integral to our relationship. I guess I figured out what it was. He frowned, looking contemplative. I really don't understand why Deku triggered that kind of response. But even with these new memories, they're not actually new. They've been there the whole time, just, buried? I guess. Izuku sighed heavily, leaning more on Katsuki. His eyes fluttered before they drifted closed. There are still gaps. Lots of gaps, but I think I'm starting to feel whole again. Katsuki stared in awe at Izuku as his breaths evened out and he floated off to sleep. Carefully, he lifted Izuku into his bed and after a brief contemplation, curled up next to him. He squeezed the All Might plushie in between them and stared at the sleeping boy. He counted his deep breaths, moved closer to hear his heartbeat. Izuku was alive and well. There was still so much missing, so much that was taken from him. But in that moment he was okay. In that moment he was safe. In that moment, Katsuki could relish in knowing Izuku was with him, in breathing with him. Katsuki soon followed the younger boy into sleep, a smile playing on his lips. Izuku hadn't rambled like that since they were kids. An hour later, the two were woken by their own hunger, stomachs rumbling. Izuku still jumped whenever it happened, Kaken laughing at him every time. He didn't think he'd ever get used to the feeling of being hungry. Kaken had put on the jumper Aizawa had given Izuku when he was in the first hospital. Izuku liked that jumper a lot. He liked it because it was completely his. He liked letting Kaken wear it. It looked better on him, fit better. It was still Izuku's though. Laughter floated down the hall as they approached the common area. Aizawa said they should have all the information from the meeting that night, including Izuku's punishments. He was nervous for their answers, but the laughter eased him a little. UA weren't strict on following their own rules. Technically, Izuku wasn't allowed anywhere without a hero escort. Kaken argued that he had his provisional license, so was technically counted when doing hero work. Izuku thought Aizawa was just too tired to argue. He wondered how the commission would control everything from then on. Large groups still freaked him out a little, especially when he couldn't watch everyone at once. He fiddled with his nano cuffs, letting it move around his wrist, coiling like a snake. Kaken had tossed it to him just before they left, saying Hatsum thought Izuku would have liked it back. Another rule that was technically broken. Izuku grew comfortable with Class A. He still didn't completely trust them, but he was a lot better than the first day. He wasn't sure how they felt about him, but he thought their relationships had improved somewhat. He just hoped they weren't scared of him anymore. That they wanted him to stay as much as he wanted to. It was a long shot but he still hoped. Izuku's steps faltered, the boisterous activity getting louder. Kaken put a hand on his back, urging him forward. The room didn't notice them entering, all caught up in their own conversations. Izuku was pleased to see it was only Class A and Eri. He presumed Aizawa and Yamada were around somewhere as well, which was okay. He wasn't sure he was ready to deal with much more that night. Any peace was ripped from Izuku when his eyes landed on Eri. His smile wiped clean off his face, his focus on her hands. Or more importantly, what she held. Where did you get that? He hadn't even realized he had crossed the room, standing just a little away from her. She looked up at him, her own smile dropping as their eyes met. Zuku, she whispered. Where did you get that, Eri? He repeated, stepping closer. A hand caught Izuku's wrist. He snatched it away and turned, going on high alert. Kaken's eyes were wide and questioning, mouth glitching as his words caught. Kirishima stepped up behind Kaken. Whoa bro, easy. What's happening? Kirishima asked, his playful smile intact, even though his eyes were hard. Izuku ignored them, turning back to Eri. He moved to take the card away from her, but was pushed back. Hitoshi had appeared from nowhere in front of him. What are you doing? Hitoshi snapped. It's just a card. What's gotten into you? He asked, eyes cold like the day Izuku first met him. It's not just a card, Izuku snapped back, moving to take it again. Hitoshi shoved him harder so he stumbled into Kirishima. Izuku growled lowly. Kaken moved to shove Hitoshi back. By now they had everyone's attention. What's going on here? Aizawa's voice carried across the room as he stared at the scene. Izuku's going feral over a FANG collector's card, Hitoshi barked. Kaken continued to glare at him as he glared at Izuku. It's not just a card, Kaken said. Hitoshi scoffed. Of course you'd say that. You'd say anything Izuku would, following him around like a lost effing puppy. Hitoshi. Hey now, let's all calm down dash. I'm saying it's not just a card, cause it's not just a FNG card, Kaken yelled back in Hitoshi's face. That's a Bronze Age All Might card, with a gold border and All Might signature. It's one of the rarest in the world, only 20 being found, and by some FING lucky draw, Izuku and I both found one when we were 5. We carried them around everywhere. They don't even sell them anymore. Izuku was done listening, reaching to grab the card again. Just before he could, a white scarf shot out, moving him away from Eri. Izuku stared wide-eyed at Aizawa, who instantly dropped the scarf. Izuku took a step backwards. Aizawa stared at him, equally shocked. Big deal. Is the card really worth all this? Look at Eri. You're scaring her. Izuku let his eyes drift to Eri, who watched him back, her own filled with tears. Izuku stepped further away from her. He looked at the card she had gripped in her hands. The card that had writing scribbled across the back of it. Bunny. Papa calls me Bunny. Izuku wasn't sure how loud he said it, nor how many people heard him. His focus was no longer in the room. The hairs on his arms stood up. A chill moved up his spine. His ears rang. His mouth went dry. A dark portal opened up behind Eri. Her scream was all Izuku could hear. He pounced after her. The room's shouts echoed behind him as his world was clouded in darkness. It was only a couple of seconds and then Izuku could see again. Immediately he moved Eri to his arms, whispering apologies while she gripped his shoulders. The nano-cuff flew off Izuku's wrist and around Eri's, canceling her quirk. Izuku tried to get it off her, but it wouldn't listen. "Don't you remember, Bunny?" A cold voice echoed from the shadows. "I am always the one in control." Izuku blocked Eri from the direction of the voice, watching as Papa stepped out of the darkness. There were more people behind him that Izuku couldn't see, but it didn't matter. Papa had Izuku's full attention. Izuku averted his eyes to Papa's feet. He glanced around the room, breath catching as he recognized where he was. He'd only been there a couple of times, but judging from the jail cells that surrounded its perimeter, Izuku was in the basement. "Welcome home, Bunny. I've missed you." Izuku's heart clenched at those words. "Not my home," he mumbled. "Not your Bunny." The room suddenly felt much colder. "Is that really how you talk to me, Bunny?" Izuku wasn't sure how it happened. One second Eri was gripping his shirt from behind, the next she was across the room in Papa's arms. "Eri!" She screamed in his arms, kicking wildly, crying out to Izuku. Papa held his hand up when Izuku moved forward. He froze. "Sure, it's okay, darling. Don't panic. I'm not going to hurt you." He turned her face to Izuku. Izuku's heart clenched at the tears running down her cheeks. "I see you've made friends with my Bunny. Bunny really cares about you, little one. He can save you. All he has to do is come back to me. Say he's mine. If he does that, I won't hurt you. If not," he tilted her head to look into her eyes. Eri whimpered in pain. "What I'll do next will be much, much worse than a small headache." Izuku wanted nothing more than to never go back to Papa. Still, he knew where he truly belonged. "Okay." Papa and Eri looked to him. "Okay, I'm yours, Papa. I know I am. Please let her go. Please don't hurt her. I'm back." Izuku gulped. "Take me home, Papa." Papa smiled widely, eyes flashing. He threw Eri back toward Izuku. "Kurogyri." Eri vanished. Izuku tensed as Papa approached him. He shivered when cold hands stroked his cheek, brushing through his hair. Papa gripped the back of his neck, forcing him to look up. Green met red, red pooled into black. Izuku writhed on the floor, body on fire. He felt himself being dragged to his feet but could no longer process much else. People were moving around him as Izuku blinked his vision back to focus. Or maybe he was moving. He couldn't tell. His ears rang. Papa stepped into his line of sight, suddenly clear. "You've been very bold, Bunny. And we know bold bunnies don't go unpunished." Papa stroked Izuku's face. "Honestly, you didn't really think you'd get away with it, Bunny." He gripped Izuku's cheeks, nails digging into his skin. "You're mine." The room filled with yelling. Portals opened in the cells, dropping people down. Izuku let out a pained whimper when he saw their faces. His people. His family. He said he'd let her go. "Have fun, Shigaraki," Papa said. Someone was dragging Izuku away. Someone was calling his name. Green met red, the good red. Kaken's red. Kaken was there. Kaken couldn't be there. Kaken shouldn't be there. Izuku screamed. Hitoshi was on edge. The days following Izuku's meeting had been excruciating. The only ones who had seen him had been anyone who visited Bakugo, which was only Kirishima, the others opting to wait until he got back. Kirishima was concerned when he returned from his visit. He told them Izuku had been acting odd. It was probably from the stress of everything going on, but they all still worried. Hitoshi was worried about his dad's and Eri too. They had all been so stressed over the last number of days. Hitoshi walked in on Shoyuda and Hizashi arguing one night as he went to get a drink. They had gone silent when he made himself known, telling him not to worry about it, but how could he not? Izuku's grown on him. He protected Eri and Hitoshi would forever be grateful for that, but he also couldn't help but notice how many things went wrong as soon as Reaper was made known to them. He hated himself for thinking like that, being overwhelmed with guilt each time it happened, but he couldn't help himself. He looked over to Eri. He knew she was worried about Izuku too, but at least she had relaxed. He couldn't help but be proud at how brave she had been when the Nomas attacked. She was playing with a few things she had pulled from her bag, a couple of action figures, coloring, and weirdly enough an All Might card. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. He'd have to try find her a card of their dad's. Present Mike would be easy, but he was going to have to search for a long time to find an Eraserhead one. Hitoshi frowned, squinting to look closer at the card. Did it say, Bunny on it? He smirked, huffing a small laugh at the thought. He knew some kids thought All Might's hair was like bunny ears. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't one of them when he was younger. It was funny Eri felt the same. His smile dropped as Izuku appeared next to her. He didn't even notice him coming into the common room. He couldn't hear what Izuku said, but there was something in his expression that Hitoshi didn't like. He stood from the couch, hesitating. Kirishima and Bakugo had stepped behind Izuku, confusion and wariness on their faces. As soon as he noticed Eri take a step away from Izuku, card to her chest, Hitoshi was moving. He shoved Izuku away just when he reached out. Was he going to grab her? No, Izuku was looking at her All Might card. What are you doing? Hitoshi snapped. It's just a card. What's gotten into you? Maybe he was overreacting, but there was a look in Izuku's eye, a look that reminded Hitoshi of when they first met. Not when Izuku walked into their home, but when they fought Reaper and Shoyuta removed his mask. It's not just a card, Izuku snapped back, moving to take it again. Hitoshi shoved him, harder so he stumbled into Kirishima. Hitoshi hit Bakugo's hands away when he pushed him from Izuku. What's going on here? Shuda's voice called from behind them. Izuku's going feral over a FANG collector's card, Hitoshi barked. He glared Izuku down, whose eyes remained on Eri's hands gripping her card. It's not just a card, Bakugo said. Hitoshi scoffed. There was no good reason Izuku should act like this, and all Hitoshi could see was a dumb card. Of course you'd say that. You'd say anything Izuku would, following him around like a lost FA puppy, he yelled back. His dad's voice called out again, closer than before. Hitoshi! Hey now, let's all calm down dash. I'm saying it's not just a card, cause it's not just a FNG card, Bakugo yelled back. That's a Bronze Age All Might card, with a gold border and All Might signature. It's one of the rarest in the world, only 20 being found and by some FING lucky draw. Izuku and I both found one when we were 5. We carried them around everywhere. They don't even sell them anymore. Hitoshi couldn't keep in his laughter. Seriously? They were acting this crazy over some card just because it was limited edition? Shuda's scarf flew past his head, pulling Izuku away from Eri as he went for the card again. It surprised Hitoshi that his dad resorted to that, but when he turned and caught sight of Eri's expression, his anger flared once more. Are you kidding me? Oh wow, a special card, FANG big deal. Is the card really worth all this? Look at Eri. You're scaring her. Her eyes were filled with tears. She gripped the card closer to her chest, shaking where she stood. Finally, Izuku seemed to gain some sense, stepping away from her. Then he whispered something Hitoshi couldn't begin to comprehend. Papa calls me Bunny. Bunny? Exactly what it read on the card. What did that mean? Hitoshi never got the chance to ask. Izuku's whole body had gone stiff, eyes impossibly wide. His breath hitched, eyes moving wildly. The room chilled. A familiar buzzing filled the air. A dark portal opened up behind Eri. She screamed. Before Hitoshi could react, Izuku was jumping after her. Hitoshi dropped to his knees. Yelling filled the air. They were gone. Izuku! The yell tore from Katsuki's throat. Izuku was gone. Fin. Izuku was taken from him. Fin. And this time Eri as well. Katsuki felt like he was losing his mind. The room had erupted into chaos. Todoroki, Shoji and Jair had all leapt forward the moment they noticed the portal, but it was too late. Katsuki felt frozen, glued to the spot staring at where Izuku and Eri had disappeared. He needed to move. He needed to do something. He needed to get them back. He needed to move. What did he mean? Katsuki's eyes flicked to Shinso. He had dropped to his knees, eyes unmoving from the ground. What? Katsuki's voice was hoarse. Shinso looked up at him. What did Izuku mean when he said, Papa calls me Bunny? Everything in Katsuki froze. Aizawa whipped around, marching over to Shinso and pulled him to stand. What did you say? He whispered shakily. I said, that Izuku said Papa calls me Bunny? Aizawa dropped him hold, taking a step away from Shinso. Dad? What does that mean? Aizawa looked up to Katsuki, then over to Yamada, who was covering his mouth, eyes watery. A string of curses flew from Aizawa's mouth as he began pacing. Katsuki let his legs give out, sitting on the ground, hands in his head. This couldn't be happening. The portal was Korajiri. The League could not be working with the monster who took Izuku. That monster could not have him again. He could not have Eri. The League they knew. The League they could deal with. Papa was completely unknown. Mr. Aizawa? Kaminari spoke up, stepping next to Shinso. Sir? What does that mean? Aizawa didn't answer, continuing to pace. Yamada went to stand next to him, pulling him to a stop and telling him something Katsuki couldn't hear. Katsuki could barely think. Kirishima appeared in front of his face, gripping Katsuki's shoulders. Kat? Is that the Papa? As in Izuku's kidnapper Papa? Kirishima knew. Of course he did, he was Katsuki's best friend. Katsuki had to rant to someone. Now Kirishima was picking up on the horror that they felt. Katsuki nodded. His kidnapper? Mina gasped from behind them. Her and Uraraka were gripping each other. Katsuki nodded again. He was getting better, he whispered. He was getting so much better. He had started to remember more. We fought earlier because the last number of days he's been all in his head remembering things. Everything was going to be so much better and now he's gone. He's gone again and I couldn't save him. Sheet man. Is that why he was acting so off in the hospital? Damn it. Kirishima took a steadying breath ready to say something else when Uraraka interrupted him. Hey, what do you mean you couldn't save him? This isn't over yet. Now get off your butt and stop feeling sorry for yourself and let's figure out a way to get them back. Hey now, easy dash, Kirishima tried defending only to be interrupted again. You don't understand. Katsuki gasped. Papa isn't the League. We know nothing about him. We can't just find them and go in FANG guns a-blazing. He terrifies me. And I haven't even met him. Silence filled the room. Soon, Kirishima's hold was replaced by two soft hands. Katsuki. Momo's voice was soft but demanding. Uraraka's right. You're right too. We really know nothing about who has taken them, but we know the League is involved somehow. This is startling and upsetting, but we are heroes. This is our job and sitting around isn't going to help anyone. Katsuki felt his resolve harden. They were right, of course. More of his classmates stepped forward, ready to find Izuku and Eri, ready to fight for them. Aizawa barked a laugh. There's no way I'm going to be able to get you all to stay out of this, am I? Yamada chuckled next to him, though his eyes were dark. Oh, you should have given up on that day one show. Before anything could be done, any plan made, any answer given, the room filled with that cold buzzing once again. Then it was dark. Katsuki grunted as he hit the ground, stomach rolling. The shouts of his classmates filled the air around him. He shoved himself to his feet, analyzing his surroundings. He was in a cell? Shinso was next to him, as well as Kirishima, Aizawa and Mina. The others had been spread around the room behind other bars. His eyes landed on white hair, his breath catching as Eri clung to Yamada. Have fun, Shigaraki, a voice called from the dark. Katsuki barely acknowledged the villain's step forward, other members of the League with him. His eyes found green. Before he could even think to use his quirk, Izuku's nanotech was around his wrists, canceling it. He ran to the cell's bars, gripping them as his classmates' exclamations of shock filled the air. Izuku was being dragged away by two large men, eyes wide, mouth slack. Katsuki called out to him. Izuku! Izuku's eyes grew impossibly wider when he found Katsuki's. Katsuki's heart shattered at Izuku's scream as he disappeared from view. Isn't this all sweet? Shigaraki's scratchy voice echoed around the room as he stood forward. The whole gang's all together. We even got family reunions. It makes me sick. He sighed, stretching dramatically. I was going to play around a little, but I like Ankaku's idea of letting you suffer first. He's disgustingly brilliant, you know? Even if he likes to mess with my plans. It's irritating. Anyways. He turned, walking away, throwing a wave over his shoulder. Only Toga and Dabi were with him, Kurogiri somewhere in the shadows. Ankaku? Was that Papa? Are we just gonna leave them all alone? Toga asked. Doesn't seem very smart, Dabi grumbled in agreement. Shigaraki just laughed. See those little bracelets on their wrists? Another handy development from our friend. Quirk suppressors at their finest. Besides Dash, he turned, red eyes shining with death. They wouldn't do anything to risk their little assassin. Isn't that right, Kachin? Katsuki growled, gripping the bars tighter. Aizawa stepped behind him, pulling him away. Katsuki knew they were right. At this point, he wasn't sure what he wouldn't do to keep Izuku safe. Toga gasped. Oh, you mean Bunny? Gosh, he's a scary little thing, ain't he? Oh, but he looks so cute covered in blood. There were a number of startled protests from his classmates. Katsuki breathed deeply, forcing himself to stay calm. Panicking and getting angry would only make everything worse for everyone. He wouldn't show weakness. The League continued to walk away, ignoring his classmates' shouts. You're just going to walk away? Cowards! F you! Shinso yelled, louder than the rest. Hitoshi, Yamada warned from his cage, reaching a hand out to calm him. Shinso stepped forward, ready to try again, but Katsuki grabbed his arm. He kept his eyes on the retreating backs of the villains. His heart was racing, palms sweating, but he needed to remain calm. He needed to keep the rest of them calm. Rage may gain some success in battles, but it was futile in winning wars. They were all quiet. Hizashi's voice had echoed for a while as he sang Eri to sleep, but since that there had been very little talking. Only the occasional whisper and pacing footsteps were left, as well as the interesting attempts of escape. Shoyuta wasn't sure how much time had passed. If he could have guessed, an hour, which meant Nedzu had to have been notified and they were already gathering heroes. Still, from personal experience, he knew how long rescue missions could take. He knew what much of the class remembered when that portal showed up. The whole class experienced the teleportation during the USJ attack, but then there were those who experienced Bakugo's kidnapping firsthand, watched him as he was taken. They appeared tenser than most. But, would you stop that? Todoroki, of all people, snapped at Kaminari, Siro and Satu. They had been continuously banging a rock they found against their jail bars, to no avail. I don't know what these bars are made of, but clearly those rocks are not doing anything. The three boys sank back to sit against the wall, dejection evident on their faces. Sorry, Roki, Siro whispered. Just felt kinda useless sitting around. They weren't the only ones to try. Shoji did his best at the beginning, pulling with his natural strength. Shoyuta even tried tugging at them with his scarf. He had a feeling it wouldn't work, but he needed to try something. Oh, little listeners, Hizashi-kude, don't feel useless. These villains have prepared a lot for this. If anything, it's us who should be apologizing for not being able to keep you safe. Shoyuta agreed. That was his job, his sole purpose as a teacher, and he had failed. Not even once but continuously. He clenched his jaw. They should be so disappointed in him. Hizashi's right. It is our duty as teachers to protect you, and we failed. Even sitting here, we can't come up with a way to help you all, to help Izuku. He pushed himself to stand, bowing deeply. I am truly sorry for failing you. Ah, don't be too hard on yourselves, teach. Kirishima's bright voice spoke up among Shuta's students' protests. His smile, though smaller than usual, was still ever present. He sat next to Bakugo, a gentle presence. He didn't touch him or offer comforting words, but Shoyuta knew him being near, being seen helped Bakugo even a little. The room lapsed into silence again. Shoyuta was growing increasingly worried about Bakugo, who only stared at the ground. Not a hint of his usual rage flowed from him, only a blank expression and hunched shoulders. Shoyuta was shocked he hadn't tried ripping this place apart yet. A part of him could guess what the boy was thinking. He had matured immensely from his first year, and even more since Izuku came back to his life. He was probably terrified of any wrong moves hurting Izuku. Shoyuta groaned inwardly. When they got out of this, and he prayed they would, an infinite amount of sessions with Hound Dog would be needed. They were just children. They shouldn't have to face so much so soon. Yes, they were training to be heroes, and yes, they chose this path. But they were still students. So many pros had yet to face the nightmares they had already. Shoyuta glanced around the room. His chest filled with a warm pride, a sudden realization overcoming him. Their expressions were not that of defeat. Their silence wasn't showing they had given up. Determination shone from their eyes. They were all planning, all thinking of a way they would get of this. Despite everything, Shoyuta smiled. They were going to make incredible heroes. I'm sorry. Hitoshi's voice was quiet, aimed at Bakugo, who sat across from him. I shouldn't have snapped at you and Izuku earlier. I should have listened first. Bakugo gave no response, no indication he had even heard Hitoshi. Kirishima smiled wider at him. However, don't fret, bro. I was wrong too. I thought something was off, but read the situation badly. We all make mistakes, he said. Hitoshi sighed. I know. Just the whole thing with Eri and the Noma earlier, I just felt on edge, and I don't know, there was something in the way Izuku looked at the card that reminded me of. He trailed off, suddenly tense, unsure how to finish. Reminded you of Reaper. Bakugo's voice was quiet. He looked up finally, eyes finding Hitoshi's, who nodded, guilt all over his expression. Shoyuta rested what he hoped was a comforting palm on his shoulder. I'm not mad, Bakugo continued. And I don't blame you. Trust me, when I caught sight of his expression, I was startled as well. He was scared. That card, that name, it brought him right back here before he was even taken. He took a steadying breath. But it's not your effing fault, alright? I didn't get why Izuku was freaking out either. I didn't see what the card said. You were right, I was automatically defensive of Izuku. It's none of our fault. Not yours, mine, Teach's, Izuku's, anyone's. The only person at fault is the BSTRD who took him. Papa. Ankaku. So stop beating yourself up about it, cause it's not going to get us anywhere. He stood up. Now, let's effing blow this joint. A slow clapping echoed from the shadows. Shoyuta jumped back to his feet, many others following. Now wasn't that just precious? Papa, or Ankaku, stepped out from the shadows. He tilted his head, giving a small pout. But really, Katsuki, you must understand that this really is all your fault. Bakugo's breath caught as he stumbled backward. Ashido was behind him before Shoyuta could move, holding his arm to ground him. No, Bakugo gasped. No, it's not, it's Dash. Oh, but it is. I mean really, all of it from the very beginning. Even when I first met Izuku, he would never, ever shut up about his precious little Kaken. Ankaku groaned dramatically. Kami, it made me sick. And then, no matter how many times I broke him, how many times I tore him apart, to fix him, to make him better. Perfect. It was always you he thought of. Even when his dear mother and father had drifted from him mind, Kaken always brought him back. Which meant Kaken was always the reason he fell. Kirishima and Hitoshi moved toward the bars, reaching out in vain attempts to grab Ankaku. He smiled from the other side of the cell, stepping closer than most would dare. Katsuki had fallen to his knees, Shoyuta quickly by his side with Ishido. Even now, he screams for you. Would you like to hear him? Ankaku lifted a device in his hand. Shoyuta finally snapped out of his shock and into his hero training, whipping his scarf out through the cell and catching the man's wrist. Ankaku's smile only got wider as he was yanked against the cell bars. Then his eyes changed. Red melted to a deep black. Hitoshi screamed, falling to the floor. Hitoshi! Shinso! A number of shouts echoed around the room. Eri cried, gripping onto Hisashi, burying her face in his chest. Shoyuta dropped his grip, rushing to his son's side. He stopped screaming, only shaking slightly. No, that's not how we play nice. Ankaku pet his head. I suppose that answers a question of mine. Your scarf really has nothing to do with your quirk. Impressive. He sighed. But it won't do. He reached out a hand, indicating for Shoyuta to hand his scarf over. Shoyuta hesitated. Only for a moment, but still too long. Ankaku's eyes going black again was the only warning he got before his husband was screaming. Okay, here, take it. He threw the scarf at Ankaku, rushing over to the bars separating him and his husband. Uraraka and Shoji stood by him, Yaozu holding Eri tight to her chest. Hisashi was reassuring them that he was okay, but Shoyuta could see the pain in his eyes. Hitoshi was next to Shoyuta, reaching through the bars to his dad. Ishido was still comforting Katsuki, Kirishima with them as well. No one knew what to do, what move to make. Kami, all this pain and suffering, Katsuki. Doesn't it bother you? How much you hurt people? Shoyuta gripped Hitoshi's shoulder, turning back to Baku. Don't listen to him. This isn't your fault, Dash. You want to hear how much pain you're really causing, Katsuki? Ankaku lifted his recording device again. Stop it, Bakugo gasped, hands clenched on the floor. You know, Katsuki? I'm feeling generous too. Otherwise, I'd be showing you a video, Dash. Please stop, Dash. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear the pain you're causing? No. Please. Shoyuta moved back to his student, trying to get him to understand this wasn't his fault, trying to block his ears, pull him away from the villain. It was no use. There was no escape from the sounds emitting from Ankaku's device. The screams were horrifying. Screeching. Broken. Gurgling. Choking. Terrifying cries filled the air, echoing in their prison. Bakugo's cries joined quickly. Both boys begging for release. Shuta's other students followed soon after. Katsuki had turned, burying his face in Shuta's chest, whispering a mantra of refusal, begging for it to end. Kirishima held Ishido, her hands covering her ears. Eri's cries of "Uzu" echoed through the chamber. Kaken! Broken, gurgled and full of pure agony, Izuku's voice rang through the room. It rattled through Shuta's body, gripping his heart with cold claws. Bakugo screamed louder. Izuku's voice continued to echo, even after the sound stopped. Bakugo panted against Shoyuta, breaths heaving and wet. No one spoke. The air was thick and heavy. Shoyuta couldn't bring himself to say anything to comfort his students, praying holding him was enough. He knew it wouldn't be. What else could you do after hearing such torture? Don't you see Katsuki? He's still calling to you. He won't let go, he won't give in to who he truly is, and until he does, all his pain? That's all. You. Ankaku let that sit with Bakugo. He whined, low and pained. Shoyuta resisted the urge to growl at the villain, glaring at him as he stood and sauntered back to the door. Bakugo shifted in Shuta's arms, turning to face Ankaku. Why? He croaked. Why show me us that? What was the point? The motive? Is this some kind of FING warning? Huh? Ankaku continued to walk away. Answer me. Bakugo screeched. Ankaku paused. He didn't turn immediately, allowing Bakugo's heaving breaths chase the echo of his demand. Then he laughed. But it's quite simple really. Slowly, he turned, a smirk playing on his lips while evil danced in his eyes. I just don't like you, Kachen. Bakugo's scream was no longer one of pain. It was pure, unadulterated rage. Izuku struggled against his bindings. They dug harshly into his wrist, his shoulders burning from where he hung. He could feel the blood dripping down his arms from the wounds, wet and warm, metallic in the air. He grunted as his toes scraped the floor again. He didn't care. He didn't care about his pain. He didn't care where he hung. If Papa wanted to torture him like this, hang him in the dark room, fine. Izuku didn't care. All he cared about was his people. He didn't know what he would do if they got hurt. He needed to get to them. He needed to make sure they were okay. A scream tore from him. The whip that cracked against his back echoed through the room. Izuku felt his breath quicken. Who was there with him? For how long? Izuku was sure he was alone. He stopped struggling and tried easing his breaths. He listened to the dark room but could hear nothing. His heartbeat echoed in his ears. He blinked fast in attempt to see something, anything. He knew it was no use. It is called the dark room for a reason. Another crack to his stomach. Izuku shouted through his teeth, blood and spit flying from his mouth. His stomach clenched, nausea rushing through him. His breath came fast and stilted. He tugged at his wrists again, twisting them through their cuffs. He needed to get out. Light shone through the room. Izuku winced at the creaking metal. Papa stood in front of Izuku. Izuku stared at the floor. He could see movement in the shadows around him, but was unable to make out how many were there. Who was there? Papa took Izuku's face in his hands. He forced Izuku to look up. Izuku squeezed his eyes closed. Papa's grip tightened, his nails biting Izuku's cheeks. Izuku whimpered. "Open your eyes." Izuku shook his head. He couldn't. He needed to get out. He needed to make sure everyone was safe. Aizawa, Yamada, Hitoshi, all of his classmates. Kaken. He needed to stay strong. He needed to be brave. He could save them. Bunny, open your eyes. Izuku opened his eyes. Everything went dark. Izuku's head spun. Tears ran down his swollen cheeks. The nausea worsened, while rising in his throat. He hurt. Everything hurt. He couldn't tell if his eyes were open or closed. It was so dark, too dark. He hated the dark. His head lolled forward before snapping back. A silent scream. 3 cracks of a whip. Was it a whip? A bar? Stomach. Shin. It hurt. His head lolled again. Bunny. The voice echoed in the dark. Papa's voice. He wasn't in the room anymore. Where? Bunny. It echoed again. Stat Icky, over an intercom. He breathed slowly through his nose, choking on old blood. He felt sick. Bunny. What's your name, Bunny? He grit his teeth. He prepared. Izuku. 5 cracks. Izuku vomited. His chest tightened, throat closed. Stars danced in his eyes. Again. What? Name? He choked out a sob. Izuku. His entire body seized, electricity running through it. Voices swam through the darkness, unheard and lost to him. His body dropped forward, wrists and shoulders screaming in resistance. The whip came down again. He blinked his eyes open. He groaned, a bright light shining directly into his eyes. He still couldn't make out anything in the darkness surrounding him. His mouth felt like cotton. His shoulders and wrists ached, but not like before. A chair. He was sat in a chair. Arms strapped down. Ankles strapped down. He was shaking. Why was he shaking? He was cold. Why was he cold? His sight was blurry but he could see his arms, see the state of his body. His arms were mixed with bright red and crusted brown. They were shining. His pants clung uncomfortably to his legs. Where was his shirt? Sweat dripped from his hair. Was it sweat? Why was he so wet? Where was he? His breath caught. His lungs burned. Icy water splashed around him, soaking him from above. He heaved gasps of hair, blinking at his fuzzy surrounding. Did the light get brighter? He violently shivered, the cold seeping into his bones. Why was this happening? Where was he? Again, Bunny. Tell me your name. He jolted at the voice coming from beyond the light. His name? Tell them his name? What was his name? Why couldn't he remember? Izuku. His name was Izuku. He was trapped with Papa. He needed to get out. He needed to get to... Where did he need to go? Kaken. He needed to get to Kaken and his people. He needed to get out. Waters splashed around him again. Izuku jolted violently. He choked on a yell. Electricity burned through him from both sides. His teeth chattered loudly. His ears rang. Everything burned. What is your name? He cried. His name? He remembered it just a minute ago. Where did it go? His name. Izuku? That didn't sound right. What was it? What was it? What was it? Who do you belong to? He shook harder. Belong to? He didn't belong to anyone, right? He was safe now. Who was he safe from? Where did he go? Where was he? Who was he? A man stepped in front of the light. He whimpered, looking into dark red eyes. Papa. His throat was dry and scratched harshly. Papa smiled. Papa ran his hands through his hair, caressing his cheeks softly. Good boy. He was good? You do belong to Papa, to me. You did? That didn't sound right. Or maybe it did? Now, I need you to try really hard for me. What is your name? He couldn't remember. Why couldn't he remember? Why was he here? Where was he before? He thought he was safe. He thought he was safe with the heroes. Aizawa. Yue Yamada. He needed to get to them. He needed to get back to them, to save them, to save Cassian. The red melted to black. He was still in the chair. The door opened. Papa came in. He was saying something. He couldn't hear him. Everything buzzed. His ears rang. Why was he with Papa? Wasn't he away? That's not right. He belonged here. He belonged with Papa. Right? Something was wrong. Why did he hurt? Did he do something bad? Bunny. Papa's voice was soft. Did Papa hurt him? He must have been bad. Bunny. Bunny? Was he Bunny? That sounded right. But there was something else. Right? No, he was Bunny. He was Bunny? Right? There was something else. There was someone else. Papa slapped him. His cheek stung. Everything burned. He must have done something wrong. Bad Bunny. Bad? No, he wasn't bad, he wasn't. He didn't want to be bad. Something was wrong. Papa left. He didn't know how long. The door opened again. White coats and guards came in with a boy. A boy with spiky blonde hair and soft pale skin and red. The good red. Red eyes and fireworks. Kakin. He slurred. Then he screamed. They were hurting him. They were hurting Kakin. They couldn't hurt Kakin. No. A whip came down on him. Knife scratched across his back. Another whip. Another scratch. He couldn't think about the pain. Look at him, a guard said. He's been here weeks. He's in pain because of you. This is all your fault, Bunny. Had he really been bad that long? His throat hurt. Why did his throat hurt? He was screaming. He was crying. Papa didn't like tears. But they were hurting the boy. They were hurting. Who were they hurting? The boy screamed. He screamed. He needed to save him. He needed Kakin. He wasn't in the chair anymore. He was lying on his side. When he moved, he felt something heavy on his neck. His collar. A chain had him attached to the wall. Everything hurt. Stop, King mumbling dash. Who was talking? A hand gripped his hair, roughly dragging him up. His head spun. Something metal and cold slotted over his mouth, biting his cheeks and jaw. He had been bold. He had been talking. He knew better. Ryugo, keep your mouth shut, good little bunny. Bunny. He was Bunny. Where was Papa? Bunny was sorry. He didn't mean to make Papa upset. Bunny was sorry. The hand slammed his head against the ground. Twice. A white coat was here. Bunny wanted Papa to come back. The white coat was hurting him. His blood burned. What were they giving him? He cried. He needed to stop crying. A picture in front of him. A man, dark hair, dark eyes. Bunny didn't know him. Another picture. A man, light hair, light eyes. Bunny didn't know him. Another picture. A girl, white hair, red eyes. Good red. Another picture. A girl, white hair, red eyes. Bunny didn't know her. Another picture. A boy, blonde hair, red eyes. Fireworks. He screamed. Choking. Blood spilt from his mouth. He gagged. He writhed. His body shook. Pain. Another picture. A boy, blonde hair, red eyes. Bunny knew not to know him. Bunny didn't know him anyways. Bunny was tired. He let himself drift. The white coat left him alone. Bunny liked the boy's eyes. Bunny woke up to humming. His head was somewhere soft. Comfortable. Gentle fingers ran through his hair. He looked up. Papa smiled down at him. His press a cold wet cloth to Bunny's face. Bunny whimpered. Shoo, Bunny. Everything's all right now. Everything is going to be okay. Why was Bunny wearing his muzzle? He must have done something bad. Shoo, Bunny. Papa's here now. We have to be good for Papa, okay? Bunny nodded. He knew that. Bunny had to be good for Papa because Papa took care of him. Bunny belonged to Papa. You're so good, Bunny. Those horrible heroes did this, you know? This is all their fault. Papa only got angry because of what they did to you. Because they took you and you belong to me. My Bunny. That made sense? Right? Bunny. Papa needs something, okay? Bunny nodded. He would do what Papa told him. He had to. He had to be good for Papa. Papa needs my Grim Reaper to meet some people, all right? A sharp pinprick in his arm. Warmth flowed through him. He didn't hurt so bad anymore. Grim Reaper. Are you ready to obey? Grim Reaper. Bunny. Bunny was Grim Reaper. He was Bunny. He was the Grim Reaper. Shoyuta woke to yelling. Instantly he was up and in search of danger, hand automatically going to his neck despite his scarf being gone. He cursed under his breath, blinking the sleep out his eyes to focus on the ruckus. The ruckus being Bakugo leaping around like a lunatic pulling at his jumper and cursing up a storm. What in the world? Motherfucker, what dash? Bakugo grunted. His arms danced around his body, like he was fighting off a fly. Almost everyone was awake again, watching on in confusion. Was this some type of quirk in action? Bakubro? You good, man? Kirishima asked blearily, gazing up at his friend. Bakugo didn't answer, grabbing the back of the hoodie and ripping it off. Something small and red flew out of it, flitting to the floor. Shoyuta moved quickly to Bakugo's side, crouching next to him. A choked laugh bubbled out of him. That sneaky FANG bird, Bakugo barked, feral grin in place. Hawk's feather flew up from the ground, flying through Katsuki's hair. How? The whole class had seen it by now, small exclaims of curiosity and excitement floating around. Jumpers Izuku's, Bakugo explained, pulling it back over his head. Hawks was messing with him at the hospital. Must have left him a feather to fiddle with. My only guess, but thank F for it. Thank F was right. Shoyuta grabbed the feather and tossed it to Hizashi. Just as it released from his hand, the DMN thing flew back, hit him in the face before flying itself to Hizashi again. Shota grumbled. Whatever. Hawks could give out about manhandling his sheet later. Right now they needed to let the hero know where they were. Why hasn't it come out sooner? Shoyuta and Hizashi caught eyes. Hawks has been overseas, Hizashi answered. He had probably only just heard of this. Can his wings hear things? Uraraka asked, peering at the feather. No, Shoyuta answered, walking around the edge of the cell in attempts to find some kind of markings. But he can feel what they feel. His mix better at Morse code than I am. Can't the feather just leave and come back? Siro asked. Why do we have to tell it anything? In case it can't get out, listener, Hizashi explained, already tapping out SOS sequences so Hawks understood a message was coming. We can also tell him our status. None injured. Besides Izuku, we're all in the same area. We can't use our quirks, Shoyuta cursed slightly at the lack of giveaway on the walls. Start looking around your areas. If we can narrow down locations, we can get him here faster. They used portals though, Hitoshi reminded. We could be anywhere. Bakugo marched to the cell's bars. Then we better start FNG looking. We're near water, Jiraiya spoke up. I'm almost certain. I've been listening to this noise since we got here, and I think I've finally figured it out. It sounds like water moving. Shoyuta forgets that her hearing was naturally enhanced, with or without her quirk. We're definitely underground. I'm pretty sure there's a lift down a hall somewhere. It keeps opening and closing and I can hear it going up and down dash. A slow rhythmic clap interrupted her. Aren't you a clever little hero? Shigaraki strolled from the darkness, clapping in mockery. Dabi trailed behind him, Toga skipping toward Jiraiya's cell. I am honestly impressed. Toga smiled wickedly. Shoyuta hated he couldn't get to his student's side. Whatcha planning on doing with that info anyways, cutie? Toga sang. It ain't like you can tell any of your pretty heroes to come save you. Shoyuta forced himself to keep his expression neutral, but his eyes darted to his husband's. They locked. Hizashi nodded to where the league had come from. Shoyuta just managed to catch a glimpse of the feather before it disappeared. The league didn't hear them talking about the feather. Ankaku didn't know about the feather. They still had a chance. Shoyuta prayed to every deity that was listening that Hawks was able to catch something, that Hizashi got some message out. He wouldn't give up yet. For his students' sake, for his family, he couldn't. Shoyuta moved his hand as subtly as he could. He had his students trained for this. Ever since Bakugo's kidnapping. Small signals and gestures to give meaning. Hold on. He hoped they caught on. Hoped it was enough. His students needed to be strong. It's too late for them anyways. Ankaku's nearly done, Shigaraki said in a bored tone. Done. Bakugo snarled. Shoyuta grabbed his arm before he did anything foolish. What do you mean done? Where's Izuku? Don't engage, Shoyuta hissed. It's out. Don't antagonize. Buy time. Izuku. Shigaraki chuckled mirthlessly. Izuku's gone. Exclaims of horror surrounded them. Bakugo stumbled backward, held only by Shuta's arm and Kirishima behind him. Shoyuta felt his own heart stop. He couldn't be gone. Oh, he's not dead, relax heroes. Though he might wish he were. It's far more exciting. His smile grew even more sinister. The Grim Reaper's back. This time the shouts were of disbelief, of denial. Shoyuta himself couldn't believe it. Izuku had grown so much. He wouldn't have turned so quickly. From what Shoyuta could guess, they had only been there a day, probably a couple hours more. What had they done to him? What had they done to Shuta's kid? That's not possible, Yayarozu said, voice shaking. Izuku wouldn't do that, he wouldn't go back. Dabi snorted. I think you'd find that Psycho can be exceptionally influential. Numb. Hizashi whispered. Did you brainwash him? Numb doesn't work with Bunny, a new voice snapped. Ankaku stepped into view, more lights flickering around him, revealing the only door in the room. He was smiling but his eyes were hard, cold as they watched Shuta's husband. Hizashi held his gaze defiantly despite the pain he endured earlier. Izuku, Bakugo growled. His name is Izuku. Ankaku's gaze switched to Bakugo. His smile widened. Not anymore. Liar. Shuta's heart dropped to his stomach at Eri's shout. Hizashi was pulling her tighter in his arms in attempt to stop her, but it was no use. Zuko wouldn't do that, he wouldn't leave us. He's not a villain. You think me a villain, child? I am no villain. If I wanted to, I could kill this entire room. That would be villainy. But me? I give mercy. All I want is for a better world to exist. To rid the world of the impure, parasites that leech of power and others despair dash. Oh, and hurting Izuku? That's not villainy. Shoji growled. Bunny is a sacrifice I had to make. He understands. He was built to be perfect dash. Izuku wasn't built for anything you FNG sicko. Ashido snapped. Shoyuta cringed. He knew he wanted them to buy time, but the last thing they needed was to antagonize and provoke Ankaku further. He tried to subtly sign for them to calm down, but knew it was an impossible task. His students were no longer just buying time. They were well and truly said. Bunny knows who he is, who he truly is. He knows his purpose. I just had to remind him. Because you're manipulating him. Bullshit. You're brainwashing him. We know you have someone who can do it. I already said Num doesn't work with Bunny. Ankaku snapped again, smile dropping completely. They really needed to calm down. Num is useful for persuading others to help. There was a pause, nervous energy rising again. Like who? Aoyama's voice was small and timid. I have many interesting quirks at my disposal. Feeling enhancers. Quirks that make you see things that aren't truly there. He grinned viciously. Time manipulation. Something about the way Ankaku announced time manipulation didn't sit well with Shoyuta in the slightest. Why did he seem so proud of that? See, while you've only been here a little over 15 hours, moping in self-pity and worrying over my assassin Bunny, he chuckled. Well, for Bunny, it's been weeks. Shuda's breath caught. Weeks? Izuku's been undergoing who knows what kind of torture for what would have felt like weeks? Shoyuta felt sick. Ankaku turned his back on them. I'm quite bored of this. Let's get it over with, he announced. Reaper. Shoyuta tried to prepare for the worst. He really did. But when Izuku stepped through the door, Shoyuta felt his heart shatter. The broken cries surrounding him showed him he wasn't alone. Izuku's eyes no longer shone bright, both dull and lifeless, his good one almost mirroring the blind. His green curls were stained red and brown, matted and sticking to his forehead. He wore only black pants, scars and bruises covering his bare skin. He was being put on show, paraded shirtless to show and extent of his damage. Next to Shoyuta, Hitoshi turned away from the sight, walking toward the back of the cell. A quick glance to his husband showed Shoyuta he was in a similar state of horror. Only Hizashi was much angrier. A muzzle. They had seen the scars before, knew he must have been forced to wear it in the past. But seeing it reality was much different than healed scars. It was on too tight, blood seeping past the edges, drying on his neck like crimson tears. A collar sat heavy on his neck, red light blinking from it. Shoyuta could only guess it was some kind of tracker. He hoped it didn't have similar traits to the chip. In a vain inspiration of hope, Shoyuta glanced to Izuku's ankle. The monitor was gone, as expected. Probably departed and destroyed the second Izuku landed in this hell. Izuku. Bakugo's call was quiet and broken. He took a hesitant step toward the cell bars, reaching out his hand before stopping again. Izuku hadn't even glanced at him, at any of them. His focus was solely on Ankaku. Now. Ankaku clapped, grinning wickedly. Don't you think it's time we had a family reunion? Katsuki was going to be sick. Izuku was right. He was right in front of him, and Katsuki could do nothing to help him. He was bruised and bloody and it hurt Katsuki so much to see him like that. He couldn't even guess what Izuku had gone through. All he could think of was the gut-wrenching scream of his name. He had to get Izuku to come back. He had to save him. Now. Ankaku clapped, smile dark. Don't you think it's time we had a family reunion? The BS guard indicated for a guard to step up to Katsuki's cell. Katsuki. Shoyuta. Hitoshi. Try anything and I promise, you will regret it. Katsuki's skin crawled at his name coming from that monster's mouth. The cell opened. Charging barely flitted through Katsuki's mind, body tensed and ready when Izuku screamed. He froze. It was muffled through the muzzle, choked off and painful. Izuku had dropped to his knees, head lowered and panting. Ankaku's eyes were on him. That FING quirk. Okay. I'm sorry, we won't, no one is going to try anything. Okay? Just please don't do that again. Katsuki was begging, but he didn't care. Izuku was in pain. Izuku was in pain because of him. That was all Katsuki's fault. Ankaku hurt him because Katsuki couldn't keep his FING impulsiveness in check. Ankaku hummed, moving to help Izuku up. The guard returned to open the gate. He moved the three of them forward, pushing them to their knees in the middle of the room. The gate closed and another opened. Katsuki forced himself to breathe calm, keeping his eyes on the floor. Eri whimpered as she was pushed to her knees, Yamada doing his best to comfort her. It's not your fault, Bakugo, Aizawa whispered next to him. Remember that. Katsuki tensed. He didn't think he could believe him. Sure, Reaper. You're okay. See what happens with these heroes? All they do is hurt you dash. That's not true. Kirishima shouted from behind. Katsuki internally begged him to shut up. The only person hurting Izuku is you, a hole. Ankaku laughed. Me? If you hadn't taken Bunny from me, none of this would have happened. The only reason Bunny hurt so much was because he wouldn't let you go. He marched to Katsuki, gripping his face. Especially you. His precious effendi Kaken. Katsuki resisted the urge to spit in his face. They glared at each other, silence expanding through the room. Ankaku stepped back, plastering that smile back on, addressing the rest of the room again. But again, I am merciful. I don't really want to hurt you all. Plenty of you will grow to become good souls, I'm sure. And if we are to meet again, well then I'll kill you. For now. I will be willing to let you go free. He paused, eyes back on Katsuki. Well, most of you. You are just going to hand us over to the League. Ida yelled. All this preaching, you're just as crazy as Stain. Ankaku was silent for a moment as he regarded Ida. You're Ingenium's brother. A shame. What happened to him, that is. You know, I never really believed in Stain myself. He was just as corrupt as everyone else. He stood in front of Ida's cell. Interesting, that fight with Stain. I know what the public knows. He leaned closer. I also know what really happened. His gaze found Katsuki's again. Katsuki knew both Todoroki and Ida remembered that night. They both understood that Izuku helped them that night as well. Either way, I never cared much for the League. The three members stepped forward. Hey now, Ankaku. We had a deal, Shigaraki rasped, hand already outstretched. Ankaku didn't hesitate. He flicked out his hand. The nano cuffs wrapped smoothly around the League members' wrists. They yelled in protest. If you wish to keep your hands, I would not fight back, Ankaku said smoothly. The League members stewed in a silent rage. Kurogyri still has his quirk. Leave now, and we won't have any more issues. Do anything else and those cuffs will explode. Katsuki glanced at his own cuffs in trepidation. Ankaku turned his back on them, walking to stand in front of those kneeling again. The cuffs will release in 24 hours. You've reached your usefulness. Toga pulled at her cuffs uselessly. Shigaraki and Dabi looked ready to kill Ankaku where he stood. They had barely stepped forward, however, when portals swallowed the three of them up. Ankaku sighed dramatically. Now that that's out of the way, let's move on to the real fun. He put out his hand behind him. Izuku stepped forward, taking it in his own. His attention never wavered from Ankaku. Katsuki wanted to call out to him. He wanted Izuku to hear him, to remember who he was. Katsuki wanted Izuku to remember him. But he couldn't. He couldn't do anything. One wrong move, one thing that Ankaku didn't like, and who knows what he'd do. Hurt Izuku again? Someone else? Aizawa? Yamada? Kirishima? Eri? Katsuki couldn't let anyone else get hurt because of him. He wanted to protect them all, to save them. But the only thing he could do was sit and wait. Like a dumb FING dog. He was so weak. How could he have let this happen? How could he have let Izuku go again? Katsuki glanced to the doors. He couldn't tell how long it had been since the feather had gone. All he could do was wait, pray they hadn't been teleported too far away. The longer he sat the more impossible winning seemed. He knelt, bound by no chains, yet he had never felt so trapped. Ankaku laughed, dancing in a mockery of frustration. Oh gosh. This really is difficult, he cried. He crouched in front of Yamada and Shinso. See, I don't actually want to kill you all. But, a payment is due. He stood again nodding seriously. Yes. Lessons have to be taught. Your teachers. You understand. Actions have consequences and bad behavior cannot go unpunished. No. He moved to stand in front of Katsuki. And really, you are the most rebellious of all, Katsuki. Punishment will no longer elude you. You understand, right? It's what you deserve. Aizawa gripped Katsuki's wrist, squeezing it gently. Ankaku's eyes darted to the joining. He pouted. So sweet, he muttered. Ankaku snapped his fingers. Guards stepped to Yamada, Shinso, and Eri. They started moving them back to their cell despite their protests. Yamada pushed Shinso and Eri behind him, shoving past the guards to Aizawa and Katsuki. No. Show dash. He was cut off by Aizawa's pained grunt. Katsuki instinctively moved, catching his teacher by his chest to not let him collapse fully forward. Yamada had stopped in his tracks. He held up his hands in defeat. I'm sorry. Please stop. Aizawa gasped as Ankaku released him, leaning heavily. Against Katsuki, Yamada allowed himself to be led back to his cell, eyes on Aizawa the whole time. Ankaku groaned in annoyance. See, this is what I don't understand about you people. You fight, every day, but you are so easily beaten. One tiny bit of pain in someone you care about, and you'll bend to anything I say. He sighed. It really is pathetic. Caring for someone isn't pathetic, Todoroki spoke up. Izuku knew that better than anyone. Something happened then. Whether it was Todoroki's words or his tone, but it affected everyone. Katsuki felt it in his bones. He refused to give up. He refused to lose to Ankaku. He refused to lose Izuku. The room's energy had shifted. They were scared, terrified. Ankaku had proven to them again and again how dangerous he was. But they would not go down without a fight. They were heroes after all. Izuku. Aizawa's voice was quiet. Still, it rang clear throughout the room. It was a call. He wanted Izuku to hear him. There was no reaction from the boy, but Aizawa didn't waver. He called again. Izuku. Slowly, Katsuki's classmates joined him. They called out Izuku's name. They cried, begged, shouted, asking him to come back. Ankaku laughed at their attempt. Izuku. Come on, Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Zuku. 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 Please, kid. Izuku. Katsuki stared at his friend. The one person he could never live without. The one person he couldn't ever forget, ever give up on. The one person he could say without hesitation he would kill for. He would die for. His classmates rattled their cells. The noise was overwhelming, but still Izuku didn't budge. Enough. Ankaku bellowed. No one listened. Something dark flashed in the man's eyes. He reached into his coat. Katsuki felt his lungs stop. Silence rang in the room, a collective intake of horrified breath. Ankaku pressed the gun against the back of Izuku's head. It shone bright, a beacon of death. Izuku didn't flinch. He didn't move. He stared forward blankly, accepting his fate. Small cries were heard behind Katsuki, muffled through their bated breaths. Ankaku pushed the gun forward again. I said, enough. Nobody moved. Ankaku breathed heavily, a clear attempt to calm himself. You are not in control here, he whispered. I have been so gracious. I was willing to allow you all to say goodbye and let you leave. He sighed, dropping the gun slightly. I think now it's only right for you all to witness the death of your friends. Shocked protests rose from the cells behind him. Katsuki couldn't keep his eyes off the gun in Ankaku's hand, even as he pocketed it. Katsuki was going to die. Now to decide who goes first. Guards grabbed Katsuki under the arms, holding him back. He yelled, pulling against them. Izuku stepped in front of Aizawa. His classmates yelled from their cells. Hizashi held Eri to his chest as she cried, tears into his own face. Hitoshi rammed against the cells, pulling and hitting to no avail. Todoroki quickly joined his side, other classmates following. Izuku pulled out a gun. Katsuki screamed, thrashing harder. The gun pressed firmly against Aizawa's forehead. Panic exploded throughout Katsuki, throughout the room. You have 30 seconds, erase her head. Make them count. And then, Ankaku started counting. 30, 29, 28, 27. Everyone shut it. Aizawa yelled. Please, okay, it's okay. Everything's going to be fine. I want you all dash. 26, 25, 24. All to listen to me, okay? It's okay. Hizashi. Hizashi, I love you. The letters, okay? The letters. I love you. Hitoshi dash. 23, 22, 21, 20. You are the greatest things in my life. Remember that. I love you and I am so proud of you. My students. You are going to make dash. 19, 17, 16. Make the greatest heroes. You've come so incredibly far and words can't describe the pride I feel when I see you. My class 2A. All of you. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. And Izuku. Izuku, if you can hear me, understand me at all. It's not your fault, okay? None of this is your fault, and I am so sorry we couldn't save you sooner. Everything's going to be okay. 7. Izuku? Izuku. I'll see you later, kid. Aizawa closed his eyes. Izuku flinched. Barely there, but Katsuki saw it. Izuku heard. Katsuki moved faster than he thought possible. He rammed his head into the guards. The gunshot echoed in the chamber. Katsuki grunted. Him and Izuku hit the ground hard. Behind him Aizawa gasped. The bullet had grazed his arm. He was bleeding, but he was alive. Katsuki would take it. He would. An elbow clocked the side of his head. Izuku threw him off. They rolled, Izuku shoving him down from the top. Katsuki bucked his hips, ready to throw him off. He froze. Katsuki never realized the inside of a gun would look so dark. Izuku remained above him. He panted heavily through his muzzle. This close, Katsuki could see the blood in Izuku's eyes. He could count every freckle untouched, every freckle marred with evil. He was as beautiful as the day Katsuki lost him. The day he came back and was gone again. Izuku forever shone in his heart. Katsuki's eyes burned. He stared at death. The Grim Reaper had caught him. But Izuku was not the Grim Reaper. Katsuki had seen him again. It was fast, but it was a chance. Izuku, he gasped. Reaper, Ankaku snapped. Stand. The pressure on Katsuki's chest was gone. He stared up at Izuku, the boy no longer watching him, gun withdrawn. Blood trickled from his wounds, his bruising seeming more severe. Katsuki couldn't understand how he was standing. He didn't look to be in pain at all, but that was impossible. I want this done the old-fashioned way, Reaper, since Katsuki here is so keen on ruining my fun, Ankaku announced, slinking closer to the door. I want him to feel his life leaving him. Katsuki found Aizawa's eyes. He was being held back by the guards now, arm tinged red. Katsuki didn't think he'd ever seen Aizawa so afraid. His classmates were calling to him, still struggling to break free. I want him to beg for death. A flash at his side was Katsuki's only warning. Izuku lunged at him. The knife ripped through his hoodie. Izuku's hoodie. Izuku lunged again. Katsuki dodged. Again and again the attacks came. Katsuki's skin was on fire, slits littering his body. Finally, he regained enough balance to fight back. Their blows met match for match. Katsuki defended. Izuku attacked. The longer it went on, the more ruthless Izuku became. Katsuki growled. This needed to end. Izuku. Try dodge again. Izuku, please. You have to listen to me. He managed to land a solid kick on Izuku's chest, pushing a distance. Between them, Izuku panted heavily. Reaper's face remained blank, but there was something in his eyes. Something that Katsuki needed to pull out. He was going to pull Izuku out. Izuku lunged again. The first time we met, grunt. Shove. But we weren't even able to form words. Two babbling fang idiots. The knife cut across his cheek. He hissed. It cut through his arm. Even then, we were inseparable. He kicked again. Izuku grabbed his foot and yanked him forward. He hit the ground hard, the air leaving his lungs. Izuku pounced on top of him. Katsuki bucked and rolled, pinning Izuku down. Always fing, holding onto each other. Crying when we were apart. Drove our moms, it drove them crazy. Izuku forced them over again. He raised the knife high. Brought it down fast. Katsuki barely caught his wrists. And you want to know, after all that time, your first word? They struggled against each other. One forcing up. The other forcing down. Katsuki leaned in close. Kaken. Izuku flinched violently. Enough to give Katsuki the upper hand. He flipped them again, knocking the knife out of Izuku's hand. Izuku continued to struggle underneath him. Bucking. Kicking. Clawing. Katsuki wasn't letting him get away. Kaken, Izuku. My name, you hear me? That's my name. And you want to know my first word? Izuku snarled at him. He brought his knee up, colliding with Katsuki's chest. The breath left him. They rolled again. Izuku pressed his arm against Katsuki's throat. Katsuki choked. Zuku. Izuku growled. He lifted Katsuki off the ground before slamming his head back again. Katsuki's world span. Zuku. That was my first word. 'Cause we were everything and nothing else mattered. Izuku's pressure against his throat kept releasing and pushing, like he couldn't decide what to do. He shook his head. And then we got older. And I got stupid. And then I lost you. Izuku squeezed harder. But I won't lose you again, Izuku. You hear me? Izuku, I won't lose again. Reaper. Izuku's head shot up. Katsuki used that to shove him away. They both stumbled to their feet, breath heaving. I am sick of this goddamn trip down memory lane, Ankaku shouted. Just kill him already. No. Aizawa shouted, ready to launch himself into the fight. Ankaku whirled on him. Katsuki readied himself to hear his teacher scream. A loud bang echoed through the chamber. Katsuki dropped to his knees, covering his ringing ears. Something fell with a soft thump next to him. He looked down. His cuff. It had been deactivated. Black shadows shot out of nowhere. They wrapped snugly around Ankaku and his guard's wrists. Ankaku stared in horror at his own cuffs. Izuku helped Hatsum a lot with those cuff designs. Hagakure's voice sounded from empty space by the now open door. Heroes arriving in T-3 a-hole. Yes, Hagakure. His classmates yelled in victory. They had their quirks back. Katsuki looked at his hands in awe. He owed that girl everything. The cuffs didn't work on mutations. Her invisibility was a mutation. Katsuki could kiss her. This was their chance. Reaper. Ankaku's voice pulled Katsuki back to the room. Red locked with green. They lunged. The sound of fighting surrounded them. Katsuki didn't want to use his quirk, but Izuku was lethal. More yells could be heard joining the room. Katsuki couldn't tell if they were friend or foe. He only had eyes for Izuku. They hit the ground together. His hand sparked. Izuku flew off him. Sheet, Izuku dash. He cut himself off. Izuku stared at him. Not with blankness or hatred. With recognition. Kaken. Katsuki's eyes widened at his mumble. It was barely there, muffled further by his muzzle, but Katsuki heard. The heroes slammed into the room. Katsuki and Izuku stared at each other. Screams and shouts surrounded them. Izuku's attention flicked to Ankaku. That was Katsuki's only warning. The gunshot echoed. Izuku. 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 They kept saying that. He kept saying that. The dark-haired man. Reaper didn't want to kill him. He had to kill him. It was an order. But he didn't want to. He told Reaper it wasn't his fault. He told Reaper he'd see him later. Reaper had to kill him. He should hate Reaper. The blonde boy with the red eyes. Reaper had to kill him too. Reaper really had to kill him. Papa didn't like him. The blonde boy with the red eyes wouldn't let Reaper kill him. Reaper liked his eyes. They were nice. Reaper had to kill him. Papa said so. Izuku. 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 Who was Izuku? Was he? He was Reaper. He had orders to follow. Right? Kaken. 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 Why wouldn't the blonde boy with the nice red eyes let him go? Reaper needed to kill him. He needed to follow orders. He didn't want to kill him. Why didn't he want to kill him? Kaken. 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 Reaper wouldn't disobey Papa. Papa was angry. Reaper had to kill him. A large bang. Caramel and bright lights. Nice red eyes. Fireworks. Fireworks. Kaken. Kaken. Papa was really angry. Papa wouldn't be happy with Reaper. But Reaper wasn't Reaper. Reaper wasn't Bunny. Reaper was? Papa was scary when he was angry. Papa was really angry. Papa raised his gun. His legs moved on their own. Kaken. He jumped in front of the bullet. Izuku. His ears rang. He rested on something soft. Everything was blurry. Where was he? His dash. There was a lot of noise around him. He couldn't hear very well. His side hurt. Why did his side hurt? Was he moving? The ground was under his legs. What was he leaning against? It was soft and warm and rumbled. He liked it. He could fall asleep. He didn't want to feel the pain in his side. Izuku. Izuku? He was Izuku, wasn't he? Not Reaper. Not Bunny. Izuku. He liked that name. Who was calling him? Not Papa. Papa didn't call him Izuku. But he was back with Papa, right? Was he dreaming? No, he wasn't in pain in his dreams. In his dreams he was safe. Izuku was in a lot of pain now. Pressure on his side. Hot burning pressure. Izuku screamed. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Izuku. I know it hurts. I know, I'm sorry. Izuku. Izuku, can you hear me? Please, please, please. Izuku knew that voice. Izuku loved that voice. Kahan. Kaken squeezed him tighter to his chest. It hurt. Oh shit, I'm sorry. So sorry. Izuku. It's me. It's Kaken. Can you hear me? Izuku let his head fall back on Kaken's chest. The cutting pressure around his mouth was taken away. Kaken was warm. Izuku closed his. He was tired. Izuku gasped in pain. His body shook. You can't sleep. I'm sorry, I know it hurts and you're tired but you can't sleep. You can't, okay, well, Aizawa. Please, where the is the medic? Kaken was crying. Izuku lifted his hand to Kaken's cheek. Red eyes flicked down to his. Kaken had nice eyes. What? Yes, Cassian crying? Kaken sobbed harder. He took Izuku's hand and squeezed softly. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. Everything's going to be fine. You just stay awake, you hear me? You stay awake. Izuku really wanted to sleep, but he'd try stay awake for Kaken. He didn't want Kaken to cry. Okay, Kaken. Everything started hurting a lot more. Izuku didn't want to tell Kaken that. He didn't want to upset him more. Dark hair came into Izuku's sight. Medics are nearly here. They needed to clear the higher floors. Only a few more minutes. Zawa. Dark eyes turned to Izuku. They were wet. Was Aizawa upset too? He smiled a little. That was nice. Hey, kiddo. He held his arm. Red was on his hands. Izuku reached out. Zawa hurt. Aizawa choked a laugh. He took Izuku's hand and brushed his hair back. I'm okay, kid. Don't worry about me, alright? Zuku. White hair. Red eyes. Eri. She was crying too. Why was she crying? Was she hurt as well? A sharp pain shot through Izuku. His breath caught. His chest felt heavy. His head fell back against Kaken's chest again. He listened to Kaken's heart. That was nice. There were a lot of people around. Yamada. Hitoshi. Mina. Uraraka. Kirishima. Todoroki. Were all of his class here? They were. What were they doing here? Izuku didn't care. He was glad they were here. They looked sad. Izuku didn't want them to be sad. Hawks was there too and others. Heroes? Was Izuku being saved? Had they finally come for him? Was he going home? Yeah, Izuku. We're gonna take you home. That was Kaken. Izuku missed Kaken. He knew Kaken would save him. Izuku's face felt wet. He was crying. Papa didn't like it when he cried. Izuku was being saved though. The heroes had come. Izuku was allowed cry. Kaken wiped his tears. The pain was gone. Izuku wrapped his pinky around Aizawa's finger. He waved his hand for Yamada, Eri and Hitoshi. They put their hands over Aizawa's. He took Katsuki's hand back. Izuku looked at his classmates. Izuku looked at his family. Izuku looked at Kaken. He was happy. I'll see you later? The pause. We'll see you later, Izuku. Izuku smiled. But remember, you gotta stay awake, okay? Izuku closed his eyes. Izuku? Izuku, open your eyes. Izuku was warm. Izuku. Izuku, open your eyes. Open them now. Izuku was happy. Izuku. Izuku, please. Izuku was safe. Please. For once, Izuku wasn't afraid of the dark. Getting to the hospital had been a blur. Izuku wasn't looking at him. His eyes weren't landing on anything. Katsuki couldn't fully remember getting out of Ankaku's basement. So much red everywhere. Izuku was losing too much blood. He had lost too much blood. A person can't live without that much blood. There were a lot of heroes. Hawks and Mirko were there. All Might was somewhere in the background, reassuring his classmates. Endeavor was there. So many heroes, but nobody could help. Izuku kept closing his eyes. He had to stay awake. Katsuki had to keep him awake. He remembered someone trying to take him away from Izuku. Aizawa stopped that. He couldn't leave him, he had to save him. Katsuki's cheeks were wet. There was so much noise around him, too much noise. Izuku wasn't waking up. He was pulled away. He screamed, letting off an explosion. They let him go with Izuku in the ambulance. The waiting room was cold. Katsuki was covered in blood. Izuku's heart stopped. Clear, fin, clear, fin, clear. They got to the hospital. They tried taking Izuku away again. Katsuki screamed. He couldn't let Izuku go. Midnight showed up. Everything went dark. Katsuki stared at his bloody hands. He didn't know how much time had passed. Doctors had looked at him, patched him up a little. They fixed Aizawa's arm. His classmates wouldn't go home. They paced, slept, fidgeted in the waiting room. Katsuki stared at his hands. He was going to be sick. He went to the bathroom, stood at the sink. He looked a mess. He turned on the hot water and scrubbed. He scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed. The blood wouldn't come off. His hands were burning. He scrubbed harder. Why wouldn't it come off? Another hand covered his. They turned off the tap. Katsuki struggled against it. It hardened. Katsuki lashed out with an explosion. His ears rang. He dropped to the floor, curling in on himself. He didn't know how long he stayed like that. The hand had left. Then there was someone else in front of him. Dark hair. Dark eyes. Aizawa. He was speaking. Touch you, kid. Touch him? Katsuki didn't want to be touched. He wanted his skin off. He shook his head. That's okay. Your parents will be here soon, okay? They'll come straight in here. Katsuki nodded. That was fine. Aizawa kept talking, telling him random things. Katsuki saw Kirishima behind him. Kirishima smiled when they locked eyes. Katsuki had blasted Kirishima. I'm sorry, he choked. Kirishima shook his head. No need to be sorry, bro. No one said anything after that. Kirishima and Aizawa stayed as silent comfort. Katsuki slowly calmed down. Then the door opened. His mom and dad were there. Katsuki couldn't hold it in anymore. He whimpered, holding his arms out. His mom was there instantly, pulling him into her chest as he broke. He heaved choking sobs, shaking as his parents held him. It was pathetic and weak. Katsuki couldn't give a shit. It took him a while to calm down again. He was grateful Aizawa and Kirishima left. Eventually his parents had him standing. They helped clean off the rest of the blood, more of it gone than he realized. A nurse came in at one point to look at his wounds. They got him in one of the hospital showers before she dressed them, getting him fresh, clean, clothes as well. That made him want to cry again. Izuku's hoodie was gone, ripped apart and covered in blood. Izuku loved that hoodie. It was the first thing he felt he had truly owned. Katsuki would have to get Aizawa to buy it again. When they returned to the waiting area, more people had joined their crowd. Some of his classmates' parents were there, most likely only to make sure their kids were okay. Tsukachi was there, as well as Hawks, Mirko and All Might. Katsuki knew they'd have to do interviews at some point, something he was very much dreading. Inko was there too. Izuku told him they talked. Katsuki's sure he remembered more of her now, but they still have a long way to go before their relationships mended. Or at least, he remembered more of her before Ankaku took him again. He didn't want to think about how much of Izuku's mind they lost this time. Katsuki felt ready to throw up every time he thought about Ankaku making Izuku feel like he had been there for weeks. Weeks of who knows what horrific torture. Izuku still came back to Katsuki in the end. He still remembered Katsuki. He still saved Katsuki, when Katsuki should have been the one to save Izuku. When Izuku woke up, Katsuki was going to kill him for jumping in front of that bullet. A doctor came out. The surgery went well. Izuku is alive and stable, but he is still unconscious and we are not sure when he will wake up. Izuku was alive. Katsuki marched up to the doctor. Izuku was alive. Where is he? It was the second day of Katsuki being in the hospital. A nurse had brought a spare bed in for him to use when they understood he would not be leaving, hospital policies be demed. His parents had packed him a bag, his friends bringing him an assortment of things to pass the time. Not that he used them. The only time he wasn't staring at Izuku was when he was in the bathroom or shower. Even when he ate, he kept his eyes on Izuku. When others came to visit, he would interact, but his main focus was always Izuku. Aizawa wasn't much better. Whenever it was just the two of them, they sat in silence, observing, the rhythmic beeping of Izuku's heart monitor their only relief. The only reason Aizawa went home in the first place was because he fell asleep on his pain meds and Yamada carried him out. Katsuki only started taking painkillers on the second day. He was too numb before that to feel anything. Now, he felt like one giant bruise. Classes started again for everyone in 2 days. Aizawa said Katsuki could have the week off, but then he'd have to return. Katsuki was going to beat Izuku's, but if he didn't wake up in a week. The door opened. A nurse came in with Katsuki's dinner. Kylie was her name. She was an English student, and her Japanese was only half decent. Yamada had tried speaking to her in English, but she said she really needed the practice. She was nice. Always smiling. And quirkless. Katsuki made sure to remember her name. She was going to be an incredible nurse. The Aizawa Yamada clan came in as she was leaving. As always when Eri saw Izuku, she looked ready to burst into tears. Katsuki opened his arms. She launched herself at him, squeezing tightly. "I'm sorry," she cried. Katsuki held her tighter. "We've talked about this, baby listener," Yamada said. "It's not your fault. But I could have helped. I could have rewinded his cuts. Rion's sweetheart, and no. You were upset. It could have caused more damage at the time, which is no one's fault. Izuku's okay. He's going to wake up and everything's going to be okay." Katsuki buried his face in Eri's hair. He wanted to believe Yamada, he really did. But he was terrified Izuku wouldn't wake up. He had improved since the first day, but sometimes Katsuki would look at him, only for his breath to catch at how dead he looked. He understood Eri's guilt. Hated that she felt that way. Of course, it wasn't her fault. Who knows what could have happened to Izuku if she tried using her quirk in her distressed state. Katsuki hated that he called for her in that moment, begged in a state of hopelessness for someone to do something. Anything. Of course, it wasn't her fault. It wasn't any of theirs. But not being able to do anything to help, to save Izuku in the time he needed him most, broke something in Katsuki. How could he call himself a hero after that? Bakugo was asleep, head cushioned forward on the bed next to Izuku's arm. When his dads announced it was time to leave after noticing Bakugo was gone to the world, Hitoshi asked for a couple of minutes extra. They didn't question him, only said that they'd be waiting in the car. Sometimes Hitoshi feels thoroughly blessed at the family he found. He sat on the other side of Izuku's bed, the boy's heart monitor keeping his silence company. He couldn't take his eyes off Izuku's face. Off his scars. Absently, his fingers trailed along the healing cuts that bit into his cheeks and jaw. His other hand drifted to his own scars, almost completely healed now. It broke Hitoshi's heart to see Izuku like that. Him and Hizashi both. They had already talked about it, cried together as Shoyuta and Eri slept. No one escaped life unharmed, but there were some scars that cut deeper, that only people who were like you could understand. Being muzzled was the worst time in Hitoshi's life. Having his voice taken from him, being subdued to less than human. All because someone didn't like his quirk, a quirk he wouldn't even use. Hizashi was the same, all because he was louder than the other kids. But Izuku? What reason, fair, right or otherwise, did they have to muzzle him? A power move? Just to shut him up? Hitoshi shivered. He took Izuku's hand in his own, squeezing it. "Wake up soon, Kyudai. I still can't believe you brought up the letters." Shoyuta looked up from the homework he was correcting. His husband sat across from him, Izuku in between them. Bakugo had stepped out momentarily for a shower. But he thought, so this is it. He knew Hizashi had been dwelling on something over the past few days. It was bothering his husband immensely, but Shoyuta had learned when and where to ask questions. He was certain it was something to do with their time in Ankaku's basement, something Shoyuta had done or said. The letters made sense. Shoyuta should have guessed they were the issue. He would have been mad too. It was just precaution dash. It was just you giving up. That hurt. More because Hizashi was right than anything else. Their letters were a failsafe. Just in case I don't make it home. Hero work was never a guarantee after all. They kept them together, in a drawer in their house, backups on various disks and USBs. They were constantly editing them, adding more things they deemed important. They had letters for each other, Hitoshi and Eri. Shoyuta knew Hisashi had more, but never asked for who. He didn't need to. Shoyuta also had one for each of his students. Past students he cared about. Vigilantes that had grown on him. Nemuri. His fellow teachers. Heroes, both that he admired and resented. Tsukachi. His parents and Hisashi's adoptive father. Izuku. I wasn't going to fight him. They stared at each other. Hisashi's eyes filled with tears both of anger and melancholy. He lowered his head, his tears falling over his cheeks. Shoyuta put his work to the side, walking to his husband. He pulled Hisashi's head to his chest, pressing a kiss to the top of it as his husband's arms wound their way around his back. I was ready to die if it meant you could live. If it meant our students, our kids could live. Hisashi knew he was right. Shoyuta understood why Hisashi was upset. But there was nothing they could do about it now. I know you're hurt, but I won't lie and say I wouldn't do it again. Shoyuta sighed. I think as well, a naive part of me hoped he would remember, hoped he wouldn't do it. He did remember. Hisashi's voice was choked. That's where Bakugo got his opening. He flinched. Hisashi paused. I think, if Bakugo hadn't done something however he would have still shot you. Reaper would have. Not Izuku. That was a firm realization in Shuta's mind. Izuku and Reaper were two completely different people. Even so, one would not exist without the other. But Izuku would never be held for Reaper's actions, for what Ankaku made him do. Not in Shuta's mind. He's going to feel so guilty, Hisashi whispered. Shoyuta squeezed him tighter. They held each other in silence, gazing at Izuku, letting the sound of his soft heartbeats bring them peace. He was alive. They all were. That's something we'll cross when we come to it. He planted another kiss on Hisashi's head. Together. Katsuki froze when he stumbled back into Izuku's room. It had been a long day. His classmates had all come to visit Izuku, scattering themselves throughout different times after school ended. His so-called Baku squad were the last to leave, long overstaying the hospital's visiting hours regulations. Still, no matter how tired Katsuki was, he couldn't sleep. It was Friday. He would have to return to classes on Monday. Izuku still hadn't woken up. It wasn't like Katsuki wouldn't be allowed visit after classes or before, but he didn't want to leave. He didn't trust Izuku to be okay without him there. He didn't want Izuku to be alone when he woke up. He had only stepped outside for a minute, hoping the cold air would clear his head. Kylie, the nurse, had shown him a garden sanctuary on the rooftop. She said she went there when she got homesick and missed people she cared about. He asked her why she was so kind, why she tried so hard to help them. To help Izuku. She said Izuku reminded her of her brother. He died in hospital. Completely alone. She wouldn't wish that on anyone else. The fresh air helped, Katsuki moving to head back to Izuku's room when he started to doze off. But he stopped himself at the door. Izuku wasn't alone. Inko was there. She brushed his curls off his face, her smile sad. In the moonlight, Katsuki caught a glimpse of the tears trickling down her cheeks. He shouldn't be there. He went to leave. Katsuki? He froze, turning slowly to face Inko. She gazed at him quizzically. You're leaving? Katsuki felt his cheeks heat up. I was just Dash. She smiled. It was the same smile she always gave Katsuki. Full of warmth and sincerity. Every time she smiled at him like that, Katsuki felt like he was 5 again, felt his insides heat up with warmth. It was a safe smile, only one mother's could bring. Though harsh, his mom had one too. It was rarer than Inko's, but it was there. Katsuki always thought himself lucky that he got 2 moms and 2 dads. He used to say it to Izuku all the time. We're the luckiest. We share parents. That means we have double love. That means we're the bestest too. That smile kept him sane when Izuku was gone, even as it grew smaller, sadder. Even as he lost his second dad. Katsuki could always find Izuku in Inko's smile. She held out her hand. Stay. So he stayed. He sat with Inko and listened to her ramble about nothing, giving his input every now and then. Soon his eyelids got heavier, drifting closed. His head rested against the edge of the couch seat. Another thing Kylie had done, since so many people were staying so long, was bring in comfier seats. Katsuki would have to buy her something in thanks. You know, Katsuki, Inko started again, pulling Katsuki awake. I never thanked you for bringing Izuku home. Katsuki felt his face redden as he spluttered, unsure of what to say. I know. You're a hero. It's your job, but twice. Twice you've brought my son home. And I know, I didn't react well the first time. I didn't understand, fully, what had happened. I had already mourned Izuku. I didn't want to have to do it again. She was crying, tears falling freely down her cheeks. But now I realize how foolish that was. He's my son, my baby boy. He always will be. We may not have that same connection, and he may not see me as his mother again, but you can't stop love. That I was too caught up in not wanting to mourn him again. I didn't realize I should be so grateful and happy to have him here at all. Very few people are as lucky as I to have someone they love come back from the dead. Katsuki felt his own eyes burn. Do you remember when I used to sing you and Izuku to sleep? Katsuki nodded. He remembered. He could never forget Inko's lullaby. She would sing, while his mother would tell them great stories of epic battles. Sometimes, on the worst nights, Katsuki would curl around Izuku's plushie and hum to himself. It was never the same, but it brought him some comfort. Inko started to sing. This time Katsuki let his eyes drift closed. He dreamed of green, a lullaby echoing throughout the night. You're back to classes again tomorrow, right bro? Katsuki nodded as he stared out the window. It was raining. Kirishima's hand squeezed his shoulder. A few of his classmates had just left, Kirishima staying behind a little longer. He's going to wake up, Kat. He's alive and he's going to wake up. Izuku's too strong not to. Katsuki didn't answer. Kirishima smiled, giving his shoulder another squeeze. I'll see you tomorrow, bro. He said something to Izuku as he left, something Katsuki couldn't catch. Katsuki didn't move from where he stood for a long while. The sun had long set, the bustling of the hospital quieting down. He moved to Izuku's side, peering down at his sleeping face. He looked peaceful. Katsuki climbed onto Izuku's bed, laying his head on his chest. He closed his eyes, listening to Izuku's heartbeat, ignoring the robotic beeping of the monitor. This was real. Izuku was warm and solid. And his heart beat steadily in his chest. He was real and he was alive. Katsuki started talking. He didn't know what he was talking about, but it didn't matter. He just needed Izuku to hear him. So he would. And he prayed. Izuku would wake up soon. He had to. Green and red and yellow and blue. Colors swirled, dancing with each other, making new colors and exploding into wondrous shapes. Laughter echoed, giddy titters and jolly howls. Slowly those colors melted into shapes. A field. He stood in a large field. The sun beat down on him, birds and bees and bugs flittering through the sky. The grass was damp, cold under his feet and contrast to the warm air. Zuku. He turned to the voice. A little boy with spiky blonde hair and shining red eyes stood with a ball a little away from him. He was smiling widely, waving his arm. Kaken. Come on, Slowpoke. The villains ain't gonna catch themselves. I need my hero partner. He went a step forward, but a small blur of green ran past him. He was smaller than the blonde, panting heavily, but smiling just as wide. That was him. He was looking at himself. But Kaken's amazing. He doesn't need help. I thought I was the sidekick? Little Kaken gave him a weird look. Then he poked little Izuku's head. Sidekick, stupid. And of course not. We don't need no sidekicks, 'cause we're the best and we gotta kick these villains' butts together. We're hero partners. Kaken and Zuku. Wonder duo. Kaken and Zuku. Izuku and Katsuki. Wonder duo. The two boys ran away, hand in hand. The field swirled, colors blending together. Then they stopped again. He was in the hallway of a house. A soft humming filled the air. He knew this house. He took a hesitant step towards the gentle song. The door flung open, and the two little boys barged through. A blonde lady and brown-haired man followed. Uncle and Auntie. He chased the little boys into the kitchen. Mama. Daddy. You'll never guess what happened today, little Izuku shouted. Light laughter filtered through the kitchen doorway. He froze. Mitsuki and Masaru walked past him. Cautiously he followed them. When he walked into the kitchen his breath hitched, warmth blossoming in his chest. She lifted little Izuku into the air, spinning him. Tell us. What did our brave heroes get up to today? A new voice called. His tears fell. He hoisted little Katsuki onto his shoulder, running around the kitchen. He snatched little Izuku from his mom, holding him under his arm as they cheered, All Might dolls stretched out. He put them down, welcoming Katsuki's parents. Little Izuku gripped his arm, jumping up and down. We got super duper, rarest ever All Might cards. Together. Matching. The two boys held their cards out in glee. His dad smiled. Wow. You must be the luckiest pair of heroes on the planet. Now, do you think our wonder duo could get nice and clean for dinner? Yes. The two boys ran from the room. He couldn't take his eyes off the happy couple. His dad stood and pulled his mom into his arms, planting a kiss on her head. He looked up. Their eyes caught. His dad's eyes held nothing but love as the scene faded. Another kitchen replaced it, this one more familiar. Zuku, when's your birthday? Eri asked. He watched older Izuku not answer. They sat on the couch in the sitting room. He approached them. He remembered this, remembered being confused, not knowing what she meant. July 15th. Older Kaken walked past him, jumping on the couch next to older Izuku. Aizawa was there too, watching them from his armchair. Did you not remember, Izuku? He asked not unkindly. Izuku shook his head. Eri gasped, pulling out lots of pages and colors. Then we'll have to plan the biggest birthday party ever for Izuku for July to make up for it. I think that's a wonderful idea, Yamada said, shimmying himself next to Aizawa. Hitoshi came in then and he and Kaken joked about their gross affection. Izuku liked it. He thought it was sweet. He also didn't see the importance of the birthday party. But Eri thought it was important, which meant it had to be, and Izuku would do his best to celebrate for Eri. The colors swirled again. He was in the same sitting room. It was much darker. Eri was looking at him. He looked around. There was no other Izuku. She was crying. Izuku didn't remember this. The colors were duller. Izuku didn't like to see Eri cry. He opened his arms. She jumped into them. I'm sorry, she said. He didn't know why she was sorry, but he was sure she didn't need to be. He hugged her tightly. Aizawa, Yamada and Hitoshi appeared behind her. They joined the hug, wrapping around him. They were upset. Izuku would have to try make them feel better. Come back. Izuku didn't know what they meant, but he would do whatever it took to come back if it made them happy. He smiled. I'll see you later. They flitted away. Izuku was watching his classmates. Friends. They were playing volleyball. Not joining in? Uraraka, Kirishima, Todoroki and Mina watched with him. Izuku shrugged. Me neither. Uraraka laughed and wiggled her fingers. I'll just make the ball float away. I'll pop it if I harden accidentally, Kirishima joked. I melt it when I get competitive, Mina giggled. They turned to Todoroki. He shrugged. I don't like volleyball. They laughed together. Izuku's eyes drifted to Kaken. He looked as powerful and incredible as always. He really cares about you, Uraraka said. We all do. The others nodded with her. They were smiling but their eyes were sad. Izuku didn't know why. He wanted them to be happy. We miss you, Kirishima said. Izuku didn't know what he meant. He couldn't remember this part. Where had he gone for them to miss him? Wherever it was, he'd be sure to come back soon. They faded. Izuku reached out his hand to them as they drifted further away. Nothing came to him this time. He was surrounded by darkness. No colors. No sounds. He was alone. But he didn't feel alone. It was dark. But he didn't feel afraid. Slowly something drifted from the darkness. A soft hum. Something Izuku recognized. A lullaby. His mother's lullaby. He let it flow through him, fill him with warmth. He followed it, walked into the abyss until it got louder. Then it disappeared. Izuku spun around, straining his ears in hopes to hear it again. A low rumble filled his chest. He pressed his hand against it, feeling small vibrations. He couldn't make out what it was, where it came from. It filled him with warmth. His whole body felt warm. It was raining, but Izuku wasn't getting wet. Maybe didn't need to search the darkness. Maybe he was all right where he was. Izuku opened his eyes. Caramel was the first thing he noticed. The air was sweet. Then it was the soft, feathery touch tickling his chin and that familiar rumble drifting from his chest. He blinked blearily, focusing on the blonde laying with him. His hand lifted to brush through the soft spikes. The rumbling stopped, the body frozen. Slowly the head lifted. Red locked with green. Beautiful, shining, strong red. Izuku smiled. Kaken. Ground Zero slammed the thief against the wall. He was fuming. He felt ready to murder. Why today, of all days, did every petty FING thief decide they wanted to come out and play? And it wasn't even all day. The beginning of his patrol had been boring as hell. Katsuki had been begging for some action to release some steam. Instead, every criminal and their goddamn grandmother decided to make their appearance when Katsuki was in his final half hour of patrol. Now, he was 20 minutes over time and running late. He stood over the unconscious thief, foot-tapping as he waited for police to show. He did his best to smile at the lady who thanked him for getting her purse. He didn't think it came across very sincere. As soon as the blue lights flashed, he was moving. Ground Zero. You can't just leave dash. He blasted into the sky, keen on not meeting anyone else, villain activity be demad. He'd fill out whatever paperwork later, deal with the repercussions then. They were the least of his concerns. He landed hard, wincing and hopping as pain shot up his knees. You know, you're only meant to use your quirk during patrol. Katsuki cracked his back and turned to face his old teacher. He was trying to look stern, but Katsuki could see the smirk building. He had long learned the difference between Aizawa and the act he put on as a teacher. They weren't widely different, but there were hints. Technically, I just got off, he drawled. Aizawa rolled his eyes before walking away. Katsuki followed close behind. He stared up at the Hero Commission's headquarters. Never before had the building looked so daunting. He jumped when Aizawa put a hand on his shoulder. You seem tense. Katsuki swallowed hard, lowering his head. I just want to see him. Aizawa gave his shoulder a squeeze. Soon. 5 years. 5 years since Nedzu organized a commission-approved program for Izuku. 5 years where Izuku was healed, educated, trained, rehabilitated and approved to re-enter into society. 5 years since Katsuki had seen him. 5 years where Katsuki felt he couldn't breathe properly, where half of him was missing. He didn't just want to see him. He was desperate for it. It was different before, when Izuku had been taken. Then he searched. He looked everywhere for his lost friend, even after Izuku's funeral. He kept searching long after everyone told him Izuku wouldn't be coming home. Then he mourned. When he finally accepted Izuku was gone, a part of him died as well. And then Izuku came back and Katsuki felt like he was whole again. This was different. Katsuki didn't need to search this time. He didn't need to mourn. He knew where Izuku was, walked past the building enough times they banned him. Assholes. Like he was going to try and break in. He wouldn't risk Izuku like that. Still it hurt. He was right there, all Katsuki had to do was reach out. But he was blocked. A wall towered in between them, guarded by sense and protection. And for some reason, that hurt so much more than Katsuki believing Izuku wouldn't come home. It took him a while to understand why he wasn't allowed to see Izuku. At first, he had rioted. Yamada had brought the news to them 1 week after Izuku had woken up. It was supposed to be Aizawa, but he was too busy stewing in his own rage. Izuku hadn't even recovered fully when they were told he would be taken away again. It was a selfish anger that Katsuki and Aizawa felt. They didn't want to let Izuku go. Technically, this was part of Izuku's punishments. He would no longer be a ward of UA, even though he had Nedzu personally tutoring him, nor would he be officially arrested. He had teachers, trainers, doctors and the best DMN therapist they could get their hands on. Katsuki had met her a couple of times to SUS her out, interrogated the sheet out of her. She laughed at his brashness. He accepted she would do. Aizawa and Yamada went to visit him too, to help with his rehabilitation. It was hard for them to leave him every time, but they assured Katsuki he was being well taken care of. At first, Katsuki was allowed to visit. According to reports, Izuku's moods would become increasingly positive whenever he knew Katsuki was coming, but would drop to exceptional lows when he left. Often it would send him into panic at being left behind, believing he had been taken again. Reports from Izuku's last time with Ankaku mentioned a hallucinogenic quirk. When Izuku woke up from hospital, he was confused why Katsuki was so uninjured. He told him what he saw, what Ankaku made him see, Katsuki being hurt and dragged away. Izuku's panic made sense. Katsuki understood why he was prevented from seeing Izuku. In the long run, it would help Izuku's recovery. It didn't mean he had to like it. Still, he wrote him letters. He never sent them, too cowardly, but they piled in his apartment. Maybe one day he'd sit down with Izuku and read them to him. Maybe. A heavy body hit his back, pulling him from his thoughts. "Kitty!" Eri squealed in his ear. He maneuvered her over his shoulder, spinning her upside down and relishing in her laughter. He couldn't help smile himself as he set her back on her feet and ruffled her hair. "Eri, how you doing, kid?" A sheet of paper was moved in his face in response. A report card. Always. His smile widened. "Not only is today, like, the most exciting and best day ever. I am top of my class," she bragged. "Her cockiness and competitiveness I'm convinced she gets from you," Shinso announced. He sauntered over to their group, Yamada and Kirishima with him. They had decided on only a few faces to greet Izuku, not wanting to overwhelm him. Tsukachi would bring him out and after that it was only the Aizawa family with Katsuki and Kirishima. Katsuki had asked Shitty Hair to come along. He'd been more than ecstatic. Honestly, his friend deserved a medal for putting up with Katsuki. Kirishima had been the main person keeping his head screwed on those past years, picking him up when he fell. "It's true," Yamada put in. "We had to hide Toshi's report cards, so she'd stop comparing." Katsuki snorted at Shinsu's forlorn face. "She did that with us too," Kirishima laughed. "Made a whole group chat just so she could compare results." They laughed together, easing into conversation. It was a nice distraction. The doors slammed open behind them. Katsuki stiffened. He turned slowly. Red met green. Katsuki's breath hitched. The other boy's face lit up. "Kaken." Katsuki was running. They collided together, Izuku throwing himself into Katsuki's arms. Izuku had grown. So much so, it took Katsuki by surprise, landing him on his back. He gasped and laughed, squeezing the younger boy to his chest. Katsuki felt like he could finally breathe again. They pulled back, both smiling wildly. Izuku looked so much better, happier. His good eyes shone as bright as Katsuki remembered, his skin glowing and alive. Katsuki's fingers ghosted Izuku's healed scars. Not even they could mar his joyous beauty. "Hi," Izuku whispered. Katsuki smiled wider. "Hi." A loud squeal from behind had Izuku shooting up. Katsuki grunted as he was pushed down, Izuku leaping over him. "Eri," he called, running to her and spinning her around. "Zuku," she squealed. He set her down, twirling her in a circle. Look at you, oh my, you've grown so much. I mean, I've seen the pictures, but wow. Eri giggled before pulling him back into a suffocating hug. She wasn't the only one who had grown. Izuku hadn't gotten much taller, but he had toned up, rippling muscles seen through his shirt. Everything about him looked so much healthier. Come on, I want in on some of this hugging action, Kirishima chortled, lifting Izuku and Eri up in a hug. Katsuki rolled his eyes at his buffoon of a friend. Kiri. Izuku laughed, and Kami, that was a sound Katsuki would never get sick of. Wow. You've grown too. Shinso snorted. Grown is an overstatement. I don't know what this man eats, but it'd be nice if he left some for the rest of us. Izuku fell against his hug, squeezing him tight. Toshi, he breathed. He looked up as Aizawa stepped behind Shinso, lifting an arm out. Izuku moved to him, Aizawa pulling his head to his chest, pressing his face into Izuku's curls. They were falling into his eyes. Katsuki would have to give them a trim. Yamada came up behind and gripped them both. Group hug, he yelled, blindly reaching for his son, pulling him in as well. Eri and Kirishima jumped in. Feigning annoyance, Katsuki let himself be dragged over. He really didn't mind. He liked it a lot. Izuku, Tsukachi called from behind them. They all turned to him, curious. Don't you have something to announce? Izuku uttered in a sharp breath, stepping away from the group. Then he held up a small card. I passed. Celebrations erupted. Katsuki stared as Izuku got dragged around again. His chest felt warm and tight. Izuku skipped over to him, smile plastered on. Didn't you hear, Kaken? I passed. Katsuki stared at Izuku, words processing. Passed? Izuku's smile somehow got wider. The hero license exam. His voice was soft and giddy. I'm gonna be a hero, Kaken. We're gonna be heroes together. Katsuki blinked. Twice. We're gonna be heroes together. He took Izuku into his arms and spun him around. Laughter bubbled out of him. We're gonna be heroes together. Wonder Duo. Of course, you passed, he whispered into Izuku's hair as he set him down. He recognized that feeling in his chest now. It wasn't just happiness, it was pride. He squeezed Izuku's cheek and ruffled his hair. Izuku squawked at him, batting his hand away. What's your hero name gonna be? Eri asked, bounding over to them again. You might not get it, but it's something really special. Something I hold really close to my heart. He handed Eri his hero license card. Even when she announced it to the group, it didn't fully register. Not until Izuku had sidled next to Katsuki again. He pulled him close and whispered in his ear. Katsuki's eyes widened. His heart stuttered. That feeling was back. Red met green. They smiled. Deku. What was it people said about fireworks?